Recently, a very popular game has emerged where each character possesses unique skills, but there is one specific character that absolutely no one wants to pick. That character possesses the blink skill, which has an absurdly difficult mastery curve. However, our main character is a complete masochist of a gamer. He trained his character to the highest possible level of mastery. But after defeating the game's final boss, he was suddenly transmigrated straight into the game itself, becoming that very character who possesses nothing but the blink skill. Blink is an instantaneous teleportation skill, and its destination is impossible to control. Even so, he is able to use blink exactly as he intends. One blink and a life is sent straight to the heavens. Using blink, he dodges skills as smoothly as Faker. And without further ado, let's begin. The game Ether World. It was released 10 years ago as a dating sim targeted at a female audience. Ultimately, however, the number of male players turned out to be significantly higher. It allows players to own a variety of characters rather than just one, starting from easy-to-play characters that yield high efficiency to more difficult characters that, despite the effort, don't offer much in return. Among them are existences known as trash characters, infamous for their extremely difficult controls and mechanics that are hard for anyone to stomach. However, there was still one madman who mastered such a character over 10 years, Baekyu Seol, our main character. At a certain ordinary apartment building, a loyal gamer of Ether World suddenly noticed a new update about the game he had stuck with for years. Looking at the annoyed and frustrated posts on the game forum, he couldn't help but wonder, oh, there's a new post on the forum. Is it a new update or something? He skimmed through a few comments to grasp the new information. What kind of crazy game is this? That stupid dragon suddenly appeared and wiped all my data. What the hell is the Dark Dragon? It killed me and said I can't log in anymore. What is happening? My character got deleted. The main character was a bit surprised and muttered, a final boss in a dating sim? I thought it would just end once I got together with one of the characters I owned. An account named Bunny Pinkset commented, guys, this boss is impossible to beat. This damn Dark Dragon has a 99% passive magic resistance, doesn't even need cooldowns, and keeps beating me to a pulp with magic absorption and a billion other things. How the hell am I supposed to defeat this thing? It's definitely a bug. Seeing this username, the main character's interest was immediately piqued, as he recognized this as a famous pro player of the game. Setting his coffee cup down, he pondered for a moment about this final boss that even a pro player claimed was impossible to overcome. He clicked his tongue, scrolled through the posts, and muttered, a monster with a magic nullification skill in a world full of magic seems a bit absurd. Is it really a bug? Everyone's saying their characters got completely wiped. This must be it. The main character found an image introducing the Dark Dragon of the 13th moon, has appeared. The main character set out to try and defeat the boss that countless players considered to be a game bug. Let's have a brief overview of the game. In Ether World, there is a cult-like organization known as the Dark Mages, less than greater than. The organization's goal is to assist another world, known as the Demon Gate, in connecting to this world. And when they achieved this ultimate goal, the Dark Dragon appeared. The main character muttered to himself, 90% of the continent has been taken over by the Demon Gate. Up until now, I only cared about the PvP mechanics, not the plot. But the entire storyline has been turned completely upside down. Is this really okay? He figured, well, there's no need to avoid it. I'll just try punching it first and see what happens. He logged into the game, navigated to the interface where a prompt popped up asking, do you want to attack the Dark Dragon? And click yes. The main character thought to himself, I'll show off the skills I've been grinding and practicing for the past 10 years. Less than greater than, having loyally played as Baekyu Seol for a whole decade, he had mastered this character to the absolute limit, giving him enough confidence to use this character to face the Dark Dragon. If I had to explain his character, Baekyu Seol, he is the only character in the game who cannot use magic. And honestly, given that everyone can use magic in this game, naturally, nobody wants to play him. Not even the most seasoned veterans. And rightly so, given that everyone can use magic in this game, naturally, nobody wants to play him. Not even the most seasoned veterans. That's not entirely true. He can still use magic, but only one single spell. In the game, the Dark Dragon breathed energy to attack its challenger. The main character controlled Baekyu Seol, using Blink to maneuver along the Dark Dragon's body. Baekyu Seol's Blink. It allows for rapid, random movement between 3 to 10 meters. Because the direction of movement is random, if he isn't controlled with absolute precision, he would instantly die from the impact of a high-speed collision. On top of that, both the cooldown and mana consumption are absolutely ridiculous, and there's even a restriction where the user cannot move for 2 seconds after using the skill. Therefore, even though everyone could learn it, obviously no one wanted to use it. However, Baekyu Seol, in the hands of the main character, had fully mastered the use of Blink. Besides being able to control the desired direction and appropriate distance, he also figured out how to nullify the skill's restrictions. The main character mentally analyzed it doesn't consume mana because he inherently doesn't have a mana stat. Unlike other spells, Blink isn't just an ability used for movement, But the main character was also obsessed with this character because everything depended entirely on his own skill level. For this reason, over the past 10 years, he had exclusively taken the only character in the game who couldn't use magic into battles. In the game, a sword strike slashed vertically from the top of the head all the way down the dark dragon's entire body. And just like that, victory was within reach, a victory one could only assume was convincing, with the true process only to be known much later, hopefully. The game displayed, "You have defeated the final boss, the dark dragon of the 13th moon." The victory came so fast that even the main character was stunned, bewilderedly blurting out, "Huh. What? Did I really just kill it?" True, I was decked out from head to toe in ancient relic tier items, but this is still a trash character, right? Who knows if this was just the author's way of letting the main character flex on himself. Confident in his gaming skills, the main character didn't question it too much and simply accepted the sweet victory. Perform a few actions telling himself, "I can show off the proof that I killed the dark dragon on the forum." Right at that moment, a notification akin to a game system error popped up informing him, "Due to reaching a false ending, 90% of Ether World will be destroyed. Due to reaching a false ending, 90% of Ether World will be destroyed. However, you have also come close to the true ending. Please seek out the true ending." Whether it was the system or some bastard entity acting on its own without regard for human rights, it dropped a demand on the main character out of nowhere and then forcibly whisked him away, leaving him bewildered and panicked, only managing to scream out a desperate, "What the hell?" Then the gamer who had just been sitting at his desk vanished into thin air, as if he had never existed in this reality. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The main character found himself in a strange place, with no trace left of his familiar apartment. He sat up, his head spinning, and asked himself, what happened? Where am I? Inside this rickety wooden cabin, he saw a mirror. Instinctively, he walked over to take a look. The face reflecting in the mirror wasn't his, but at the same time, it wasn't an unfamiliar one. It was Baek Yu-seol, the game character he had stuck with for a decade. As if sensing the main character had begun to grasp the situation, a game panel appeared reading, Chapter 1, Escape the Pursuit. The main character, unsure if he should now officially adopt the name Baek Yu-seol, stared blankly at the game panel, unable to regain his composure right away. As a veteran player of Baek Yu-seol, one glance was all it took for him to realize this is Baek Yu-seol's starting quest. When people are suddenly thrust into a mystical situation, their first reflex is denial. But because their senses provide information contradicting that denial, they next seek out physical evidence, just as the main character did at this moment, reaching his hand into his pocket. And he found it. Certificate of Admission to Stella Academy. With this physical proof, it became hard for him to deny the reality he was forced to face. The main character pursed his lips and lamented inwardly. It's hard to believe, but this is definitely the Ether World. And I've actually become Baek Yu-seol. The main character clutched his head in frustration. After all, even though he had stuck with this character for years, it was because he enjoyed the thrill of conquering challenges as a hardcore gamer. Given the choice, there was absolutely no way he'd want to fully embody the highly disadvantaged existence of Baek Yu-seol in the society of Ether World. The more he faced this absurd situation, the more he felt the need to stay calm. He mentally told himself, I need to investigate this thoroughly. That voice demanded that I reach the true ending. But as far as I know, this game fundamentally doesn't have a true ending, because it's a game with many different endings. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Wait a minute, could it be? Has the true ending really gone undiscovered by anyone for the past 10 years? He bit his lip hard and cursed inwardly. Damn it, now is not the time to be thinking about this, if I remember correctly. He rushed over to the window and peeked through the crack. He saw that the pursuers were closing in on the cabin. Exactly as the script dictated, they were already very close. Baek Yu-seol felt anxious and restless, reflexively hiding himself. Then he forced himself to snap out of it and realize, they're here. One of the pursuers looked in a certain direction. He told his comrades, there's a wooden cabin over there. Search it quickly. The shout was loud and clear enough for Baek Yu-seol to hear. His mind raced. What do I do now? There's no way to escape right under their noses, and I can't fight them either. What am I supposed to do right now? The game system suddenly appeared at this moment, informing the main character. You can use the blink skill. The appearance of Baek Yu-seol's signature skill gave the main character a crucial opening to escape. Blink, a skill that accompanies a mana leakage constitution, completely incapable of storing mana inside. Baek Yu-seol's only hope, the very skill the main character had spent a decade maximizing to its fullest potential. And right here, right now. Baek Yu-seol stood before the system's prompt, reminding him that he could use the blink skill. The system provided the male lead with a skill information panel, making it feel just like playing a virtual reality game. Blink. Cost, 0. Max range, 9 meters. Max charges, 1. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Baek Yu-seol felt conflicted. It's telling me to use blink, but I've only ever controlled it with a mouse and keyboard. However, time and his pursuers didn't give Baek Yu-seol much breathing room to hesitate. Hearing the hurried footsteps closing in, Baek Yu-seol was startled and cursed inwardly. Damn it, they're already right behind me. There's no more time. The only choice left is to risk it all. Baek Yu-seol couldn't let himself be passive. He was already at a massive disadvantage. Seeing Baek Yu-seol dash out of the wooden cabin, the assassins shouted to one another, "Found him. After him. Don't let him escape. Stop right there." This was the beginner's tutorial exclusively for Baek Yu-seol. Stage 1, use blink to evade your pursuers. As he ran, Baek Yu-seol thought to himself, the pursuers are wearing magic boots, so they're faster than me. To escape, I have to use blink. Calm down. Haven't I used it countless times before? My instincts know exactly when to use this skill, even better than my mind does. An assassin was hot on his heels, roaring, "You bastard, stop right there." He grew tense. They've already caught up? The biggest weakness of blink was that failing to calculate the range would result in crashing straight into an object and dying. However, this flaw wasn't insurmountable. An assassin raised his great sword high, about to slash at him, roaring, "I'll send you straight to hell. Die." Although he had just taken over Baek Yu-seol's body, he was confident that if he used the skill, he would never fail to gauge the distance. With a flash, he blinked, dodging the pursuer's broadsword by a hair's breadth. His inner confidence was just to brace himself. When he actually escaped death so narrowly, he found it hard to believe. It was only natural he succeeded. Facing a life-or-death situation right at the start of the game, if he had failed, the story would have ended right along with him. Seeing this, the assassins were stunned. What? Was that blink? Is he a mage? Seeing his comrades' hesitation, the apparent leader of the group shouted, "Don't panic. After using blink, he won't be able to move for 2 seconds. Instead, this is..." Mid-sentence, the leader suddenly paused and took a closer look. He blurted out, "Wait, how is he still able to move? I have to be careful, even more cautious. I need to utilize the terrain, the rocks and branches." Here, players who haven't learned to control blink simply can't complete this storyline. He mentally counted down the cooldown, 3, 2, 1, and executed blink. Clearing. The pursuers were bewildered and questioned. Using blink on this kind of terrain? Is he out of his mind? The leader directed his subordinates, mages, step up, attack him from a distance. There were 3 mages within this group of assassins. Glancing back, he understood their intent. They're planning to use magic? Stage 2 of the beginner's tutorial, evade the incoming magic arrows using blink. But in the game, you could only dodge because you could clearly see the projectiles coming from behind through the screen. The game system manifested just in time. Skills derived from mana leakage constitution, hyper-intuition, and cognitive acceleration. Now it was as if he were sitting in front of a computer monitor, pinpointing the trajectory of the attacks, but in a much more intuitive way through his physical senses. He flexibly twisted his body to dodge the incoming strikes. For the attacks that were too close and relentless to dodge perfectly, he focused intensely, timing the exact moment perfectly. He executed a blink, shifting himself away from the magic's impact zone in a flash, leaving only scorched remnants at his previous position. He breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "That was too close." The only remaining stage is Stage 3 of the beginner's tutorial. Use blink to cross the cliff. You can only make the jump by calculating the blink distance perfectly. Meeting a passing group of mages and escaping the danger, that concludes the beginner's tutorial. To jump across the cliff, I have to cancel blink perfectly within 0.1 seconds. Even a single failure means instant death. He surveyed the terrain. There are at least 20 floating rocks. 0.1 seconds. Easier said than done. Which damn bastard designed this beginner's tutorial anyway? But did he have any other choice? He gritted his teeth and thought, honestly, at this difficulty, I can give it a try. The real issue was that focusing on making perfect jumps while being hunted down by a group of assassins sounded extremely unfeasible. The pursuers caught up and spotted him. He cursed inwardly. They caught up this fast. The distance between me and the pursuers is only 100 meters. Using a blink with a 3-second cooldown to jump across won't be fast enough. The most effective way for me to survive is probably to kill the pursuers. Murderous intent began to kindle within him. He had now found a temporary hiding spot to plot his lethal counterattack. He thought to himself, even I think and crazy. I've never fought anyone, yet here I am, wanting to kill them. If this world were just a game, the system's rules would definitely prevent me from attacking the pursuers. But this is reality. I don't have to follow the game's system. I feel no hesitation about killing. It's not just because, according to the plot, they are the enemies who killed my parents. It was unclear if his thoughts were unconsciously merging with Baek Yu-seol's, or if it was just a justification for his upcoming actions. He thought to himself, here they come. It's because I feel I can actually defeat them. After mentally bracing himself, he revealed himself to the group of assassins. The group spotted him and charged forward with all their might. One of the assassins scoffed inwardly. Pretty bold, daring to face us alone, you fool. You're dead meat. He had no idea this careless thought would cost him his life. He calculated, target distance is 8.7 meters, and then executed. Before the pursuers even had time to react, one of their members was fatally stabbed. Overwhelmed by the sudden forceful thrust, the man coughed up a mouthful of blood. Streaks of blood splattered onto his face, serving as living proof of his actions. It was far from a pleasant feeling. The sensation of fresh blood on my fingers. Yet I don't feel an ounce of guilt. To survive, I must kill. After dealing with him, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the man's body flying away. The corpse crashed back into his comrades. It was a move that momentarily distracted the assassins. By the time they looked back, their target had already resumed fleeing. They yelled to each other, "Absolutely do not lose him." He continued planning. Even though I took one down, the next sneak attack won't be as easy. What should I do? Why is it so quiet? Could they have given up the chase? That fleeting doubt was instantly shattered, as if this group would ever stop chasing. They were right in front of him, just a short distance away. Caught off guard, he hastily changed direction, panicking internally. Is it magic again this time? But as long as I dodge carefully. But his foot slipped, and just like that, any chance of changing direction vanished. The leader signaled to his mage, "Now's the time." The mage took mere seconds to cast a fire spell. Looking at the fireballs of various sizes, all aimed squarely at him. Feeling the scorching heat about to burn him alive, he cursed inwardly. Damn it, there's no way out. He caught sight of a branch jutting out from a boulder not too far away. He immediately cast Blink, warping himself out of the deadly situation. It took a moment for the thick smoke to clear. The leader sneered. He didn't know his place. Serves him right. But upon closer inspection, there wasn't even a scrap of clothing where the fire spell had struck. The leader stood there, utterly bewildered, unaware that his target was right above him. Sensing something, he instinctively glanced up. One of the core characteristics of Blink. It preserves the momentum from before was used. It seemed to happen in slow motion, but it was over in a flash. The leader was struck by a devastating slash coming straight down from above. The remaining 3 men were dumbfounded by what had just occurred in the blink of an eye. While they were still reeling in shock, he had already slaughtered a second enemy, seemingly without a cooldown. Or perhaps their brains had simply shut down for over 3 seconds, giving him enough time to use Blink once again. The remaining one stood frozen, his brains seemingly overloaded by what was happening right before his eyes. The male lead had limited stamina, as he was in the body of an ordinary teenager with no special physical training. He silently encouraged himself. Only 2 left. I have to take them out before the other 2 catch up. One of them commented, "What a bizarre guy. His magical power is ordinary, but his speed is astonishing. Who the hell are you?" Yusil thought to himself, my speed is even faster than an average pro gamer, but that was only inside the game. I can't just keep dodging their attacks forever, especially not at this close range. I need to kill them, quickly. The pursuer wielding a greatsword said, I've seen right through your fighting style. He analyzed inwardly, this guy only knows how to use a dagger. As long as I protect my face and neck, that dagger can't even scratch me. Come here and try to kill me. This guy also knew how to use magic, shouting, Blizzard. At that exact moment, Yusul also used the pursuer's magic frozy area in front of him, a highly effective calculation to counter Yusul. He thought smugly, good, it's a hit. Now let's see his face contorted in pain. However, he miscalculated one thing. Yusul didn't target him first. Instead, he targeted the sharper comrade next to him. Witnessing yet another comrade die at the hands of a kid who had barely come of age was truly hard to accept. The greatsword wielder looked at the unbelievable scene and grumbled, damn it, just a moment ago you were running away like a little rat who'd never been in a fight before. Yusil replied, but that was just a moment ago. Thanks for helping me rack up some extra EXP. Seeing Yusil's cocky and pretentious face, the greatsword wielder gritted his teeth and snarled, You bastard, I had enough of you. This time, I'm definitely going to kill you. Yusil continued to take the initiative. He charged forward, not just holding his dagger in one hand, but also grabbing a spear that belonged to one of the pursuers he had already taken down. He threw the spear at the greatsword wielder first. The greatsword wielder analyzed quickly. If he blinks head-on, he could be countered. Is he intentionally using the spear to bait my frontal defense just so he can target my flank? I won't let you get what you want. With the greatsword he wielded so adeptly, he easily deflected the spear. All right, I just need to slash down the attacker coming from the flank. But when he looked to the side, there was absolutely nothing there. He realized he had miscalculated once again, and now it was too late to react. So you were planning a head-on attack right from the very beginning. System Modification. Chapter 1. The quest to escape the pursuers has ended. System Modification. You have received experience points. The story is unfolded in a unique way. The constellation sends you an additional reward. Yu-Sol was completely exhausted, needing a moment to catch his breath. His trembling hands rested loosely next to the dagger still warm of fresh blood. Glancing to the side, he saw the bloody corpse of the man he had just killed, a reality that he couldn't deceive himself into denying. That's right, this isn't a dream. My first time using Blink. My first time fighting. And my first time killing someone. To survive, I kill people. After regaining some of his strength and stabilizing his mindset, Yu-Sol stood up and brushed off the fine snow clinging to his clothes. He let out a deep sigh and muttered, I need to get out of here first. Remembering something, he suddenly paused. He looked back at the corpses of his pursuers. After a moment of hesitation, he went to loot the bodies, thinking to himself, even though I feel quite uncomfortable, I don't have a single penny in my pockets right now, so I have to be realistic. Ah, found some. About 2 million. Well, roughly that much. Better than nothing. So the problem right now is, how am I supposed to jump across this cliff? Suddenly, someone shouted from the other side of the cliff. Is anyone there? Yu-Sol looked over and discovered a group of people standing there waving at him. He guessed, are they the mage corps that appear in the beginner's tutorial? With that thought, he waved both hands high and shouted back, over here. Person from the group on the other side shouted, there's no bridge around here. Can you jump across? Yu-Sol replied, I can jump. The young man told him, if you can make the jump, well, wait for you over here. Another young man standing next to him expressed concern, but to jump across this cliff, you need to be at least level 3. Can such a small kid really do it? The one who had just called out to Yu-Sol also realized this worry was well-founded. But right after he witnessed something so astonishing that it completely overshadowed his worries. Yu-Sol executed his first blink. Everyone on the opposite cliff stared blankly as Yu-Sol teleported across the floating boulders, both unhurried and lightning fast. They whispered to each other, what is this? Is it leap magic? Suddenly, a female voice spoke up. It's Blink. The words came from a girl with pale blue hair wearing a hooded cloak, her expression incredibly emotionless. Hearing this, the young man questioned it based on his knowledge. That's Blink? But you can't control the direction and distance with Blink. How is he doing that? Then the young man noticed something else. He saw 2 figures in cloaks standing on the other side of the cliff. At first, he assumed they were Yu-Sol's trailing comrades. But then, he sensed something off. What kind of comrades would aggressively cast attack magic on their own people? So he quickly warned Yu-Sol, hey, look out. Thanks to the timely warning, Yu-Sol barely dodged the attack. He looked back and saw that the remaining 2 members of the pursuit squad had finally found their way here. Are they accomplices of those mercenaries from earlier? This is dangerous. Blink has a 3-second cooldown. There's no way I can dodge this magical attack. I need to quickly find the next foothold. Yu-Sol might have his hands full, but there were 2 pursuers and they could take turns attacking. The first spell missed, but it clearly showed the imminent danger. To make matters worse, the boulder Yu-Sol was standing on began to crack. Yu-Sol panicked. It's going to fall. Damn it, the floating rocks are too far from me. If I can just grab onto one of them. He found a rock that was barely within the required distance to execute a blink. He managed to grab onto the edge of the rock, leaving him dangling precariously. But after such a close call, just being alive was a blessing. However, the pursuers weren't done with him yet. Against this incoming fire spell, even a god wouldn't be able to save him. He had no means to protect himself. He desperately needed an emergency rescue right now. And fortunately, someone intervened just in time. Someone had cast ice magic to counter the incoming fire spell. Yu-Sol was inwardly surprised. What was that magic just now? An ice wall enveloping that attack. How can someone use dual elemental attributes during the beginner's tutorial? Moreover, the trajectory was calculated with extreme precision, without wasting any mana. Who in the world could it be? The one who stepped in to save Yu-Sol's life was the girl with pale blue hair. The 2 pursuers seemed to realize that continuing their attack would get them nowhere, so they were forced to turn around and leave. Seeing that the pursuers finally backed off after finding it too difficult, Yu-Sol sighed in relief. Well, at least I survived. Finally, Yu-Sol safely crossed over and regrouped with the fellow cadets on the other side of the cliff. The first thing he did was thank the blue-haired girl. Thanks for helping me earlier. The blue-haired girl didn't look back as she replied, I didn't help you just to hear a thank you, so don't mind it. Seeing this, Yu-Sol felt a bit awkward and didn't say anything else. Yu-Sol secretly took a liking to her. This is the first time in my life I've heard such a beautiful voice. She's a bit cold, though. But those guys from earlier, although they're known as bandits who attack villages, in reality, most of these attacks are the work of the dark magic cult. But their days are numbered. Once I escape this cliff and enter the mages' territory, those dark mages won't be able to hunt me down anymore. Well, it's not like they know who I am anyway. The system panel suddenly appeared, announcing, Chapter 2, Entering Stella Academy. He raised an eyebrow and muttered, Is this the storyline for the second part? This isn't hard at all. Looking at the text, entering Stella Academy, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Frustrated, he sighed, I am already this old, and I have to go back to school? At night, a carriage was traveling through a desolate area. He was asleep in the carriage, along with the other students, but it seemed he wasn't having a peaceful sleep. He had a dream, or rather, a memory rushing back. As an innocent child, Baek Yu-seol told his mother, when I grow up, I'll definitely become a mage. His mother supported him. Yes, my Yu-seol can definitely do it. The boy, filled with a passion for magic, held the thick book and thought to himself, this old magic book. My parents went hungry and skipped buying clothes just to buy it for me. I have to study hard. I must make sure my parents live a happy life. But life dealt little Baek Yu-seol a heavy blow that blocked his passion early on. The doctor diagnosed him with the mana leakage condition. Little Baek Yu-seol didn't want to believe it, repeatedly muttering, no, it can't be. This can't be happening. He wondered, is this Baek Yu-seol's memory? Or his own memory? He was startled and snapped his eyes open. Perhaps due to waking up so abruptly, he felt a bit dizzy. Looking outside, he saw the sun beginning to rise. He muttered, is it already morning? The young man sitting opposite him noticed and said, oh, you're awake? I was just about to wake you. We're almost at Leroyka, the Academy's satellite city. The students got off the carriage and were told, rest here for a bit, then we'll continue our journey. He stretched his arms, moving his body to relieve his stiff muscles. He suddenly noticed the blue-haired female student glancing at him. Before he could ask why, she turned her head away without saying a word. Seeing this, he sighed inwardly. So cold. But at least things are much better than I thought. The worldview here is more modern than medieval. The setting of Ether World includes magic. In safe cities free of monsters, there are trains, airships, and ports. With advanced magic and artifacts, long-distance travel is possible. We are on our way to Leroyka to catch an airship. Leroyka is one of the gateways to Arcanium. The official storyline begins in the magic city of Arcanium. It houses the famous Magic Tower and the Magic Knights, along with 5 prestigious schools. Among them, the one with the strongest mages and most outstanding students is Stella Academy. He silently wondered, Stella is the top school in the game, gathering geniuses and nobles from all over the world. Even now, I still don't understand how Baek Yu-seol managed to get in here. I still haven't checked my skill window. The game system showed mana leakage, Constitution level 1, enhances strength by 3%, agility by 5%, sense by 10%. Consumes mental power when activated, allows vague sensing of mana within a 12-meter radius. Cognitive acceleration, only activates when the user is in danger. He pondered, intuition and cognitive acceleration. If it weren't for these, I would have died a long time ago. A body that can't accumulate mana. The mana leakage constitution is truly a curse for a mage. It was Baek Yu-seol's innate cursed constitution. However, thanks to mana leakage, he could sense all the surrounding mana. So even without using his eyes relying purely on intuition, he could sense where an attack was coming from. Cognitive acceleration creates a sensation of time slowing down when facing an attack that exceeds human cognitive speed. For someone unable to use mana like Baek Yu-seol, this was a mandatory skill, but intuition couldn't be used for long due to its immense mental power consumption, causing side effects afterward. Next were the ability stats. The character panel showed Baek Yu-seol. Strength, 1 star 59%. Sense, 1 star 97%. Agility, 1 star 81%. Stamina, 1 star 51%. Endurance, 0 star 97%. Mental power, 1 star 43%. Mana, 0. Remaining experience points, 10. Traits, mana leakage constitution level 1. He evaluated positively in his mind. Even though it's just the beginning, these stats are pretty decent, right? I remember Baek Yu-seol's sense stat being very low. It seems it transferred some abilities from the character I used to play. Ether World assigned levels to both ability stats and skills. Skills used levels, while abilities were measured in stars. The highest ability stat here could reach level 9, but it was basically impossible to achieve. Having played this game for 10 years, the highest I ever reached was 8-star strength and 8-star sense. In the early stages, it's better to invest in sense to enhance intuition and reflex speed. Strength and endurance can be improved through other methods. He uprated agility to 2 stars 7%, thinking to himself, this is good enough. The problem is this mana leakage constitution. If I don't train, I won't live much longer. I need to quickly transform my body into the natural true key constitution. The method to strengthen the mana leakage constitution is at Stella Academy. To prevent the world's destruction and cure this terminal illness, I have no choice but to go to Stella Academy. He sighed inwardly. No matter how I look at it, the future seems bleak. At a time like this, if only I had something to help me. As if reading his thoughts, the system displayed, you have a new notification. Someone called out to the students. Hey, let's head out. He replied, I'll be right there. He decided to check the notification later. The blue-haired girl cast a thoughtful, silent gaze toward him. After that, we saw an airship, clearly powered by magic. The ship's speaker announced, The airship bound for Arcanium is preparing for departure. A sharply dressed young man, noticing our protagonist, casually remarked to his buddies, "Hey, that brat over there has been gawking around this whole time. First time on an airship? What a country bumpkin." Everything about Stella Academy is great, but why do they let commoners enroll? It degrades the value of the most prestigious school in the world. Seeing this, he felt exasperated and didn't bother entertaining these immature brats. He brushed it off, thinking, there are idiots like this everywhere. The young man, annoyed at being ignored after making a snide remark, raised his voice out of embarrassment. "Are you ignoring us?" But all he got in return was continued indifference from the other party, which made him even more furious. The young man tried to call out to him again, but an eye-catching figure seemed to have appeared in the hall, interrupting his petty behavior. Annoyed, the young man turned around and cursed. "Damn it, what's going on? Why is it suddenly so noisy?" "Princess Bai Yun." Hearing this, his attention was caught and he looked back. He saw a girl with snow-white hair and skin, highlighted by striking ruby eyes, the princess of the Adalivic Kingdom, Hong Bai Yun. Hong Bai Yun glided gracefully like a swallow, wearing an unapproachable, icy expression on her face. The petty young man from earlier immediately tried to make a good impression upon seeing her. But before you could even start, he was met with an intensely cold glare from the princess. The young man stood flustered, wondering if he had done something to offend the princess. Hong Bai Yun just kept walking straight ahead, without sparing a single glance or uttering a single word. And the protagonist was no exception. Right now, the two of them were nothing but strangers passing by each other. She didn't know him, but he knew her. Viewing things from an omniscient perspective, he thought, is she the villainess of this world? Hong Bai Yun is a crucial character in the game Ether World. She fights to the death with the heroine, going through countless story branches in countless different ways, only to ultimately face death. No matter the ending, she always dies a tragic death. In some endings, she is bullied by the entire school and then expelled. In other endings, she endures such profound humiliation that she can never hold her head high again. It's as if the game intentionally set up this character, Hong Bai Yun, to suffer misfortune. He silently admired her. No wonder the male gamers love her so much. She really is beautiful. But if I try talking to her, I might get sliced up. His stomach suddenly growled. He groaned inwardly. "I'm starving. I need to find something to eat." The dining area was luxurious and lacked nothing. But for a poor person like him, it was truly a struggle beyond words. He decisively turned his back and walked away, complaining to himself, "What? It's this expensive. I'll just wait until we reach Arcanium to eat." The airship speaker turned on again to notify the passengers. "Please pay attention to this announcement. The airship will arrive in Arcanium in 10 minutes. For your safety when disembarking, please gather on the first floor." Repeating the announcement, "The airship will arrive in Arcanium in 10 minutes. He swallowed hard, trying to brush off his anxiety and letting his excitement take over. Is it finally beginning? No matter what, this place is reality for me, so I just need to keep moving forward. He felt his spirits drop slightly. Saying he wasn't worried would definitely be a lie. He pondered, although making up my mind is a good thing. Can I really survive at Stella Academy? No. Can I even survive in this world? If only I had something to help me right now. It was then that he remembered he still had an unread system notification. The system panel displayed. Sending you special rewards. 1. Low to mid-tier equipment used in the game. 2. Low to mid-tier skills used in the game. 3. Skill points. He felt somewhat satisfied. I guess the system has a bit of a conscience. Let's see what I should choose. He wondered to himself, can I get the reflected light and hymn of light? The mechanical system responded, check result. The equipment level you requested is too high. Please choose lower tier equipment. He asked inwardly, then what about hyperspatial teleportation? The system responded, checking results. This skill is a higher tier version of Blink and cannot be acquired. However, you can use your accumulated rewards to upgrade Blink. He complained to himself, are you kidding me? Do you really have to stick me with a low tier version? The system added, because your narrative capability is insufficient, we cannot provide complete materialization. This jargon-heavy explanation confused him, prompting him to ask, what does that even mean? The system answered, the power to drive the plot forward is narrative capability. Just like yesterday, when Baek Yu-seol guided the story in an unexpected direction, narrative capability was accumulated. He simplified the system's meaning. In short, because I'm a newbie, you can't give me overpowered gear, right? The system fell silent and he took that as confirmation he was right. So he requested something more reasonable. Then what about the glasses of the brown-eared bulbul? After 2 seconds of deliberation, the system gave a reluctant answer. System evaluation result can be provided. He thought to himself, all right, I'll choose that. The glasses of the brown-eared bulbul was an item that gathered all in-game information. He thought casually to think there'd come a day I'd actually use this. In the Ether world, you can't recall killed monsters or learn knowledge, so players develop this kind of equipment to store information. and he had done exactly the same. The system described, level, none. Description: who can remember what they ate last night? Forgot an account the moment you heard it. Do not worry, these glasses will remember every piece of information you've ever heard. Brown-eared bulbul directory. Sealed. Consumes mental energy to activate. He muttered inwardly, view directory. The system replied, opening the brown-eared bulbul directory. There were 5 categories: alchemy ingredients, farming spots, dungeons, monsters, and characters. He browsed through them and thought, this is enough. This place is reality. Who knows how much hardship I can endure relying on a game system? But at least with these glasses, I've regained half of my original strength. A student spoke up, hey, isn't that Azel? Azel was the eldest daughter of Grand Duke Mort, a notorious traitor known to everyone. People blatantly whispered loud enough for her to hear. Wow, she's really shameless, isn't she? Shh, she'll hear you. Hearing the name Azel, he fell deep into thought. Among the effects of the brown-eared bulbul glasses, there was a character information logging function. Azel Mort, the fake heroine, an ice and lightning mage, always drinks kimchi stew before eating pizza. The eldest daughter of Grand Duke Mort, but after his death, her family fell to ruin. She will eventually die. He looked at his savior in surprise and thought, what? She's the fake heroine. Regarding the fake heroine Azel, there was one thing that couldn't go unmentioned. Even though I had transmigrated into this game called Ether World, it was actually based on the romance novel Don't Love the Unfortunate Duchess. The heroine Azel from the novel Don't Love the Duchess was someone who lost both her father and her family. She lived in a magic academy, clashing with the villainous Hong Bi Yan as she grew and eventually ended up with a male lead. Less than greater than. In the end, she never got her revenge and just lived under the male lead's protection, getting cursed at by readers for the fairy tale plotline, until the author finally gave in and handed Azel a tragic ending. But the problem was that the game only borrowed the novel's setting. The plot was completely different. The game introduced a character named Flame, who became the true heroine. This character, Flame, was originally an ordinary modern woman who transmigrated into the novel she frequently read, Don't Love the Duchess. Therefore, unlike in the novel, Azel became the fake heroine in the game, while Flame was the actual true heroine. Azel, who was dethroned from her spot as the true heroine, would always face a deadly ending no matter which route players pursued. This was the tragic consequence of having her main role stolen. He thought indifferently, oh well, it has nothing to do with me. It's just a feeling, right? I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. And so, he failed to recognize his own savior, unaware that for a fleeting moment, he had been more heartless than he realized. All he knew right now was, I should get ready to disembark too. The Magic Academy, Stella Academy. The students stood meekly in the plaza. An older man's voice echoed out to all the students present. As you all know, dark mages are those who wield magic power, willingly embracing the otherworldly to become monsters. Right now, these dark mages seek to plunge the magic world into darkness. They have opened the Persona gates and unlocked ancient dungeons to continuously assault our world. Our mission as mages is to protect the world from the forces of darkness. And now the 4 top-performing students will step forward to take the oath on behalf of the freshmen. Will those students please step up to the podium? The top 4 students were exceptionally attractive, 3 girls and a solitary young man among them. Except for the 2 girls he had personally encountered, the other 2 were complete strangers to him in this reality. He mused to himself. As expected of the main characters, their visuals are literally glowing. But among them, the most dazzling one was. The older man announced freshman representative Ma Du-sung. As the young man's name was called, the students below buzzed with excitement. Wow, he's the top scorer. Not only is he brilliant, but he's also so handsome. He pondered inwardly, is he the famous Ma Du-sung? Ma Du-sung, the character who best embodied the phrase, I alone am the honored one under the heavens. A level 9 mage with the potential to reach the realm of gods, an absolute genius among geniuses capable of wielding every attribute in this world. Even if I don't achieve the true ending, to prevent a tragedy, I have to find a way to keep Ma Du-sung on the path of good. But all of this should be the job of the true heroine, Flame. But I don't know how Flame will act here. If she's also from the real world, maybe I could strike up a conversation with her. But if she views me as an enemy and ostracizes me, it'll be a massive headache. Information-wise, I hold the upper hand, so there's no need to take unnecessary risks. From an omniscient perspective, Flame is someone who transmigrated into a romance novel, while I am someone who transmigrated into a dating sim. Though I'm just a side character, even less significant than a neighborhood shop NPC. Moreover, the heroine possesses a special ability to purify dark mages. But such uniqueness comes with a price. She inadvertently brings misfortune to those close to her. That point alone was enough to keep him away. Being thrown into this fantasy world was troublesome enough. He wasn't crazy enough to invite more disaster upon himself. He silently defined his role. My job is just to secretly support the main characters from the shadows. I need to make sure I keep my distance from them. As the entrance ceremony concluded amidst the crisp, youthful applause of the freshmen, the system confirmed. Chapter 2. Entering Stella Academy, completed. The day finally came for him to head to the Stella Academy lecture hall and begin experiencing what it was like to be a Magic Academy student. With complicated feelings, he thought, I graduated from college ages ago, and now am back in high school. It's a rather indescribable feeling. But it wasn't completely without its bright spots. Looking at the small pocket watch in his hand, he nodded inwardly. This is really nice. The Stella pocket watch, the timepiece symbolizing a student of the prestigious Stella Magic Academy. This thing is far more useful than a standard magic certificate. He mused delightfully. I want to use it right away and take a trip outside. The professor stepped up to the podium, stern-faced and holding a stack of papers that definitely spelled bad news for the students, and ordered sharply, Everyone take your seats immediately. The exam is starting now. Put everything away except your pens. Those wearing glasses come up for inspection first. He grumbled inwardly. We just had the entrance exams and now we're being tested again. Stella Academy's curriculum was even more rigorous than standard universities in South Korea. They even had exams on the very first day of school. The placement exam lived up to its name. Its main purpose was to assign classes. The professor announced clearly, Now then, the exam officially begins. Glancing at the exam paper, he instantly hit a massive roadblock common for an outsider. He lacked the real-world knowledge of this universe. If he couldn't even understand the questions, how the hell was he supposed to answer them? The entrance exam was notoriously difficult, but it had no bearing on the placement exam. Following this test, students would be divided into classes ranging from Class F to A and even Class S. The vast majority of the game's playable characters were placed in Class S. And here he was, Baek Sol, the guy who scraped in dead last among 1,141 students. He felt he didn't need to fret over this exam's results, thinking, I already got into the academy anyway, so should I just turn in a blank paper? They probably won't expel me. At worst, I'll just get tossed into Class F. While absent-mindedly scanning the other students, he noticed Ma Do-sung sitting not too far away, looking like he wasn't taking the exam at all. This caught his attention. He even had the leisure to pointlessly critique his already slacking off. The exam paper was already completely finished. No wonder he finds life so utterly boring. The core issue with the character Ma Do-sung was boredom. Born into a family boasting the absolute pinnacle of wealth and power in this world, and possessing the most exceptional brain and talent, everything came far too easily to him. It was the heroine's actions that determined whether Ma Do-sung would walk the path of light or fall to darkness. Even an idiot could guess that for a young man with way too much free time, seeking thrills to fill his chronic boredom like Ma Do-sung, Dark Mage's declaration that they would eradicate humanity would undoubtedly spark a massive amount of interest from him. He clicked his tongue inwardly. This guy's biggest problem was his family affairs. On the bright side, looking at a genius made him reflect more on his own standing. Suddenly, it hit him. Wait a minute, could I use the Bulbul glasses to cheat? Back when I played the game to boost his stats, it often controlled Baek Sol to study in the library. All right, I have nothing to lose anyway. Let's give it a try. The professor noticed his sudden movements and asked sternly, Hold on, what are those glasses? Didn't I say that anyone wearing glasses must have them inspected by me first? He broke into a cold sweat inwardly. Right, he did say that. Taking the glasses from him, the professor said, Let me check them. The professor enveloped the glasses in magic to appraise them for any anomalies. He fretted internally. What do I do now? If he finds magic on these glasses, I could get expelled. The system asked, The Bulbul glasses have been lost. Would you like to retrieve them? Hearing this, he panicked even more and groaned inwardly. No. System, shut up for a second. The professor examined the glasses for a while. Then, returning them, the professor said, I don't sense any mana. Be more careful next time. He metaphorically wiped the sweat from his brow. Thank God. If the skills on this thing were exposed, it'd be dead meat for sure. Now let's test if these glasses provide a cheat sheet for the practical knowledge of this ether world. The results exceeded all expectations. Not only did it help him understand the questions, but the answers literally popped up right in front of his eyes. With a cheat code like this, even a professor who had spent their entire life researching the magic of this world would have to bow down and call him master. I mean, who could possibly compete with this? Is there anything more joyful than getting good grades without having to study? Brimming with confidence, he thought. No more Class F for me. Who knows, I might even make it into Class A. He had just barely started enthusiastically copying down the provided answers when the professor announced, Time's up. Hand in your exams. Dumbfounded, he watched as his exam paper flew right out of his hands. He screamed internally, I only managed to finish 3 questions. After collecting the exam papers, the instructor glanced through them. A sudden look of sheer astonishment washed over his face. The male lead wilted a little inside. I thought I'd finally escaped Class F. As expected, it's still too difficult for Baek Sol. The instructor raised his voice strictly. You there. Hand over those glasses. Right now. After checking, the instructor found nothing unusual about the glasses provided by the system. He muttered, Impossible. The instructor asked a student, Quick, go invite Dr. Gaydon here. The male lead was bewildered. What's going on all of a sudden? I deliberately wrote out detailed steps so I wouldn't be accused of cheating. Was I found out? What logic is that, dude? You entered the school at the bottom of the ranks. If the answer was right but lacked details, they'd think you guessed. Being overly detailed is what makes it suspicious. Magic engineering professor Dr. Gaydon also meticulously inspected the male lead's glasses for a while. Then Gaydon said, "The fact that he solved this question is indeed highly suspicious." The instructor asked, "Did he cheat?" Gaydon denied it. It's not cheating. His glasses and belongings show no traces of magical artifact power. So he came to a conclusion. This student truly solved the problem with his own ability. Gaydon laughed and patted the male lead's shoulder. How fascinating. If you live long enough, you see all sorts of strange things. Anyway, Lee Han-gut, you should properly apologize to him. Since the item was confirmed safe, the only fault was his own over-suspicion. Lee Han-gut lowered his voice. I misunderstood you. I apologize. Outwardly, the male lead replied generously. It's nothing, sir, but inwardly, his heart was pounding. I actually did cheat. If the original functions were still active, it'd be dead meat. Just not getting caught is extremely lucky. Professor Lee Han-gut's office. Two professors were sitting and grading the exams of all the students. Looking at the male lead's exam, it was incomplete, but the answers to the solved questions were unbelievably perfect. This left Lee Han-gut deep in thought. A middle-aged woman's voice rang out. Oh my, Professor Lee Han-gut. Are these the freshmen's exams? I heard there are many interesting freshmen this year. This cheerful lady was Stella Academy's veteran professor, Idia. Lee Han-gut replied solemnly, It seems so. Princess Han-bi-yun of the Adalivit Fire Kingdom, the most noble and prestigious family of the Fire Realm. In the Cavan Empire, where succession is dictated by magical prowess, Jeremy Cavan defeated all of his older brothers to claim the Crown Prince title at just 12 years old. The heir to the master of the world's greatest magic tower, the Full Moon Tower, Hygwith. Idia said with amusement. Elites from prestigious families have all gathered here at once, so setting the exam was quite a task. There are many intriguing questions this year. Lee Han-gut made no comment, simply saying, As long as you are satisfied, Professor. Lee Han-gut thought to himself, Professor Idia isn't wrong. This year's placement test featured entirely unique, novel questions. Students who only bury their noses in books couldn't possibly solve the first three questions. Less than greater than. The purpose of these questions is twofold. First, to test their adaptability, whether they know to move on when facing an unsolvable problem. Second, when confronted with questions not found in textbooks, can they solve them? The era of magic based on rote memorization and empty theory is long gone. The current era demands split-second judgment and creativity. These questions were never meant to be solved. Out of 1,141 students, exactly 1,000 submitted blank papers. The rest tried to solve them, but mostly couldn't get a single one right. Among the freshmen, only 3 answered all 3 questions correctly. Ma Du-sung, the genius of the century who appeared like a comet with a mysterious background, along with Flame, a commoner personally recommended by the principal, possessing talent on par with Ma Du-sung. And then, Baek-yu-sol. He is the one who troubles Lee Han-gut the most. Ma Du-sung and Flame are proven geniuses from their entrance exam results, but Baek-yu-sol barely scraped by at the bottom of the freshman rankings. To think he correctly answered these 3 questions even though he left the rest blank. Idia noticed his gaze and said, I was wondering why Professor Lee Han-gut cared so much about a freshman's score. It turns out there is a student you simply can't figure out. No matter how many formulas or equations you memorize, it's useless for that question. You can only solve it by completely emptying your mind. Still doubtful, Lee Han-gut disagreed. Professor, do you really think that child is that kind of genius? Idia replied neutrally. It could just be pure luck. Lee Han-gut watched Idia leave after saying that. He looked back down at the exam papers, specifically pulling out Baek-yu-sol's profile, which had a sticky note attached. The note read, he can use Blink, so he was accepted as a special admission student. Lee Han-gut thought to himself, a student personally approved for admission by the principal is bound to be different, right? Studying combat magic, but specializing exclusively in Blink. We will find out soon enough, whether it's pure luck or he truly is an extraordinary genius. Objectively speaking, whether the male lead was a genius or just lucky, it was a bit of both. But now wasn't the time to worry about that. The students were buzzing with chatter. Had the placement results been posted on the bulletin board yet? I'm so nervous. I wonder which class I got placed in. My mom said if I don't get into Class A, I shouldn't even bother coming home. The male lead thought in utter boredom. They actually make us go check the placement results ourselves. In the game, it just took a single click. Information regarding class placements was very clear. Somehow, the entrance results hadn't been kept confidential, because as soon as someone saw the male lead, they started gossiping. Is that really Baek-yu-sol? He scored a 0 on the practical magic entrance exam. How impressive. How did someone like that even get into Stella? I'm starting to doubt Stella's standards. It seemed things were the same here. People loved to gossip and use those they deemed inferior to stroke their own fragile egos. Although uncomfortable, his soul was that of an adult, so he maintained a calm facade while complaining inwardly. Fine, keep making a fuss. I'll just check my placement and leave. Being an outsider, he had little confidence in what score he could achieve on this exam, leading him to his self-deprecating thought, I don't even need to look to know. But then he scanned the Class F board until his eyes went blurry and still couldn't find his name. Seeing this, the male lead grew anxious. Was I expelled because I only got 3 questions right? Impossible. That's practically a death sentence. The others seemed more invested in his results than necessary, questioning it on his behalf. Baekyu Sol? Why on earth is he? Is there a mistake? That's a bit strange, isn't it? Young Master Uncio of Marquise Adler ranked 29th and got placed in Class A. Kyle ranks 17th with a perfect score in theory and is also in Class A. So how could someone like him? The male lead noticed something was off and wondered what's wrong with them. So weird. Let me double check. He looked at the placement lists again and immediately understood why so many students were making a fuss, because the name Baekyu Seol was proudly sitting on the Class S roster. The male lead was shocked. Why is my name up there? Impossible. What the hell is going on? The most elite class, the dream of every student, Class S. It was reserved for the most outstanding prodigies at the prestigious Stella Magic Academy. Other grades had multiple classes, but there was only one Class S consisting of exactly 41 people. The male lead had complicated thoughts. I got placed here. It has to be a typo. This is driving me crazy. That means my chances of running into the main cast in Class S just skyrocketed. Getting involved with the main characters will only shave years off my life. But the placements are already finalized. They can't be cancelled. I guess I'll just have to be invisible. I'll figure something out. The male lead turned away, unaware that right before he embarked on his quest to become invisible, an important character had already noticed him. Even though they hadn't interacted yet, it signaled that his plan to distance himself from the main cast was entirely futile. The scene shifted to a sprawling mansion. Inside a room, a woman ruthlessly slapped a young girl across the face for some unknown reason. The woman was Professor Hong Gyo, majoring in natural fire elements. She scolded her daughter, "You got 3 questions wrong." Even Princess Azel of the fallen Mort family managed to get 2 right. You can't even do what a worthless piece of trash can do. You're worse than trash. Admit you're a failure and solve them again. Bai Yan, do you understand? Bai Yan replied lifelessly, "Yes, mother." Hong Gyo had extremely personal reasons for being borderline violently strict about her daughter's grades. She softened her voice slightly, employing a manipulative carrot-and-stick approach. Bai Yan, listen to me carefully. You cannot become like me. Like me, chased out of the kingdom and forced to become a professor. You are not allowed to be the kingdom's disgrace. You must become even more outstanding than your older sister. After speaking, a deeply meaningful smile crept onto her face. Then she finalized it with, "You understand your mother's heart, don't you?" Hong Bi-yan, sounding as monotonous as a puppet obeying its master, answered, "Of course, mother." But deep inside, Hong Bi-yan was weakly struggling. "I don't understand. I've only lived by what I was taught, solved problems exactly as instructed. An exam full of unlearned equations, unknown spells, and unseen formulas." Hong Bi-yan sat all alone, shedding tears of grievance, unable to comprehend why the person closest to her chose violence and crushing burdens over love and understanding. Let's return to the clueless, oblivious atmosphere of the student lecture hall. The male lead sighed with a headache, an old soul trapped in a young body. I'm doomed. Why was I seated right in the middle of these socially inept weirdos? Granted, I have zero desire to be best buddies with a bunch of high schoolers anyway. The people in the class paid special attention to the male lead's presence. To them, he was a massive question mark, and not in a good way. Why is he here, right? I really don't get it. Did you know? Our parents filed a complaint about him getting into Class S, but the school just replied that Baekyu Seol met the requirements for Class S. It's so absurd. The male lead could smell the heavy scent of ostracization in the air. He thought dryly, looks like they're planning to bully me. But I suppose it makes sense. They've trained fiercely since childhood, only to end up in the same class as an underachiever like me. If I were them, I'd be furious too. Anyway, the classes will be reshuffled based on grades after every exam. Class S is no exception. However, it's extremely rare for anyone to drop out of Class S. I remember a male student from Class A getting promoted to Class S later on. I'll find out eventually. But this is truly surreal. The characters from the game are now right in front of my very eyes. The majority of the students here will become world-renowned figures in a few years. 5 of them will betray the magical world. Ma Du-sung is one of them. I just hope the heroine can put a stop to all of this. Professor Lee Han-gut stepped into the classroom and commanded everyone, take your seats. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Some of you have already met me, but I will formally introduce myself. I am the homeroom professor for Class S, Lee Han-gut. The students murmured amongst themselves, is he the famous Professor Lee Han-gut? I heard the number of dark mages he's killed is already in the 4 digits. A level 7 mage truly is on another level. Lee Han-gut said sternly, quiet down everyone. He continued, there are many outstanding students in this class, and we even have a special student assembly. As you all know, this is an academy for training mages. As mages, you will undergo a rigorous 3-year curriculum. I don't expect all of you to keep up with the pace. I only hope that during this time you will give it your absolute best. Are there any questions? The entire class remained silent in response. Lee Han-gut nodded. Good. Then let us begin the lesson. Just then, Hong Bi-yeon, with a faint red swelling on her cheek, calmly walked in late. Yu Seol found it incredibly unusual. Hong Bi-yeon, who values the rules more than anyone else, is actually late. Bi-yeon approached the teacher's podium, seemingly explaining her tardiness to the professor. Yu Seol couldn't help but wonder, did something happen? Just in case, I should use my glasses to check. Hong Bi-yeon of Adalivit, villainous, fire mage, likes red ginseng candy, occasionally bursts into flames on her own, only drinks Acaria-style espresso, has a terrible mother who is fated to die early. Yu Seol muttered inwardly, nothing much has changed. Fated to die early, huh? If Azel is supposed to be killed by flame, then Hong Bi-yeon's fate is to be killed by the combined forces of flame and Azel. That's the destiny of a villainess. There's nothing that can be done. I kind of want to help her out, but I can barely save my own skin right now. Yu Seol took off his glasses just as Professor Lee Han-gut told Bi-yeon, all right, go take a seat for now. Yu Seol sighed to himself. I feel bad, but I have no choice but to keep my distance. Just as he resolved not to get close to her, as if the author were playing a cruel joke, she walked straight toward him. Whether it was because the seat next to him was quiet and empty, or because she somehow felt a bit of comfort near him, he couldn't tell. Bi-yeon stared at Yu Seol for a moment, making him feel a little tense. Then she calmly and naturally sat down right next to him. Yu Seol broke into a cold sweat, hopelessly bewildered. What's going on? Things are already going off the rails from the very start. Professor Lee Han-gut addressed the students. Before we begin our lessons, you will all receive the staffs you'll be using at the academy. Class S and Class A will hold the reception ceremony together. As the professor elaborated, Yu Seol blankly thought, the staff reception ceremony. Even though the process is a bit of a hassle, I'm actually looking forward to it. Stella Academy has 2 signature events. First is the Spirit Bees contract ceremony, and the second is the staff reception ceremony. Stella is a prestigious institution, so its staff reception ceremony is naturally quite extraordinary. Leading the class into a massive room enveloped in magic, Lee Han-gut asked, is everyone here? Here you will find all kinds of staffs ranging from low to mid-tier. Simply step forward and claim the staff that appeals to you. Once chosen, the process of exchanging a staff is highly complicated, so think carefully. However, Yu Seol, knowing the truth from his omniscient gamer perspective, knew better. But in reality, the wizard doesn't choose the staff staff chooses the wizard. In Ether World, a staff only resonates with someone worthy of wielding it. In other words, you can't just use a high-tier staff simply because you want to. Yu Seol pondered, which one should I pick? Normally, it just grab a staff meant for Class F, but since I am in Class S now, this is a bit of a headache. A wand suits me best. Staffs are categorized into wands and staves. Wands are suited for rapid, continuous attack spells. In contrast, long staves are ideal for large-scale spells that require extensive preparation time. Yu Seol overheard his classmates whispering excitedly, the topic inevitably shifting to him. Hey, which one do you think he'll pick? As a Class S student, after all. Don't tell me he won't even be able to claim a single staff. Yu Seol let out a faint, cynical smirk. All right, think whatever you want. Suddenly, a fellow student called out to him. Reflexively, Yu Seol turned his head to see who it was. Who are you? Yu Seol asked. The young man replied with a slight edge to his voice. Me, Im Adler. The completely unfamiliar name left Yu Seol confused. Who? Never heard of him. Outwardly, he responded casually, I see. Did you mean something from me? Adler asked with an inquisitive smirk. Which staff are you planning to choose? Yu Seol replied nonchalantly, whatever works. Hearing this, Adler scoffed sarcastically. You're a commoner, so just pick a staff that suits a commoner. Don't cause trouble and make a mess for the professors. Yu Seol threw the exact same words right back at him to end the conversation. Yeah, you make sure not to cause trouble either. Adler's face flushed bright red with anger at the retort. He barked, You insolent little punk. You want to fight? Yu Seol groaned internally. This is so damn annoying. Through his glasses, Yu Seol viewed the hot-headed youth's stats. Adler Chamberlain, son of Marquis Chamberlain, lackey to Crown Prince Jeremy, a third-rate thug. Yu Seol was secretly disappointed. That's all the info he gets? This guy literally has 0 screen time. Who knows what he was trying to prove, but Adler pointed to a specific wand and boasted to Yu Seol. Anyway, I'm going to claim that one. Watch closely. The wand Adler pointed at happened to be a very familiar one from Yu Seol's gaming days. The Esmeri Atemeri? That wand is actually considered mid-high tier. Professional mages usually wield mid-high tier staffs. On the contrary, no matter how outstanding a student is, they are typically limited to mid-low tier staffs. Only those who receive a professional mage certificate can use mid-low tier staffs. Moreover, besides the Esmeri Atemeri, there is one other mid-high tier staff here. But that isn't meant for the students, it's just on display for them to see. Li Honggut instructed the students, everyone please stand in front of the staff you desire. Almost all the noteworthy individuals in the room quickly selected their staffs. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed right next to Yu Seol. Whoa, is the staff Haigwith is holding the Hayden Amikotten? That's mid-tier. Crown Prince Kaven also secured a mid-tier staff. Princess Hongbai Yeon got the Suaviter La Havan. As expected, it's mid-tier as well. How are there so many students claiming mid-tier staffs meant for official mages? Seeing so many prominent individuals succeeding, Adler's competitive nature flared up, and he began to grow impatient. Believing he was second to none, Adler declared, just you wait. I can do it too. Everyone's eyes followed the young man as he marched straight toward the mid-high tier wand, murmuring, isn't that Adler? Is he seriously trying to resonate with a mid-high tier staff? Adler thought smugly, keep your eyes peeled and witness who the true prodigy of Class S really is. The very moment he touched the wand, an explosive flash of light erupted, and it was an explosion in the most literal sense. Just as Yu Seol had anticipated, resonance failed. If he had succeeded, it would be one thing, but failing meant Adler had to endure being viewed as someone who severely overestimated his own limits. Seeing an accident occur just from choosing a staff, a student panicked and shouted, what do we do? He looks hurt. Hey, someone go get the professor. As expected, a mid-high tier is simply impossible. Yu Seol shared the crowd's sentiment. Exactly. He should have given up while he was ahead. But unlike the others, it wasn't exactly that seeing Adler get hurt made him afraid to try his luck with a high-end staff. Rather, it was because he still saw himself as a bystander. Though he didn't deny this was his new reality, he still hadn't shed his rigid mindset that events must follow the plot line. And according to the plot he was so familiar with, the highest tier staff here is destined to belong to Ma Du-sung. Following Adler, Ma Du-sung approached the stubborn wand, causing the crowd to buzz. Ma Du-sung. Could he be aiming for the mid-high tier staff too? Skeptical whispers arose. Even if it's Ma Du-sung, there's no way he can claim the Esmeri Itamiri. Ma Du-sung grasped the wand. A blinding light radiated from it, but it wasn't violently explosive like when Adler held it. Everyone, without exception, had to wait for the light to fade before they could see the outcome. Holding the most premium wand in the room with zero difficulty, Ma Du-sung wore a satisfied expression. He left his classmates completely astounded. How is that even possible? A freshman claiming a mid-high tier staff. Is it really possible? As someone who knew the script inside out, Yu Seol thought calmly. Well, this outcome is to be expected. This just further highlights the fact that Ma Du-sung is an absolute genius. Ma Du-sung sensed Yu Seol's gaze on him. Promptly flashed a friendly, warm smile. Yu Seol was internally baffled. What's this all about? Did he take the wrong meds this morning? Whatever, I'll just ignore him. Yu Seol's mind wandered again. The owner of the other mid-high tier staff, the Trivon, is Flame. But this is where a major narrative branch occurs. Flame chooses to grasp a Trivon here. Ma Du-sung will initially become curious about Flame, who is a genius just like him. That unlocks the Ma Du-sung route, where he takes an intense interest in her. Conversely, if Flame chooses a different staff, an entirely different route opens up. I have to use Flame to guide Ma Du-sung down the righteous path. Yu Seol's eyes locked onto the chosen one in question. The true heroine of the game, Flame. Coincidentally, the direction Flame was heading was exactly where Trivon was. The male lead waited in anticipation. Flame, what will you do now? As Flame's footsteps drew closer to the wand, he urged her more urgently in his heart. That's right, hurry up and pick Trivon up. Only then will Ma Du-sung take an interest in Flame and increase the chances of reaching the true ending. But contrary to his expectations, Flame didn't even spare a glance at the high-tier wand. He felt a surge of confusion. What the hell? Is she not interested in Trivon? What's going on? Could she be unaware of Trivon's existence? Or is it because she only read the novel and lacks some information? Whatever the reason, this is bad. Flame is the heroine. She can resonate with any wand. At this rate, could she end up picking some weird wand? Never mind Ma Du-sung's route, she might completely miss out on the other routes too. Perhaps fearing that the plot would spiral out of his known control, he decided, I have no choice but to guide her right to Trivon. He blinked right behind Flame, startling her. Seeing this, he tried to look friendly and greeted her with a smile. He subtly steered the conversation. Well, I wanted to ask which wand you're planning to choose. Flame asked back suspiciously. Why do you ask? He carefully replied, I saw you, pacing back and forth, so I just wanted to help. Flame didn't hold back. Her expression hardened defensively. Mind your own business and focus on choosing your own wand first. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Flame's resolute attitude left him flustered. Probably partly because he had been ignoring others all this time. And this was the first time he was being ignored. Since she had shown such an attitude, he was too embarrassed to find words to continue his guiding attempt. He thought to himself, this feels a bit strange. Flame is known to be open-minded, disregarding status, and very sociable with everyone. Why is her reaction so cold? He was too fixated on the script, so he brushed off the anomaly and told himself, this involves my own little life. I can't just give up like this. So he shamelessly called out to her again. I really just want to help you pick a wand. Flame, practically shooing him away, said, stop meddling in other people's business and just go pick yours. But he stubbornly persisted, self-righteously saying, I saw a wand that suits you perfectly. Flame, losing her patience, snapped, what the hell do you know? Unable to think outside the box, he complained inwardly, I'm going crazy. What did I do wrong? Or did she simply never care about a side character like me? He forced himself to say, I've heard a lot of rumors about you. If it's you, I'm sure you could get this wand, right? Flame realized that this guy was trying to steer her toward picking the Twivon wand. Seeing that she recognized it, he relaxed a bit and said, yeah, that's the one. But right at that moment, another unscripted situation occurred. A strange sound zipped toward him. He reflexively squinted his eyes. When he looked again, he realized that without knowing when Twivon was already in his hand. This made him secretly panic. Why is it in my hand? This was supposed to be Flame's. This damn cliché development was probably the start of pushing him into the role that originally belonged to the game's heroine. Because of his know-it-all attitude just now, combined with the current outcome, in Flame's eyes, it seemed like he was purely mocking her. Looking at Flame's smile that wasn't quite a smile, he had no choice but to accept the inevitable outcome, lamenting inwardly. It's all completely ruined. After the wand ceremony, the students walked out with a lot to gossip about. Hey, did you hear? This year, 2 people received mid-high tier wands. Wow, really? Historically, only 5 people have ever received mid-high tier wands, and now 2 more just got them. But one of them only used the blink spell during the magic exam. Huh? Isn't blink just basic magic? How is that even allowed? My parents told me blink is the trashiest magic. Could there have been some kind of mistake? Moving to study room 20, Flame walked down the hallway toward it, muttering, finally, some peace and quiet. Everywhere I go today, people are gossiping about this. The news about 2 freshmen receiving mid-high tier wands spread in a flash. But I still don't understand. When Flame saw Baek Yu-seol being chosen by Twivon, she was secretly astounded and wondered what kind of background he had. Flame was just as bewildered as he was at that moment. She thought, before transmigrating to this world, I read the original novel 3 times, and I never saw a character named Baek Yu-seol. I remember the novel saying no one could obtain Twivon, yet he created a resonance with it so easily. It's almost as if he was deliberately showing off to me. Ah yes, from this point on, her image of him was completely distorted. Back in the present, Flame flipped her hair, telling herself, there's no point thinking about this stuff right now. Just then, a voice called out, Flame. A group of 3 girls approached and asked, are you heading to self-study too? Fitting the situation, Flame put on a sociable facade. She smiled and replied to her classmates' kiddos, it's not like I'm a study addict. The blonde girl asked doubtfully, aren't you? Every day you say you're so bored that you might as well study. Flame retorted, that's not it at all. Another girl chimed in with curiosity, why do you always call us kiddos? We're the same age. Slightly caught off guard, Flame awkwardly replied, it's just a habit. Back in my hometown, I used to act like the big sister. Flame complained inwardly, I almost forgot that I transmigrated from the modern world into a novel. But I can't really act like a child either. One of the girls asked, are you studying alone today? Flame pondered inwardly. I think her name is Jackie. But doesn't her hairstyle look a bit like mine? I remember she used to look so plain before. Thinking of silly things in her head, outwardly Flame said, I'm not going alone. I heard there's a study group, so I want to go check it out. Anyway, I'm off. The girls let it go, saying, all right, let's go to a cafe together next time. Escaping the girls' invitation to study together, Flame relished the returned silence. Having the same attitude as the male lead toward their peers, she sighed inwardly. Anyway, girls at this age. Having to go back to school at my age, it's really exhausting. While spacing out and thinking randomly, Flame accidentally bumped heads with a male classmate. He called out her name very naturally. So Flame looked up and saw that it was the prominent classmate, Haegwith. Haegwith politely asked, are you okay? Flame replied formally, yeah, I'm fine. Perceptive enough to notice something, Haegwith then asked, You look a bit pale. Is something wrong? Flame wondered to herself, is he worrying about me? Outwardly, she replied, oh, it's nothing. Seeing this, Hygwith got the hint and didn't press further, changing the subject. I see, are you heading to self-study? Flame answered, yeah, are you heading to Class S exclusive training grounds too? Hygwith said, can't afford to be lazy, gotta train every day. Flame sighed in admiration, you really work hard. Hygwith casually remarked, you're not one to talk. Flame replied, oh, is that so? After chatting for a bit, Hygwith suddenly left a moment of silence, which left Flame slightly puzzled. Then, for some unknown reason, he chuckled softly. He reached his arm out toward Flame, but without touching her, he gently said a parting phrase before leaving, see you later. Leaving Flame standing there, utterly confused. She thought to herself, what a busybody. As Flame turned around, she suddenly spotted someone. For some reason, Jackie had followed Flame here, and she was acting all sneaky like someone trying to catch a cheater, which was very bizarre. Flame's head was full of questions. Isn't that Jackie? Why is she still here? Just as Flame raised her hand to greet her, without waiting for her to speak, Jackie immediately walked away. Flame stood frozen, calming herself down. It probably has nothing to do with me, right? This isn't the time to worry about that. Arriving at the study room, Flame thought to herself, the special tutoring session. According to the original plot, both Azel and Hong Bai-yan will attend. I can't miss the battle between the heroine and the villainess in this romance novel. Opening the door and stepping into the lecture hall, she saw Ma Du-sung sitting brightly next to Baek Yu-sol, who had a reluctant look on his face, while Azel sat expressionlessly by herself. Flame calculated inwardly. All the main characters are here. Let's see. The organizer is Kyle from Class A. He looks really panicked. But that's to be expected. This is originally a tutoring class for underachievers. With so many big shots from Class S joining, of course he'd be stressed out. What genuinely surprised Flame was, I didn't expect Ma Du-sung to be here too. Ma Du-sung is the male lead of this world, but now he's showing an interest in Baek Yu-sol. This definitely isn't a coincidence. Moreover, apart from the 3 demonic questions, Baek Yu-sol didn't answer a single other question. It's highly likely. He already knew that by just solving these 3 questions, he could get into Class S. Although Flame's deduction was slightly off, it was quite impressive since, as a fellow transmigrator, she currently had a slightly better grasp of logic than the male lead. Flame thought warily, if Baek Yu-sol knew about this in advance, this guy is very dangerous. And indeed, Flame wasn't being overly cautious. Anyone facing someone who only needs to put on glasses to know all their personal info via a character description window would feel horrified and unsafe. But currently, that very person was in a tough spot. The male lead was secretly hoping someone would come and take this annoying Ma Du-sung away. Ma Du-sung, smiling as bright as a flower, struck up a conversation. Yu-sol, why are you here? You don't even need to listen to this stuff. Or is there some other reason? The male lead smiled awkwardly and replied, how could that be? He grumbled inwardly. Someone advised me to take extra classes because my grades are so terrible. But what secretly gave him a headache was, why was this Ma Du-sung so interested in him? It seemed that even though he remembered the game's plot, he processed it too mechanically. As a result, he was now in denial, refusing to accept that he had stolen Ma Du-sung's attention instead of Flame. Kyle spoke up from the podium to remind the class, all right, enough chatting. Today, I'll be going over the questions from the placement exam. As you all know, the infamous 3 devilish questions appeared in this placement exam. I could only solve one of them. Kyle was dying of anxiety inside, complaining, damn it, why are these freaks attending an extra class? I just wanted to teach some underperforming nobles to gain a little power. In his nervous state, Kyle somehow laid his eyes on the male lead. Kyle hyped himself up internally. Wait, maybe this is an opportunity. This Baek Yu-sol got the lowest score in the placement exam. Kyle smirked arrogantly in his mind. Now I'll step all over him to prove my own worth. Thanks to this petty thought, Kyle's anxiety faded significantly. Standing confidently at the podium, he explained his answer. So let me show you all how I solved this question. Actually, this question is more like a trap. It deliberately misleads you into writing the wrong answer. The other students paid close attention, absorbing the knowledge. The male lead was no exception. Only Ma Du-sung couldn't care less. His eyes were glued to the male lead as some delightfully wicked idea popped into his head. Ma Du-sung gestured and asked the male lead, what do you think? Did he solve it correctly? Ma Du-sung flashed an obnoxious grin, waiting for the male lead's response. The male lead blankly wondered, what is this kid talking about? Asking me if he solved it right or wrong. Wait, I'm completely lost in this class, aren't I? And what on earth are the 3 devilish questions anyway? The male lead thought nonchalantly, whatever, I'll just be honest. He answered Ma Du-sung, I have no idea. But to everyone else's ears, it sounded like he was expressing disagreement with Kyle's solution. This made the other students question, could Kyle's solution be wrong? The male lead was understandably bewildered, wondering how it could possibly escalate into such a misunderstanding. Annoyed, Kyle snapped his chalk. Then, leaning on the podium, he pointedly asked the male lead, "Are you implying that I solved this incorrectly? In that case, Baek Yu-sol, why don't you come up and solve it?" The male lead panicked inwardly. What? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? The male lead glared back at the guy sitting next to him. Ma Du-sung gave a thumbs up and whispered, "Yu-sol, you can do it." The male lead groaned internally. Did this pump do it on purpose? Reluctantly, the male lead left his seat and walked up to the podium. Under the probing gazes of the heavyweights present in the room, if he relied on his actual knowledge, there was a very high chance he would completely humiliate himself. So he needed the backup of these cheek glasses. Kyle reasoned correctly. Actually, this is just a trick question. For example, a mage chants the spell, "O great earth, shed your tears," and the earth immediately doubles in size. What is the reason? The answer is very simple. Is the great earth crying? No, it's just a state of separation. Even though it leaves you speechless, that's roughly the kind of question it is. Who on earth came up with this test? After his internal complaint, the male lead forced himself to focus and get this over with. The male lead was something else. When Ma Du-sung asked, he told himself he couldn't keep up with the lesson, but now he was internally analyzing it like a true top student. What is this Kyle guy blabbering about? The earth separating when the great earth cries. He's actually trying to use math to analyze this. Even though his process is wrong, his luck isn't bad to have guessed it right. If he encounters a similar question, he'll definitely get it wrong. The male lead said to Kyle, "I can't give you the solution, but I can point out where you went wrong. Even though the question uses the earth element, what if it was water or wind? Would your formula still work then?" Kyle, like a student who had only vaguely grasped a hint of the answer without fully understanding it, stammered, And just use a different formula then." The male lead countered, "Wouldn't doing that contradict your own solution? You just got lucky and guessed it right. It completely misses the test maker's intention." Kyle was left speechless, not knowing how to retort. Then, no longer hiding his ignorance, Kyle admitted, "You're right." The male lead felt awkwardly conflicted. Oof, did I hit him too hard? But then he continued his act, solving it exactly as he had written on his exam. Kyle swallowed his pride to improve his own knowledge. The other students present also paid close attention, taking it all in. Flame's eyes widened, completely speechless. She was secretly bewildered. What is going on here? The other students are actually taking notes from Baek Yu-sol. Furthermore, according to the original plot, Azel and Hong Bai-yun should be arguing right now. Yet they're so busy solving questions that they don't even have time to fight. Flame was much more similar to the male lead than she realized. Perhaps because they both entered the ether world in quite similar ways, both victims of a plot-driven mindset. Flame worried inwardly. Is this really okay? Late in the afternoon, after the self-study session, Ma Du-sung waved and said, "Well then, see you tomorrow, Yu-sol." Ma Du-sung greeted the male lead with a beaming face before leaving. If someone didn't know better, they'd mistakenly think these two were incredibly close. The male lead offered a standard, polite smile just to be courteous. But once the guy was gone, he covered his face and complained internally. Oh God, being targeted by someone like Ma Du-sung is just... I wish I never have to see him again tomorrow. He thought it was probably because of Tervivan. I can't use it right now, but it has already caught Ma Du-sung's attention. I don't get why he keeps coming to see me. Besides Flame, no other character has ever used Tervivan. Right as he was lost in thought, the male lead spotted Bi-yeon standing all alone by the classroom door for some reason. He wondered suspiciously, isn't that Hong Bai-yeon? Who is she waiting for? Whatever, it's got nothing to do with me anyway. Let's just go. But Bai-yeon called out Baek Yu-sol by name. Seeing the male lead stop, Bai-yeon slowly walked over. Displaying a humble attitude, Bai-yeon said, "I'd like to ask you a few things." Baek Yu-sol froze for a moment. He couldn't figure out what issue Bai-yeon could possibly have that required her to personally wait and ask him like this, so he instinctively asked, "What is it?" Bai-yeon questioned, "Why didn't you explain your answer just now?" The male lead stood there, internally conflicted. It's not that I didn't want to explain, it's that I don't know how to. How am I supposed to explain a question that has no answer? It seems she misunderstood. The male lead rubbed the back of his neck and gave a perfunctory reply. Well, I didn't really have to explain anything. Bi-yeon paused for a moment, then as if filling in the blanks herself, she said indifferently, "I understand. You don't want to reveal your problem-solving methods in front of so many people, right?" The male lead awkwardly grumbled in his mind. That's not what I meant. Bi-yeon proposed a fair trade. In that case, I am willing to offer a price for it. I will pay a suitable price. So just explain whatever is in your head until I understand. The male lead's mind was truly in a mess. He couldn't think of any excuse to dodge this. And so the two of them subsequently went to the library. Placement exam questions were placed on the table. The male lead held the test paper, glancing over Bai Yan's preliminary workings while saying, "I don't get why you're paying me to solve 3 placement exam questions for you." Bai Yan replied, "I have my reasons. Just explain them to me." The male lead continued to wonder, "But you only got those 3 questions wrong, while I got all the rest wrong. Aren't you embarrassed to be asking me for help?" Bai Yan, like a true scholar, answered, "No, the only thing that makes me embarrassed is that I still don't understand the answers to those questions. If I can find the answers, I am willing to pay the price." The male lead secretly admired her. She really is the model student type, huh? Still puzzled, the male lead asked, "Why come to me? You're a princess. Surely you have plenty of friends to ask." Bai Yan looked slightly reluctant as she explained, "Out of the 1,141 first-year students, if you count the people who correctly answered the 3 hellish questions, there are only 3, and you're one of them." If Bai Yan hadn't mentioned it, the male lead probably wouldn't have even cared enough to know. Bai Yan stated, "I have to admit that these trick questions don't have concrete answers, yet Ma Du Sung, Flame, and you all managed to solve them. That's why I don't mind this little bit of embarrassment." Hearing this, the male lead's hand trembled slightly. Trying to choose his words carefully, he said, "Wait a minute. Those 3 are open-ended questions. Are you saying hardly anyone could solve them?" Bai Yan nodded and replied, "That's right. Didn't you notice while solving them?" The male lead groaned internally. "Oh no, now I understand why I'm in Class S, and why Flame is so guarded around me. I don't know the detailed settings of this world, nor did I even realize they were open-ended questions. But Flame is different, because she has read the entire novel. Even if she doesn't know the game's plot, she must know the novel's settings. For example, those 3 open-ended questions. A minor character who never existed in the original work suddenly appears. Flame naturally couldn't help but pay attention to this Baek Seal. Oh man, no wonder she's been acting like that." Seeing the male lead suddenly hold his head in despair, Bai Yan politely asked, "What's wrong?" The male lead replied, "It's nothing. What's done is done. I'll just have to deal with it as it comes." He said to Bai Yan, "You said you pay a worthy price for my solution, right?" Bai Yan confirmed, "Yes." And so the male lead made his demand. "I only have one small request. Turn my wand into a magic sword." The blacksmiths in your kingdom are more than capable of making this. Bai Yan couldn't help but feel puzzled. But only low-rank mercenaries use that kind of weapon. Why would someone who's going to become a mage like you? The male lead interrupted Bai Yan's question and stated his point. "I think it suits me, that's all." He said that, but in reality, his goal was to hide Baek Seal's innate defect. He feigned nonchalance, crossed his arms, and asked Bai Yan, "Can you meet this request?" Bai Yan pondered for a moment. Then she agreed, "All right, this is simple enough." Since she showed her sincerity, the male lead didn't dawdle either and began to explain his understanding of the answers he had copied through his system glasses. The male lead offered a hint first, saying, "The method is to change your perspective." Bai Yan looked bewildered by this hint. In the male lead's eyes, Hong Bai Yan's weakness was her overly rigid use of magic. She only knew the combat methods taught in textbooks. It wasn't until her 2nd year that she realized this. By then, she had been completely overwhelmed by Flame, left without the strength to strike back. Although she wouldn't be able to grasp it immediately, he could still offer her some advice. With that thought, the male lead casually asked, "What do you think about trick questions?" Bai Yan paused for a moment before responding. "Everyone knows riddles, but what do you mean?" The male lead then asked, for example, "What's between knees and knees?" Bai Yan was clueless, thought for a bit, and answered, "The inner side of the knee." The male lead said, "Wrong, the correct answer is and." Bai Yan was confused. Why is that? The male lead enthusiastically pointed out the trick. "I was asking what word stands between the word knees and the word knees. Do you get what I mean?" This wordplay not only failed to make Bai Yan feel enlightened, but made her feel more like she was being mocked. She glared accusingly at the male lead, making him awkwardly say, "Hold on, don't get mad. Calm down, just sit back and look at this question first. This part uses formulas and expressions you might not know yet, so it encourages creativity in how you solve the problem. And creativity can't be developed if you only know how to memorize textbooks, right?" Bai Yan was a bright person. Hearing this, she faintly realized the flaw in her study methods. She acknowledged, "It's true that rote memorization alone cannot develop one's thinking." The male lead smiled faintly, seeing that Bai Yan was gradually reflecting on herself. The male lead made it clear he wasn't denying Bai Yan's current study methods, saying, "Of course, mastering spells and formulas is extremely important. But the most important thing for a mage is our own perspective of the world around us. Our magic will change in countless ways through those small shifts in our thoughts. But you have a mindset that boxes up knowledge. Spells aren't just about memorizing incantations and casting them. Your analytical skills, critical thinking, and judgment are better than mine. But you lack the most vital quality a mage needs, and that is imagination. Bai Yan's hands resting properly under the desk broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing these words. She had a moment of silence without any reaction, making the atmosphere suddenly grow heavy. The male lead nervously thought to himself, "Goodness, her expression is so scary." The male lead scratched his head, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere, and said, "Ah well, you understand what I'm saying, right? Even if it sounds a bit complicated." Han Bi-yun confidently responded, "Of course." The male lead inwardly complained, "This is so weird. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore." After a while of well-meaningly pointing out her flaws accompanied by some nonsense, the male lead suggested, "I'm glad you understand. So, let's get started." The male lead continued guiding the lesson with trick riddles. What did the man say to the horse when he took it to bed? Bi-yun seriously pondered. Then she gave up and replied, "I don't know." The male lead crossed his arms and said, "The answer is, it's time to sleep." Continuing with the riddles, why don't they work harder? Bai-yun still gave up. The male lead casually said, "Because they always lie down when working." Less than greater than. The male lead persistently asked, "What happens when scissors, rock, and paper join a race together?" Bai-yun, still confused, answered, "I don't know." The male lead cheerfully explained, "Then the rock will roll, while the scissors and paper can't move because their shapes don't allow it." Got it? Because they can't move, they can only stay still. The more excitedly the male lead babbled these riddles, the more ashamed Bai-yun felt, feeling like she was truly stupid. The male lead suddenly realized he was flexing a bit too much. He thought to himself, she looks like she could explode at any moment. Although he thought that, the male lead stubbornly stuck to this teaching method, probably because he was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse anyway. So he challenged Bai-yun, "What will the clouds say to the sea? What will the clouds say to the sea when it rains?" Bai-yun seriously pondered again. The male lead hoped Bai-yun could figure it out, so he would feel less guilty. Bai-yun hesitantly gave an answer, "I'm falling into the sea." The answer surprised the male lead for a moment. The male lead responded, "You're right." After finally getting an answer confirmed as correct, Bai-yun felt an immense sense of accomplishment. She smiled her most innocent smile, subconsciously letting her emotions out in that moment. The male lead internally marveled. This is the first time I've seen her smile, both in the game and in real life. The male lead praised her, just as you'd expect from a princess. "Your creativity has a lot of potential." Bi-yun tried to hide her pride, cleared her throat, and said, "All right, let's continue with the questions." The male lead smiled quite comfortably. He originally only intended to advise Bi-yun, but this simple interactive reaction made him see her as very human, very much a student, and he felt less overly tense than when facing some important game character. The two of them sat there self-studying until the moon rose late at night. The male lead had something to do and left the academy. His face looked sluggish, clearly showing signs of exhaustion. He silently complained to himself, "It took me a whole 3 hours just playing trivia games to distract Hong Bi-yan. I just hope she didn't seriously memorize all that nonsense." In reality, the male lead felt he couldn't enlighten Bi-yun with any actual knowledge. Because Hong Bi-yun already had an excellent foundation, she was very smart. Her only weakness was that her thinking hadn't broken out of its mold, but that was a common issue for most students, as studying usually isn't geared toward developing critical thinking. And the male lead took advantage of that to show off before an expert, hiding the fact that he was actually still shaky on basic magic knowledge. Though he realized Bi-yun's mindset was confined, he wasn't aware that his own thinking was also confined, for instance reflexively viewing Hong Bi-yun as the game's villainess rather than as an individual. His current concern was, "I need to quickly turn Twivon's staff into a magic sword, so I can do other things." Thinking about it, it was nothing like what he used to be able to do. Let's stop overthinking and just go buy the necessary books for class. It has to be around here somewhere. I couldn't have remembered it wrong. After wandering around for a bit, the male lead finally found the place he wanted to visit. The place the male lead stopped by looked like nothing special from the outside. Inside the old, run-down room, cobwebs draped across every corner. The male lead silently judged, "This is really shabby." It seemed this place was an explorable area in the game before, which was why the male lead knew about it. The bookstore owner was pretending to sleep, but in reality, he was an eccentric who loved observing every single move his customers made. Inside this dilapidated bookstore without even a signboard was hidden Mayala's notebook, the valedictorian of Stella Academy from 10 years ago. In the game, you could skip this part with just a click. But now that it had become reality, you had to find the book to actually read it. Furthermore, the books you studied also affected your leveling progress. Instead of buying at famous places, these kind of signless bookstores actually hid the good books. If you brought Mayala's notebook to a magic engineering lecture, you could almost get a perfect score. Honestly, even with the brown eye glasses, you could get high marks, but from this notebook, one could discover hidden formulas. And because the book had distinct features making it easily identifiable, the male lead scanned around for a bit and found his target. Coincidentally, this smaller-than-usual book wasn't only noticed by the male lead. The male lead looked over at the individual who had the same intention of grabbing the book. and saw that it was Azel. Because he had subconsciously called her name out loud, Azel suspiciously asked, "What? You know me?" The male lead casually replied, "Of course, you're quite famous." Azel looked as though she had just recognized him and said, "You're the person from the extra class yesterday, right? Your name is Baek Sewell." The male lead was internally bewildered by Azel's extreme distance. "What? Did she forget we met before enrollment?" Azel offered a compliment. "Your discussion was great. It's a pity you didn't explain it to the end." The male lead thought to himself, it seems Azel hasn't solved those 3 problems either. Azel was extremely tight-lipped. After saying those 2 sentences, she turned away, politely leaving a final remark. "Anyway, it was nice meeting you." The male lead watched Azel just give up on the book she intended to take, which he had also set his sights on. He silently sighed in relief. Good thing it wasn't snatched away. Then the male lead felt secretly curious. Why is she here? Azel had picked up the book and looked at the price. Seeing that the book exceeded her spending limit, she could only sigh and put it back on the shelf. Seeing this, the male lead silently understood. So that's how it is. This bookstore sold used books. Besides poor students like himself, almost no one came here. For Azel, whose family had fallen to ruin and had nothing left, there were no other options. Her father was killed by dark mages. How pitiful. She's obviously a noblewoman, but because she doesn't have money to buy books, she has to check the price tags in a used bookstore. Furthermore, Azel in the original work will eventually die a tragic death. In this world where Flame is the main character, she will die quite early. It's entirely possible that the most unfortunate person in this game is Azel. The male lead heads to the counter to pay for his 4 selected books. The male lead smiles and tells the shop owner, "He'll take all of these." The owner replies, "All of these? All right." The old man thinks to himself, "I didn't expect a young man to be this strong." The male lead glances at Azel, who is standing nearby waiting for her turn to pay. Azel feels the male lead's gaze but doesn't make eye contact, instead staring intently at the books he chose. The male lead asks, "What's wrong?" Azel says, "Nothing, it's just, the books you picked are really unusual." The male lead senses it, thinking to himself, "It seems she was about to make a comment about me." The male lead replies affably, "Which one are you talking about?" Azel says, "All of them. Why would you study subjects like Advanced Introduction to Practical Orders?" Practical Orders is an ancient type of magic that uses object-based magic. Now that modern alchemy and magical engineering are highly developed, it's virtually useless. The male lead says, "This one? It's true that it's not very useful." Azel hears this and sighs. "You already know this subject has no prospects." Then the male lead continues, "That's exactly why I signed up for it." Azel looks at the male lead with a surprised expression. The male lead smiles slyly and says, "Everyone thinks like you, so it's easier to get good grades in this class." Anyway, in taking off. The male lead thinks to himself, just as Azel said, very few people want to study practical orders. So with just a little time investment, I can score high. With this subject, this semester will be a breeze. Azel watches the male lead's back as he walks away, pondering his words. The next day at Stella Academy. Azel clutches her books, thinking as she walks, the first class is Void Theory. I heard it's easy to get good grades in this subject, so the pressure shouldn't be too high. But when Azel enters, the class is surprisingly crowded. The other students are as surprised as Azel, chattering among themselves. "You're taking Void Theory too." "Yeah, but we're doomed. I only signed up because I heard it's an easy A." Seems word got out. Quite a few top students are here too. We're totally screwed. Hearing her classmates, Azel silently finds an empty seat and sits down. She sighs inwardly, thinking, there's no other way, I'll just have to grind hard on the other subjects. When the class ends, the students line up to head to the cafeteria. Azel also quietly follows the crowd out of the classroom. She worries to herself, sigh, this is such a headache. Every subject I signed up for is packed with people. How am I supposed to get a scholarship at this rate? Azel's stomach protests as her thoughts wander. Azel gives into it, thinking, I need to eat first. Let's see. I can use 60 meal tickets this semester. I'll just buy some bread today. On her way to the cafeteria, Azel catches sight of a brightly lit classroom with an open door and sees the male lead inside the room. He's wearing glasses, looking incredibly focused on the podium. It seems while other classes are on break, the male lead's class is still in session. Azel peeks into the classroom, quietly curious. What is he doing here? It's lunar theology class. But there are really so few students, and they are all average achievers. With so few people, it barely meets the requirement to hold the class. Seeing this, Azel mentally calculates. If I register for this subject, I can easily get high marks without spending too much time on it. Devoting the remaining time to other subjects will help me secure more scholarships. It's still unclear if students can change their previously selected subjects once the classes have been finalized. But right now, Azel is secretly full of regret guessing, back you seal, that he already know this subject would be an easy A. Or perhaps he mapped out a study path tailored exclusively for himself. Azel tries to shake the thought from her head. No, that can't be. It must be a coincidence. Inside the lunar theology class, Professor Layden is lecturing. Everyone knows the origin of magic, correct? The white mage, known as the progenitor mage, spread magic throughout the world. Both humans and other races became capable of wielding magic. Spirits use nature magic. Dwarves use material magic. Humans were taught elemental magic. After passing down this knowledge, he ascended to heaven. The male lead feels secretly bored, thinking, how am I going to survive these 3 years? To be this old and have to go back to school and losing my mind. If this were in the game, a single click would skip this. But this subject is very important. Who knows, the content closest to the true ending might be right here. But that's just my speculation. However, there's something even more suspicious right next to him. Aesel has taken a seat in the lunar theology class, confusing the male lead who wonders to himself, is she taking this class too? I don't remember any main characters appearing in the lunar theology class, so the mystery is solved. The male lead didn't just know which classes would be empty, he knew which classes the special characters wouldn't take. Even though Aesel is here, she is relatively harmless compared to other special individuals, so the male lead doesn't fret over it too much. The male lead refocuses on the lecture. Human curiosity did not stop at elemental magic. Human mages began traveling the world stealing magic from other races, but they were never satisfied with it. But they couldn't learn any other magic. The progenitor mage left behind the 12 divine moons and disappeared. Does anyone know about the 12 divine moons? Aesel speaks up. The 12 divine moons are guardians who protect the balance of the continent. 1,000 years ago, they scattered across the world, watching over the entire continent. Layden says, that's correct. Each of them uses their special power to protect the continent. For example, the divine moon representing summer. Crimson Summer, 6th moon controls Crimson Flame. This flame will never go out. If you enter the abyss of Alamanca, you can still see this crimson flame. Whoever is interested can go check it out. The male lead is secretly speechless. Are you kidding me, Professor? If anyone trespasses into the forbidden area ruled by the Sea King of Alamanca, they will die instantly. Layden continues his lecture. This is the Levian Coast. The giant whirlpool right in the middle of the ocean was frozen by the azure winter 12th moon. Each divine moon possesses their own unique abilities. When all the divine moons gather together, something special will happen. The student raises a hand, asking the professor, what is this special event, Professor? Layden replies, that no one knows. Since the divine moons fell asleep 1,000 years ago, they have never reunited. The male lead silently confirms the professor's information is correct. I once came across a few of the 12 divine moons in the game. Through limited time events, I managed to find 5 of them. That was thanks to gathering information from other players. Among all the gamers, I hold the most information. If my guess is right, these 12 divine moons are connected to the true ending. Over the past 10 years, no one has achieved the true ending. The answer must lie within undiscovered content. Even though I experienced countless near-death situations in the game, barely managing to collect 5 divine moons. To discover the true ending, there's no other way. I'll just have to push a little harder. Shifting to another scene, it appears to be a practical magic exam arena. Hong Bi-yun's mother is the professor instructing this practical course. She says this type of attack requires technique. Relying on pure power won't work. No matter how strong the magic is, the most important thing is accuracy. If you don't hit the enemy, it's useless, right? She walks around observing the students practicing fire magic. A fire spell from a certain student is aimed from quite a distance, but it seems perfectly on target toward the dummy. Impact causes a massive explosion. Hong Jiao watches this and evaluates. When the smoke clears, she sees the dummy is still there. Not only that, but there is no sign of damage save for a bit of passing ash. A fire spell that looks spectacular, but its practical effectiveness doesn't match the grand display. Hong Jiao raises an eyebrow and blatantly criticizes. That's truly awful. She expresses her disappointment more openly than with regular students, because the one who cast that spell is her daughter, Hong Bi-yun. After missing her target with the spell, Hong Bi-yun goes to sit on the waiting bench, watching the other students cast spells. Hong Bi-yun silently blames herself. I let mother see this disgraceful display again. She must be so disappointed in me. While Bi-yun is lost in thought, a classmate approaches and calls out, Princess. A girl with twin tails stops in front of Bi-yun. She shows concern for Bi-yun, asking, Are you okay? After that, the girl naturally sits next to Bi-yun, though she still leaves a polite social distance to make them both comfortable. The girl suddenly expressed her admiration, Princess, you're truly amazing. Bi-yun, expressionless, feigned indifference and said, What's so amazing about it? The girl replied, We use the same type of magic, but yours is several times more powerful than mine. Bi-yun immediately downplayed her achievement, saying, What's the use when it didn't even hit the target? The girl offered words of encouragement, but the princess's magic itself is incredible. It was seriously so cool. Actually, I've heard stories about the princess since I was little. Bi-yun looked at the girl and recalled inwardly, This girl is also a fire mage. I think her name is Athwang. I've heard that name before. They said a genius had appeared among the fire mages, but even so, it's nothing compared to my magic. Suppressing her bitterness, Bi-yun praised Athwang. You're really good, having such a high hit rate. Afwang humbly replied, Princess, if you just practice hard, you'll definitely surpass me. Beyond stood up and said haughtily, What nonsense are you talking about? But after talking with you, my mood has definitely improved. So goodbye for now. The gaze Afwang fixed upon Beyond's retreating back seemed to carry a complex underlying meaning. Beyond sought out a private space to find some peace. Well, it wasn't exactly private, as there was someone in the room who respectfully addressed her princess. Hong Beyond's personal bodyguard, Jatidin, stood at attention and said, Please come in. I have prepared drinks and red ginseng candy for you. Beyond softened her tone and replied, Thank you. Jatidin said, Regarding the modification of the wand the princess entrusted to me last time, it's an excellent wand. It could likely be crafted into a high-tier magic sword. But there is something a bit strange. Beyond, bringing a piece of candy to her mouth, asked, Strange how? Jedidin searched for the right words. How should I put this? That wand seeks to absorb the user's mana. Beyond leaped up in surprise. What? Doesn't that make it a dark artifact? Jedidin elaborated. Not quite. It seems to constantly resonate with natural energy. Hearing this, Beyond muttered in confusion. How is that possible? It absorbs the user's mana while resonating with natural mana at the same time. How could such a bizarre wand be ranked mid-high tier? Jedidin informed her. That's exactly why it ended up in the mid-high tier. Beyond questioned, What do you mean? Jedidin replied, Originally, a wand that can amplify the user's magic power should be classified as high tier or above. But because this one only absorbs and doesn't release, it was downgraded to the mid-tier. Bai Yun was shocked at the mention of high tier, and a student actually chose that wand. Jedidin expressed, I found it quite strange as well. Bai Yan, feeling a bit dazed, said, Even knowing that the wand wasn't originally intended for students, no one would take that kind of wand even if it were free, unless they have a colossal amount of mana to balance it out. I don't understand. I'm certain that any normal person would know that. But through this unintentional test, Bai Yan came to a realization. Baek Yu-seol was undoubtedly a special individual. A few days after the official start of the semester, Yu-seol sat listening to the lecture. Offensive magic requires more delicate control than any other type of magic. Therefore, you will have to study mana trajectory. The professor for mana trajectory was Calum. Calum announced, starting today for the sake of practical combat, we will study trajectories focusing primarily on shooting and targeting. Now let's try solving this trajectory formula, shall we? At a distance of 760 meters to the north, Chol-Su is running south at a speed of 12.6 meters per second. Calculate the trajectory and the predicted distance for young He to hit Chol-Su using the water magic. The whole class fell silent. No one volunteered to speak up immediately. The students whispered among themselves, not just any element, but water. This is a problem only a water magic major could solve. Is the professor trying to make things difficult for us? Yu-Sol complained inwardly, This is so boring. The curriculum at this school is even harder than in South Korea. He then let out a yawn. Seeing Yu-Sol spacing out, the professor shot him a glaring look, which made Yu-Sol jolt in surprise. As expected, the professor called him out by name. Baek Yu-Sol, please stand up and answer this question. Yu-Sol grumbled inwardly. Damn it, me again? A moment later, Yu-Sol wrote a few lines on the board, looked over and said to the professor, I'm done. Calum's jaw dropped. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Once he regained his composure, he said, Well done. I didn't expect you to solve it so quickly. You even simplified the equation in such an incredibly straightforward manner. Calum then asked, Is your major in water magic? Yu-Sol raised both hands and replied, No, it isn't, sir. The class resumed as usual, but Aizel watched this scene lost in thought. When the class ended and all the students were leaving the room, Yu-Sol was suddenly called back by a classmate. That classmate, of course, was Aizel. Just like Hong Bi-Yum before, she started with the exact same opening line, I want to ask you a question. Yu-Sol wasn't sure what Aizel could possibly want to ask him. On Aizel's end, she was brimming with curiosity. Watching Baek Yu-Sol lately, I've confirmed one thing. Putting grades aside, his mind is incredibly sharp. He's far smarter than the typical top-scoring students, like when he solved that problem on the board just now. Aizel couldn't help but be impressed. Because the problem Yu-Sol solved was at a university level, it required the proficiency of a professor or higher. Even though Stella Academy was a gathering place for geniuses, Baek Yu-Sol's performance was so exceptionally outstanding that it made people question his true identity. At first, I thought it was absurd, but now I can be sure. He has his own strategy for selecting courses. This misunderstanding gave Yu-Sol's image a certain mystical aura in Aizel's mind, prompting her to boldly ask, What class are you planning to take next period? She thought to herself, I absolutely have to dig up this information. Yu-Sol looked a bit bewildered. Then he asked, Why are you asking about that? Are you interested in me? Aizel reacted with disgust. What are you talking about? You're making me really uncomfortable. Yu-Sol retorted, Shouldn't I be the uncomfortable one? Yusol thought to himself, why am I bickering with a kid? But he still asked, why did you ask? Aesol didn't hesitate to point it out bluntly. I've investigated the courses you're taking, and they're all classes where it's easy to get high grades. I'll get straight to the point. Where did you learn this method?
This is very important to me, Yusol complained inwardly. Geez, and here I thought you had something serious to say. He chuckled and said, what do you mean, learn from where? It's all just a coincidence. If you're done talking, I'll be going now. Watching Yusol just walk away like that, Aesol hesitated, wondering if she should be a little more thick-skinned. Then she reflected on her own situation. She had far too many limitations to be worrying about this and that. So she spoke up and called Yusol back once more. Yusol looked skeptical. What is it? Why do you keep following me? Go ask someone else. There are plenty of students with good grades here. If you've already investigated me, then just register for the same classes I take. Aesol quickly replied, like lunar theology, you just need to attend class to get an A+, so it won't affect you at all. But if I take other classes, it might negatively impact your grades. Less than greater than. Aesol had the struggles of a student who heavily relied on scholarships. Yusol saw right through this, which was why he appreciated her consideration and thought, you're the one who will be in the biggest trouble if you don't get a scholarship, aren't you? Yet at a time like this, you're still worrying about someone else's grades. Even though she complains and grumbles a lot, the heroine is truly worthy of being the heroine. Aesol innocently picked her words. So what I mean is, could you recommend a class for me? One where it's easy to get a high grade. Yusol gave her a hard-to-describe look and said, do you think that gaze is going to convince me? Aesol praised herself, saying, that's strange, people say that looking at my face helps relieve stress. Yusol was speechless. Are you for real, young lady? Aesol smiled mischievously and said, just kidding, I prepared a reward. Yusol was inwardly amazed. Kids these days sure love calculating rewards. I wonder where they learn this stuff. Aesol broached the topic. Do you know the secret about the ghost story of main building number 7 at the academy? Yusol replied hesitantly. I know about it. Aesol said, is that so? Very few people know about that. Even though it has now turned into an abandoned building, there's a barrier around it so no one can approach. Actually, over there is. Yusol suddenly made a noise, cutting Aesol off. Seeing her friend holding his head, she asked, what's wrong with you? Yusol didn't answer immediately but groaned inwardly. My head is spinning. This is extremely crucial information. Based on this information, Flame could raise the male lead's affection level. The content that Flame currently knows is what Aesol knows in the original romance novel. Aesol absolutely must hand this important information over to the male lead, not to a lowly side character like me. Because of this, Yusol instinctively avoided it and brushed the matter aside, turning his head as he said, a scary story? I'm not listening to that. It's too boring. Aesol said, it's not even a scary story. Are you afraid of ghosts? You're so grown up yet so cowardly. Yusol, determined to dodge the topic, compromised and said, all right, fine. I'll tell you for free. Aesol was confused. Didn't you just say you didn't want to tell me? Why the sudden change of mind? Yusol defended himself, saying, I'll do whatever I want. Yusol thought to himself with appreciation. It's enough that Aesol had this kind of intention. Yusol said, anyway, it has nothing to do with grades, but it will be beneficial for you. For your elective, take abyssal meditation. Aesol said, meditation? Taking meditation as an elective is a bit. Suddenly having to learn meditation. I don't really like the idea of becoming an ascetic. Yusol then explained, it's not like that. Yusol searched for the right words. My master is just like you, walking the path of wide area magic. Thanks to meditation, the power of their magic increased several times over. Aesol's eyes widened as she asked for confirmation. Just through meditation? Yusol replied firmly, yeah. Although no one knows this yet, for mages who use wide area spatial destruction magic. Meditation is incredibly important. The right approach is, even though understanding formulas and equations is crucial. In the end, our minds are what truly control the mana. Yusol spoke in a half-hearted, clumsy, flirting tone. I don't just casually tell this to anyone. I'm only telling you because I think you're pretty. Aesol complained, completely exasperated. You literally just told me I wasn't pretty. After this clumsy attempt at conversation, it actually made Aesol feel that Yusol was more approachable than she had thought, and she smiled in satisfaction. She said, thank you anyway. Even if you didn't tell me about the grades, I'll still sign up for the trial class. Aesol smiled, gave a slight nod, and walked away. The male lead watched her and thought to himself, even though I showed her what to do, thinking about how the future will change because of this makes me a bit anxious. But if I just left her alone like that, Aesol would once again face a tragic fate in this world. He kindly sent his silent blessing to the young girl. I hope meditation can help this kid. Suddenly, he remembered something he had been completely neglecting. Wait a minute, I'm actually a mage too, aren't I? Why haven't I ever thought about training? In the game, the character Beck used soul train his body and only achieved great things after awakening his mana leakage constitution. In the game, you just press a button to gain experience points. Now I have to do it myself.
There are no story events lately, and I can't hunt monsters, so I haven't gained any EXP.
He smiled to himself and muttered, I really should thank Azel. Currently pacing around his dorm room, he thought, I have to admit this dorm is incredibly spacious. All students of Stella Academy are required to live in the dormitories. Players, the dorm system was just a decorate-your-own-room feature, but for Baekyu Seol, since his hometown was burned down, this place is like his real home. The dorms are divided by hierarchy just like the classes. Although the room sizes are the same, the number of people on each floor varies depending on the class rank. Of course, Class S monopolizes the entire top floor. At first, living alone is a bit lonely, but I finally discovered its perks. All right, let's begin. He decided to try meditating. Although stat numbers are important, this is reality now. I need to adapt to my own body. The in-game Baekyu Seol utilized his mana leakage constitution to constantly circulate mana. By unleashing this power, he successfully manifested Sword Aura. Although Baekyu Seol's screen time was too little to stand out, he was still the first sword saint in this world to reach the absolute pinnacle of swordsmanship. And now I will walk the path that the original Baekyu Seol once took. My breathing dictates the circulation of mana in my body. If I gradually increase the mana flowing with each breath, one day it'll achieve incredible efficiency. Less than greater than. Players couldn't solely rely on EXP to level up skills. The more a skill is used, the faster it levels up. That being the case, physically training the skill will definitely raise its level. Time continued to pass. The night faded and dawn slowly broke. He remained intensely focused on his meditation, until he finally sensed a transformation. A faint, gentle light radiated from his entire body. This is what Baekyu Seol, who had to endure the mana leakage conditions since childhood, must have felt. Even if it's just a fraction, I can finally feel it. The system announced, Skill, Mana Leakage Constitution, has improved. Skill, Forward Blink Level 0, has leveled up. This progress made him cry out in joy. One step forward like this, I will definitely reach the true ending. The scene shifted to a place with clear skies, white clouds, and lush green grass gently swaying in the breeze. Flame silently observed the grass, the breeze. They're all created by magic, yet they feel incredibly real. Stella dormitories are a type of pocket dimension constructed within the campus. Its spatial size and structure can be adjusted at will. Because of this, the area is used for sporting events, as well as practical combat training involving dungeons, space gates, and monsters. The students gradually gathered in large numbers. Flame's eyes observed her surroundings intently. She silently counted. A total of 141 people. Class A1 and A2 have 50 students each, and Class S has 41. According to the original work, Class S should only have 39 students. Even including me, it should be 40. I didn't expect there to be one extra person. Just where on earth did Baekyu Seol come from? Less than greater than. In the original story, the first-year class had a total of 1,140 students. Adding me makes 1,141. Does that mean Baekyu Seol actually existed in the original novel? I'll just take my time investigating. I'll definitely figure it out. Because I am the only one in this world who knows the original plot. It should be almost time for class to start. As she walked, she heard someone ask, Crown Prince Jeremy, have you finished your course registration? Jeremy smiled and replied, yeah, of course. Seeing his friendly attitude, a student added, I heard you registered for flexible magic exploration, so we signed up for it too. Jeremy, looking like the perfect elegant prince, smiled warmly and said, is that so? Let's do our best together. Flame observed this exchange. She thought to herself, Crown Prince Jeremy. In the original story, he was the stalker who persistently obsessed over Azel, only to be tossed aside in the end. A wretched and miserable supporting character. He looks very approachable on the outside, but every one of his movements hides a manipulative scheme. I need to be careful and not get too close to him. As Flame was warning herself, Jeremy caught her gaze. He flashed her a radiant, charming smile in return. Flame silently admitted, he really is handsome. Now I understand why they all flock around wagging their tails to flatter him. Among the factions in this academy, Crown Prince Jeremy's is the most prominent. I need to pull myself together. Ever since I entered this world and started this new life, I've had to prepare for the future. Flame didn't realize that Jeremy had secretly taken an interest in her. He seemed to notice something strikingly different in the way she looked at him compared to everyone else. The professor arrived and shouted, Attention everyone. Before we begin the lesson, we'll conduct a simple training exercise. I need to see exactly how incompetent you all are so I can properly teach you. I will organize the training based on my mood. If anyone has a complaint, swallow it. As you know, we professors have the authority to deduct or add to a student's total score every semester. Keep in mind, if you lose too many points, you will be expelled. Now, I'll briefly explain the training exercise. We are now starting the Dungeon Practicum. It will realistically simulate the anomalies, traps, and monsters found in dungeons, presenting you with a series of trials. Defeating a Danger Level 1 monster earns you 4 points.
Defeating a danger level 2 monster earns you 8 points. Stealing an opponent's bonus wand earns you 20 points. The top 5 students with the highest scores will receive points and a small reward. Those who score 0 or are eliminated will face point deductions.
If you're afraid of being eliminated and don't want to work alone, you may form a party. But remember, party points are divided evenly. If you manage to eliminate another student, you will steal all of their points. That is all. Good luck. The pocket dimension immediately began to distort as soon as Lee Han-gut vanished. The students cried out, "What's happening?" The ground suddenly shook violently. Then giant plants sprouted from the earth, growing at breakneck speed and rapidly altering the terrain of the dimension. Flame stared in sheer bewilderment. She thought to herself, is this a live-action version of Jack and the Beanstalk? The flat grassy plain had now become a dense forest with a complex network of sprawling roots and branches. The crowd of students began to split up and choose their own paths. Some opted to go solo, while others formed groups. With her guard raised against all possibilities, Flame chose to act alone. Completely different from what the male lead knew from the original story. Flame was now using a staff instead of a wand. She told herself, all right, I guess I should head out too. Just as she was about to leave, someone called out to her. Jackie asked, are you doing this practicum alone? Flame quickly calculated in her head. Combat parties have a lot of benefits, but if I want a high score, it's better to go solo. She replied to Jackie, sorry, I want to act on my own this time. Jackie said in a sickeningly sweet tone, that's true. Parties have to split everything evenly, so it can't be helped, right? Hearing this, Flame suspiciously thought, was she just being sarcastic with me, or am I imagining things? In the end, Flame smartly chose not to snap back, politely replying, let's party up next time. Flame watched Jackie's retreating back for a moment and pondered. Was it an illusion? It felt like she was mocking me. Maybe she's just going through puberty or something. An hour later, in an isolated corner, Flame used water magic to clear a path for herself. She complained, I'm exhausted. When is this damn practicum going to end? Suddenly, she sensed something abnormal was about to happen. Immediately after, a massive vine lunged aggressively toward her. She quickly used her staff to conjure a defensive barrier, blocking the vine's attack. The vine only maintained its ferocious assault for a brief moment before shrinking and retreating. Flame gasped, it's not just monsters, but environmental attacks too. As expected of Stella, a real dungeon practicum is incredibly difficult. I have 18 points. It's not bad, but just 1 bonus point wand would be enough to beat me. I need to move faster. After taking a few steps, she sensed something and stopped in her tracks. In the distance, there was a faint silhouette, but the glaring sunlight made it difficult for her to see clearly. As she quietly approached, the figure became clearer. Flame was secretly astonished. It's not a monster. It's a human. He's just a student, yet he doesn't make a single sound. It's fine. I've also used one with nature to conceal my footsteps. By fully utilizing the original Flame's special skills, bind, destroy, defend, and heal, I can easily launch an ambush. Just like that, she tiptoed step by step toward her fellow student. When she got close enough, she clearly saw that the student was none other than Baekhyu's soul. She thought to herself, is he wandering around alone too? Come to think of it, many people wanted to team up with Baekhyu's soul, but he rejected them all. I really can't figure out what goes through his mind. Oh Flame, you were invited too and still went alone, so what's there not to understand? Flame immediately noticed the item in the male lead's hand, secretly surprised. A score baton? He got one this fast. Knowing this, it would be a lie to say Flame didn't admire his achievement. A bold idea suddenly flashed in her mind. This is a perfect opportunity to test him. Flame raised her staff, preparing to cast a spell. She calculated internally, the distance between Baekhyu's soul and me is about 15 meters. At this range, there's no way he can defend himself. A magic circle appeared beneath Flame's feet, and magical light swirled around her staff, showing she was about to unleash a highly destructive attack. In a flash, she fired the light bullet. And the light bullet lived up to its name. It was a compressed spell with immense piercing power. The male lead seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, instantly sensing the sneak attack. He immediately used Blink to escape. Flame was completely bewildered as her target suddenly vanished into thin air. She stared at where she had aimed the light bullet, now left with only scorch marks. But the surroundings were empty, as if she had just attacked thin air. Flame's hand gripping her magic staff began to tremble. Her eyes widened, muttering in a daze, how is this possible? He dodged a level 2 magic spell from such a close range. Meanwhile, the male lead continuously used Blink to retreat behind Flame. Seeing who had just attacked him, the male lead complained internally, is she trying to kill me? Firing a light bullet out of nowhere. Thank goodness my mana leakage constitution leveled up, or that would have been a disaster. Through the system panel, we know the male lead's Blink has reached level 1, increasing its distance to 12 meters and allowing it to be used twice in a row, ignoring the cooldown. Looking at this panel, the male lead thought to himself, now I can use Blink twice. If I just use the terrain, I could fight her.
but if I can avoid it, it's best to just walk away. He used blink twice in succession to get far away from Flame's position. The male lead pondered, "Phew, I ran quite a distance, so I should be fine now. My goal is just the top 5. There's no need to overexert myself." The reward for the top 5 is the etheric root, which boosts stamina and strength once absorbed. Less than greater than. Besides, the top 4 are all main characters anyway. I just need to grab 3 score battens and that'll be enough. The male lead had just avoided one trouble, only for another to immediately come knocking. A group of people blocked the male lead's path.
Led by an arrogant young man who clearly had a grudge against the male lead, he initiated a provocative greeting. Well, if it isn't Baekyu Seul from Class S. The male lead seemed to recognize this fellow student. Well, if it isn't Baekyu Seul from Class S, this guy is. The young man leading the group blocking the male lead's way was Raiden, someone who had been quite infamous in school lately. He was a lackey of Jeremy, part of Adler's faction. In short, a trifling side character not worth paying attention to. However, the male lead noticed something. In Raiden's hands, there were actually 3 score battens. The male lead thought to himself, these lackeys have gathered quite a few. At that moment, a student standing next to Raiden said to him, "This is that dropout who pulled strings to get into Class S."
Raiden didn't know the exact details, making him sound completely ignorant and self-righteous. Getting into Class S just because he answered 3 weird questions correctly. Stella really has gone to the dogs. The male lead internally complained. Aren't you guys tired of repeating the same lines? Talk about a lack of creativity. Relying on his numbers and thinking he had the upper hand, Raiden ordered, Baekyu Seul, hand over those score battens. The male lead flatly replied, I don't want to. Raiden raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you trying to defy us? Don't tell me, you want to fight us? Planning to use that fantastic mid-high tier wand of yours. You can't even use magic. Holding a wand won't do shit for you. The male lead calmly thought, what should I do? Level 1 blink probably isn't enough to defeat a guy from a prestigious background like Raiden. Level 3 blink, maybe.
The only things that can create variables are the score batons in my hand and the fact that this place is a dungeon. Thinking this, the male lead initially offered his score batons to Raiden's group to distract them. The moment Raiden let his guard down in smug satisfaction. The male lead suddenly executed his first blink. Raiden's eyes widened in shock. With lightning-fast speed like that, even adults couldn't react in time, let alone a mere student like Raiden. The male lead swung the score baton at Raiden, but the latter had already set up a defensive barrier. The defensive barrier showed signs of cracking. It wasn't necessarily because the male lead was immensely strong, but rather the acceleration of the attack generated greater force than usual. Raiden was furious at this point. Damn it, you filthy commoner. Raiden reflexively swept his hand forward to push the male lead away. His blood boiling, he roared, You mongrel, I absolutely won't let you off. But once he focused his gaze, there was no one in front of him. The male lead didn't just leave. Instead, he playfully went, whoops, drawing the attention of Raiden and his gang. Standing right behind Raiden, the male lead mockingly wiped fake sweat from his brow and cheekily said, That was a close one. Thanks for the score battens, by the way. Raiden yelled at him, Give me back my score battens, you bastard. The male lead teasingly retorted, In your dreams. The male lead once again revealed information only someone with a god's eye view of the game would know. The specs of the score battens aren't actually bad. This was something players stumbled upon by chance. In reality, the score baton is a bugged item. To prevent it from being destroyed by the student's magic, its durability was set insanely high. Its power can even rival standard magical weapons. For other mages, it's faster to just use magic. But for someone who can only rely on physical attacks like Baekyu Seul, as long as it's a weapon with strong attack power, it's 100% viable. Raiden also knew full well that no one who snatches a score baton is just going to hand it back to the victim. Raiden shouted to his lackeys, What are you all doing? Attack him already. But at that moment, the surrounding vegetation began to stir, leaving Raiden's group no time to focus on fighting just one person. Raiden cursed inwardly. Damn it, why is the dungeon acting up now of all times? He ordered his group members, Everyone stay calm and prepare to cast your spells. Absolutely do not let that commoner escape. However, the male lead only stuck around to tease them a bit. He wasn't foolish enough to stand still and get ganged up on. So by the time Raiden's group turned back around, the male lead was already weaving through the tentacle like tree trunks, leaving this chaotic scene far behind. The members of Raiden's group finally made their presence known, using their wands to cast offensive spells at the male lead. Sensing this, the male lead paused for a split second, not because he froze, but to calculate his next move. Raiden's group watched helplessly as the male lead vanished from their sight, cursing in sheer frustration. Damn it, blink again. Where the hell did that bastard run off to? He's too fast, we can't catch him. The male lead smugly thought, with my years of PvP experience, using the terrain to play them is a piece of cake. Raiden stubbornly gritted his teeth. Damn it, I just need to land one solid hit.
Meanwhile, his companions tried to advise him to focus on the dungeon's current situation instead. Raiden directed the others, "Calm down. He's still around here. Wait for the terrain to stabilize, and the moment he shows up, we'll attack him together. If the spell fails, we'll suffer a backlash, so be careful." Once again, the male lead suddenly reappeared right in front of Raiden in the blink of an eye. He swiftly swung the score baton at Raiden, shattering the spell Raiden was currently forming. Raiden fell backward from the momentum, and because it was a collective spell, if even a single person was interrupted while casting, the entire group would suffer from magical backlash. And so, Raiden's group went out for wool and came home shorn. They suffered massive losses with no one to compensate them, taking the brunt of the damage entirely on their own. Just as Raiden was about to curse him out to vent his anger, the male lead interrupted. "I'll be taking these." He raised 3 score batons in his hand, obviously stolen right out of Raiden's grasp. The male lead grinned mischievously, teasing, "When I get a girlfriend later, I'll give these to her as a gift." The male lead thought to himself, stealing the last one would be too much of a hassle, so he just smiled and waved goodbye to Raiden's group. "It's been fun playing with you guys. I'm taking off now." The male lead vanished, leaving Raiden trembling with absolute rage. Unable to do anything else, he could only let out a furious scream to vent. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner nearby, someone had silently witnessed the entire spectacle. The male lead chuckled smugly. "I've hit the jackpot. If we fought on level ground, I definitely would have lost, but since this is a dungeon, things are completely different. Is this the advantage of being a few years older than these kids?" The male lead stopped, scratched his cheek, and grew secretly confused. Was it an illusion? I felt a presence just now. As he turned his head, a massive fire spell had already descended right before his eyes. The male lead gritted his teeth, loudly cursing whoever had launched this large-scale sneak attack spell. The fierce fire spell blasted the exact spot where the male lead was standing, unleashing a deafening explosion. Yusul has blink. As long as he hasn't lost consciousness or isn't on cooldown, he can dodge it, but that was a really close call. Yusul looked back at the terrain destroyed by fire magic and breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. That was almost a disaster. But this magic seems somewhat familiar to Yusul. She approached with a harsh expression and asked Yusul, "Hey, you commoner. Why didn't you just steal the rest of their point batons?" It wasn't very surprising. A female student with outstanding fire magic who had a reason to compete with Yusul right now could only be Hongbi Yan. Yusul was surprised and thought to himself, "Why is she here?" Maintaining a neutral attitude, he spoke to Hongbi Yan. "I think you misunderstood. It's not that I didn't want to steal them, but I couldn't. Besides, whether I steal their point batons or not, what does it have to do with you?" Hongbi Yan let the silence take over the awkward atmosphere. She just stared at Yusul without saying a word. Yusul then figured out the reason for her presence here. Yusul pointed at Hongbi Yan and accused, "Were you planning to wait for me to steal them, and then snatch them from me? I even tutored you. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Hongbi Yan replied with a statement that sounded completely unrelated, reasoning, "I am a royal. Now that you understand what I mean, let's fight. It is beneath the dignity of royalty to steal from commoners. I will defeat you first, and then take the point batons." Yusul criticized, "Dignity my foot. Is bullying the weak that fun?" Hearing Yusul refer to himself as the weak was not convincing at all to Hongbi Yan. She immediately revealed, "I saw you toying with them. When you fought them, you didn't even use magic at all." Going back to a short while ago when Bai Yan was still wandering alone, tangled in her thoughts about her grades. "I need to act fast. I don't want to get scolded by mother. I have to get some points quickly." Walking for a bit, Bai Yan accidentally overheard a rather intense conversation. She saw and heard Raiden's group hunting down Baek Yu-seol. Her mind gradually grasped the situation. She saw a figure dashing quickly past Raiden's group, and she knew this was a conflict between Baek Yu-seol and Raiden's group. Bai Yan debated internally, should I attack them? No, even for me I can't take on 6 people at once. I might as well wait for the battle to end and steal their point batons when they are exhausted. While she was still contemplating how to handle this perfectly, she saw that the person involved had already found a way to resolve the situation. She observed and was quite surprised inwardly. Does he not use any magic other than blink? Even if they can't compare to me, that group consists of elites from magic families. Yet, Baek Yu-seol's strength is great enough to toy with them. Hongbi Yan's inferiority complex overcame her logical analysis of the situation, making her bitterly think. Just because he can toy with a group doesn't mean he's strong enough to fight them all at once. Bi-Yan was still just a student. Feeling that Yu-seol was outstanding, her competitive nature was simply triggered to prove herself. She told herself, I must give it my all to burn into a crisp. She cast several fire spells simultaneously. Yu-seol jumped up to dodge the flames sweeping across the ground, facing the scorching fire flying towards him. Yu-seol just needed to time his blink perfectly at the right place. Yu-seol thought to himself, as expected of Hongbi Yan, that was really dangerous just now. Good thing I trained my intuition. But I've already used blink twice. What should I do facing her now? Bi-Yan showed a displeased expression and said, "Are you still not going to take out your wand?" Yu-Sol was helpless and asked back, "What are you talking about? Didn't you already take my wand? Did you forget that I asked you to modify it?" Bi-Yan wondered, "Didn't you have a wand when you enrolled?" Hearing Bi-Yan's question, Yu-Sol suddenly remembered. "Ah, right, so that's it. On the entrance ceremony day, I put the wand away right after receiving it. A wand is useless to me, so I completely forgot about it." Hong Bai-Young muttered, "Could it be that you don't have?" Seeing Yu-Sol act oblivious, yet still achieving good results, filled Hong Bai-Yan with hard-to-suppress anger. She told herself, "I seriously want to fight him. This commoner always messes around with me." Bai-Yan said coldly, "If it was other idiots, I'd let it go. But you'd better fight me seriously." Seeing Bai-Yan looking so dead serious, Yu-Sol sweated internally. "No, I'm very serious every time. It's just that I can't use magic." If Hong Bai-Yan heard this thought, she'd probably die of anger. The fire burning behind Bi-Yan was very intense, perhaps partially manifesting the flames of anger in her heart. She used her actions to demand that Yu-Sol display his true strength. Because of that, she warned him, "You will really die." Hong Bi-Yan vowed internally, "I will definitely crush you today." She controlled the flames to attack Yu-Sol from almost every direction at once. On Yu-Sol's side, it seemed his cooldown wasn't over yet, so he was forced to dodge physically. At times when the fire got too close, Yu-Sol had to rely entirely on his reflexes to keep his body intact. But Bi-Yan's subsequent attacks were stronger than the previous ones, giving Yu-Sol no chance to breathe. Yu-Sol complained inwardly, "Damn it, even if I use blink to dodge, the attack range is too wide. What should I do?" While at a dead end, Yu-Sol heard a strange sound. Looking over, he saw a plant sprouting up from the ground. This sudden change in the environment provided Yu-Sol with a solution. He blinked to the newly altered terrain, which helped him escape the fire's bombardment for a moment. Hiding behind the large tree trunks, he could breathe and think about his next move. "Even though I got lucky this time, it's still a bit tricky. Even if I can get close to Hong Bi-Yan, her entire body is engulfed in flames. He'll get injured just by getting close. I've experienced PvP with fire mages countless times. I understand this best. Hong Bi-Yan is much more formidable than people think. If we were fighting on flat ground, I would have been taken down in just 1 minute. No, basically, I would be annihilated before I even had a chance to fight her." Spotting Yu-Sol, Bi-Yan immediately directed her fire to attack from multiple directions. Gripping the 3-point batons tightly in his hands, Yu-Sol's eyes became much more serious than when he was fooling around with Raiden's group, just as Bi-Yan wanted. He thought to himself, "It's not certain who will be defeated here." He pushed himself to jump forward, launching himself right into the opponent's home ground. Then he used his intuition to sense the mana, clearly see the path and movement of the flames. Having grasped their flight paths, Yu-Sol simply needed to use the point baton to intercept the flames. Witnessing her flames being effortlessly batted away by Yu-Sol, Hong Bai-Yan exclaimed in disbelief, "How is that possible? He deflected my magic with a point baton. Is something like that even possible?" Hong Bai-Yan's horizons were broadened. Yu-Sol thought to himself, "The longer I fight, the more I feel it. This is not a game controlled by a keyboard and mouse. The feeling of using this actual body to fight a mage. It's so realistic, it feels like my fingers can grasp the flow of mana. My body's sensations are as clear as my sight and hearing." Hong Bai-Yan had many questions. How is this possible? This place is full of trees. It should be advantageous for a fire mage like me. In that case, I must use stronger magic to blow him away. Yu-Sol was still constantly moving his hands to deflect the sparks. Yu-Sol understood, "I can't just keep defending forever. I need to find a way to smash her magic shield with a point baton." Pinpointing Hong Bi-Yan's position amidst the flames, Yu-Sol sprinted straight towards her, and while she was busy casting a spell. With just one blink, Yu-Sol arrived right next to Hong Bi-Yan. Just like the others before her, Bi-Yan couldn't react to such an instantaneous movement. Hong Bi-Yan's physical stats weren't superhuman, but her magic was. Yu-Sol knew with one glance, this is a quick detonation magic with a 2-meter radius used by fire mages in close combat. But I've encountered this trick countless times. Sometimes readers had to wonder about Baek Yu-Sol's physical training regimen before transmigrating, to be able to execute reflexes calculated in his head like this. Looking at Hong Bi-Yan's shocked expression, one could tell how unbelievably fast this reflex was. Yu-Sol retreated and then immediately advanced again. He swung the point baton hard towards Hong Bi-Yan. Yu-Sol's continuous smashing to break the magic shield made it impossible for Bi-Yan to focus on casting her spell. Finally, the magic shield was shattered by Yu-Sol. Hong Bi-Yan fell to the ground due to the impact. Yu-Sol lowered his body, kneeling on one knee to show respect to Bi-Yan, and said clearly, "I won." Hong Bi-Yan was clearly unwilling to accept it, but her complete defeat was a fact she couldn't deny. Regaining her composure a bit, she asked with mixed feelings, "Who exactly are you?" Yu-Sol stood up and said, Who else could I be, just an ordinary student? More importantly than that,
Soul cast a glance back and said, "Stop hiding. Come out already." Flame stepped out from behind a nearby tree. Discovered, Flame wasn't flustered or embarrassed. She slowly approached the male lead and Hong Bi Yan. Confused, Flame asked, "I've already hidden my presence. How did you know I was here?" The male lead replied awkwardly, "Well, that was probably thanks to my intuition." He added inwardly, "To be exact, the intuition stemming from my mana leakage constitution." "Intuition, you say?" Flame pondered thoughtfully. She continued to ask, "How did you manage to shatter the shield using a simple scoring stick? Was that also thanks to your intuition?" The male lead mentally got a headache. This flaw was a setting that didn't exist in the original novel at all, but he couldn't tell the truth. Explaining somewhat unnaturally, he said, "This thing is just really hard." With sharp logic, Flynn countered, "No matter how sturdy the training equipment is, what made you so sure it could break a magic shield? If that's the case, what value do the normal knights of this world even have left?" These words left the male lead speechless, as he understood she wasn't wrong. There was nothing to refute. Seizing the moment, Flame said, "I've always found it strange from the very beginning. Baek Seol, who in the world are you?" This question coming from Flame carried much more weight than from anyone else. Standing to the side, Hong Bai Yan was eager to see how the male lead would answer. Cornered by Flame's deduction, the male lead inwardly calculated how to dodge the issue. Did it end up like this already? It hasn't even been a month and she's already so quick. Should I just reveal my true identity? No, Flame doesn't have a good impression of me. Doing that would be very dangerous. Out of words, he chose to pacify her, saying, "You might find me highly suspicious, but I won't harm you." Flame asked seriously, "What do you mean by that?" Scratching his cheek, he said, "Like I told you before, I actually want to help you." This made Flame even more confused. They weren't related by blood, nor were they close, and she didn't seem to be in a difficult situation needing help. The male lead suddenly saying such vague things about wanting to help her sounded extremely uncomfortable, giving her no basis to feel reassured. Seeing Flame confused by his harmless words, the male lead turned around to find an excuse to slip away. "I'd like to talk more, but time is up, so I'll be taking my leave." While Flame remained silent for the moment, Bi-Yan was clearly annoyed by his mysterious act. He thought to himself, all right, time to make a cool exit, when suddenly, someone threw a few scoring sticks at him. Even Bi-Yan herself was surprised by her spontaneous action of throwing them. The male lead rubbed his head, turned around, and complained, "Hey, if you have a problem, just say it straight to my face." Han Bi-Yan then said, "I thought you catch them. You can dodge magic and traps, but you couldn't catch a scoring stick." Hearing this, he felt frustrated. It can't be helped, the intuition from the mana leakage constitution has its limits. He grumbled, "Ouch, that really hurts." Intuition relied on Baek Sol's mental power to determine its duration. His mental power was drained, so his head was splitting now. He asked, "Why did you throw these at me?" Han Bi-Yan replied straightforwardly, "I lost, so naturally I have to give them to you." Glancing at the scoring sticks thrown to him, he thought, because of her pride. "But if I take them all, my rank will be overly inflated. Plus, I don't really need any other rewards." To resolve the situation, he picked up one of the scoring sticks Hong Bi-Yan had thrown, then feigned a smile, saying, "Never mind, I'll just take one. You can have the rest. I'm really leaving now." The male lead mentally praised himself, a man showing kindness to a loser. "I think I look so cool right now." Who knows, maybe the two girls looking at this action shared the same thought. Is that guy an idiot? Because he's a commoner, is his brain just as stupid? Hong Bi-Yan pondered, becoming more and more curious about Baek Sol's true identity. Meanwhile, at the observation room, the professors were observing the students' performances on the projection screen. A professor smiled with satisfaction, praising, "The Class S students are all very outstanding this time." Magic Elder Council member Elder Tillet stroked his chin and said, "It wasn't in vain for me to come watch." Magic Council member Lamarinean clicked their tongue, adding, "It is indeed very interesting, though in my youth I was far more exceptional than them." Li Han-gut thought to himself, from the Magic Elder Council to the Blue Magic Tower Council. This is just a practical exercise for freshmen to think so many big shots came to watch. It made sense if they were scouting for talent. Most of the other professors were probably keeping an eye on this practical exam too. Then the professors excitedly focused on a clash between two prominent Class S individuals showing on the screen. Hegwith had run into Ma Du-sung. Hegwith attacked first. Looking at the magic blast hurtling toward him, Ma Du-sung didn't seem rushed at all. He vanished from where he stood in an instant. Using some kind of magic that made moving in mid-air no different from walking on flat ground, Ma Du-sung effortlessly dodged Hegwa's spell. The big shots watching couldn't help but be impressed, continuously casting Tier 3. Leap! He's only 17 and can already do that? Li Han-gut thought, normally an average mage has to be over 20 to reach Tier 3, but Ma Du-sung can already freely use Tier 3 magic at 17? A cloaked figure muttered, "It's truly unbelievable." Even the professors had to exclaim, "Look, both of them are using 3 elemental attributes." Lee Han-gut understood his students better than the others, so he wasn't overly surprised. Ordinary mages can only use 1 elemental attribute. They have to train endlessly to be able to use 2 other elements. That's right, possessing 3 or more attributes is pure talent. They were born with that talent within them. But suddenly, the sound of a creature interrupted the struggle between the 2 students. They saw a giant bird appear out of nowhere. The bird let out a loud shriek. Just as the 2 boys thought it was going to attack them, it actually collapsed, falling headfirst to the ground. A girl's voice asked politely, "Oh, were you guys fighting?" Azel was standing on top of the collapsed bird's body. She said a bit sheepishly, "I interrupted you guys, sorry about that." Lee Han-gut was shocked. He didn't expect Azel to be the one to surprise him even more than those 2 boys. A hidden boss was a hidden quest that only appeared for students with extremely high capabilities. Not only was it hard to find, but defeating it was also incredibly difficult. To think Azel managed to slay the boss all by herself. The important figures muttered with mixed feelings. She's the eldest daughter of the traitor Mort. What a pity. If it weren't for her father, she would have definitely been able to display even more outstanding capabilities. Suddenly, another confrontation between 2 different students caught Tellet's unique eye. This is the princess of the Adalivit royal family. Who is her opponent? I'm seeing him for the first time. No, wait, this magic is. Could it be Blink? Judging from Tellet's reaction, it seemed the Blink skill Baek Yu's soul possessed was a much more special spell than the male lead knew. For hundreds of years, countless scholars had wanted to perfectly control the Blink spell. But all had failed, either losing their lives or becoming crippled. Eventually, they had to give up, concluding that it was fundamentally a spell that couldn't be controlled. Yet this student was using Blink as easily as eating pie. Who on earth is this boy? Lee Han-gut spoke up, introducing him. This student's name is Baek Yu Seal. His specialty is Blink, a very unique student. The important figures were in an uproar upon hearing this. A specialty in Blink is completely different from the overwhelming talent of Ma Du-sung, Higwath, or Azel. Mr. Tellet asked Lee Han-gut in confusion, but why isn't he using other spells and instead just acting like he's playing around? If he used magic, the battle would have ended long ago. I really don't understand it. Suddenly, another prominent figure appeared and offered their assessment. No, he's fighting very seriously. The people in the observation room referred to this newcomer as Edmund Epwin. Despite looking as young as his students, Edmund commanded enough prestige that those present wouldn't dare question his words. He continued, "He has been fighting very seriously from the start. Can't you guys see that?" Edmund seemed incredibly interested in the male lead. The way this child fights reminds me of the chivalric spirit from ancient times. The chivalric spirit was a distant concept to those in the room. Tellet asked with great surprise, the chivalric spirit that disappeared along with the swordsman and ancient magic. A student this young. Lee Han-gut mused inwardly, I see, so it's the chivalric spirit. The chivalric spirit meant still wielding a sword in this world of magic, just like the heroes of old who fought evil to protect the world. They always conquered the most grueling trials using nothing but a single sword. Tellet was secretly astonished. He obviously possesses magic but uses a sword to fight, which is impossible in reality. Yet this student is swinging a scoring stick like a weapon. Furthermore, if this is Edmund Epwin's judgment, there's hardly any room for doubt. Principal of Stella Academy hailed as the world's premier magic academy, a Tier 9 mage, one of the only 10 great sages on the continent, Edmund Epwin. If even a great sage thought so. The first dungeon practical exercise had ended. At the specialized training area for Class S, Higwath was diligently practicing wind magic alone. After practicing for a while, Higwath looked at his wand and groaned inwardly. Damn it, my mana is almost depleted. It's still not enough, I'm still far off. Out of the 141 participants in this dungeon exercise, 39 had been eliminated. Azel, who had slain the giant bird monster, took first place, while he took second. Ma Du-sung ranked 6th, but he didn't feel like he had won against him at all. This was exactly Higwath's lingering concern. If Azel hadn't shown up, what would have been the outcome of their duel? He had a feeling he had no chance of winning in a fight against Ma Du-sung. This ambiguous feeling made Higwath extremely frustrated. It had been like this from the very first time they met. Ma Du-sung always looked so relaxed, almost apathetic to everything. But no matter what he did, he produced results that surpassed even the experts. During this practical training, I placed magic circles everywhere to calculate his every move perfectly. But Ma Du-sung completely neutralized all my attacks with ridiculous ease. Does this mean no matter how hard I try, I can never defeat him? Is the wall of talent really this thick and high? No, I don't have time to wallow in self-pity. I need to push myself even harder. Just then, Hong Bi-yun also arrives at the training grounds. She spots Higwath pushing himself to the limit, practicing his magic. Bi-yun is secretly surprised. Higwath. He's usually so calm and composed. He looks like he's going all out today.
though I suppose I'm in no position to judge him. Bi-yan also begins practicing her specialty, fire magic. Hearing the loud commotion from the fire magic being cast, Haigwith glances over. He sees his classmate practicing her skills just as seriously as he is.
The more Bi-yan thinks about it, the more bitter she gets. I can't believe I only placed third because I lost points to Baek Yu-sol. Even though Mother was somewhat satisfied, I'll definitely be punished if I don't regain my standing. He's just a commoner, yet he dares to be so arrogant. It's so infuriating. In this regard, both of them are in the exact same boat, facing fierce rivals they absolutely refuse to lose to. Haigwith wonders to himself, could something have happened to the princess as well? Maybe it's just my imagination, but the precision of the princess's magic has improved since last time. Princess Han Bi-yan's fire magic is incredibly destructive, but she lacks delicate control over it. There's no way she could have improved so drastically in such a short time. Is it just a coincidence? As for Han Bi-yan, she thinks to herself, as much as I hate to admit it, Baek Yu-sol's special lesson actually worked.
By racking my brain and thinking more flexibly, the refinement of my magic has drastically improved. He's just a commoner dead last in the rankings with an utterly unremarkable personality. Yet Baek Yu-sol was the only one who could help me overcome my weaknesses, but it still pisses me off. At that moment, Han Bi-yan's bodyguard calls out to her princess. What is it? Bi-yan asks. Jedidin stands at attention, holding a rectangular box and reports. The Twiven you ordered me to have modified last time is finished. Shall I deliver it to student Baek Yu-sol right now? Bi-yan replies, yes, hand it to him directly. Just as Jedidin is about to turn around and deliver the item, a hand grabs her shoulder.
Jedidin asks, Your Highness, what's wrong?
For some reason, Han Bi-yan's face is slightly flushed. A little while later at the second subsidiary tower, instead of Jedidin, Han Bi-yan decides to deliver the item to our protagonist herself. She gazes up at the second subsidiary tower thinking, I heard Baek Yu-sol was here, so that's why I came. But the second subsidiary tower is for the professor's research labs. Is he here to see a professor? Suddenly, Han Bi-yan snaps out of it. She paces back and forth, silently conflicted. But why did I even come here? I could have just given it to him at the training grounds. No, that would make it look like I'm trailing after that commoner like a lost puppy. Forget it. I should just head back. But before she can retreat, someone greets her, Your Highness. The one greeting Bi-yan is Professor Hammery.
Bi-yan politely says, Miss Hammery, it's been a while.
Professor. Hammery says nostalgically, It feels like just yesterday I was teaching you magic at the Royal Palace, and in the blink of an eye you've grown up so much. But what brings you here? Bi-yan replies, I just had a little errand to run, but it's nothing important. I can just head back now. Hammery immediately says, That's probably for the best. It's a bit chaotic in there right now, so you should come back later. Right now, all the magic officials have swarmed here because of that student, Baek Yu-sol, so things are quite noisy. Han Bi-yan doesn't expect to hear that blasted name, Baek Yu-sol. Curious, she asks, what did that commoner do? Hammery replies, Since you sparred with him, princess, you must know that the student doesn't use magic at all, right?
Bi-yan lowers her head slightly, feeling disheartened. She did watch that sparring match. I made a total fool of myself in front of the teacher I respect the most. Hammery astutely notices Bi-yan's mood drop. She gently encourages her. You don't need to blame yourself. He was giving it his all too. Bi-yan quickly says, but he didn't even use magic. Hearing this, Professor Hammery chuckles softly and says, No, that's just a difference in his convictions and yours. Hammery tells Hong Bi-yan, the principal reviewed the practical exam and wondered if that child was trying to revive the long-lost spirit of chivalry. Hearing this, Hong Bi-yan is utterly baffled. Baek Yu-sol, the spirit of chivalry. How is that even possible? But then she reflects on it a little. During his match with me, Baek Yu-sol used his scoring wand exactly like a sword. So that's why he wanted to modify a wand into a sword.
Hong Bi-yan purses her lips, unsure of what to make of this. She shifts her attention to another question for Hammery. But won't he be penalized for not using magic at a magic academy? He'll definitely lose points in every practical class, not to mention all the other drawbacks. Hammery nods. That's right. That student knows this full well, yet he still chose this path. Isn't it wonderful? He has completely mastered Blink, yet he continues pushing himself to grow. I can only say that his convictions are genuine. The characters' minds are running wild with theories, but in truth, our protagonist has no such noble or profound thoughts. He is simply following the path he knows from the plot that best suits Baek Yu-sol's constitution.
Subjectivity aside, from an objective standpoint, this holds a very different meaning for those accustomed to conforming to the mold, typified here by Hong Bi-yan. She falls into deep thought. If someone said they wanted to walk the path of a knight, everyone would laugh at them. Knights are relics of a bygone era. But Baek Yu-sol, is he not joking? Is he truly pursuing the spirit of chivalry? Suddenly, Bi-yan feels a pang of shame, and here I was constantly getting angry, scolding him to stop fooling around.
Our protagonist, with an ethelic root hanging from his mouth, spots Hong Bai-yan and asks, "What are you doing here?" Seeing that the protagonist has returned, Hong Bai-yan takes a second to regain her composure. She stammers slightly, "I didn't come here looking for you, okay?" Our protagonist, puzzled, replies, "I didn't even say anything, did I?"
Having just built up a little goodwill towards him, Bai-yan is instantly annoyed again by his completely tactless remark. Feeling it's pointless to bicker with this blockhead, Bai-yan shoves the item at him and says, "Forget it, just take this." Our protagonist eagerly says, "Is this the Twyvon? Thank you." Upon opening the box, our protagonist secretly suppresses his amazement. Is this the invisible sword? As expected of Adelivet, the craftsmanship is incredible. Thank goodness the princess initiated this trade, because with the money in my pocket, I definitely couldn't afford this. Clutching the sword box, he asks, "Can I keep this box?" He's thinking to himself, "I could definitely fetch a high price if I sell this." Hong Bai-yan, unbothered, replies, "Suit yourself." Overjoyed, our protagonist blurts out, "I'm going to make some money." Hong Bai-yan scoffs inwardly, such a commoner. After pondering for a moment, Hong Bai-yan finally decides to speak up. She calls out Baek Yu-sol's name, and out of curiosity asks, "Do you really not use any other magic?" Our protagonist stares blankly, his eyes wide at Hong Bai-yan's curious question. Being stared at so intensely makes Hong Bai-yan flush with embarrassment. So she turns her back and says, "No, it's nothing. Forget it," in leaving. Our protagonist has no idea what Hong Bai-yan wants, nor does he care to find out. Bai-yan's words make him ponder inwardly. Other magic? Huh? Come to think of it, Professor Lee Han-gut said something similar just a while ago. Saying confusing things like he understands my feelings and respects my beliefs and all that. You have chosen an arduous path. Well, our protagonist doesn't bother diving into the details of these misunderstandings. He only cares that their intentions are good. As long as I have this magic sword, I can rest easy about the upcoming plot. I might as well take this chance to test it out. Later that afternoon, our protagonist heads to Class S's training grounds, holding the modified Twyvon in his hand. I just need to channel mana into the sword, right? Much like a lightsaber, a blade made of materialized magic emerges. He looks at it, his eyes sparkling like stars, utterly delighted. He exclaims, "I didn't expect it to be this awesome." Then he thinks to himself, Flame would definitely be even more formidable wielding this. The true heroine, Flame, is a very special existence. Even though she is human, she can wield the magic of spirits, dwarves, and angels. This magic wand absorbs the user's mana, so not just anyone can casually use it. Flame recovers her mana through natural aura, allowing her to use this wand as a finishing blow. But what about me? I don't have any mana anyway. Although I continuously absorb mana because of my mana leakage constitution, I can't store it and can only release it. In other words, the density of mana in my breath will transform into Twyvon's attack. He operates the system. Let's open the status window and take a look. Baek Yu-sol. Strength. 1 star, 77%. Senses. 2 stars, 29%. Agility. 1 star, 87%. Stamina. 1 star, 55%. Endurance. 0 stars, 97%. Mental fortitude. 1 star, 43%. Magic power. None. Remaining EXP. None. Skills. Traits. Mana leakage constitution level 2. Less mana leakage constitution level 2. Enhances strength by 5%. Enhances agility by 8%. Enhances senses by 15%. Intuition. Consumes mental fortitude upon activation, allowing the user to vaguely sense mana phenomena within an 18-meter radius. Hypercognition. Activated. Only triggers automatically when the user is in danger. Blood mana circulation rate, 1%. He nods to himself. After eating the ethelic root, the reward for placing 5th in this practical exam, my strength has increased a bit. Now that I have a weapon, I can grind for even more EXP. I need to practice how to use a sword, too. I'm going to be really busy from now on. During a class one day, a professor announces to the students, "Today begins your practical training, and we will be using real magic. Everyone spread out and raise your wands." The one speaking is the defense magic professor, Barayan. Barayan sweeps his gaze over the students as they cast their defensive spells. He nods to himself. There truly are many excellent students this semester. The decision to divide classes by tier was incredibly wise. Then, he notices an outlier. He looks toward our protagonist. While all the other classmates are practicing their spellcasting, this boy is just standing there doing nothing. Barayan secretly doubts him. Is this kid really a Class S student? A Class S student, yet born a commoner, able to resonate with a mid-tier wand. And not only that, but he placed 5th in the recent dungeon training. Even though our protagonist is an eyesore to him, as a professor, Barayan must maintain an amiable demeanor with his students. He asks, "Student you see all, why aren't you practicing at all?" Unsure of how to phrase it so it wouldn't sound grating, our protagonist replies awkwardly,
Odds because I'm currently learning a different defensive method, so there's no need for me to learn basic magic. Hearing this, Barayan feels even more repulsed. He gives a fake smile and says, "Oh, really? Your own personal defensive spell? I'm quite curious." He criticizes him inwardly. What an arrogant brat. If it were the princess learning inherited magic from Adalivit, it would be one thing, but what does a mere commoner know to dare look down on fundamental classes? I've heard this Beck Useol doesn't know any magic other than blink, if that's the case. Barayan makes a perfectly reasonable request. Then why don't you demonstrate for the other students with that magnificent defensive skill of yours? Let everyone here broaden their horizons a bit.
Your opponent will be. At this point, he suddenly paused for a few seconds, turning his head to look back. Having already calculated this in his mind, Barayan said, "Your opponent will be Mosu from Class B. What do you think?" This student named Mosu seemed to have been waiting for this exact opportunity to show off. Barayan thought to himself, as a professor of defense magic, personal connections are extremely important. Mosu Doran belongs to the Cavan Empire, so it wouldn't hurt to get on his good side. And what could be better than him showcasing his magic perfectly in front of a Class S student? As for the male lead, he was fully confident and agreed without hesitation. Hearing the male lead's agreement, Barayan immediately said, "Then both of you step up to the arena." While Mosu openly displayed his arrogance, the male lead appeared perfectly calm and completely unfazed. In terms of mindset, he had already won. Jeremy's lackeys cheered, "Mosu, knock him to the ground, humiliate him in front of everyone." Mosu confidently replied to his underlings below, "Of course, just watch." The male lead inwardly sighed with exasperation. What the? Now that I look closely, those are Adler and Raiden's cronies. Such nasty little brats. But fine, this is a mandatory class anyway, though I can't use magic, so there's not really much for me to do. Come to think of it, Professor Barayan's bad reputation has been widespread since the first year. Looking at the situation, a smirk suddenly appeared on the male lead's lips. He told himself, I should take this opportunity to test out the results of my training. Barayan announced, this duel will be conducted in an attack and defend format. No other magic may be used. He gave the signal, Mosu attacks first. Taking his cue, Mosu immediately got into a casting stance. Adler and Raiden talked among themselves. If it's an attack, Mosu will definitely win, right? Aside from defense, he's already mastered Earth attribute attack magic. You could say it's quite difficult to block his strikes. Jeremy stood to the side, eagerly anticipating what the outcome of this little test would be. Arayan called out, ready. The duel begins. The moment the professor finished speaking, Mosu immediately cast his Earth attack magic, but the other students looked on with worry for the male lead, exclaiming, that's Tier 2 magic. In basic magic practice, the unspoken rule is to only use Tier 1 magic. Will Usul be okay? The male lead didn't seem threatened in the slightest. He calmly stood his ground, intently observing his opponent's every move. You arrogant brat from Class S, taste my power. Thinking this, Mosu loudly chanted the spell's name and unleashed it toward the male lead. It was time for the male lead to make his move as well. Magical Blade was activated. He delivered a slash that looked as light as a feather, yet it was powerful enough to instantly vaporize the boulder Mosu had conjured with just that single strike. Mosu was completely dumbfounded, his mouth twitching. No, that's impossible. My magic vanished? The students began murmuring. It looks like he can use his sword to cut through his opponent's magic, but is it even possible to make magic disappear like that? As a professor, Barayan could silently confirm it. No, simply cutting magic with a sword wouldn't make it instantly disappear. However, Baekhyu's soul completely neutralized Mosu's magic. In all magic, there are always traces of mana, and if that mana is severed, the magic simply vanishes. And a mere first-year student like Baekhyu's soul was actually able to successfully execute this technique. The male lead looked at his magic sword, smiling in deep satisfaction. It works even better than I thought. Even though it can only dispel magic up to Tier 3 for now, staying late at the training grounds for a few days has already yielded such great results. This is absolutely brilliant. At this level, it's definitely worth testing. The male lead took a stance. To Mosu, this was a silent challenge, goading him to launch another attack. Because of this, Mosu's face turned completely red with rage. Damn it, how dare a lowly commoner block my magic? Barayan was inwardly calculating. This is a difficult situation. If Mosu loses, I'll be in massive trouble. So he spoke up, pretending to give a lecture. Baekhyu's soul, I acknowledge that your defensive method is functional, but since it can only block magical attacks one by one, it still has its limits. For instance, what would happen if you were attacked by a massive swarm? These words were clearly a thinly veiled hint to Mosu. Catching the professor's hidden meaning, Mosu instantly regained his arrogance. The male lead thought in annoyance, this old man is such a meddling pain in the neck. In just the blink of an eye, the male lead saw that Mosu had already finished casting his Earth attack spell, but this time with a visibly larger multitude of projectiles exactly as Barayan had suggested. He was just waiting to unleash them all straight at the male lead's face. The students watching were mostly expressing concern. Isn't this going a bit too far? He could seriously get hurt.
Why isn't the professor stopping this? Mosu smiled triumphantly, thinking, this is the end for you. He yelled out the spell's name, enveloping meteor. Faced with this situation, how would the male lead use his sword? Unlike the first time where there was only a single projectile, multiple objects flying at him all at once made the situation quite a bit more complex.
The male lead silently calculated. There are a total of 11 boulders flying toward me. I can't use blink, and I can't just slice them all apart. The only thing I can do is, I'll just have to block them all. In the end, the male lead didn't overcomplicate things. Simple and brutal, he merely spun his sword in front of him to smash every last construct created by that magic. Mosu never expected the male lead to nullify this attack just as effortlessly as before. Mosu's confidence was quietly eroding away. With a dazed mind, he thought, he actually blocked my most powerful magic with such ease. There was someone else sweating bullets on Mosu's behalf. Barayan cursed internally. Damn it, what the hell is this Mosu doing? If you lose, I'm going to be in deep trouble. Meanwhile, the male lead, feeling like he was out on a stroll, muttered to himself, I tried mimicking what I saw in other games, but the results aren't half bad. This is the technique known as sword sweeping. However, maintaining the Triffin sword form consumes several times more energy. The drawback is that my stamina drains rapidly after using it. Maintaining Triffin's form requires a significant amount of mental energy, which subsequently causes my physical stamina to plummet rapidly after use. Furthermore, the defense is weaker compared to blocking a single target. If this were a real battle, it would be extremely difficult to apply. Thankfully, this is just a practice duel. Because it was merely a spar, whether it was practical in real combat didn't matter. The male lead was more than happy to claim the glory right here and now. Most of the students weren't thinking deeply about its real-world combat viability either. As long as it secured a victory on the training grounds, that was all they cared about, as evident by their gossip. Wow, this is my first time seeing that move. It's almost like a protective shield, right? Does defensive magic actually have a spell like this? Looks like that Mosu guy might actually lose. Hearing these murmurs, Mosu furiously gritted his teeth. He's just a lowly commoner, yet he dares to humiliate me this much. The students noticed that Mosu was blinded by rage and was about to attack Baek-Yu-sul regardless of the consequences. As a professor, Barayan should have stepped in to stop him, but fueled by his own selfish desires, he merely thought, that's right, keep attacking him. Mosu roared, Baek-Yu-sul, brace yourself. I absolutely won't let you off this time. But suddenly, a calm male voice proactively interjected, calling out, Professor. However, the one who spoke up wasn't the male lead. It was actually Jeremy, someone who appeared completely uninvolved. He wore a bright, smiling face. He then addressed the professor. Why don't you give Baek-Yu-sul the right to attack? With a powerful figure like Jeremy speaking up, it sparked the discontent of the other students who began condemning Barayan. This isn't a basic first-year practice duel anymore. Someone could get seriously hurt. Hasn't this spar already ended? He really has no right to be a teacher. Barayan realized his foolishness. He inwardly cursed. I was so focused on the duel that I completely forgot to pay attention to the students' reactions. Under the immense pressure of the students, reluctantly, Barayan had to announce that the turn to attack would be given to Baek-Yu-sul. The duel ended in a flash. The moment Mosu formed his shield, the male lead shattered it in an instant, bringing the tip of his blade right to Mosu's throat. Barayan had no choice but to announce, Baek-Yu-sul is the winner. Most of the classmates found the outcome completely satisfying and were thoroughly convinced by the male lead's performance. Wow, Baek-Yu-sul actually won in the end. I had no idea he was this incredible. Jeremy curled his lips into a mysterious smirk, his mind swirling with unknown calculations after witnessing this duel. The scene shifted to a lavishly decorated room. The sounds of brutal beatings echoed here, followed by a person begging for mercy. A girl witnessed this disturbing scene, yet she was powerless to intervene. The one being viciously beaten was none other than Mosu, and the torturer was no one else but the friendly crown prince, Jeremy. Having beaten him until his hands ached, Jeremy grabbed a towel to wipe the blood off his hands while approaching the girl. Jidan. This friend of mine is heavily injured. Could you take care of him for me? If anything bad happens to him, I'll be very sad. Jidan didn't dare show any attitude, mechanically replying, yes, I understand. Jeremy softened his voice, I'm counting on you. She watched the back of the crown prince of Cavan as he nonchalantly walked away as if nothing had happened. She thought with a bitter whisper of sarcasm, not a loyal subject but a friend. In the Cavan Empire, magical power dictates royal authority. Crown Prince Jeremy Cavan defeated all of his siblings at the mere age of 12 to claim the position of crown prince. Failing to be his loyal subject means the Doran family will be ruthlessly kicked out of the political sphere. Not only Mosu, but anyone targeted by Prince Jeremy. The school life of that commoner Baek-Yu-sul is definitely going to be hit by massive storms from now on. At a certain laboratory classroom, the students here were gossiping wildly about the male lead's incident. Hey, did you hear? That Baek-Yu-sul from Class S was spouting nonsense about the Night Spirit. Talking about knights in a magic academy?
He just wants to draw everyone's attention, right? But he actually defeated Mosu from the Doran family. Ah, really? The Doran family is extremely influential in the Kavan Empire. Hearing everyone gossiping about the male lead gave Flame a headache. She felt inwardly annoyed. Everywhere I go, I hear people talking about Baekyu Seal. Even though I don't want to stand out, why does it bother me so much? Just who the heck is that guy? The professor and her assistant entered the classroom and announced, "All right, everyone, pay attention." The alchemy professor, Mazen Tyron, introduced the subject. Alchemy requires precise measurements, exact timing, and perfect temperature to be successful. Today, we will be brewing the Tyron's stamina recovery potion that I developed. Everyone, please focus. As Flame followed the professor's instructions, she secretly complained, "This is so incredibly tedious. Just one wrong step and everything is ruined."
Alchemy is so annoying and complicated. I just want to stay as far away from it as possible. Mazen suddenly shouted, scolding someone. "Altarisha, that's too dangerous. What on earth are you doing? You call yourself an alchemist doing something like that?" Altarisha bowed her head, meekly saying, "Yes, I'm so sorry." Flame casually pondered, "If I remember correctly, Professor Mazen will later become a notorious dark mage. To prepare for that, I have no choice but to study hard in this class. I believe I can do it." Suddenly, someone made a strange sound that caught Flame's attention. Looking over, she saw that the male lead was deeply engrossed in this alchemy class. Flame formed yet another bad impression of this Baekyu soul. At first, I thought he only took this class because of Azel. Turns out he's just a total weirdo? What did I just witness? She secretly sighed in her heart. Forget it. I'll just go get my ingredients. Her efforts finally yielded results. Flame wiped her forehead, breathing a sigh of relief. It's finally done. Luckily, my success rate is quite high, so I was able to make it right away. Come to think of it, where is Azel? Flame looked around, searching for Azel's figure, only to see her blue-haired classmate still clumsily struggling with the practical experiment. Flame felt relieved seeing that although Azel was slower than her, the process was going smoothly, so there was nothing to worry about. Then Flame suddenly realized something was wrong. In the original story, Azel accidentally obtained Mela's magic engineering notebook, so she was supposed to create a premium alternative that was even better than the Tyron recovery potion in this class, wasn't she? But why is she diligently making the Tyron potion right now? Suddenly, she heard Mazen ask suspiciously, "Baekyu Seal, who gave you permission to arbitrarily change the ingredients?" The male lead replied to the professor, "Wouldn't this be more effective?" Mazen raised an eyebrow and snapped, "Is that the issue here? The final result is completely different from the Tyron potion I instructed you to make." Hearing this, Flame secretly deduced. Could it be that the highest grade recovery potion originally meant to be created by Azel is now being made by Baekyu Seal? The more Flame thought about it, the more confused and bizarre she found it. Why is the person creating the upgraded version of the Tyron potion Baekyu Seal and not Azel? Mazen sighed at the self-proclaimed genius of these arrogant students. She rubbed her forehead and complained, "I really can't communicate with you. Your attitude is absolutely abysmal. A commoner like you could never amount to anything." Anxious, Flame mentally corrected it. That line was supposed to be, "No wonder your family was destroyed." Those words were meant to hurt Azel, who had just lost her family, and would torment her until the very end of the story. Could it be that Baekyu Seal knew this beforehand, so he purposely made Professor Mazen target him to protect Azel? Professor Mazen has immense influence at Stella Academy. Being hated by her would affect his grades in other subjects. Flame muttered, "What the hell is this guy doing? To think it'd go this far for Azel." This misunderstanding inadvertently earned the male lead some brownie points with Flame. The male lead's indifferent attitude infuriated Mazen, who shouted, "What is with that attitude of yours? Call your parents here immediately." The male lead suddenly thought to himself, "I completely forgot about this. I was so focused on alchemy that I forgot about this troublesome plot point." The male lead replied timidly, "I don't have parents." Hearing this, Mazen was left speechless, unsure of how to scold him further, as going too far would cause the other students to judge her, which she didn't want. Meanwhile, the male lead simply shrugged it off, thinking, "The professor hates me anyway, nothing I can do about it." Despite being reprimanded by the professor, the male lead's mind drifted to more trivial matters that he found far more important. "Ah, that's right. Tomorrow I'll try making kimchi and cola magic potions." A few weeks later, the male lead was called out by Mazen again in alchemy class. Mazen said strictly, "How many times have I told you? Do not use ingredients I haven't taught you to brew potions." The male lead casually replied, "But if I just tweak your combination method a little, I can create something much better." Objectively speaking, Mazen was completely justified in being angry with the male lead. However, he acted like an omniscient know-it-all, lacking humility, even though the potion's success was clearly due to his omniscient gamer knowledge, not something he originally invented. The male lead activated his glasses function. An information panel appeared that only he could see. Mazen Tyron. Dark magic corruption level, 21% inferiority, envy. Dark magic contractor,
Alchemy Professor. Chapter 8. Boss. Dark transformation process confirmed. Looking at the professor trembling with rage before him, the male lead paid no mind to her as a person, but thought to himself, good, everything is proceeding according to my plan. Chapter 8 features a boss corrupted by darkness, Maison Tyron. She is one of the late-stage villains who succumbed to her own dark emotions and underwent dark transformation. Once the corruption level exceeds 90%, she will completely turn into a dark mage. Below 50%, magic cannot detect the dark transformation. Currently, Professor Maison's progression is at 21%. I can neither prove she's a dark mage nor report her. I just need to keep provoking her. Once it exceeds 50%, the anti-darkness squad will immediately mobilize. If it were just ordinary dark magic corruption, there would still be a way to save her before she fully transforms. But Maison is a dark magic contractor, having willingly signed a pact with a dark mage. The seed of the dark mage has already sprouted within her body, rendering her completely beyond salvation. Right now, the Chapter 4 storyline hasn't even begun. Professor Maison is a very formidable boss, so I must prepare in advance. Otherwise, she will turn the other students into dark mages and threaten Stella. Maison crossed her arms and said coldly, "Your attitude hasn't changed one bit, has it? Don't even dream of getting a high grade in alchemy class." The male lead couldn't say he completely didn't care about being targeted by the professor, but he chose to look on the bright side. Even better, let her focus on me. Should I use the assignment time to work out my muscles? However, the male lead's calculations were no match for the professor's. Maison divided all the students in the class into multiple groups. Standing in front of his group, Yu-Sol clutched his head in helplessness. Two unfamiliar boys looked at each other, seemingly both silently lamenting their terrible luck for being grouped with Baek Yu-Seol, who was publicly targeted by the professor. Azel remained silent, offering no opinion. Looking at the awkward atmosphere, Yu-Seol thought embarrassedly, "Oh my, the atmosphere is so gloomy. It's suffocating just looking at it. Why so tense, guys?" The male lead had no choice but to break the ice. "Hello, I'm Baek Yu-Seol." Since the male lead had spoken up, the others couldn't just ignore him, so they introduced themselves one by one. The light-haired boy said, "I'm Kasahan." The dark-haired boy said, "My name is Malagoan." And finally, the only girl in the group said, "I'm Azel Mord." Malagoan couldn't hold back, covering his gloomy face as he voiced his despair. "Our group is totally doomed. Professor Maison always gives terrible grades to the students she hates. Taking the exam is pointless." The male lead felt a pang of guilt. "You guys are all implicated because of me. I'm sorry." Azel, displaying her unyielding spirit against pessimistic circumstances, spoke up. "Are you guys just going to give up? Anyway, during the practical exam, Alchemy City will dispatch at least 3 alchemists to inspect us. Professor Maison won't be able to ruin our grades." Hearing this, the two boys looked at each other somewhat relieved and said, Then let's do our best." "That's great. There's something I want to create." The male lead smiled, silently thanking Azel for tactfully lifting the group's spirits. Azel continued taking the lead. The topic this time is the D-rank Vitality Potion. Applying what we've learned is very easy to brew, but we must choose the ingredients carefully. So who will go find the main ingredient, the fire lizard's tail? Without a moment's hesitation, the male lead raised his hand and volunteered. "I'll do it. Leave this to me." Azel cautiously reminded him, "You know that monster corpses are the most important thing in alchemy, right? You have to choose fresh ones." The male lead replied, "Of course." Azel glanced at the male lead, thinking to herself, seeing him so confident, I guess he can be trusted. The male lead playfully told himself, "Fire lizard's tail," delivering it straight from the source. That same evening in the professor's office, Maison called his student over. Maison held up a piece of paper pinched between 2 fingers and told the student, "Distribute this paper to all the first-year Class C students taking the alchemy course, but exclude Group 12. The student didn't object much, obeying and replying, "Yes, I understand." The alchemy practical exam will be conducted in front of the professional alchemists from Alchemy City, Baek Yu-Seol. If you embarrass yourself in front of them, your path to becoming an alchemist will be completely over. I will show you the consequences of a student daring to defy their professor. The scene shifted to the Class S training ground one morning. Flame was standing in the training ground, and before she could even begin her training, she heard someone calling her. A classmate came up, handed her a piece of paper, and said, "This is a notice for alchemy class. The teacher told me to give this to you." Flame politely replied, "Thanks." The classmate added, "And one more thing, you absolutely must not tell the other students. I'm sure you know what I mean." Annoyed, Flame thought to herself, "Other students? You mean I shouldn't let Baek Yu-Seol's Group 12 know, right?" The paper stated that the practical exam topic was changed from D-rank Enhancement Potion to Tyrant Supplement Potion, urging students to take note. Flame thought coldly to herself, does she really think I'll listen to her? Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. If Baek Yu-Seol knows the original plot, he surely must have prepared for this in advance, right? Instead of preparing Fire Lizard's tails for the D-rank Enhancement Potion, Helm me to prepare Adelich Spider carapaces for the Tyrant Supplement Potion. Flame crumpled the paper in her hand, silently confident in her deduction. This is the perfect opportunity to test that guy out. One day, to prepare the main ingredient for the practical, the male lead went to the Durali Grand Arena via the teleportation gate. He quickly arrived, and right as he stepped out, he clutched his head. Grimacing, he blurted out, "The teleportation gate is convenient and all, but I feel so dizzy right after stepping out. Oh, my head." An unfamiliar female voice spoke up. "Welcome, Mage Beck, you soul. Welcome to the Durali Arena." The male lead then said, "I'm not an official mage yet, just a student." The girl informed him, "Students of Stella Academy are fully qualified to receive the same treatment as official mages."
As soon as the girl mentioned Stella Academy, the people around started staring and paying attention to the male lead. They murmured, "Hey, look over there, it's a student from Stella." "Really? It's my first time seeing Stella's uniform. I'm so jealous. Plus, he's so handsome." The female staff member continued, "How is it? If you need any assistance, just let me know." The male lead replied, "Oh, thank you very much." As he walked, he thought to himself, with just an outing pass and a Stella pocket watch, you're treated like an official mage anywhere you go. Truly worthy of Stella's name. Moreover, I get to use a teleportation gate worth 100,000 credits completely for free. Thanks to the teleportation gate, I use it every week to observe the surrounding cities. I've confirmed that most of them are exactly like in the game. The male lead sought out lush green bushes, looking around and muttering to himself, it should be around here.
Today's target is a level 2 fire lizard. Even though its stamina and attack power are only slightly stronger than normal animals, it knows how to use defensive magic and is very agile. It takes level 2 magic to catch it. I tried catching level 1 monsters for experiments before, and it was a piece of cake. Level 2 shouldn't be a problem either. In the bushes near where the male lead was standing, there was a rustling sound of leaves as something swiftly darted past. The male lead drew his magic sword, getting ready. He concentrated, listening to the movements around him. Hidden in the bushes out of his sight, a reptilian eye was observing the male lead, waiting for the perfect moment to strike its prey.
When it felt the time was right, it lunged forward to ambush the male lead from behind. The male lead's intuition warned him of the direction of the incoming danger. Instinctively spinning around, the male lead delivered a fatal strike to the lizard that dared to attack him. The male lead quietly watched the creature struggle for its last few breaths, before it completely died and collapsed at his feet. He said, "One down," clearly implying he wasn't going to stop at just one lizard. And rightfully so, because he was now being stalked by a whole pack of lizards preparing to attack. But they probably didn't realize they weren't the hunters, but the prey. The male lead didn't forget Azel's words, to find the freshest lizard tails possible. Now that he had so many options laid out before him, he certainly didn't mind. Let's start gathering ingredients. I can practice my swordsmanship along the way. And the quality of the lizard tails the male lead brought back made Isel's eyes widen in amazement. She exclaimed in awe, "It's so fresh." The male lead lifted his chin proudly and said, "Of course." Isel subtly praised him. "Good thing you have an eye for picking ingredients." The male lead smiled and said, "Glad you noticed." Isel said excitedly, "All right, now all that's left is to perfectly brew the potion. Let's do our best." The three boys were also infected by Isel's cheerful spirit. Mason enters the classroom with 3 experts from the Alchemy City and addresses the students. "Is everyone here?" Today's exam will take place in front of the alchemists from the Alchemy City, as mentioned last time. Doing well in this exam will be extremely beneficial for your future as an alchemist. All right, shall we begin? Today's exam topic is the Tyrant Supplement Type E. The male lead's group freezes, while Mason's voice continues evenly. "You've all prepared your ingredients, right?" Azel raises her hand to object. "Professor, wait. We thought the topic for this exam was the Enhancement Potion D." Mason smiles faintly and says brazenly, "That's true, but I already announced the change in the topic. The topic was changed to the Tyrant Supplement, right, everyone?" "All right, students." The entire class remains silent in response, making it easy for Azel to realize the professor is intentionally making things difficult for their group. The male lead inwardly criticizes her. "Seriously, she's an adult but so incredibly petty. It's fine for me, but it'd be a disaster if the others fail." Was this part of the original romance novel's plot? The male lead notices Flame looking back at him and then quickly turning away, leaving him bewildered. Flame is secretly flustered. What's going on here? Doesn't Beck Yusil know the original plot perfectly? Then why did he let this situation happen? While Flame is confused, wondering where her deduction went wrong, Mason continues targeting the male lead's group. "Azel, did you perhaps bring the wrong ingredients?" Azel stammers, not knowing how to handle the situation. Mason takes the opportunity to ramble on, justifying her excuse. An alchemist pursuing the truth, losing their way and grabbing the wrong ingredients. Then there's nothing we can do. It seems Group 12 is disqualified. The male lead interrupts Mason. "Wait,
As long as we can brew the Tyrant potion, it's fine, right? The male lead calmly assures her, I will make it. Using different ingredients from yours, Professor, to brew a potion with effects far superior to your formula. Just like always, the male lead intentionally adds this to bait Maisen's anger. The petty Maisen naturally takes the bait. She thinks to herself, the core ingredient of the Tyrant potion is the shell of an Atlex spider. The Atlex spider's shell contains abundant nutrients, serving as the base to brew the vitality supplement known as the Tyrant potion. And yet, you're going to use a fire lizard's tail to brew a vitality supplement. Maisen doesn't consider why the male lead is so confident, simply assuming he's just an arrogant brat full of himself. She thinks maliciously, I'll use this chance to completely strip you of any opportunity to become an alchemist. So Maisen agrees, saying, very well, I'll give you 1 hour. Complete the Tyrant potion within this time frame. Afterwards, a boy in the group complains, are you crazy? You soul, there's absolutely no way we can do this. Having grounds for his confidence, the male lead says highly optimistically, well, since it's come to this, we just have to bite the bullet and do it. Just trust me and follow my instructions. The other three look at each other. Then they decide to gather their spirits, saying it's still better than being disqualified from the exam anyway. That's right, let's give it a try. I want to try it out too. Let's show the professor what we're made of. The male lead needs exactly this kind of team spirit, so he says, all right, let me explain things to you first. The male lead's inner monologue follows. Alchemy. When playing the game, alchemy was one of the features I was most interested in. I even memorized all the trivial formulas. Obviously, the formula for the Tyrant supplement type B was no exception. Playing a rather cunning game of giving her a taste of her own medicine, the male lead thinks, this is a formula invented by Professor Maisen in the future. I wasn't originally planning to use it, but since she forced my hand first, she can't blame me. He speaks loudly to his group. The Atlex spider's shell contains rich nutrients in preparation for laying eggs. The tail of the fire salamander has a similar organ, which is this blood vessel. The Araka tribe in the southern desert uses this blood vessel to nourish their chief. I heard it can extend lifespan, so it's highly feasible to use it as a substitute for the Atlex spider's shell. Hearing this, Malagoan suggests, that. I know the processing method of the Araka tribe. Can you leave it to me? The male lead replies, yeah, sure. The male lead continues, this northern mistletoe must be dried using the desert mana release method. Does anyone know how to do it? Kasahan volunteers. Do you mean the low-power drying method? I learned it while traveling around with my father. With these blood vessels, it'll only take 5 minutes to dry. The male lead says, then the processing of this part. Without waiting for him to finish, Azel proactively volunteers, let me handle this. The members of Group 12 each take on a task, focusing intently on executing the procedures as perfectly as possible. This unified solidarity makes the male lead smile, thinking to himself, I didn't expect everyone to be so talented. Afterwards, he says, now let's start brewing according to the ratio I mentioned. An hour later, Maisen arrives at Group 12's table and is momentarily dumbfounded. She never expected that Group 12 would actually be able to produce a finished product for her to inspect and grade. The male lead, acting as the group representative, says, Professor, this is the Tyrant supplement type B. We invite all the professors to examine it. Experts from the Alchemy City are all impressed, asking, incredible. Did you students really make this? Maisen wants to deny this, thinking to herself, what kind of joke is this? The Tyrant supplement type B is something I struggled for years to invent. How could mere students alter the formula so easily? An expert from the Alchemy City steps forward, saying, let me test it out. She uses an inspection spell and is immediately astonished by the result. Another expert asks, what is it? And she reveals, the formula is still imperfect, using too many ingredients, but the efficacy of this potion surpasses even Professor Maisen's. The experts highly evaluate it and praise excellent work. These youngsters possess some unique insights. Maisen refuses to believe it. She snatches the potion from the Alchemy City expert's hand and exclaims agitatedly, give me the potion. I must inspect it myself. But the result that Maisen herself tests is exactly the same as the Alchemy City experts. Maisen cannot deny the physical evidence right in her hands. It's flawless. This potion uses the technique of converting monster nutrients into vitality for humans. No matter how you look at it, this is a perfect Tyrant supplement type B. How is this possible? How could these brats brew a potion better than mine right on the spot? Maisen secretly consoles her fragile ego. Even if they made it, what's the point? In the one who gives the grades. I just need to use the excuse that they didn't bring the ingredients to disqualify them. Maisen sets the potion down and says, inspection complete. It seems for Group 12. Not waiting for Maisen to give a score, the leading woman inspecting the potion interrupts, an A+ is absolutely not enough. Professor Maisen, wouldn't you agree? Maisen curses inwardly. Damn it, these old geezers. Under public pressure, Maisen is forced to grit her teeth against her will. She announces, Group 12 passes. The male lead's group smiles brightly at each other. We did it. Seeing the male lead admired and appreciated by his group members, Maisen's inherent jealousy continues to build up even more. She glares furiously, gritting her teeth, and mutters in a low voice, "Back you soul, just you wait." Maisen Tyron's dark transformation progress has increased by 5%.
Leaving the alchemy classroom, we now shift to the training grounds. Flame stretches her arms to relieve the fatigue and sighs it's finally over. Going to school at this age, my whole body aches. Suddenly, a voice catches her ear. "It's okay, Athwang. You did great. You did much better than the princess." Flame recognizes the girl being comforted by two other classmates. That kid is the fire magic genius. Athwang chokes up slightly. "But you guys saw the princess's terrifying growth rate too, right? I practiced for so many years, yet the princess has already. It won't be long before the princess surpasses my fire control abilities." Hearing this, Flame can't help but be surprised, thinking, Hong Baiyon's control abilities shouldn't have developed until her second year. Why is it so fast? Could this be Baek Yu's soul's doing as well? You can't blame Flame for immediately thinking of Baek Yu's soul, since every single deviation from the plot she knows is linked to him. Flame harbors her suspicions. Come to think of it, something was a bit strange during the alchemy practical. The Tyron supplement Type B was supposed to be a formula discovered by the future Azel. Professor Maisen stole the formula and claimed it as her own invention. The formula wasn't in the original work, so how did Baek Yu's soul know it? He seemed completely unaware of this minor plot point. Wait, he knows future knowledge but doesn't know the original storyline. Could it be? He's not a transmigrator, but a regressor. If that's the case, it makes perfect sense. Baek Yu's soul is someone from the future. He has knowledge of the future but doesn't know everything about Azel in detail. Actually, in the original work, Ma Du-sung once had a chance to regress. The 11th Divine Moon is the only entity in this world with the power to control time. If he really possesses it, then he's undeniably a formidable character. While she is lost in her endless stream of thoughts, a male voice asks Flame, "Is something wrong?" The person asking her is Haigwith. Flame runs over and asks, "It's so good to see you. Do you know Baek Yu Seol? What do you think of him?" Haigwith, somewhat bewildered, replies, "I don't know what you mean. I just think he's a rather unique student." Flame continues to ask, "Is there anything else? Don't you feel anything else is different?" Haigwith answers honestly, "No." Flame, disappointed, places her hand on her forehead and groans, "I knew it." Haigwith, feeling curious, asks, "Flame, are you perhaps interested in Baek Yu Seol?" Flame answers innocently, I suppose so." This answer makes Haidwa's heart skip a beat. Paying no mind to Haidwa's awkward expression, Flame worries to herself. Baek Yu's soul is also someone who knows the original plot well, just like me. Out of nowhere, Flame says, "But still, it really won't do." Haigwa asks in confusion, "What won't do?" Flame replies nonchalantly, "Keeping everything bottled up inside really doesn't suit my personality. Now that it's come to this, I simply have to confess my feelings to Baek Yu's soul." Haigwa feels like the sky is falling when he hears these words from Flame. Flame acts immediately on her words. She waves goodbye to her friend and says, "Thanks for listening to me ramble. I'm taking off now." Haigwa says not a word, offering a faint smile as he waves back. When Flame completely disappears from sight, only Haidwith is left with his own sorrowful feelings for her. He just stands there in a daze for a while, thinking about Flame's words, unaware that he completely misunderstood his crush's intentions and now doesn't know what to do. The next day, the male lead is sitting in the cafeteria with a cup of coffee, listening to the lively chatter of the female students nearby. He isolates himself from the surrounding atmosphere and sighs inwardly. What should I do now? Currently, Maisen Tyron's dark transformation progress is at 37%. That means something will happen within the next 3 months. Maisen's dark transformation process will randomly affect one student. Right now, 3 candidates have been identified. Flame's friend, Jackie. Athwang from Hong Bai-yeon's faction. And the heir to the Full Moon Tower, Haigwith. Haigwith getting involved is the absolute worst-case scenario. Although extremely rare in the game, Haigwith's dark transformation inevitably leads to a tragic ending, so I must be especially careful. Out of these 3, the one with the highest probability is, as expected. The male lead's thoughts were interrupted. Stepping out of the cafeteria, he saw Flame standing before him with her arms crossed. Flame bluntly asked once again, "Who are you?" The male lead reflexively played dumb. "What nonsense are you suddenly spouting?" Flame firmly reminded him, "You still haven't answered me about your true identity from last time." The male lead thought in frustration, "This question again? This girl is making things so difficult for me." Glancing up slightly, the male lead had this thought more than once. What if I just tell Flame everything? Once she has the information, it might increase the chances of reaching the true ending. I have nothing to lose anyway, maybe I should just tell her straight. But the moment the male lead opened his mouth to speak a single word, system flashed red with a frantic, "Warning, narrative probability is insufficient. You cannot reveal to the other party that you are a transmigrator.
You cannot disclose your knowledge to the other party. The male lead thought in annoyance. This is driving me crazy. Does it really have to be this way? Rubbing his aching head, he said to Flame, then let's do this. Everyone has secrets they don't want to tell, so let's just reveal half. How does that sound? Flame found this idea fair and agreed. The male lead sighed in relief that Flame was reasonable. Flame asked first, then let me ask you. You know about the future, right?
The male lead complained inwardly. I told you we're only revealing half, so get straight to the point. He awkwardly gave an ambiguous reply. You asking me this? It seems you're in the same boat. So what is your purpose for enrolling here? Flame replied, to stop the world from reaching the brink of destruction. This world is very dangerous. The male lead secretly rejoiced, a blessing in disguise, even though I don't know if that's the truth or not. Flame said, all right, my turn to ask again. Why are you acting the way you do? The male lead panicked inwardly. I don't really get what she means, but I'll just give a vague answer. The male lead answered Flame, it's just that. I feel it's the best thing to do. The male lead hoped inwardly. That should be enough, right? Flame agitatedly yelled, don't lie to me. The male lead's innocuous answer caused Flame's imagination to run wild. Trembling slightly and suppressing her emotions, she said, how can anyone be so kind-hearted? You definitely have some ulterior motive. The male lead reflexively said, no, I don't. I really don't. If you're asking what I want, honestly, I don't even know myself. I just want to survive. This last sentence was a genuine, heartfelt truth from the male lead, without any evasion or changing the subject. And this was precisely the answer Flame could naturally accept without objection. Flame softened her voice. I see. I'm sorry. I was being rude. The male lead thought to himself, so this actually worked? It was unclear what had moved Flame, but with slightly teary eyes, she turned away and said, I'll be taking my leave then. The male lead bewilderingly reached out his hand dramatically. Wasn't it my turn to ask? Why is she crying? Just as Flame left, a male voice, speaking at a moderate volume but clearly betraying suppressed anger, called out, Baek Sil. Hegwith, exuding a dark and gloomy aura, scowled deeply as he approached the male lead. Hegwith interrogated him, answer me, why did Flame run away crying? If you dare lie, I absolutely won't forgive you. The male lead thought, feeling intimidated, whoa, getting glared at by the strongest character's rival is giving me the chills. Now that I think about it, there was a setting where Hegwith has an unrequited crush on Flame. If I let him misunderstand things here, it'll be troublesome. I need to clear this up. The male lead tried to stay calm and said, there's nothing going on between Flame and me. You seem to have misunderstood. Hegwith glared and said coldly, do you think he'd believe you? Caught in the middle of this romantic drama, the male lead felt incredibly awkward. He forced a smile and said, it's absolutely not what you're thinking. Don't worry. He prayed inwardly, saying this should be fine, right? Hegwith wasn't an unreasonable person either. He remained silent for a moment. Then, bowing his head slightly, he said earnestly, I asked something I shouldn't have. I apologize. The male lead waved his hands. No, it's totally fine. I'll get going then. With that, Hegwith turned and walked away as well. The male lead thought to himself that this was completely out of character. For Hegwith, someone always so cold and rational, to act this unstable. I'm starting to feel a bit uneasy. That evening in the girls' dormitory. Azel sighed inwardly. Sigh, I can't seem to focus at all today. She recalled her time in the alchemy class. Driven by curiosity, she had asked, Baek Sil, I want to ask you something. The male lead replied, what is it? Azel asked, that brewing method just now. Did you come up with it on the spot? The male lead gave an ambiguous answer. You could say that. This kind of response caused the questioner's imagination to run wild, planting supposedly verified information into her head without realizing the logical fallacy she was committing. Azel told herself, I used to think I was a genius. I thought if I just kept at it, I could eventually defeat that woman. I used to truly believe that. But now, seeing a classmate her own age present results that surpassed even the professors, an overwhelming sense of inferiority engulfed Azel. Then what exactly am I this time around? Being like this, there's no way I can ever avenge my father. Those filthy, despicable Adalovits, the ones who framed my father as a traitor and drove him to his death, to take revenge on them. She slapped her cheeks, forcing herself to regain her composure. She muttered to herself, I can't just sit here waiting to die. I need to work even harder. In another part of the girls' dormitory, Flame lay in bed, trying to sleep but failing, disturbed by the clattering noises of her roommates going about their routines. She secretly regretted it. I only chose a 4-person room because I liked a lively atmosphere. If I had known it would be like this, I would have stuck with a single room reserved for Class S. Unable to sleep, Flame thought back to her morning conversation with Baek Sil. At that time, he said he didn't know what his purpose was. That's it. That is absolute proof that he has regressed. At the end of the original novel, the 11th Lunar Grace told Ma Du-sung, you can turn back time. You will lose most of your memories upon returning to the past, but as a price, once your mission is complete, you will disappear.
No one will remember that you saved the world. Even the person you once loved will forget your very existence. Even so, do you still wish to reverse space and time?
In the original novel, Ma Du-sung smiled and replied, "If that is my destiny." But Azel had stopped Ma Du-sung. She said, "Rather than living in a world without you, I'd rather face destruction holding on to my memories of you." The two rushed into each other's arms, and Azel said, "Let's go home together." Thanks to her persuasion, Ma Du-sung's frozen heart was moved, making him abandon his intention to regress. In the end, the world was destroyed, and the story concluded with a tragic ending. Flame sat up, her thoughts drifting. If this world is different from the original novel, and Baek Sol borrowed the power of the 11th lunar grace to regress, then, after completing his mission, Baek Sol will immediately vanish without a trace. But he has forgotten most of it, retaining only a lingering sense of duty. He merely said that he wants to survive. This was Flame's own deduction, heavily based on the original novel she knew, in order to rationalize Baek Sol's anomalies. And this was exactly why she couldn't hold back her tears that morning. Just thinking about someone sacrificing so much for this world made Flame gently grip her bedsheets. She inwardly reflected on herself. Then what about me? Flame couldn't ignore it even if she wanted to, as heavy, urgent footsteps pounded into the dorm room. Jackie pushed open the bedroom door and hurriedly announced, "Flame, Hygwith is here looking for you. He said he's waiting for you on the first floor of the dorm." Flame turned her back and pulled up her blanket, indicating she wanted to sleep and didn't want to see anyone. She told Jackie, "Just tell him I'm not here." Jackie wanted to persuade her further, but seeing that Flame was in no mood to meet Hygwith right now, she decisively told her friend, "I don't care. I just want to sleep." Watching her friend reject a meeting with Hygwith without a second thought, Jackie silently swallowed the suffocating lump forming in her throat. Outside the girls' dormitory, Hygwith was still patiently waiting for the girl he loved. However, the one who came down to meet him was his crush's roommate. Jackie shyly called out to Hygwith. Hygwith remained expressionless as he looked at Jackie's eager demeanor. His words poured cold water on her as he asked distantly, "Who are you? Where is Flame?" Jackie stammered slightly in response, She's feeling sick, so she's sleeping." Consumed by jealousy, Hygwith thought to himself, perhaps she got rejected by that loser and is in a bad mood. What makes him so much better than me? Outwardly, Hygwith didn't show his displeasure. He merely gave Jackie a cold glance and said perfunctorily, "I understand. I'll come back later then." Jackie watched Hygwith walk away just like that, without ever sparing her a proper glance. It wasn't just Hygwith who had a seed of jealousy sprouting in his heart. Jackie muttered blankly, "Why? Why? I love him so much, yet he can't even remember my name." It's always like this. Exceptional talent, everyone's attention. Flame effortlessly gets all those wonderful things. That's one thing, but does she have to take Hygwith's heart too? Why is God so unfair? Jackie looked like she had lost her soul, standing all alone under the veil of the night. After a while, she clenched her fists and muttered gloomily, "So frustrating." The next morning at main tower number 1, inside a certain room, a middle-aged man had his back to the person standing behind him. He said, "Professor Mason, you've really lost a lot of face in front of the students this time." Mason feigned shame and replied, "I truly have no face left to look at you, sir." The middle-aged man was Stella Academy's vice principal, Aki Heaton. He turned around and suddenly reminded her, "I have high expectations for you, you know. How is that matter progressing? Is the research on the spatial random permutation calculus you're conducting with the professors of the Moon Shadow cult going well?" Mason replied carefully, "Of course it's going well. I will not disappoint you." Hearing the answer he wanted, Aki patted Mason's shoulder and said, "All right, I believe in you." Mason said seriously, "Yes, you can leave it all to me." Though she spoke sweet words the moment Mason stepped out of the room, Aki didn't bother holding back, disdainfully assessing, "What a fool." Unaware that she's being used, entirely blinded by fame. A mage who is supposed to fight against dark mages is actually conducting research for them. Isn't that hilarious? I am very much looking forward to the day when magical alchemy engineering is complete. The scene shifted to a stack of papers. Altarisha struggled to carry a towering pile of documents that completely blocked her view, but the people around her only watched. Nobody offered to lend her a hand. This task would have to wait for a specific individual to step forward and take the initiative. The male lead helps Altarisha carry half the stack of papers and politely asks, "Assistant, are you all right?" The stack of papers is then placed on Professor Mason's desk. Altarisha smiles gratefully and says, "Thank you. Without you, I probably would have been scolded by Professor Mason again." The male lead gently replies, "It's nothing, just a small matter." He takes the opportunity to look around Professor Mason's office. Seeing the room littered with crumpled waste papers scattered from the desk to the floor, he silently judges, "What a mess."
But when he sees the magic equation written on the chalkboard in the room, his eyes involuntarily fixate on it. Noticing his attention, Altarisha explains, that. It's a formula Professor Mason and the researchers are currently studying.
I think it's called the random spatial swap equation or something. The male lead is slightly startled upon hearing this. He stares back at the board and thinks to himself, is this the random spatial swap equation? He recalls the game's lore. The technique combining alchemy and magic engineering is the very first formula of alchemical magic engineering. In Mason's Dark Transformation chapter, the Dark Mages complete this formula with her. The resulting technological gap cause horrific disasters. But if Altarisha steps in, there's hope to reverse the situation. What if she deciphers this formula before the Dark Mages do? With that thought in mind, he calls out teaching assistant Altarisha. Altarisha, assuming he wants coffee, prepares to make some.
But he pivots and asks, aren't you angry that Professor Mason bullies you? Altarisha is taken aback, not expecting him to bring this up, and says awkwardly, why would you ask that all of a sudden? Seeing that Altarisha is fully aware of the unjust treatment she is enduring, he pushes further. If there was a deeply satisfying way to get revenge, what would you do? Would you want to give it a try? Altarisha says in a panic, I'm just a teaching assistant. I don't even dare to think about revenge. If I'm not careful and get fired by the academy, I'll end up sleeping on the streets. Although sleeping on the streets does have a bit of romance to it. He continues to guide her, saying, then how about this? You become a more outstanding alchemist than Professor Mason. So outstanding that no one would dare look down on you. No one wants to suffer grievances forever, so his words ignite a spark of passion in Altarisha. She replies, if that could happen, that would be wonderful. He thinks to himself, Altarisha is already exhausted from her current job anyway. She can't possibly be satisfied with looking after Mason and staying in a dusty room like this. Altarisha has long dreamed of becoming an alchemist and creating more inventions than anyone else, and she has the talent to make it happen. Because she is the one who will, in the future, rely on her genius brain to invent a myriad of novel items. She will become the genius alchemist of this era. The two have an amicable conversation, through which the male lead successfully earns Altarisha's favor. He silently resolves, even though she's currently disappointed with reality and has temporarily given up, it won't be long before I help her fulfill her wish. As the first exams at Stella Academy near their end, the male lead visits Altarisha frequently. Using knowledge from another world, he feeds Altarisha many ideas that fascinate her. Just like now, she exclaims, you think so too. I want to add a clicking mechanism to change the pen's ink color. He shares common knowledge from before his transmigration. Might as well attach an eraser too. Altarisha enthusiastically agrees. Like a mechanical pencil. That's a great idea. Seeing everything progressing exactly as he wants, he feels satisfied. Good, the number of Altarisha's inventions is steadily increasing. But she still can't solve the formula relying solely on these. It truly won't be easy to guide Altarisha into solving the formula one step ahead of Mason. Suddenly, a female voice jokingly calls out to him, hey mister, why are you zoning out while walking? Being absent-minded while walking makes you prone to bumping into others, you know? After their previous conversation, the two have become somewhat more natural and relaxed with each other. He crosses his arms and says, who are you calling mister? Flame replies, anyone looking at you would think you're an old mister. He grumbles inwardly, the way this girl talks. I've never mentioned my age, but the frequency she talks to me has definitely increased. He replies politely, anyway, it's really nice to run into you. Then he shifts the topic, saying, you have a friend named Jackie, right? This makes Flame frown, looking at him as if he were a creep. She carefully critiques him. Doing that is a crime, you know. He bristles, I haven't even said anything yet. He hints at a warning, take good care of her. Her current condition probably isn't very good. He mentally adds, if she's being affected by dark magic corruption, her mental state is undoubtedly very unstable. Flame crosses her arms and says, although I don't really get what you mean, we've planned to go hunting together this weekend. I'll take care of her then. He doesn't demand much, he's just glad Flame took his warning to heart. He thinks to himself, hunting season, huh? Even though Flame didn't say it outright, I know exactly where she's going. That is the starting location for Act 4, Mactevet Cemetery. Less than greater than, the place where main characters like Ma Du-sung, Azel, and Flame are involved. There will even be a large-scale battle with a level 5 necromancer there. I'm not interfering with the story, but if I can grab the hidden reward there, it'll be useful for contracting a familiar. The male lead then submits his off-campus permit to Professor Lee Han-gut. Lee Han-gut reviews his permit and ponders. Training? However, you probably won't be able to learn swordsmanship or chivalry at Stella. The male lead notices other documents on the professor's desk. Is this Ma Du-sung's off-campus application? Just in case I need to double-check. He remarks to the professor, a lot of people are going out hunting lately. Lee Han-gut casually responds, everyone wants high grades, so they're all heading to Mactevet Cemetery for club activities. Feigning absent-mindedness, he says, as expected of Ma Du-sung and Haigwith, They have such high grades yet still work so hard. Lee Han-gut immediately corrects him. No, Ma Du-sung has returned to his main family estate. Hearing this, he freezes internally. Without Ma Du-sung, how are the others supposed to stop the necromancer's attack?
Ma Du-sung rarely goes home normally. I don't know why he suddenly rushed back to his estate. Relying solely on the strength of those remaining, it's fundamentally impossible to defeat a level 5 necromancer. What do I do? In a situation with no evidence, I can't ask for help. Because of the system's restrictions, I can't leak intel to others. But I can't just watch helplessly as others lose their lives over this. Because of this, the male lead decides to head into battle himself. Official account. A male student who had just cast an enchantment punches a monster to death. This is a second-year student named Dak Chio-guang. This victory causes him to underestimate the area's danger, as he scoffs. So much for threat level 2. I killed this predator dead with a single punch. Another student accompanying Dak Chio-guang scolds him. Hey, you idiot. Why did you smash it all to pieces? Didn't you hear the squad leader's orders? This student is also a second-year Kasip Derek. Dak Chio-guang scratches his head and laughs. Sorry about that. Kasip hotly reprimands his friend. You still have a nerve to laugh. Along with this group, aside from Azel, whom everyone already knows, there is a second-year female student named Ji Dan. She blandly advises Kasip, just ignore him. Talking to him is just a waste of breath anyway. Then she turns and kindly tells Azel, you don't need to pay attention to them. Kasip turns back and complains, we can hear everything you're saying, you know? Ji Dan calmly replies, so what if you can? Kasip, with his hot temper, criticizes, so annoying. Watch how you talk in front of the new student, will you? Ji Dan playfully shoots back, like hell I care. Observing this atmosphere, Azel thinks, I tagged along because I heard there was an open spot in the club. Thankfully, though, they don't seem like bad people. Jidan says, Azel, let's go. Azel barely answers halfway when a loud explosion erupts from the area behind her. Jidan comments, scared the life out of me. What was that sound? Dak Chio-guang guesses, someone's probably fighting nearby. Less than greater than. Jidan might sound teasing when she speaks, but she truly respects the group members. This is evident as she asks for Kasip's input. Hunting grounds can't overlap. Squad leader, shall we go over and say hi? Is that all right? Kasip reflexively agrees. The whole group heads toward the area where the explosion occurred. Here they encounter an influential figure of Stella Academy. Oh wait, no, it's two prominent figures of Class S to be exact. Han Bi-yan and Flame, standing face to face. While Azel internally wonders what beef these two have, their dialogue immediately reveals the source of their confrontation. One of them says, I was the one who killed that giant predator first, wasn't I? Bullshit. That thing was in our territory, so it's ours. What did you say? Azel, hearing them argue, thinks to herself, is that a predator? That's a level 3 monster, and it's extremely rare to find. They're arguing just to boost their own grades. Getting accidentally involved in this will only spell trouble. Azel's gaze is directed particularly at Han Bi-yan. She silently tells herself, I absolutely do not want to talk to the younger sister of the person who killed my father. This is bad. I need to get out of here right now. Azel's attempt at a quiet retreat fails because her squad leader excitedly runs over and greets them. Hello there, lovely juniors. Don't be like that. If something's bothering you, just tell your senior here, eh? Harmony is a virtue, after all. The two girls simultaneously issue a highly annoyed dismissal. Shut your mouth and go your own way. Kasip criticizes them. Why would you treat your senior like this? Hong Bai-yan haughtily retorts. A senior ought to act like a senior. But the two girls can't bicker for long as an anomaly requiring full cooperation triggers an alarm. Every student present feels a powerful surge of energy manifesting. Suddenly, a skeletal arm bursts up from beneath the ground. Everyone present is paralyzed by what is unfolding right before their eyes. Remnants of the dead, reduced to dry bones, are coming back to life from beneath the graves. At the same time, in a different part of the cemetery, where a sign warns people not to enter alone. The system chimes. Skill experience has increased. Skill experience has increased. The male lead sighs, I really want to use magic too. Why is it that I only know how to use Blink? He complains about only knowing Blink, yet his monster-slaying efficiency far exceeds that of those who use versatile magic. If other students saw and heard this, they would probably cough up blood in sheer frustration. He mutters, it's probably time for it to appear. He glances left and right, searching for something. Finally, the male lead locks onto his intended target. It's a specific, unique grave he remembers from playing the game. Knowing his own limits, he thinks, I don't have a terrifying skill to wipe out an entire skeleton army in one strike like Ma Du-sung, nor do I have overwhelming power. There's only one way for me to survive here, and that is to fight monsters using a gamer's method. Chapter 4, The Necromancer's Attack, has begun. At the grave the male lead is staking out, something is coming alive and clawing its way out of the earth. This is the skeleton general, the commander of hundreds of other skeleton soldiers.
Skeleton General is one of the 3 bosses appearing in this chapter. With my current strength, it'd definitely die if I didn't prepare in advance. Of course, since I actively chose to be here, I must have a plan. While the boss is still half buried underground, the male lead continuously bashes its head and says, "Go back. Go back to where you belong."
In the game, it's a golden rule for protagonists to stand there dumbfounded while monsters transform or get summoned. I just need to take advantage of that time for a surprise attack. Hey, wait a minute. Is the reality the male lead experiencing actual reality or a virtual reality game? Why is a serious boss encounter being resolved through writing that feels like a sarcastic parody of classic story tropes like this? The male lead knocked off the Skeleton General's head, then turned it into a staff. Now the command of the Skeleton General belongs to me. Having obtained the crucial item, the male lead turned toward the area with loud noises that were hard to ignore and muttered, "All right, let's go take a look." The 2 groups of students, having run into each other due to the commotion, now had to rely on one another to survive the danger. Flame secretly blamed herself. "It's all my fault for being careless. This is the part of the plot where the necromancer appears, but it's a bit strange. If I remember correctly, the one who clears the mobs in this scene should be Ma Du-sung. Why is Azel with them? Where is Ma Du-sung? Are we supposed to rely on these people to defeat a level 5 necromancer?" Hegwith informed everyone, "I've used the Stella Academy pocket watch to send an SOS signal. Until the rescue team arrives, we have to fight these skeletons." Dak Xiaoguang stayed optimistic, saying, "That's right. We just need to hold out a little longer, and the professors from Stella will come to save us." A female student also spoke up encouragingly. "Even if we can't kill the necromancer, we can definitely escape." But Hong Bai-yun chose to expose the reality, saying, "You make it sound so easy, don't you? This is a graveyard. The longer we delay, the more skeletons there will be. Hurry back to the base camp." Jackie was so frightened by the skeletons that she froze, forgetting even to fight back. As a skeleton lunged to attack her, someone used water magic to smash its head, saving Jackie. Azel asked her classmate out of concern, "Are you all right?" Dak Xiaoguan praised, "Oh, rookie, your skills aren't bad." Azel analyzed seriously. This necromancer has definitely prepared in advance. The enemy might have created a force vessel. A force vessel is a technique where a necromancer continuously channels and stores their own mana. A necromancer's mana is limited. They can summon a dozen level 3 to 4 skeletons at most. For the necromancer to control such a large area, it means. The more Azel suspected, the more worried she became. A student shouted, "The skeletons are swarming toward us." Dak Xiaoguang was somewhat simple-minded, but looking at the battlefield, he judged, "It seems this is a long-planned conspiracy to kill us and turn us into skeleton mages." Cassep, seeing that he wasn't contributing compared to the others, thought to himself, "In the squad leader, I need to show off a bit here and use powerful magic to blow away these skeletons." Suddenly, a bony hand grabbed Cassep's leg. Caught off guard, Cassep panicked, not knowing what to do. Fortunately, his friend Dak Xiaoguang rushed in and punched the skeleton, freeing him. At the same time, he pushed his friend out of danger but inadvertently interrupted his spellcasting. Dak Xiaoguang saw this and panicked inwardly. Oh no, was he preparing a spell? He hurriedly yelled out to warn everyone, "Mana backlash, get down." Everyone was shocked. Right in the heat of battle, one of them had suffered a mana backlash from a failed spell. Bion exclaimed, "No. If this explodes, we'll be in danger too." Then came a deafening explosion. The mana backlash was ultimately irreversible. The magical explosion injured almost everyone to the point of temporary unconsciousness. Only Flame managed to stay on her feet. But the fact that Flame was the only one capable of fighting right now wasn't promising at all. She thought to herself, "This is bad. I've reached my limit. The situation is terrible. I don't have much mana left, and there's absolutely no time to recover." But the biggest problem was that there were too many enemies, and they wouldn't wait for Flame to catch her breath. They would attack as soon as they could. Flame looked at the situation, and for a moment she couldn't find a way out. Despair welled up, making her think, "Am I really going to die here?" Suddenly, the skeletons that should have swarmed to attack Flame all froze in their tracks. Flame was extremely confused, wondering, what's going on? Did the skeletons stop? Then she spotted a familiar figure behind the horde of skeletons. Who else could it be in this situation but the male lead? Flame stared blankly and muttered, "Why is he here?" Then she noticed that the male lead hadn't come empty-handed but was carrying a special item. She realized, isn't that the Skeleton General? The Skeleton General. Moreover, it was guarded by a squad of elite skeletons. Did he capture the Skeleton General all by himself? As someone who knew the original story, Flame knew how difficult the Skeleton General was to deal with. Although she couldn't see the ridiculous process the male lead had gone through, the result people saw was what someone in danger like Flame cared about and could understand. She was secretly amazed. It's unbelievable, but I might just survive this time. Less than greater than. The male lead, using the Skeleton General's influence to stop the attacking horde of skeletons, gave the others time to recover. Dak Xiaoguang expressed gratitude on behalf of everyone. Thank you
Thanks to you, my life was saved. Asa wondered, but where did you find the skeleton general's head? The male lead gave a thumbs up, smiling and replying jokingly, this. I fished it out of a bone broth pot. The male lead groaned inwardly. I can't exactly say I was camping at the graveyard where the skeleton general spawns. The male lead probably wanted to joke a bit to lighten the mood, but to someone like Azel, who had just endured a life-and-death crisis, hearing this only filled her head with question marks. She found his joke neither funny nor tactful. The male lead also realized he had joked at the wrong time, so he quickly shifted to the important matter. Anyway, let's think of a plan quickly. If the necromancer bypasses the skeleton general and controls the skeletons directly, we'll be in big trouble. Doc Chiu Guang asked the male lead, Junior, do you have any good ideas? The male lead replied, I feel like this nearby area is already under the necromancer's control. We can't escape their encirclement, so the only way is to defeat the main body. The 2 second-year male students froze for a moment upon hearing this. Then they cried out in shock. What did you say? Hold on, is your brain flooded with water or something? The male lead with a straight face said as if it were an everyday occurrence. Seniors, haven't you learned this at school? While a necromancer's summoning arts are very strong, their actual body is very weak. Jai Don interjected, necromancers know their own weakness, so they always set up careful defenses around themselves. The male lead stubbornly stuck to his point, saying, the necromancer's control range is too wide. If we don't defeat the main body, we won't be able to escape. The male lead was decisive in choosing to fight because he grasped the enemy's forces. As he was calculating inwardly, the necromancer's current forces are 1 skeleton general, 6 elite skeletons, and 50 normal skeletons. This number will gradually increase over time. Now is our only chance. How should I persuade them? But the male lead didn't need to worry about convincing them. As someone else had already spoken up to encourage the group, we can do this. Don't underestimate him just because his face looks goofy. When it comes to combat strategy, he's much more experienced than us. Hong Bai Yun, carrying an authoritative voice, also showed her support for the male lead's plan. I agree too. Honestly, if we keep going like this, we won't be able to break through the encirclement at all. The necromancer definitely won't expect us to attack their main body directly. The second-year students looked at each other. Then they compromised, saying, even though we don't know what you guys are relying on, since we can't escape anyway, we're willing to cooperate with you. Let's give it a try regardless. Before the necromancer discovers us, we still have a chance. At the same time, in another location within the graveyard, the necromancer behind this trouble was muttering here. To think I'd run into some greenhorns from Stella Academy here, how incredibly lucky. If I just turn them into skeleton mages, then the people in the Dark Alliance won't dare to look down on me anymore. This mastermind was the level 5 necromancer of the Dark Magic Tower, Sabahab. Driven by a desire for recognition, Sabahab had spent a full 7 years accumulating mana. Now he had 700 skeletons ready to be summoned. Now no one will dare to underestimate me. Sabahab was secretly proud of his achievement. When suddenly, he realized there was a complication in his plan. What? The control has suddenly been cut off. Could the skeleton general have been stolen? A surge of magical energy was rushing towards Sabahab from behind. He sensed it, and turning around, he saw it was water magic. He quickly created a wall of bones to defend himself. He was shocked inwardly. The shield created by level 4 magic has cracked. He yelled out, "You little brats! I absolutely won't let you off." But the resistance from the Stella students against Sabahab didn't stop there. Following the water magic was a powerful fire spell. Fierce flames roared up as if they could incinerate the entire area of the graveyard Sabahab was in. Of course, if that had been enough to take down Sabahab, he wouldn't be worthy of his status as a level 5 mage. However, the student's destructive power still made him feel threatened, and he grew flustered inwardly. I was too careless. I didn't expect them to attack me directly. Even if they're just kids, they're still students of Stella Academy, after all. Though I don't want to use this method, fighting them directly is too dangerous. I'll just summon the elite skeletons. Sabahab bit his fingertip, drawing blood to get to work. Then he spread his arms wide and called out, "O wretched souls, come to me." A legion of skeletons formed, surrounding the necromancer. But summoning such a large army in the blink of an eye didn't come without a price. Sabahab coughed up a mouthful of blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, lamenting inwardly, "I've suffered internal injuries from summoning too many skeletons, but this should be enough." He immediately ordered his death legion, "Quickly, stop them." Sabahab's body swayed as he watched his army get to work, and he said smugly, "Not bad. Fight for me." Just as he thought, "Now I can rest easy," the male lead suddenly blinked right behind his back. Sensing the magical fluctuation, Sabahab startled and looked over. He exclaimed in shock, "You? Why are you here?" Seeing the male lead's dismissive smirk, Sabahab yelled in annoyance, "Who are you? Where did you crawl out from?" Sabahab was jolted. I already had a clear grasp of all the Stella students' positions through the skeleton's vision. How could? No, wait, this is my skeleton general. The male lead dropped the skeleton general's skull onto the ground. Then he smashed it to pieces right in front of Sabahab. Just casting the summoning spell had been exhausting, and now with an added portion of backlash, how could the necromancer's frail body withstand such internal trauma? Sabahab cursed inwardly. Damn it, I was too careless. Is this the true strength of a Stella student? The male lead looked arrogant, but in reality he was flinching internally. Oh, this wasn't my plan. According to the original plan, Doc Chio Guang and Ji Dan were supposed to handle the general class and then come support me, but because they ran into 3 elites, their hands are completely full. Don't tell me I have to fight on my own. Making the weakest one, me, take action? Or should I just slip away and be done with it? Then the coughing sounds of the necromancer drew the male lead's attention back to this main enemy. He thought to himself, wait a minute, his current condition is also really terrible, isn't it? So that's it. He suffered internal injuries from forcefully refining the elite skeleton. Seeing this, he secretly gained some confidence. Looks like I can give it a shot too, huh? As for Hong Bi Yan, she was currently surrounded by a bunch of skeletons. Showing signs of fatigue, Hong Bi Yan grew anxious. This isn't good. I need to take these guys out quickly and regroup with Baek Yu-seol. Jackie yelled out, Your Highness, we have a huge problem. The Dark Mage and Baek Yu-seol are fighting one-on-one. Hearing this, Hong Bi Yan was utterly shocked. Baek Yu-seol is only a level 1 mage, but his opponent is a level 5 Dark Mage. It's a completely mismatched fight. Hong Bi Yan muttered through gritted teeth, If you die, I will absolutely never forgive you, Baek Yu-seol. Just as Jackie said, Yu-seol was continuously using Blink to find an opening to attack the Dark Mage. With his hyper-intuition, he managed to dodge the Dark Mage's sneak spell attacks from behind with relative ease. Taking advantage of the brief gap after the Dark Mage cast a spell, Yu-seol blinked right up to him to close the distance. Realizing his intentions, the Dark Mage roared, not a chance. But Yu-seol had come here specifically for this confrontation. He had prepared meticulously, pulling 2 vials of potion from his robes. He splashed the potion onto the Dark Mage's shield, thinking to himself, I specifically brought a lot of cola potion just for this. It can melt down bones. The Dark Mage angrily bellowed, My skeleton shield. You little rat, how dare you? To counterattack, he cast Bone Arrow. But by the time he angrily cast his spell, Yu-seol had already blinked right behind him. Now's the time. Seizing the opportunity, Yu-seol prepared to stab him. However, when he saw the Dark Mage glaring back at him with bared teeth, Yu-seol immediately realized he had been played. A sharp bone spike suddenly shot up from the ground. Yu-seol was pierced. It wasn't fatal, but it still tore through his flesh. This forced him to jump back and put some distance between himself and the Dark Mage. Finally getting a chance to mock him, the Dark Mage sneered, You tail-tucking dog. You were so full of yourself. How does that taste? Yu-seol silently reminded himself, even if he's weakened, a level 5 is still a level 5. But, in other words, this is the limit of what a level 5 can do. This guy is exhausted too. Just one more strike and I can take him down. But the pain is stopping me from using my mental focus. That means I can't track movements while blinking anymore. What should I do? Suddenly struck by a thought, Yu-seol realized, that's right, I can use this. While Yu-seol was calculating his counterattack, the Dark Mage had already closed in on him. The Dark Mage intended to personally stab him to death. Yu-seol reacted by turning his back to dodge and escape, but because of his injured leg, he slipped and fell to the ground. Seeing Yu-seol eat dirt made the Dark Mage gloat. He laughed, You look absolutely hilarious trying to run away. Ignoring the Dark Mage's laughter, Yu-seol forced himself up and silently cheered himself on. Just a little more. Just hold on a little longer. The Dark Mage grew arrogant, enjoying the sight of Yu-seol dragging himself along, making no move to finish him off immediately. He laughed, his mouth doing more work than his hands. No matter how much you struggle, it's useless. You're about to die. And because of that, he had unintentionally been kind enough to give Yu-seol the chance to say, I win. Yu-seol straightened his back, mentally calculating. The distance between me and the Dark Mage is exactly 13 jeets. That means at this distance, I don't even need to activate Blink's dynamic vision. So while the Dark Mage was still caught off guard, Yu-seol cast Blink. The Dark Mage couldn't comprehend it, but out of sheer reflex, he lowered his gaze. So, with a somewhat vague explanation, we can only assume that Yu-seol's Blink acts like a video game skill. If a specific condition is met, he can bypass his mental focus to trigger a directional activation. Yu-seol let out a roar, using the momentum to channel every last ounce of strength he had left. He thrust his sword straight through the Dark Mage's body. The Dark Mage, sustaining a fatal wound, instantly caused his skeleton army to grind to a halt. And very soon after, they crumbled into dust before the bewildered eyes of the students present. Doc Chio Guang said in disbelief, Did Baek Yu-seol really defeat a Dark Mage? Unbelievable. Jackie stammered, her legs giving out as she slumped to the ground. The students who survived this deadly ordeal cheered in absolute joy. We're saved. We're saved. Yu Sol pushed himself up from the Dark Mage's corpse, exhausted, and muttered a complaint, "I'm dead tired. I just want to go home right now." Afterward, everyone was escorted back to the academy by Stella's magic knights. Naturally, as the biggest contributor in this incident, Yu Sol was called in privately by the professor. Li Han-good crossed his arms and said sternly, "You said you wanted to go train somewhere with scenic mountains and fresh air. It seems the atmosphere at a public cemetery suits you quite well, doesn't it?" Having no excuse against Professor Li's sarcasm, Yu Sol bowed his head in apology. "I'm sorry." Li Han-gut replied, "According to school rules, you will be penalized. There are no exceptions. However, protecting your friends even while breaking the rules is an honorable act. Therefore, you will receive the corresponding rewards and credits." After delivering his brief speech, Li Han-gut turned to leave, and Yu Sol politely said, "Thank you, Professor." Yu Sol breathed a sigh of relief and thought, "I should hurry back too. My thigh will take a few days to fully heal, so I need to rest up completely." But he couldn't leave right away because Azel actively approached him, wanting to say something. She said softly, "Thank you so much for today." Yu Sol cheerfully replied, "Then you better treat me to a proper meal later on." Azel wanted to say something more, but she hesitated and lowered her gaze. Yu Sol didn't notice this. He was just exhausted and wanted to hurry back to his room to rest. Seeing this, Azel finally gathered her courage and asked, "Will I be able to do it too? If I try hard enough, can I become as outstanding as you?" Hearing this, Yu Sol froze for a moment. He groaned internally. This is bad. The original Azel would definitely never ask questions like this. Me being here has completely changed her. Because of my interference, Azel has only faced trials without triggering her overcoming arc yet. Yu Sol spoke calmly. "You don't need to ask me that question. Haven't you already created miracles on your own that others couldn't possibly achieve?" Azel was about to question him when Yu Sol dropped a line that sounded rather misleading. "I've always been watching you." Sure enough, Azel slightly misunderstood, her heart fluttering with budding teenage emotions. Seeing her expression, Yu Sol quickly realized, "Hold on, wasn't this just a normal conversation? What kind of nonsense was I just spouting?" Awkwardly, he once again left the situation hanging and slipped away, saying, "Well, I'm heading out." He thought to himself, "Wow, that was a close one. I almost got caught up in something crazy." He left Azel standing there with her unfinished thoughts. Azel was secretly moved. No one should have cared about the child of a traitor, but he actually said that he's always been watching me. Yu Sol had no idea that his vague words had caused Azel's tightly closed heart to finally begin opening up. On a beautiful sunny day at the Stella Academy campus, today, besides the professors and students, the school was bustling with numerous outsiders. Looking at the crowd, Yu Sol secretly rolled his eyes. It's just an award ceremony, yet people from the Ministry of Magic, reporters from the Magic Tower, and even nobles are here. What a pointless display. But then again, Hong Bi-yan seems really excited about it. Feeling his curious gaze, Bi-yan asked bluntly, "Do you have a problem?" Yu Sol replied awkwardly, "Nothing." Li Han-gut stood at the podium and demanded, "Everyone, quiet down. We are gathered here today to commend the 12 students who bravely fought against the Dark Mages. Furthermore, the rewards this time will be presented personally by the principal." All the students were absolutely stunned when they saw the incredibly youthful appearance of the principal. Yu Sol was genuinely surprised that the pinnacle of humanity, the level 9 mage Edmund Epwin, would be the one personally handing out the rewards. According to the lore, he's 300 years old. He always wears a calm smile on his face, praised by the world as the strongest mage alive, bearing the bloody moniker, the Butcher. Edmund first approached Doc Cho Guang, patting the student's arm. "You all have worked hard. I hope you will continue to show such bravery and diligence in the future." When he reached Yu Sol, Edmund paused for a moment without saying a word. Yu Sol silently broke into a sweat. Just meeting his gaze, I can feel this intense pressure. Is this the true power of one of the rare 10 level 9 mages in the world? But I absolutely cannot look away right now. Seeing the student glaring intensely right back at him, Edmund chuckled and gave his assessment. "You're certainly putting your all into it, aren't you?" Just as I expected. After saying that, Edmund moved on to the other students, leaving Yu Sol completely bewildered. What did he mean by that? Meanwhile, the professor at the podium announced, "That concludes our program. The award ceremony is now over." On the desk sat a wax-sealed envelope and some sort of shiny booklet. Yu Sol looked at the items on the desk with deep satisfaction. The prize money alone is 5 million. How generous. With this, I won't have to worry about money for a while. Moreover, I even obtained the Pavish, which is considered the heart of a necromancer. Although not possible right now, Altarisha will soon be able to create a virtual space. That way, carrying things around will be much more convenient, right? So I need to quickly solve the cross equation of the consecutive random number sequence. It's great that the other students willingly gave up the reward to me. Next, let's check the system rewards. The Necromancer's attack has been completed. A large amount of EXP has been acquired. The plot has developed in a unique direction, thus Constellatio provides additional rewards. 1. A low-tier version of equipment previously used in the game. 2. A low-tier version of a skill previously acquired in the game. 3. EXP. Yuseol inwardly sighed. This again. Even though I'm admittedly very curious. But the most important thing right now is definitely this. He requested the system. Add EXP to Blink. He told himself, through this battle, I realized just how weak I truly am. Just putting in the same amount of effort as everyone else isn't enough. I have to utilize the knowledge I possess to go even further. The system announced, distributing rewards. EXP for the Blink skill is full. Level up. Blink. Updated level, 2. Maximum crossover distance, 12 meters. Maximum charges, 3. Cooldown, 3 seconds. A beam of light enveloped Yuseol.
Feeling the energy within him stabilize, he clenched his fists and thought, the maximum number of charges for Blink has finally increased to 3. I can finally use it a bit more freely now. He then turned his head toward the door and muttered, next up is Azel. Meanwhile, during the entering the Abyss meditation class, Azel, like her classmates around her, clasped her hands and sat on her knees, meditating in peace. Suddenly, a voice calling out to student Azel startled her, making her open her eyes. It turned out Azel wasn't focused on meditating, but had unconsciously fallen asleep. A translucent butterfly said, Student Azel, why are you using magic while meditating? Seeing Azel's bewildered expression, the butterfly pointed it out. Look right above your head. Glancing up as the butterfly instructed, Azel saw 2 blocks of ice she had unconsciously formed at some point, hovering above her head. Azel was stunned. Huh? Wait, when did I create this? I haven't even used any formulas or calculated any matrices yet, though. Did the other students not notice it at all either? Even if it's tier 1 magic, they should have felt the flow of mana. She pursed her lips tightly, silently questioning. If this is truly due to the meditation, could it be that he even predicted this too? After the meditation session ended, the students flocked to eat as usual. Azel bought herself a round pastry. She sat happily munching on her pastry thinking, thanks to the prize money, I get to eat this 1,500 credit red bean butter bread. I'm so happy. But at that moment, someone interrupted her meal. Jeremy, holding whatever scheme in his mind, suddenly came over to greet Azel. He wore his usual friendly expression and asked her, Have you joined any clubs yet? Azel answered honestly, No, I haven't joined any. Jeremy extended an olive branch. Is that so? Then would you like to join our club? Azel put her bread down, hiding her unease, and asked, Are there any conditions? Jeremy acted generously, saying, Conditions? I simply like you for who you are. Azel felt uncomfortable and thought to herself, Liar. He definitely just sees me as a trophy, which is why he approached me. Jeremy stepped past the boundaries of social distancing, moving closer to Azel as he said, Well now, it seems you don't believe me. But Azel, I promise I truly won't impose any conditions. You just need to join the club and work with me. In exchange, I can help you with a lot of things. You know who I am, right? Azel thought to herself, I know, better than anyone. The Kavan Empire and the Adalivit Kingdom have a hostile relationship, but by relying on the authority of Crown Prince Jeremy, perhaps I can finally end this miserable life of mine. I won't have to be overjoyed over a mere red bean bun, and I won't have to endure the humiliation of being a traitor's daughter anymore either. I know I shouldn't do this. Azel, internally conflicted, was on the verge of giving in and agreeing. When people fall into destitution, their choices and perspectives are easily narrowed down. Jeremy was exploiting this exact vulnerability to bait her. But suddenly, Flame appeared out of nowhere and slapped Azel across the face. This act that seemed to fall from the sky left both Azel and Jeremy utterly stunned. Looking at how Flame was panting heavily, it was clear she had sprinted at top speed just to come and slap Azel. Having already acted impulsively, Flame went all out, glaring fiercely. Then she unleashed a bitter tirade onto Azel. You piece of trash! Didn't you say you'd work hard with me, yet you dare secretly seduce a man? Didn't you say you liked me? Why are you suddenly abandoning me? Follow me. I need to have a word with you. Azel was dragged away by Flame, both of them completely ignoring Jeremy, leaving him standing there all alone and bewildered. His plan to seduce Azel, interrupted by Flame, Jeremy watched the two girls' retreating figures, a fake smile masking his true thoughts. Once out of Jeremy's sight, Flame clutched her head, let out a sigh of relief and said, That almost escalated into a huge mess. Azel remained dazed, unable to process what had just happened to her. Flame spoke out of nowhere. All right, you should be thanking me. If you had refused him without a good reason, you would have definitely been bullied mercilessly by that guy. I'm really sorry for hitting you. I'll be going now. Seeing Flame come and go on her own terms, something anyone objectively watching would find absurdly abrupt and bizarre, Azel stood there completely dumbfounded. Much like Yuseol, Flame interfered with the interpersonal developments of key individuals in a completely unrestrained manner. Less than greater than. Flame couldn't help but ask herself, I did make a mistake, right? If Azel joins the club like in the original work, she'll be completely ruined by Jeremy, even though I didn't intend to interfere too much with the original plot. But since Yuseol already has his eye on her,
Doing this should be fine, right? Come to think of it, he probably won't find out that I was lying, will he?
Jeremy sat in his lavish room, lifting his teacup as he pondered. Flame, huh? How adorable. Telling such an obvious lie and then boldly snatching her away right in front of me. How intriguing. She's far more interesting than Azel. I really want to make her mine. Little did Flame know she had inadvertently shifted Jeremy's target from Azel to herself. One day at Stella Academy. In his class, Lee Han-gut informed the students, starting today, we will be conducting a monster simulation practical combat exam. In this exam, your opponents will no longer be Tier 1 or 2 monsters, but rather mid-sized Tier 3 monsters, which are significantly tougher. The format is as follows. Form a team, analyze the monsters, and defeat them directly. After selecting a mid-sized monster as your target, you will have independent practice time to devise a counter-strategy. You can choose your desired terrain at the Stella Dome and find a mid-sized monster that suits you. This practical exam will be conducted jointly between Class A and Class S, and the scores will be released in 4 days. Each team can have a maximum of 6 members. You must submit your team rosters afterward. After class, Azel stepped out of the room feeling somewhat disheartened. She thought to herself, I really don't like group work at all. Your Highness, would you like to be on my team? This question caught Azel's attention. Han Bi-yeon was surrounded by the female students, all fighting to invite her to join their teams. Han Bi-yeon maintained a graceful, gentle smile in the face of her peers' enthusiasm. This sight made Azel feel a pang of self-pity, feeling that compared to Bi-yeon, she was like a shadow cast out of the spotlight. She idly thought, before my family was overthrown by Adalivit, I was surrounded by a bustling crowd just like that. Both of us started at the same starting line. The Mort Grand Duke family possessed the ice attribute, and the Adalivit royal family possessed the fire attribute. At the time when the two factions were battling each other for power in this magical world, coincidentally, 2 natural-born prodigies emerged at the same time, Hong Bi-yeon and Azel. Back then I thought I was the chosen one, but as I am now, do I even have a chance to take revenge on Adalivit? Just as Azel was experiencing a mental slump, someone approached her. A male voice spoke up, grabbing Azel's attention. Are you on your own? Seeing that it was Yu Sol, Azel immediately asked, is something the matter? Yu Sol took the initiative and invited her. You, come form a team with me. Han Bi-yeon, who was surrounded by her classmates, glanced over and saw this. She couldn't help but secretly pay attention. She thought in annoyance, why does it always have to be her? Azel was bewildered, thinking she had misheard, and asked again, did you just say, form a team? Yu Sol said, you know there's no minimum member limit, right? Let's just form a 2-person team to grab the bonus points for being an undermanned squad. Azel was astonished and exclaimed, are you crazy? That's a 3-star mid-sized monster. How could just the 2 of us? Halfway through her sentence, she stopped, her eyes wide as she looked at him. Yu Sol, looking completely confident, asked Azel once more, so, are you going to team up with me or not? Her days having already passed, since he had actively invited her, she wouldn't have to worry about finding group practice partners anymore. Azel let out a helpless sigh. She replied, I'm in. No one wants to team up with me anyway. Yu Sol smiled brightly and said, so it's decided then? I'll go submit the roster. Once Yu Sol was out of sight, footsteps approached Azel. Han Bi-yeon crossed her arms, looking down at Azel somewhat condescendingly. Sensing the subtle yet unmistakable hostility from Han Bi-yeon, Azel subconsciously straightened her back, her body going stiff as she cautiously said, do you want to team up with me? If you're planning to hold me back, Han Bi-yeon coldly cut her off. What nonsense are you spouting? Worry about how to protect yourself first. After all, possessing a precious jewel is a crime in itself. After saying that, Han Bi-yeon turned her head and walked away. Azel understood the meaning behind Han Bi-yeon's words, and because of it, she felt a pang of sadness. It's not because she's wary of my strength. It's just because of Baek Yu Sol. As Han Bi-yeon walked away, she thought in frustration how annoying. Does he think he'd lose to a team made up of a failure and a commoner? Even though teaming up with someone else wouldn't be a big deal anyway. But I must at least partner with the most renowned knight so as not to demean my status. So she sought out Ma Du-sung. Seeing it was Hong Bi-yeon, Ma Du-sung greeted her politely. Greetings, Your Highness the Princess. Is there something you need from me? Bi-yeon got straight to the point, asking, have you formed a party yet? Ma Du-sung replied, no, I plan to fight alone. Bi-yeon continued, then do you want to team up with me? Ma Du-sung pondered and asked back, are you sure you want to team up with me? Hong Bi-yeon immediately said, Baek Yu Sol and Azel have already formed a party. I suspect the target they've chosen won't just be a normal mid-sized monster. It'll be a special mid to large-sized monster. I'll ask you once more, do you want to team up with me? Ma Du-sung smirked and said, I see. Interesting. I've been wanting to compete against Baek Yu Sol myself. Having achieved her goal, Hong Bi-yeon said with satisfaction, excellent. I look forward to working with you. Hong Bi-yeon glanced over at the male lead and Aesol, thinking to herself, whether it's Baek-Yu-sol or Aesol Mort, I'll completely crush you both this time. Just like that, after 4 days of preparation, the mock monster battle had begun. The first team to face the mock monster was a group of 5 students. Lee Han-gut signaled, "We will now begin the practical assessment for Class S and Class A. Each group will step up one by one. Every group has chosen a different type of monster." The students chattered noisily. Whoa, Group 16 has so few people. How are they even supposed to defeat a mid-sized monster like this? Flame stood above, slightly nervous, secretly cheering herself on. It's okay. I've practiced enough. Even if I can't deal with the counter attributes of special or large monsters, as long as I defeat a level 3 mid-sized monster by myself, I can still get maximum points. Normally, it takes 5 level 1 mages working together to defeat a level 1 mid-sized monster. If you combine elemental advantages, experience, and environmental factors, defeating a higher-level monster isn't entirely impossible. But I'm a light user, meaning there's practically no element that can counter me. More than that, I really hope Aesol can achieve a better result. In the original story, because of Hong Bi-yeon, she couldn't form a party with anyone, which led to her getting the lowest score. I even wondered before if I should interfere. But with Baek-Yu-sol by her side, Aesol's future will probably change for the better, right? Seeing the students defeat their monster, Lee Han-gut said, "Good work, Group 16. Now for the next group. Group 17, please step forward." It was Flame's group. She called out, "Yes, sir." To get to the training arena, she had to walk past where the male lead and Aesol were standing. Whether out of nervousness or something else, Flame somehow stumbled right into a cliché teen romance heroine trope. She stepped on her untied shoelace and tripped. The male lead, being closest to her, managed to catch Flame just in time to restore her balance. Flustered, she looked back at the person who had just saved her from falling. The male lead said, "No need to thank me. You better tie your shoelace first." Less than greater than. Flame recalled the moment before entering this practical exam. It was tied so tightly when Jackie did it for me earlier. If I went into battle like this, something terrible might have happened. Flame firmly tied her shoelaces securely herself. She chose to fight alone with just her magic staff. The students whispered, "Is she all alone? It looks like it." "Are you kidding me? She plans to defeat it by herself without a party." The monster she picked is a giant wild boar. It doesn't have any special attributes, so you can't even exploit elemental advantages. Lee Han-gut signaled, "Next group, begin your practical exam." The simulated wild boar immediately charged toward Flame at full speed. The students watched, worrying for Flame. Look at the way it's charging. How is one person supposed to handle that? Flame kept her composure and chanted. Thin strands of light materialized, binding the ferocious wild boar. Flame then cast Matter Transformation. The strands wrapping around the wild boar turned from flexible to rigid, completely pinning the beast in place. Flame's eyes grew serious as she told herself, "It's not over yet." A third spell was executed immediately after. The wild boar broke free from the restraints and continued its charge toward her. However, Flame never expected to hold it for long. The previous move was just to buy time, allowing her finishing spell to be perfectly prepared. A powerful beam of light shot straight into the beast's gaping maw, blasting a hole straight through it like a donut. The beast collapsed completely, a flawless victory for Flame. The other students watched in awe at Flame's solo performance. This is no joke, right? The 5 of us couldn't even defeat a mid-sized monster. Just who is she? Flame breathed a sigh of relief and thought, it's finally over. Following her number, the next group prepared to step up. But the sight of this group made Flame's eyes widen as she asked herself, am I seeing things? Lee Han-gut's voice called out, next group, please step forward. Now, let's begin the training assessment for Group 31. Seeing this incredibly striking duo step onto the stage, everyone gasped. Look, it's Her Highness the Princess. Go, Your Highness. Flame stood in a corner with her arms crossed, observing them and wondering, why isn't Hong Bi-yeon with her teammates, but appearing alongside Ma Do-sung instead? In the original story, these two never interacted at all. What is up with this combination? When Group 31's monster appeared, the students broke into another uproar. Wait a minute. The fin-winged aquatic beast. Good lord, that's a special mid-sized monster. Just finding this thing is hard enough, yet they're actually planning to subjugate it. How impressive, as expected of Her Highness. Flame thought to herself, this is no ordinary mid-sized monster. Hong Bi-yeon and Ma Do-sung's attributes are fire, earth, and lightning, respectively. The fin-winged aquatic beast has the water attribute, which counters fire, and it's even a flying monster. Not only Hong Bi-yeon, but Ma Do-sung is at a disadvantage too. Choosing a special mid-sized monster that everyone else failed to conquer wasn't enough. They're even dealing with an elemental disadvantage, so their goal is to get a perfect score.
but that's a score they can only get if they actually succeed in subjugating it. The monster began to move, spreading the wing like fins on its back. It flew high up into the air and let out a deafening roar to intimidate its two human opponents below. Bai Yan gave the signal, "Let's begin." Ma Du-sung readily replied, "Understood, princess." However, Group 31's formation left many bewildered. What are they doing? I thought they were going to attack right away. Why is the knight standing behind the mage?
In the blink of an eye, Ma Du-sung vanished from his position. Looking closely, he had launched himself into the air. Dak Chio-guang watched in appreciation. Oh, for a first-year student, his leaping ability isn't bad at all, is it? Ji Dan added, but at this height, he still won't be able to reach the aquatic beast. You can't jump again in mid-air. What on earth is he planning to do? Ma Du-sung used his magic wand. He conjured a slab of earth right beneath his feet and stepped on it, while Bai Yan unleashed supportive fire magic upward. Thanks to the firepower, Ma Du-sung's leap was propelled even higher, soaring past the monster's head. This seamlessly coordinated strategy was something even the second-year seniors could learn from. Down below, Hong Bai Yan remained in a ready stance, prepared to unleash her fire magic at any moment. Ma Du-sung wasn't about to let his teammates' supportive effort go to waste. He cast his spell. He delivered a crushing blow, forcing the monster to crash violently into the ground. The punch was so devastatingly powerful that cracks appeared on the monster's skin. Ma Du-sung followed up with earth magic. He conjured crisscrossing pillars of earth to restrain the monster. Although it took a bit of time, the monster quickly shattered the earth and broke free. Landing on his feet, Ma Du-sung said, "Just as I thought, it broke free right away. However, it's too late. Our princess has already finished preparing her magic. Seeing that brilliant crimson flame, I know the princess's magic is complete." She unleashed an intensely blistering blast of fire straight at the aquatic beast. The entire crowd of students watched with their eyes wide and mouths agape. Oh my god, the monster is being burned to a crisp. It's in agony. The fin-winged aquatic beast has high fire resistance, yet it's burning so tragically. Ma Du-sung cast his finishing spell. He smiled confidently and said, "It's over." He then brought down a devastating lightning spell upon the burning monster. Having to endure two sources of tremendous heat, each more intense than the last, no mid-sized water attribute monster could withstand it. The fin-winged aquatic beast was officially turned into charcoal. Everyone who witnessed the match was in awe. The fish-fin water monster was defeated before it could even launch an attack. The freshmen this year are absolutely insane. A level like this must be on par with that senior from the third-year Class S, right? So this is what a true genius is like. The competitive Hong Bi-yan murmured to herself, "How is it, Baek Yu-seol? With this level of power, no matter what you choose, you won't be able to beat me." The corners of her lips couldn't help but curl up. She smugly thought to herself, "I've won this time." Meanwhile, Baek Yu-seol had just stepped onto the stage and made a bold request. "Please summon 5 monsters for me." Hong Bi-yan, along with all the students present, was stunned upon hearing the male lead's request. What did I just hear? It's hard enough for 5 people to hunt one medium-sized monster, but 2 people fighting 5. Even though I've heard rumors about that guy named Baek Yu-seol, has he completely lost his mind? The male lead got what he wanted, and the 5 monsters gradually appeared on the stage. Summoning complete. The 5 monsters immediately surrounded the 2 of them as soon as they appeared. A monsterologist, Bitchin, couldn't help but stare intently at the match. A greenhorn frog, a Heimeradin, sandstorm black bull, a Caden bird, and a Nami slime, plus a power bat. Could this combination be? Bai Yan asked the academic genius, Ma Du-sung, "Do you understand this?" Ma Du-sung shook his head slightly, smiling with interest. "Well, I'm also very curious about what Yu-seol is calculating, but it's definitely something to look forward to." Before the practical exercise began, Lee Han-gut asked, "Let me ask you a question. Who arranged this monster combination?" The male lead replied, "It was me." Lee Han-gut gave his initial assessment. "You are a knight, so even in this extreme situation, you might still score points, but a mage cannot. Isn't this strategy a bit too harsh for a mage?" The male lead replied as confidently as if he were the mage himself. "Not at all. On the contrary, this is a strategy designed entirely for a mage." Everyone clamored upon hearing the male lead's declaration. Lee Han-gut, feeling a sense of anticipation, said, "Is that so? I understand. Let's begin then." Although the male lead spoke clearly to the professor, he was actually quite anxious and sought confirmation from his teammate. "Hey, you can do this, right?" Azel replied, "Of course." As if trying to convince himself, the male lead said, "Just trust me." Azel complained, "I'm so sick of hearing that." The male lead said seriously to Azel, "I'm counting on you." Azel secretly let out a soft sigh, murmuring to herself, "Baek Yu-seol. What an unpredictable guy." The night before the simulation exercise, the male lead had called Azel out for a private meeting to discuss their strategy. Azel hesitantly spoke first, voicing her doubts. "Why me? Honestly, a knight with your skills could easily team up with anyone else.
The male lead scratched his head, avoiding Azel's gaze as he searched for the right words to explain. The male lead first gave his general assessment of their classmates. You're right, there are many incredibly talented people. For example, in terms of firepower, no mage can match Hong Bai Yan, and when it comes to control, Flame is unmatched. Ma Du-sung being the strongest in the first year goes without saying. Shin Harriet has devastating single-target damage, and Adeline would probably synergize very well with me too.
But I think teaming up with you would be the best choice. That's the only reason.
So, shall we continue? Let's try fighting a Caden this time. Another ambiguous answer from the male lead, forcing Azel to fill in the blanks herself. Setting aside the male lead's lack of clarity, his words truly succeeded in boosting Azel's self-confidence. Closing her eyes, Azel told herself, even though I still don't understand his intentions, there must be a reason he chose me. Then I will prove it to you. Azel entered a meditative state, completely focusing on feeling the flow of magic and shutting out all distractions around her.
The students looked at the phenomenon Azel was displaying and exclaimed, "Wait, hold on. Super resonance? This. How is this possible? Isn't this a phenomenon that only occurs when a 6-star or higher mage completely immerses themselves in the unconscious world? A single moment of lost focus could cause her mana to flow backward, turning her into a magical cripple. Is she really just a first-year student?" The male lead glanced over and secretly nodded at Azel's performance, as expected of a budding talent worthy of the title Queen of Winter. Then let's begin. The campaign for 2 people to take down 5 medium-sized monsters. To give Azel all the time she needed to focus on casting her spell, the male lead had to handle the entire early stage alone. He blinked into the air right by the frog's temple. He delivered a diagonal slash across the frog's body. Noticing the frog's tongue moving, the male lead immediately retreated. The first one, the Heimeridun, is done. Next is the Sandstorm Black Bull, your turn. The frog, having taken a slash from the male lead, was screeching in pain, attracting the attention of the Black Bull. The frog's glowing red horn agitated the Black Bull's mind. The Black Bull's eyes turned blood red and it snorted heavily, showing its immense irritation. The male lead secretly gloated. Excellent, everything is going exactly as planned. The method to simultaneously defeat 5 medium-sized monsters is to create a situation where the monsters turn on each other while we reap the benefits. Some students exclaimed in astonishment, "How is this possible? What is going on? Are the monsters attacking each other?" The male lead smirked, thinking to himself, everything is going according to plan, creating a situation where the hostile monsters slaughter each other. This is the tactic of borrowing a knife to kill someone, effortlessly using the enemy's hands to destroy the enemy. Veteran players of Ether World used to ponder, how can we defeat monsters using the fewest people possible? And so, after countless experiments, the strategy drawn was to exploit the traits and attributes of the monsters. The first target to attack was the Heimeridun. At this moment, feeling pain, the Heimeridun's horn would emit a red light. The red light would stimulate the Black Bull's attacking instinct. The agitated Black Bull would then spew sand and dust from its body into its surroundings. This layer of sand and dust would hit the Nami slime. To prevent its body from drying out, the Nami slime would produce a large amount of water. Perfect. Thanks to the barrier surrounding the exam area, the water is continuously pooling up. So the next step is, when the chitin sensed the moisture, it would let out an ear-piercing, high-frequency screech at the 7th octave. Ultimately, this would agitate the power bats known for their sensitive hearing. The bats, getting a headache from the bird's screech, would swarm over to attack it. The bird would fall and crash into the slime. The annoyed slime would then attack the bird. The monsters descended into internal conflict, fiercely fighting among themselves. The professors found it refreshing and said, all the monsters down there are agitating each other. Oh, could this boy have seen through the traits of those monsters? Even a monster researcher like me hadn't thought of this. But what's truly astonishing is Azel Mort's concentration. In such a chaotic situation, her magic power hasn't dispersed at all. It's as if she completely trusts that her knight can protect her well. The male lead abruptly turned around to check on his teammate's condition. Seeing that the monster's brawl was about to affect Azel's position, he immediately cast Blink, rushing over to kick the monsters out of the area surrounding Azel. The two were back-to-back once again. For some unknown reason, a chunk of debris was about to fall on Azel's head. The male lead blinked up and slashed the debris to pieces. In the spectator area, Ma Du-sung suddenly spoke. "Hey, princess." Bi-yan reflexively turned to him. "What is it?" Ma Du-sung said thoughtfully, "You soul, he. Doesn't he look exactly like an ideal knight? It's as if a knight is protecting his princess." Azel was completely immersed in the profound mystery of her magic. When her mana source had condensed enough, she snapped her eyes open and cast above and around Azel. Magical crystals formed, blooming like flowers and radiating an aura of pure ice. All the spectators marveled in praise, so beautiful. Azel sternly commanded, "Shatter." The crystallized ice flowers, following Azel's command, blasted ice shards across the entire monster area. Unable to defend themselves, the monsters were forced to endure the entire barrage of sharp, freezing ice rain.
The surrounding space seemed frozen in an icy world. The students watched in awe. Is it over? Did just two people really defeat 5 mid-level monsters? No, look. The monsters are waking up. Some professors watching the scene remarked this, so they couldn't finish them off in the end. What a pity. But to reach this level, they can definitely get a high score. But Azel wasn't done with her performance yet. Azel's clear eyes shone with absolute determination, shocking even the professors. That flow of mana. Could it be? Azel's voice rang out, calm yet brave. Strike down. Following her command to strike down, a blinding beam of light descended from high above to where Azel reached out her hand. Dazzling light flooded the entire area. Energy swept through all the monsters like a devastating lightning strike. The destructive power of this spell left even the caster, Azel herself, completely astounded. Her heart fluttered as she muttered to herself, "Is this my magic? I actually managed to do this." Just like he said. Looking back at the discussion between Azel and Baek Yu-seal the night before, when she learned of his intention to take down 5 mid-level monsters at once. Azel strongly objected, scolding him, "Are you crazy?" Yu-seal calmly replied, "No." He looked deeply into Azel's eyes and stated firmly, "You can do it. I believe in you. So you should also trust the me who believes in you." Azel clenched her fists, deeply moved. Until now, I had nothing in my hands. As for the path I'm taking, there was no one to even tell me if it was right or wrong. But now, she had finally seen the light in her most confusing moments. Yu-sol had become her guiding light, illuminating Azel's path and giving her the faith to keep moving forward. She told herself, it's different now. For now, just follow that flame. That way, I won't lose my way anymore. Lee Hongut's voice announced, the practical evaluation for Group 32 ends here. It had been a very long time since Azel felt she could smile so innocently and confidently like this. Yu-sol planted his sword on a high pillar dangling in the air. He complained inwardly. That was too close. She should have at least given a warning before doing that. After that practical session, the results for the mock monster combat were quickly posted. First place, Group 32, 199 points, Baek Yu-sol and Azel. Second place, Group 31, 127 points, Ma Du-sung and Hong Bai-yeon Adelivet. Ma Du-sung and Hong Bai-yeon stared at the results board in silence for a moment. Then he spoke casually. We completely lost. Hong Bai-yeon couldn't find any reason to argue, so she said, they managed to defeat the inversion-type special monsters after all, so we just have to acknowledge it. Ma Du-sung teased with a smile. Oh, you accepted reality faster than I thought. Hong Bai-yeon scoffed haughtily, complaining, you're too loud. Hong Bai-yeon glanced at Ma Du-sung, a thought sparking in her mind. What if? What if my knight was Baek Yu-sol? Then I could also cast spells that are in no way inferior to Azel's. The more she thought about it, the more dissatisfied Bai-yeon felt. But why is that commoner so devoted to Azel? If a perfect knight exists in this world, shouldn't that most perfect knight in the world rightfully be mine? Hong Bai-yeon frowned in annoyance, pressing her lips tightly together. She stewed in frustration inwardly. Honestly, saying I acknowledge this result is just a lie. I simply can't accept it, nor can I understand it. I need to investigate Baek Yu-sol thoroughly. Hong Bai-yeon suddenly noticed someone's gaze. A girl with long black hair stood there coldly, watching Bai-yeon without saying a word. Hong Bai-yeon knew this girl's name, Salen Okan. She walked right past Salen, thinking, did you drag yourself all the way here because you heard I lost to a team made of a commoner and a traitor? What an annoying bitch. Salen glanced sideways as Hong Bai-yeon walked away, muttering under her breath, still too green. Meanwhile, in the library, Flame was studying. Her hand glided, tracing lines of ink across the paper, while her mind was deep in thought. I can't believe it, for Azel to awaken the crystal flowers so quickly. Crystal flower. That magic was supposed to appear much later, after Azel had overcome all adversity and pain and regained her pride. It symbolizes her self-acceptance. If it followed the original plot, Azel should have been much more devastated right now. But now she can cast the crystal flower in front of everyone. It must be thanks to Baek Yu-sol. In the original story, Azel and Ma Du-sung would come to understand each other, and the world would face destruction. Could it be there is some independent storyline that I don't know about? A nameless character named Baek Yu-sol who falls deeply in love with Azel. And at the exact moment the world is destroyed, he takes Ma Du-sung's place and chooses to turn back time. Going back to the past to create a world where the one he loves can live on. Even if, after returning, his very existence is completely forgotten by the one he loves. Can Baek Yu-sol truly have no regrets? A love so intense that he is willing to sacrifice his own existence to reverse time. What kind of person are you, really? While Flame was concocting a highly romanticized, melodramatic deduction, our protagonist was simply waiting for his reward from the system. Chapter 5. Monster Combat Simulation completed. acquired a massive amount of EXP, successfully steered the plot in a highly favorable direction. Project Constellatio promises to grant an additional reward. Yusol pondered, what kind of reward should I choose this time? This is giving me a headache. My skills are decently upgraded. It's enough to handle the current storyline.
Yusol told the system, I want the equipment Lifinal's green leaf key. The system processed for a few seconds, then responded, System retrieval complete. Reward has been distributed. Lifinal's green leaf key. Although this item isn't an ancient relic, it's one of the extremely rare pieces of equipment that only high-level players can obtain. After all, this is the key to the place where divinity exists. But to use this, I have to go outside. Because of the previous Dark Mage incident, the conditions to leave the academy have become much stricter. Is there any way around it? Then it suddenly hit him. That's right, clubs. Yusol then sat down and wrote a sob story like this. My upbringing. Since childhood, my family was very poor. Others could eat out, but my family rarely did. My mother was always out working. I was always alone, cooking instant noodles for myself. Then, when I got sick of noodles and wanted something delicious, my mom used her savings to order jjangmyeon for me. I felt so happy and wanted to eat with her, but for some reason, she wouldn't eat. Mom said she didn't like jjangmyeon. After finishing, Yusol stretched his stiff arms and muttered, the quests are pretty much sorted for now. So, time to go find a club. Yusol went to the school notice board, which was covered in flyers. He pondered inwardly, which club should I choose?
The flyers on the board read, Recruiting for the Literature Club. Let's study for college entrance exams together. Traditional Mage Sports. Seoul Chess Club recruiting members. Welcome to apply. Yusol thought to himself, out of all these clubs, not many allow off-campus activities. I have to think this through carefully. Yusol glanced to the side and spoke up. Come to think of it. Are you having a headache over clubs too? Haven't joined one yet? Aesol, startled by the question, replied, What, is it so impossible that I haven't? Yusol crossed his arms and said, Shouldn't all these clubs be actively inviting you to join? Aesol wore an indescribable expression. Do you not know who I am? Yusol replied innocently, Of course I do, you're Aesol. You're super famous these days. Aesol was speechless. Well, that is true. Yusol thought, after the mock exams, everyone's opinion of Aesol has completely changed. She should be the one who knows this best, right? Aesol cleared her throat and said, But it's still best to be cautious when choosing a club. While Yusol and Aesol were chatting about picking clubs, someone approached them. Ma Du-sung walked up, grabbed Yusol's shoulder, and smiled amiably in greeting. Yusol felt a wave of discomfort. Ma Du-sung, why him? Yusol politely said, All right, take your hand off first. Ma Du-sung joked with a laugh, so cold. I watched your training match. I also heard you commanded the Dark Mage hunt not long ago. That's really impressive. Yusol gave a perfunctory, modest reply. That was nothing major. Ma Du-sung scrutinized Yusol for a moment. Then he continued, You really do have thoughts that are different from others. Yusol felt tense under Ma Du-sung's gaze and tone. Suppressing that feeling, Yusol acted naturally. You know I'm a commoner, so I constantly have to think about how to do better, even on the weekends. Ma Du-sung seemed to accept this reasoning and said, I see. Unlike me, you're making meaningful use of your time. Yusol asked curiously, What do you usually do on weekends? Ma Du-sung gave an incredibly model student answer. Studying. Yusol dryly commented, Since I only asked out of politeness, you gave a polite answer too, huh? Thanks. Ma Du-sung waved his hands. No, it's true. Studying and training too. Yusol looked genuinely in disbelief at the possibility of Ma Du-sung being hardworking. Yusol said doubtfully, You don't usually do those things. Ma Du-sung replied, a little embarrassed, That's true. You're too blunt, Yusol. But honestly, for some reason, I've naturally become diligent lately. Hearing this, Yusol questioned inwardly. Ma Du-sung starting to train is something that happens much later in the story. Why now? At this point, Aesol chimed in, guessing the reason for Ma Du-sung's hard work. It's because of the dungeon combat, right? Ma Du-sung nodded. Exactly. If my lady hadn't intervened back then, I would have been in huge trouble. Aesol, embarrassed but trying to hide it, said, Don't call me my lady. Yusol mentally accepted this change. That's true. In the original work, Ma Du-sung teamed up with Flame and easily defeated Haigwith. But this time, because of my interference, Flame was held back. As a result, Ma Du-sung had to face Haigwith alone. Could Haigwith's abnormal condition be because of this too? Either way, this is a good thing. That way, both Haigwith and Ma Du-sung can train more. It will definitely have a positive impact on their growth, leading toward a happy ending. Ma Du-sung returned to the main topic at hand. But Yusol, haven't you joined any clubs yet? You've been enrolled for a while now. The male lead replied, because I've been really busy lately. Ma Du-sung beamed a bright smile and asked, then do you want to join the same club as me? The male lead answered casually about that. If you're willing to accommodate my preferences, I might consider it. Ma Du-sung then asked, what kind of club do you want? The male lead laid out a list of criteria. Nobody else around, quiet, no private gatherings, covers the 4 basic insurances, serves cheese tonkatsu every lunch, allows free participation in outside activities, respects individual activities, and permits going outside for special missions. Aesol complained, where in the world is there a club like that? And what on earth are the 4 basic insurances? The male lead secretly rolled his eyes. Of course there isn't one. I was just joking. But Ma Du-sung seemed to consider it, saying, is that so? What if I create a club like that? Both the male lead and Aesol looked at Ma Du-sung with indescribable expressions. The male lead asked skeptically, can you really create a club that gets special permission to go out? Ma Du-sung showed no signs of joking and answered seriously, yeah, I can. If anyone else had said that, the male lead would have thought they were bluffing, but knowing Ma Du-sung's true identity, he nodded inwardly. True, Ma Du-sung does have that kind of network. But the male lead cautiously asked, what do you get out of creating a club for me? Ma Du-sung answered frankly and naturally, of course I do. You are very special. The male lead, confused, said, what do you know? Suddenly, he pursed his lips and reflected. Ah, I got it. The core issue with Ma Du-sung is that he's incredibly lonely. As if compromising with himself, the male lead said, all right, make a club for me. Special, my ass. Ma Du-sung was happy seeing the male lead agree to join a club with him. The male lead added another condition, gesturing toward Aesol. She has to be in it too. Aesol was bewildered. Do I have to join as well? The male lead crossed his arms, secretly satisfied with his matchmaking scheme. In the original work, these two went through life and death together. If it's Aesol, she can definitely help Ma Du-sung cheer up. Ma Du-sung smooth-talked. If a beauty like Lady Aesol joins, I would definitely welcome it. Aesol retorted, please don't call me lady. I won't like it. Seeing that the interaction between the two wasn't as rosy as he thought, the male lead secretly began to doubt the feasibility of this matchmaking. Ma Du-sung asked the male lead, so what kind of club are we making? The male lead said, about that, I have an idea. The 3 of them then sat at a table together to fill out the club application form. Club name, Culinary Club. President, Baek Yu-seol. Members, Ma Du-sung, Aesol. Purpose, culinary exploration. Aesol asked doubtfully, is this going to be okay? To get the stamp for special activities, we need an advising professor and at least 4 members. Ma Du-sung said confidently, they'll take care of the members and the stamp, but finding an advising professor might be difficult even for me. The male lead then asked, why? You clearly managed to sort out even the special extracurricular permit. Ma Du-sung gave a half-smile and said, those things are just trash. Seeing this, the male lead didn't question it any further. Ma Du-sung took the application form and said, then I'll go take care of the stamp for this form. The male lead replied, all right, I'm counting on you. The male lead thought to himself, not just anyone can stamp for a special activity, but if he can get this stamp, it proves that the person Ma Du-sung is connected to must be one of those people. Ma Du-sung arrived at Main Tower 1. In the vice principal's office, he was tending to an antique vase when he heard a knock on the door. The person knocking didn't wait for his permission and pushed the door open. Upon seeing it was Ma Du-sung, he immediately stood up to welcome him. Welcome, young master, Ma Du-sung replied. Yes, long time no see, Grandpa. Ma Du-sung entered the vice principal's office, seated himself in the vice principal's chair, and remarked with amusement, oh, this seat is softer than I thought. I like it. The vice principal gave a perfunctory smile. Akihiden grumbled inwardly. What is this guy doing here? He then asked, come to think of it, what brings you here today? Ma Du-sung then placed the form on the desk. Smiling with narrowed eyes, he made his demand. It's a club application form. Stamp it. Aki reached for the paper and said, a club application form. I need to check if it meets the requirements for establishment first. Ma Du-sung slammed his hand down on the form. His attitude clearly showed he didn't want Aki to review anything. To make it clear, Ma Du-sung vocalized it. There's no need to look at the contents, right? Just stamp it already. You'll do it, won't you? Ma Du-sung said with a slightly threatening undertone. Aki gulped and told himself inwardly, I can't resist. This brat is the heir of that man. I absolutely cannot offend him. Figuring that avoiding trouble was the best course, Aki chose to compromise, saying, all right, have it your way. Aki then said a lot more things to Ma Du-sung. After listening, Ma Du-sung replied expressionlessly, I know. Then he turned his back and threw out a couple of polite words. Thanks. I'll be going now. Aki watched Ma Du-sung close the door and disappear. Then he thought irritably, like father, like son, exactly the same. Just a half-baked fool, yet he dares to be so disrespectful. But it won't be for long. One day I will personally break that arrogant neck of his. One day, when the professor dismissed the class, the students waited for the professor to leave before sighing in relief. Finally done. That professor always loves to nitpick during presentations. I agree, he's especially harsh on commoners. Jackie held her presentation paper in her hand and blamed herself. I clearly could have performed better in front of everyone. But I made a mistake because I was nervous. I could have done even better than Flame. Flame went over to her roommate and encouraged her. Jackie, you worked hard on the presentation today. Don't mind the professor's words too much. You get a great job. Jackie turned away in annoyance, cutting Flame off. That's enough. Flame sighed helplessly. She really is. People are obviously worrying about her, but she doesn't understand their feelings at all. Someone chimed in. Exactly. Flame looked over and was startled to see the male lead crying out, "Ah, you scared me to death. What is it?" The male lead said nonchalantly, "Nothing. You have a really good relationship with the professors, right? I want to form a club. Can you help me nominate a professor?"
Flame asked back, "Why don't you ask them yourself?" The male lead gave his reason about that. "If I go and ask the professors for a favor, it seems like none of them like me." Flame completely understood why the professors weren't friendly toward him. True, just looking at your usual attitude is enough to understand why. You always love to argue back against the professors and fall asleep during class. You're lucky the academy hasn't issued you a warning yet. The male lead felt a bit ashamed and said, "You didn't have to go that far." Flame didn't refuse but hesitated. But who would be willing to help with this troublesome task? Then she suddenly thought of someone. She suggested, "Come to think of it, don't you have a really good relationship with teaching assistant Altarisha?" Baekyu Sewell walked out of the classroom, thinking to himself, so teaching assistants can also advise students. I only played the game following the storyline, so I didn't even know that was a thing. On the way to the office where Altarisha was, the male lead suddenly saw someone. It was Professor Mazin. He also saw her sinister smile, which made it obvious that something bad had happened. The male lead's face went blank as he wondered, what's going on? Arriving at teaching assistant Altarisha's personal research lab, the male lead walked in with a smile to greet her, only to see Altarisha standing in a daze, looking at a pile of papers scattered all over the floor. Hearing the male lead's voice, she looked over with teary eyes. Altarisha rubbed her eyes, trying to look fine, and said, "You're here." The male lead asked with concern, "Assistant, what exactly happened?" Altarisha's voice trembled. It was hard for her to go into details. So the male lead had to be direct. "Assistant, where is the thesis you've been preparing all this time?" Altarisha clenched her fists tightly against her chest. Then she tried to act natural as she recounted, "I gave it to the professor. You know about it too. There's an academic presentation coming up. The professor said she would use my thesis then. This is something to be grateful for." In a place where so many outstanding alchemists gather like that, the male lead gently interrupted, "Assistant, that's blatantly stealing the fruits of someone else's blood, sweat, and tears. Is the professor's name on it?" Altarisha said weakly, "It's fine. Consider this a learning experience." The male lead thought to himself, at this rate, it's absolutely not the right time to ask her to be the club's advisor. The male lead glanced at the blackboard, thinking to himself, it won't be long before Professor Mazin solves that formula too, even though I was planning to let Altarisha complete it herself. Less than greater than. Having organized his thoughts, he told Altarisha, "Assistant, besides that, you still have another thesis that you've finished preparing, the one you were decoding with me last time." Altarisha reacted, "The random number interference formula. I also found your bifurcation method very unique, so I've kept trying to substitute it in, but it hasn't been smooth at all. It truly lives up to its name as a mystery unsolved for 300 years. It feels like if I can just solve one link in it, I'll be able to see the path ahead." The male lead then said, "That part, I've already solved it." Altarisha thought she misheard. What? What did you just say? Have you really solved it? Really? The male lead walked straight to the blackboard and said, "That's right. But I just got lucky and stumbled upon the solution, so I don't really understand it very well." The male lead picked up the chalk and wrote down the part he claimed to have solved. Then he told Altarisha, "If you look at it, it will definitely be different, won't it?" Altarisha immediately immersed herself in its aesthetic, saying, "That's right. This formula plus the Trini coefficient of dispersion and reflection combined with the Van Butzen flow." The male lead smiled, secretly admiring her. She's already immersed in it just like that. Her concentration is formidable. Unlike me, who can only copy what I've seen before, she's a true genius. A genius who will change the future of humanity. My task ends here. For the rest, I can only trust in her talent and wait. At a certain place with a steamy, hazy shadow, someone let out a yawn and stepped out. Finally arrived. Afterwards, with Altarisha's help, the male lead successfully established the culinary club and could use his title as president to apply for permission to go off campus. The male lead sighed. So exhausting. Although there were some suspicions during the process, like Professor Lee Han Gut, who upon finding out remarked, "Training?
Aren't you just using the culinary club's name to get permission to go outside? The male lead could only laugh awkwardly at the time, unable to deny it, but in the end, it was approved, and that was what mattered. The male lead brushed off those pointless thoughts as he walked to clear his head, thinking, "Forget it, as long as I don't cause any trouble, everything will be fine."
He walked toward the Manhwa spirit garden and marveled, so this is the third world tree. Beneath the canopy, there was a whole active civilization. Stepping inside, the male lead found everything around him novel. Wow, the illustrations in the game simply cannot compare to this actual scene. A female spirit smiled warmly and said, "Welcome, Mage of Stella." A hospitable male spirit said, "May your sincerity reach Mother Earth." Observing the spirit's relaxed demeanor, the main character silently guessed, is it because Edmund Epwin once saved the second world tree from almost burning down? Many spirits showed clear goodwill towards the person wearing the Stella uniform. The main character smiled back at the friendly spirits. "May the world tree's blessing upon this beautiful garden always be with us." Just like the game's setting, there were many beautiful men and women here. But among them, there was a spirit with incredibly unique beauty. The Spirit King, Hwa Seo Rin. Possessing a goddess-like appearance that fluttered the hearts of countless male spirits, Hwa Seo Rin was the character with the most fan art in the world of Ether. Spirits were originally a race born genderless. Only when they meet their true love do they change their gender based on the one they love. Although Hwa Seo Rin was born with a female form, because she had never experienced true love, she was actually still genderless. Later, halfway through the game's storyline, she chose to become a male. No matter which route the player chose, there was no option for Hwa Seo Rin to become fully female. This was truly a hilariously tragic fact that left countless male fans in despair. I myself used to like Hwa Seo Rin too. After walking for a while, the main character excitedly said, "Found it." This was the rare dungeon, Garden of the Divine Spirit Liphenal. My skills have also been enhanced to a certain level. Then it's better to complete all the possible side quests first. The main character opened the system and requested, I choose the equipment. Liphenal's blue light key. Holding the small key in his hand, the main character said, "Being able to use this earlier than I imagined, that's great." The main character inserted the key into the lock. The system announced, "Caution. Once you open the entrance to this place, others with the key will also discover it." The main character muttered, this line, "I've seen it in the game too." He thought to himself, but players have already verified it. It won't trigger any additional side storylines. What else could possibly happen now? Ignoring the system's warning, the main character twisted it open. The system announced, "The door leading to the Garden of the Divine Spirit Liphenal is opening." Meanwhile, in the Elven Kingdom, the cradle of the heavenly spirit tree, in a room reserved for the most supreme beings of the spirit realm, a spirit with long white hair was sleeping. As if feeling she had slept enough, the spirit sat up. She walked to the large window in her room and pushed the doors open. From this spirit's room, one could see the South Flower Spirit Garden not far away. The Spirit King, Hwa Seo Rin, looked at this and said, "The world is still very peaceful today." Hwa Seo Rin looked at the birds in the sky and murmured, "When will I be able to live such a free and carefree life like that? I truly admire those birds." Suddenly, Hwa Seo Rin sensed an unfamiliar intruder stepping into the sacred ground of the spirit race. Hwa Seo Rin rubbed her head anxiously. Did someone enter the secret garden where Liphenal is slumbering? Logically, no one should be able to enter there. Just who is it? Then the Spirit King told herself, now is not the time to be distracted. The Spirit King reached for the neatly folded cloak next to her bed. Pulling the cloak over her head, Hwa Seo Rin decided to step out of the room. But when she reached the door, Hwa Seo Rin stopped and thought, no, I must endure. I've endured for decades. I can't leave at this moment. Who knows, it might trigger the curse that causes people to fall into madness. I'll just wait until the upcoming World Tree birthday. I'll go confirm it then. As for the main character, he couldn't hold back a sneeze. He grumbled, this damn pollen. Right when a tree root attacked, he luckily dodged it quickly and cursed, you bastard tree root. If I keep fighting like this, it'll never end. I knew it would be like this, so I used alchemy to craft some fire flasks. The main character threw the small flask toward the plant. Fire immediately erupted, incinerating the aggressive plant root. But that wasn't enough to take down this plant, so the main character told himself that I can't miss this chance. He blinked to the center of the plant where the fire hadn't reached and told himself, now is the time. Gathering his strength, the main character stabbed his sword down hard. The plant truly withered away this time. The system announced, game experience points. The main character said, that takes care of these small fries. Now it's time to carry out my real objective. The system announced, entered the dungeon's boss room. Walking on this carpet of flowers, the main character gave himself a moment to enjoy this poetic, beautiful scenery. His eyes suddenly paused and he muttered, this is the divine spirit Liphenal? The most mysterious existence in this world, a divine spirit.
It was a pure soul that had undergone hundreds of years of cultivation, finally achieving enlightenment and transcending into a new existence. There weren't many existences like that in the world of ether either. But the existence before his eyes was not a complete divine spirit. Before that goddess could become a divine spirit, her heart was stolen, forever locking her in a state resembling a stone statue like this. The main character couldn't help but feel nervous. Suddenly, a pressure forced the main character to crouch down. He knew. This is mana pressure. As expected, even if a divine spirit is dead, they are still a divine spirit. But I can't give up here. After struggling for a while, the main character managed to crawl right next to the stone statue. The system announced, trait, mana leakage, constitution, experience points increased. Stats have been increased. Thanks to that, the main character felt so much lighter. He let himself sit down and said, now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. That's right. This is the final training ground left behind by the divine spirit. One of the opportunities that mages all over the world yearn for but can never find. The mana vein. Here, even if you just do normal exercises, you can achieve results hundreds of times better. Because the body receives the breath of the divine spirit, natural compatibility is also greatly increased. Simply put, I just wanted to find a slightly better gym, but I ended up suffering like this. Obviously, I didn't work out at all in real life, yet here I am. But before that, the main character aimed at the dry branch lodged in the stone statue's forearm. The system displayed, rare item, obtained withered branch of resentment. Grade, high tier. Description, resentment is not forgotten over time but only grows more furious. Special effect, resentment. 1. The first touch inflicts the resentment abnormal status on the target. 2. The second touch detonates the target's resentment, dealing damage. 3. Resentment damage increases over time and can be stored for up to 3 months. 4. Damage is halved if the target is 6-star or above. Can be used once. The main character thought to himself, using this, I can deal with the Chapter 8 boss, Mason. Since I got the item, then let's start training. A few weeks later, the main character checked his progress through the game system panel and saw mana leakage, constitution level 3, strength enhanced by 8%. My current stats are probably around intermediate 2-star. The road ahead is still very long. The main characters already have stats at 4-star or higher. In this world, there's no master to teach me swordsmanship. Therefore, I can only rely on repeating simple stabbing and slashing motions to pierce the enemy's weak points more accurately. I have to try even harder. Push myself until my bones break and my flesh tears, giving it my all. But exerting oneself without knowing the body's limits makes it very easy to harm oneself. Like right now, the sword fell from the main character's hand and he coughed uncontrollably. Then the system still gave the main character a positive notification. Learn a part of a special mana breathing technique. Obtain the skill, Breath of the Divine Spirit. The main character felt dizzy and noticed his vision twisting and warping bizarrely, while he was in a dizzy and lethargic state. A voice snapped the main character awake. What are you doing? Can't you hear my voice? Can you hear me? Can't you hear me? Or do you hear me and are just deliberately ignoring me? I hope you're just ignoring me. Are you listening to me? Huh? Huh? Answer me already. I'm waiting here. Hurry up and answer. Hurry up! The main character's heart jumped as he cried out, Oh my God, what is this? Where is this voice coming from? The mysterious voice said, Hey, you can hear my voice, right? The main character looked back. He couldn't think of anyone the voice could belong to other than the divine spirit, Lifanel. The main character silently felt a sense of unreality. Is the divine spirit Lifanel initiating a conversation with me? The main character commented, What the? A corpse can actually talk? Lifanel snapped angrily, I am not dead, you awful human. The main character wondered, what the hell is going on? How are you able to talk? Lifanel playfully replied, I've been talking all along, haven't I? You were just deaf, so you didn't hear it. The main character was suspicious. Why couldn't I hear it before, but suddenly I can now? So Lifanel said, Is it because you've become an existence like me? Just now, you breathed out the exact same breath as I do. Hearing this, the main character silently noticed. Just now, there really was a notification about getting a new skill. System information. Breath of the Divine Spirit, Level 1. Through the breath of a divine spirit, one can harmonize with nature. Although it can significantly increase the rate of mana circulation in the blood, it will lead to being corrupted by a divine beast. Effects. Form 1. Strength enhanced by 107%. Form 2. Agility enhanced by 125%. Form 3. Senses enhanced by 147%. Form 4. Overall enhanced by 101%. Maximum duration, 15 seconds. Divine Beast Corruption level, 1%. The main character was internally shocked. What is this? Such a powerful skill. Even though the duration is very short, it can make my physical stats skyrocket to the 4-star level in an instant. Then the main character suddenly realized, wait, the side effect is being corrupted by a divine beast. That means I will lose my human body. Although divine beasts can use their own mana to maintain a physical form, with a mana leakage constitution like mine, I would lose my physical body entirely. That's practically equivalent to death. It's another skill that reduces my lifespan every time I use it. No, let's look at the bright side. It's true that I received a great skill, highly suitable for use when falling into a crisis. Lifinal expressed her amazement. How miraculous. This is already the second time I've seen a human who can exhale the breath of a divine spirit. You are just like that person, an incredibly faint existence. There's almost no mana in your body, almost as if you didn't exist in this world at all. The main character asked, who is that person? Lifinal revealed, a sword user, just like you. Someone who can sever mana, and who has even slain a divine spirit. The main character was internally bewildered. The game never mentioned any such swordsman. To be able to slay a divine spirit, isn't that an incredibly powerful supreme being? The main character then asked that person, can I meet him? Lifinal replied, no. He killed the 12 disciples of the progenitor mage. The main character was horrified. The progenitor mage? Isn't that someone who died a very long time ago? Who knows what Lifinal was thinking, but she suddenly offered, asking the main character, do you want me to teach you? I was very close to that person. Therefore, I memorized all of his breathing methods and movements. The main character didn't expect a free lunch to fall into his lap so easily. But then Lifinal said, however, there is one condition. I cannot move here, nor can I speak to anyone. I am no different from a dead person. Therefore, find me a heart. Save my life. The main character thought to himself, what an expected answer. But the main character said bluntly, I'm very sorry, but that's impossible. With my abilities, I can't obtain the heart of another divine spirit. Lifinal said, it doesn't matter even if it's not a heavenly spirit's heart. A pure heart of a divine beast will do. Using his knowledge of the ether world, the male lead pointed out, if you use a divine beast's heart, most of your power will dissipate, right? Lifinal softly replied, it's fine. It's better than being trapped in here in eternal solitude. The male lead compromised, all right. An ordinary divine beast's heart isn't impossible to get. The male lead thought to himself, I'm training here anyway to prepare for the upcoming summoning contract ceremony. I'll encounter countless divine beasts then. Compared to finding a heavenly spirit's heart, this is much easier. Bakusil told Lifinal, I'll do my best. Genuinely grateful, Lifinal said, thank you. I'll be waiting for you. I have something I want to give you. Go check the pillar behind me. The male lead asked, what is this? Lifinal answered, proof that you are my friend. The system also confirmed, Lifinal's flower necklace, proof of becoming Lifinal's friend. Ability, none. The male lead pocketed the flower necklace, secretly thinking little of this useless item. I've never even heard of this item in the game. If I'm ever out of fire, maybe I could use it as kindling. Suddenly, he reconsidered, no, wait a minute. She is a heavenly spirit, after all. The acknowledgement of a heavenly spirit. Who knows, it might turn out to be an incredibly useful item. Meanwhile, in a certain office, someone was hard at work solving magic equations. Altarisha sat on the floor, staring at a board packed with writing, and muttered, I did it. Suddenly, she lowered her head and reminded herself, ah no, this is no time to get distracted. She eagerly started reorganizing her research papers, recording everything she had just realized. Altarisha smiled happily, affirming, tomorrow will open a new era. If Usil found out about this, he'd definitely be thrilled, right? Altarisha added Beck Usil's name to the research report as a sign of respect for the male lead's contributions. The Dwarven Kingdom, the capital of the Black Iron Empire, the Golden Light Full Iron Guild. Various races from all over gathered here. Beck Usil came here together with Altarisha. Today was the day of the academic conference. The venue for this conference changes every year. This year, it was held at the Mining and Metallurgy Academy, the top alchemy school located in the Dwarven Kingdom. Perhaps because the ancestors of material magic were dwarves, the scale was much larger than before. Furthermore, in this academic conference, the strongest alchemist, known as the Golden Alchemist, Wang Sok Ko, would also participate. In other words, this was the perfect moment to present the results of Altarisha's research. Altarisha said nervously, but you soul, is it really okay to do this? This is the result of half a lifetime of the professor's research. The male lead sighed inwardly, wondering if she was too kind or just naive. To say such things even when her own research was being stolen. The male lead reassured Altarisha, saying, don't worry. We aren't stealing Professor Mason's research. It's just that an assistant like you is much more brilliant than Professor Mason. Altarisha felt a little less anxious and said softly, yeah, thank you. The male lead said, then shall we head inside and take a look? I feel walking the red carpet is a bit overwhelming, so let's just take the back door. As an introvert who didn't like too much attention, Altarisha agreed with this idea. In a room filled with the elites of the academic world, a person gave the customary opening speech. Welcome, doctors, professors, and researchers of the Alchemy Association. From this moment on, the 87th Golden Ratio Academic Conference officially begins. The first segment will be dedicated to the announcement of new pharmaceuticals. So first up, let's welcome Professor Mason Tyron of Stella Academy to present. Professor Mason began her presentation. I am Mason Tyron from Stella Academy, and I will be presenting on the Alpha-type red potion. First, please direct your attention over here. After a long and detailed presentation of her research, Mason concluded, "That is all," amidst the exclamations of many individuals present in the hall. Absolutely brilliant, Professor Mason Tyron. I can't believe you managed to improve such a complex red potion. What an outstanding idea. The male lead secretly despised Mason. She spoke so passionately as if it were her own research, but it was Altaricia's thesis. He had plenty of ways to make her suffer. The main course is just beginning. Along with the male lead's thoughts, the announcer called out from the podium. Well then, next up. Please welcome teaching assistant Altaricia of Stella Academy to the stage. Altaricia was nervous, but she managed to introduce herself fluently. Welcome everyone, I am Altaricia, an alchemist from Stella Academy. Someone in the audience whispered about Altaricia. This is the woman introduced by the pharmaceutical company last time. The natural regenerative cell extraction the professor mentioned. The protective coating substance for the drug currently in development. The male lead sat with a smile as he listened to Altaricia continue. The topic I want to present today is a comprehensive synthesis and understanding of the formula combining alchemy and magical engineering. Hearing the title of the topic Altaricia was about to present, all the scholars present were completely stunned and amazed. One person spoke up to remind her, "Do you even know where you are?" Altaricia reflexively humbled herself, answering, "Of course, a grand and prestigious place like this is truly overwhelming for someone like me." Then the person in the audience asked sternly, "Then how do you expect us to take what you just said?" Altaricia clenched her fists tightly against her chest, a habit to reassure the timid part of herself. Then she spoke clearly and boldly. Please take it exactly as an alchemist would. The scholars in the audience burst into an uproar, but combining alchemy and magical engineering is absurd. In principle, magical engineering and alchemy cannot intertwine. This has been an unsolvable problem for the past 300 years. How could it be? Intrigued by the topic, the golden alchemist, Huang Sa-ko, sternly shouted, "Everyone, order. If you hastily conclude that it's impossible just because there have been too many failures, can you even call yourselves alchemists? I am looking forward to it. A young alchemist who has found the truth to an allegedly impossible formula. Please present the truth you have discovered." Receiving words of encouragement from the most prestigious figure in the industry gave Altaricia a great boost of courage. She spoke gratefully, "Thank you, sir." Then for the presentation. Mason fiercely shouted, cutting Altaricia off, "I object. Before teaching assistant Altaricia presents this thesis, I would like to raise a question regarding it." Huang Sa-ko looked over at Mason and questioned, "A question? What do you mean by that?" Mason provocatively stated, "It's an inquiry regarding plagiarism." The crowd murmured again at the scent of drama unfolding. Goodness, plagiarism? Allegations of plagiarism? Huang Sa-ko calmly chuckled at the spectacle, speaking meaningfully. He turned to Mason and reminded her, "If you make allegations of plagiarism and cannot prove them, you know what kind of penalty you'll face, right?" Feeling absolutely certain, Mason replied, "Of course." She then walked up to the podium, stealing Altaricia's spotlight, and said, "As you all know, there are 5 major problems in combining alchemy and magical engineering. Only when all 5 problems are solved can alchemy and magical engineering reach a state of balance. Currently, the academic world has only solved 2 of these problems, and even then, those 2 can still be considered only partially solved. However, I have managed to solve 4 of those problems. And Assistant Altaricia here has been working as my teaching assistant and alchemy assistant." People began whispering without stating it explicitly. If she says that, then doesn't it mean this thesis is actually? Mason stated firmly, "Naturally, it is my thesis. Even if Assistant Altaricia somehow managed to solve the 5th problem, can the remaining 4 problems be considered solved by her own efforts?" Mason knew Altaricia's timid nature, so she made this preemptive strike to completely crush the assistant's flickering courage to showcase her new talent. She thought maliciously, "You reckless fool. I acknowledge your overwhelming innate talent, but your career as an alchemist ends here. Your talent will forever belong to me." Approaching Altaricia, Mason slowly said, "So what do you think, Assistant Altaricia?" Altaricia tightly clenched her trembling hands. She nervously told herself, Even though I knew this would happen, my mind is completely blank right now. What should I do?" Then she remembered the offer of help Baek Yu-seul had given her earlier. "If you feel you can't hold out on your own, just call my name." Recalling those words, Altaricia calmed down. She raised her hand and said, There is someone who can back me up. I want to call him out here." The scholars were all curious. "Who is it?" Altarisha answered, "It's the co-author of this thesis. Student Beck Yu Sewell over there." The male lead was stunned dumb, not because Altarisha called him up for backup, but because he had no idea when he became the co-author of a thesis solving a 300-year-old problem. Mason probably wasn't very surprised to see the stubborn, self-righteous first-year student Beck Yu Sewell involved in Altarisha finally standing up for herself. Many of the scholars were shocked and gossiped. How is that possible? Such a young student. But even so, it doesn't change the situation. Wang Sa-ko saw that it might be the emergence of a new young talent and was highly enthusiastic. He muttered, truly something to look forward to. The male lead stepped up to the stage, neither too fast nor too slow. He intentionally brushed closely past Professor Mason. Taking the opportunity, he secretly activated the special function of the item, the grudge-soaked branch on Mason. The system announced, the special skill of the item has been activated. Target of grudge, Mason Tyron. Ignorant of the fact that she was being plotted against, Mason clicked her tongue at the male lead's attitude of treating a professor like thin air and judged him. So disrespectful. The male lead couldn't care less whether he was respectful or not. He was secretly laughing inwardly. Excellent. It worked. The male lead stood tall, facing all the scholars. He then started speaking. First of all, I have heard Professor Mason's arguments, but seeing is believing. So why don't we try solving the combined formula right here on the spot? The male lead's idea won the agreement of the entire hall, but Altarisha faltered again. Not because she couldn't solve the problem coherently, but because she dreaded this kind of confrontation. The male lead then asked, "Assistant, don't you trust me?" Altarisha reflexively replied, "No, that's not it. I do trust you." The male lead provided Altarisha with mental strength by saying, "I've been watching you from the sidelines all this time. Please don't worry, Assistant Altarisha. You can definitely do this. Put your trust in me, the one who always believes in you." Altarisha felt a spark of hope. Can I really do this? She told herself, that's right, Yu Sewell wasn't wrong. I have to believe in everything I've done all this time. Tying her hair back, Altarisha calmly addressed the other woman. Shall we begin, Professor Mason? Regarding the interspatial random interference formula, 300 years ago, a certain alchemist said, less than greater than. The more you try to decipher it, the more astonishing the formulas you discover. After leaving those words, he slipped in the bathroom and died an absurd death. This was once a famous formula that caused quite a stir. Since then, countless alchemists have attempted to solve it, but all of them failed. Until now, no one had the passion to challenge it anymore. Just like that, this unsolved formula was deemed impossible. Kane, captain of the Mist Moon Tower's 13th Anti-Darkness Squad, was intrigued. Looking at the podium, he thought, to think someone could actually solve the interspatial random interference formula. Vice Captain Hedon Macaron, on the other hand, yawned continuously and said, "What's so interesting? I'm bored to death." The people around them smelled the smoke from Kane's cigarette but couldn't tell where it was coming from because the two were conversing while invisible. Hedon asked for confirmation. "But Captain, is that professor really a dark mage?" "No matter how you look at it, this mission seems pretty awful." Hedon glanced over and saw Kane remaining silent. She scratched her head and complained, "It's all because you always unconditionally trust what that old man says, Captain." The bustling murmurs in the audience drew their attention back to the podium. The atmosphere in the hall had shifted. A voice echoed from the speakers. That's right. The deciphering of the first difficult problem has now concluded. Wang Sa-ko stared wide-eyed at the two explanations on the podium. He gave his evaluation, a similar approach but with a slightly different perspective. Kane observed this and formed his own silent assessment. However, compared to Professor Mason's solution, the assistant's method is simpler and clearer. Furthermore, the final answer is also slightly different. That was only the first of 5 problems. The speaker announced, "Next, please proceed with analyzing the second problem." The scholars observed the presentations of both individuals on the podium and were impressed. Truly astonishing. I've seen all sorts of solutions for the second puzzle, but this is the first time I've seen a method like this. The second puzzle originally required at least 200 lines to solve, yet it was resolved in a mere 12 lines. Yu Sewell nodded inwardly. The audience's reaction is excellent, but from here on is where Altarisha truly proves her worth. The hall speaker requested, "Now, please proceed with analyzing the third problem." The third problem had never been solved by anyone before. Would it truly be cracked here? At this point, the composure of Altarisha and Mason began to clearly diverge. While Altarisha maintained her calm demeanor, Mason showed obvious signs of stress. Wang Sa-ko exclaimed in astonishment, "How is this possible? Did she really solve it?" Even though Professor Mason, who solved the supposedly impossible third puzzle, is exceptional, compared to her, I can't help but feel that Assistant Altarisha is even more impressive. Hearing this, Mason glanced at Altarisha, panicking inwardly. What kind of solution is this? The people in the room murmured, how could she come up with this method? Even seeing it with my own eyes, it's hard to believe. Until now, all high-ranking alchemists treated these 5 problems as independent issues to study and solve, but Altarisha is different. She treated these 5 problems as a single entity and conducted a comprehensive analysis. That was the difference between Mason and Altarisha. Even as the puzzle-solving continued afterward, Mason suddenly froze, frantically asking herself, wait, what's the formula that comes after this?
Damn it, there isn't enough space on the chalkboard anymore. She turned and demanded of the person standing nearby, get me another chalkboard. While Mason was struggling, a calm and clear voice announced, I have finished solving it. Mason froze, casting a sidelong glance at the person next to her. Altarisha turned to face the audience. This is the complete synthesis and interpretation of the interspatial random interference formula. The hall erupted. This is insane, truly insane. I never expected to witness such a historical moment with my own eyes. I am so moved. This is the moment of the century. Altarisha felt a surge of quiet pride. I actually did it. She silently thanked the person who had given her courage. Thank you, you soul. It's all thanks to you. Right then, from beside Altarisha, a voice continuously muttered her name, as if chanting a curse. Mason emitted an ominous aura toward the one who had stolen the spotlight she believed was hers. While Altarisha was still stunned by Mason's dark and menacing signs, Yusil, who had been observing nearby, stepped forward, intending to keep Mason in check for Altarisha. Blinded by jealousy, Mason aggressively accused Altarisha. How much longer are you going to break my heart, taking a stolen thesis and altering it like this? Then disguising it as your own. Are you proud of yourself? Yusil looked at Mason's state and thought, is she going straight into dark transformation like this? It's faster than I expected, but that's even better. If she turns into a dark mage right in front of everyone like this. As Mason neared a state of insanity, fixating fiercely on Altarisha. Everyone has their limits. Unable to endure it any longer, Altarisha exploded, shouting, please stop being so full of yourself. My thesis is clearly vastly superior to yours, Professor. Wasn't that presentation just now proof enough? How much longer are you going to steal my work? Hearing this, the audience turned to each other. So the thesis on the red potion earlier was also that assistant's doing. I knew it. Altarisha trembled with anger. She had never spoken such harsh words before, but now she had to. Furthermore, she declared it loudly and clearly. Professor, you are honestly stupider than I am. Everyone was shocked, but the most shocked of all was Mason. The timid girl who only knew how to endure had now raised her voice to claim what was rightfully hers. Seeing this, Huang Sako let out a hearty laugh. Fascinating. Today's presentation is truly fascinating. Mason flinched upon hearing that. As if snapping out of a trance, Mason looked down at her trembling hands and muttered, What have I done? Mason aggressively stomped over to Altarisha, but Mason wasn't completely lucid. She forgot this wasn't her private office, but a public setting. Yusil had to step forward and warn her, Professor Mason, please take a good look at your current situation. Only then did Mason consciously glance toward the audience, coming face to face with the judgmental stares of countless people. Mason panicked to the point where her words lost their sharp edge. No, that's not it. That's not it at all. She was the one who stole my thesis. Seemingly fed up with Mason's ridiculous behavior, Huang Sako ordered the organizers, drag her out. Mason shrieked, I'm telling you, it's not true. I didn't do anything wrong. Let go of me. As Professor Mason was dragged out of the hall, Altarisha's legs gave out and she collapsed to the floor. Perhaps in her entire life, this was the first time she had burst with such courage. Yusil reached out a hand, smiled reassuringly, and said, Assistant, you worked hard today. Altarisha replied with a bright, radiant smile. And so the drama in the hall ended smoothly for Altarisha. Kane and Hedden left the hall. Hedden complained in disappointment. So this trip was a complete waste of time after all. Kane said, Indeed, being that agitated should have definitely exposed a flaw. But the censor reacting to dark magic corruption didn't respond at all. Hedin said, True. The Miss Moon Tower's mental screening isn't absolutely perfect, is it? By the way, is that kid the high school student who co-authored the thesis? He looks pretty cute, doesn't he? In contrast to the vice captain's playful nature, Kane asked seriously, Have you investigated him? Hedin informed him, Matra just contacted me. Before he arrived at Stella, his hometown was ravaged by dark mages. He's a commoner, and his academic records upon entering the academy were rock bottom. Yet he got into Class S. Furthermore, he's attending the world's top combat magic academy, but he doesn't use magic. No matter how you look at it, it's very bizarre. He even requested that his name be left out of today's interview. Kane pondered and then said, Is that so? Log this down. Suddenly, Kane's pupils constricted. Yusil, despite standing amidst the crowd, was clearly directing his gaze straight at Kane. And it was worth noting, Kane was still in a state of invisibility. Yusil made it seem like a casual, fleeting glance, then turned back to converse with the scholars. But Kane didn't dismiss that look as just a casual glance. He muttered,
Wait, our eyes just met. Hedon asked skeptically, what? How is that possible? Your cognitive disruption magic and my night veil barrier. How could they be seen through so easily? It must be an illusion. Whether intentionally or not, Yu's soul had now drawn the attention of the Mist Moon Tower. Staring at him wouldn't solve anything, so Kane and the vice captain turned away. He said, let's go. We're done here. Hedon had been waiting for those exact words, stating, I'm sick of this dull place anyway. Meanwhile, inside a certain carriage,
Mason sat inside, anxiously biting her fingernails.
Damn it. If it weren't for Yu's soul, I wouldn't have had to suffer this humiliation. Now that things have come to this, I really must deal with Yu's soul. A second individual sitting in the carriage coldly interjected, calm down, Mason. Pero, you're Raiden? Judging by Mason's reaction, this person hadn't been in the carriage from the start but had appeared out of nowhere. The man named Raiden spoke in a deep voice. You've caused quite a mess. Mason weakly argued back, This isn't a mess. Raiden closed the book he was reading. Raiden's voice dropped a pitch, startling Mason. He said, you almost caused a disaster. If you hadn't taken the suppressants beforehand, had your emotions flared up just a little more, you would have gone berserk, and our plans would have been ruined.
The usually bitter and spiteful Mason now timidly apologized.
Raiden teleported the book away, then strictly reprimanded Mason. Do you think an apology will fix this? The High Priest is extremely disappointed. Because you've lost your value as a Stella professor. Mason hastily retorted, no, that's not true. I have a lot of connections in the Plagiarism Council. I can totally resolve this. I haven't been expelled yet. Raiden cut Mason off and said, shut your mouth and behave. Keeping your head down is the most useful thing you can do right now. Is that clear? He added, implying she should tuck her tail between her legs like an obedient dog. Until the Grand Master issues a directive, don't make a move. Just sit quietly and wait. Having said his piece, Raiden vanished into thin air. Left alone in the carriage, Mason trembled with indignant rage and pinned all the blame on one person. This is all Yu Seal's fault. Her eyes darted fiercely as she bitterly thought of the male lead, soaking up everyone's admiration, completely forgetting about Altarisha. Mason told herself, just wait a little longer, just a little bit longer. The day will come when I teach Yu Seal a lesson for constantly pushing my limits. On the train heading back to Stella Academy, the male lead and Altarisha sat across from each other. While Altarisha was nodding off, half asleep, the male lead was deep in thought. What a pity. I thought I could prevent the Chapter 8 disaster if Mason just underwent her dark transformation during the seminar. It turns out her remaining perfectly fine until the original Rampage storyline is destined by fate. Nothing I can do about it then. I can't rush this. The academic seminar ended peacefully, and the curse branch I needed has already been used. The only thing worth worrying about is... Indeed, his sidelong glance toward the two hidden individuals was no accident. He knew. That person. It's definitely Kane. An elite mage squad with extremely few members. The strongest force against dark mages. The Mist Moon Tower. And even within the Mist Moon Tower, which has reached the pinnacle of hunting dark beings and mages, Kane is the captain of the most elite 13th Anti-Darkness Squad. If I didn't have my hyper-intuition, I definitely wouldn't have noticed them. I have a vague idea why those dangerous people are here. They must be here to monitor Professor Mason. Anyway, I hope things develop in a positive direction. At that moment, someone approached the male lead and Altarisha, asking politely, I apologize, but could you spare me a moment? Startled awake, Altarisha reflexively mumbled, Huh? Who's there? When she clearly saw the visitor's face, Altarisha couldn't hide her shock. She gasped, unable to finish her sentence. Could it be? Are you? The man was Melian, head of the Nebula Merchant Guild, and judging by his greeting, he had come specifically for Altarisha. As the game's storyline progresses, the worldview gradually expands. With the protagonist's flame maturing, the number of capture targets also increases. Among them is Melian, head of the Nebula Merchant Guild, hailed as the heart of the southern Lower Moon Plains. Thanks to his golden rule of destiny trait, he is established as the wealthiest man in this world. Despite being in his 50s and having a daughter, he remains highly popular among the capture targets. The reason wasn't because he was a tycoon or had a handsome face, but because his daughter was the villainous Gale. Less than greater than. The spirit Gale always fulfilled her duties as a villainess flawlessly. Whenever the plot advanced, she would appear to bully the protagonist. Outraged players always sought every possible way to make Gale taste the bitterest suffering. And that was to capture the person Gale loved most, marrying her father Melian to destroy her family. It sounds like a joke, but everyone absolutely loved this dramatic soap opera twist. Even though I anticipated this, I didn't expect him to come here in person. If only for the sake of the future storyline, I must leave a good impression on him during our conversation today. Melian flashed a professional smile and politely steered the conversation. You must be Alchemist Altarisha, alongside the undisclosed alchemist, correct? If you don't mind, could you tell me your name? He obviously knew all along, quite the smooth talker. The male lead replied courteously, I am Baekyu Seul, a first year in Class S at Stella Academy. Melian feigned impression, oh, a student of Stella? It's a pleasure to meet you. Rummaging through his inner coat pocket, Melian continued, the reason I came to find you too is to propose that alchemist Altarisha signs an exclusive formula contract with Nebula. Naturally, we will offer incredibly generous terms. So would you like to review the contract?
Altarisha looked at the contract and gasped. Unlimited support for materials and technical personnel. I've never seen such a massive amount of money. Thrilled, Altarisha sneakily glanced over at the male lead. With these conditions, I can create countless inventions I've always dreamed of. Baekyu Seul will definitely love this too. But contrary to Altarisha's expectations, the male lead appeared completely indifferent to the offer. Being someone who lacked assertiveness unless it involved academics, Altarisha gave herself a moment to pause. She hesitated but managed to speak fluently to Melian. I'm very sorry. Could you give me some time to think about it? Melian asked, are the conditions still not enough? If you need anything else, feel free to say so. Altarisha replied, no, it's not that. The terms are already more than generous. But I need time to discuss this with the co-creator of this technology. The male lead looked visibly surprised by her words. Melian feigned understanding, I see, the co-creator. Internally, he thought, I assumed that was just an empty title. I guess I was wrong. To help unravel a 300-year-old mystery while only in his teens is clearly no ordinary genius, but at the end of the day, he's just a high schooler. Melian asked, would you like to review the contract? While dismissively thinking, even if he's a genius with a unique perspective on magic and alchemy, at the commercial negotiation table, he's merely a child. There's no way he'll refuse these terms. Yet, completely contrary to Melian's expectations, the male lead stated flatly, I refuse. Melian froze, his standard professional expression cracking for a brief moment. Then, regaining his composure, he inquired, may I ask for the reason? If you are unsatisfied with the conditions, my side can make adjustments immediately. The male lead calculated internally, signing an exclusive contract with Nebula, a world-class merchant guild, is definitely a good thing. However, besides his outstanding business acumen, Melian has an extremely stubborn nature and refuses to lose anything that belongs to him. Once he gets his hands on the formula, he'll ceaselessly mass-produce high-selling gear. Diversity, personalization, and overall performance will be stifled. Furthermore, excessive monopoly will prevent many mages from accessing the equipment. The advancement of magic engineering would have to yield to commerce, meaning the dark mage's technology would rapidly catch up to us. In fact, some players took this route and ended up making a fortune, only to hit a terrible bad ending. It's safe to say the male lead wasn't skilled at negotiations, but rather relying on his foreknowledge to speak with Melian. It has nothing to do with the conditions. I just dislike exclusive contracts. The technology combining magic engineering and alchemy doesn't just vastly impact daily life, it also deeply affects the crafting of mage equipment. We hope this technology will allow more mages to access this new gear. Melian evaluated and shared his perspective. Both your dreams and ambitions are quite large. Having grand aspirations is a good thing, but to realize those dreams, you inevitably need money. The male lead countered. Coincidentally, I've already spoken with a great number of investors. Chairman Melian is simply one of them. Supremely confident in his market position, Melian said, so you wish to sign a contract with me at the same time as everyone else. If so, you'll have to forfeit the vast majority of the terms I've just offered. The male lead didn't deny the scale of Melian's enterprise, admitting, that's right. To be honest, I really want those conditions too. Therefore, let's elevate the products into high-end luxury goods. This is my proposal. After driving the widespread distribution of the items to the absolute maximum, I can sign an exclusive agreement with the Nebula Merchant Guild for all the complex high-end items. That is what you call a brand. Melian chuckled, very good. But can these so-called high-end goods truly sell? I absolutely refuse to engage in loss-making business. The male lead wasn't a businessman either, so he wouldn't debate losses here. He just said, exactly. That's why I'm not forcing you to sign an agreement with me right away. Half a year. During this time, an investor presentation specifically tailored for Chairman Melian will be organized. If you are satisfied with the items showcased at that time, then please sign a brand exclusivity contract with us. Speaking like this truly made it sound appealing to Melian. He promptly agreed by saying, honestly, that sounds quite excellent. Concluding the conversation, Melian handed Altarisha a piece of paper and said, this is a messenger paper, along with my contact information. Altarisha accepted it with both hands. Well then, I shall take my leave. Once Melian closed the door and left, the male lead finally breathed a sigh of relief. I was nervous to death. Altarisha retorted, are those the actions of someone who's supposedly nervous? The male lead insisted, I really was stressed out. Seeing this, Altarisha laughed and marveled. You Seul, you truly are incredible. The male lead didn't understand why Altarisha felt that way, and Altarisha didn't plan on elaborating. The male lead thought relaxedly, anyway, that's one task done. Later, I'll just head to the diner with the club members.
The academic presentation concluded peacefully, and the classes at Stella Academy were running normally. A new professor stepped in to substitute for the alchemy class, announcing, "Since Professor Mason is feeling unwell, I will be filling in for her." The male lead thought to himself, "Just as I expected, it has begun." If things follow the original storyline, Mason would fully awaken in Chapter 8 and cause catastrophic damage to the school. But due to this incident, it's uncertain just how massive the future changes will be. Will the plot happen earlier? I hope it's at least at a manageable level. Not just Mason, but Altarisha hasn't come to school either. Right now, she's probably enduring happy torture over in the Alchemy City. While strolling through the campus, the male lead overheard classmates gossiping. Hey, did you guys hear? Teaching assistant Altarisha. What was it that she solved? Something called the continuous non-random spatial intersection formula, right? Oh, I heard about that. Rumor has it there was a co-author too. They said the identity wasn't disclosed. I wonder why. Yeah, is it because that person is just too ugly, so they hid their face? Unbelievable. The first thing people gossip about is appearances. This is practically an obsession. The male lead mused, thanks to hiding my identity as the co-author, I can continue living a peaceful life at school. After all, I only borrowed knowledge from the monocle to give her a hint. All the attention and interest should rightfully be focused entirely on Altarisha. The male lead finally spotted his two clubmates. The two culinary club members stood out no matter where they were, and everyone around was admiring the beauty of this handsome boy and pretty girl. Isn't that Ma Du-sung? Wow, just look at his physique. Not only are his grades outstanding, but his looks are absolutely top tier too. Isn't that practically illegal? Is the person next to him Mort? She looks just like a doll. Humph, no matter how pretty she is, she's still just trash. Although she really is pretty. The male lead sighed internally. There truly is never a peaceful day. He spoke up to alert his two friends. I'm here. Ma Du-sung called out, hurry over here, you seal. The male lead said, sorry for keeping you waiting, yeah? Aesel replied, you arrived right on time. Aesel asked curiously, so, what's on the menu? Didn't you say you'd take care of it? The male lead smirked mysteriously and said, you'll see once we get there. The three of them sat down at the dining table. On the table sat two large pizzas. Aesel's eyes sparkled as she stared hungrily at the delicious-looking pizzas on the table, seeing how eager his friend was to dig in. The male lead thought to himself, come to think of it, Aesel's character profile mentioned that when she eats pizza, she always drinks pickle juice first. So the male lead gave her exactly that drink and said, here, you should drink this. Aesel had obviously never seen this before, so she stared intently at the cup and wondered, how am I supposed to eat this? The male lead secretly realized, could this be her first time in a pizza shop? Just as he was about to say something, Aesel picked up the small cup of pickles and drank it. And true to the game's info, Aesel liked it right after tasting it. Seeing Aesel seemingly enjoying the pickle juice, Ma Du-sung picked up his cup and examined it for a bit. Then he elegantly drank the pickle juice as if drinking tea. Ma Du-sung didn't enjoy it as much as Aesel, but he still commented that it wasn't bad. The male lead internally complained, we're just eating a meal, yet it looks like a magazine photo shoot. The male lead handed a sliced piece of pizza to Aesel and said, try this one too. Aesel held a knife and fork in her hands, but the male lead immediately taught her the correct way to eat. Ahem. How could you disrespect pizza by eating it with a fork? It's only delicious if you eat it like this. The male lead picked up a slice, took a bite, and pulled the cheese string. Aesel watched and judged. This seems even more disrespectful. Ma Du-sung, on the other hand, cheerfully said, oh, that looks quite interesting. I should try it too. Seeing her two friends eating with their hands instead of utensils, Aesel hesitated for a few seconds. Then she mimicked them, taking her first bite of pizza in her life. The two boys both looked at the only girl in the group. The look of relishing the delicacy was clearly visible on her face, which usually only displayed a few bland expressions, making her look much more lively. She felt internally, bell peppers are dancing on a bed of cheese, and the combination of sweet peppers and olives is incredibly harmonious. The bacon and onions are holding hands, dancing a passionate salsa. The male lead asked Aesel, how is it? Delicious? Aesel was a little shy but answered sincerely, yeah, it's good, incredibly delicious. The two boys were happy for their friend when they saw this. The male lead said, let's come eat here often from now on. Ma Du-sung asked, will you bring me along too? The male lead replied, depends. At an empty lot bathed in the warm orange evening glow, a strange spatial rift suddenly appeared. While Flame was strolling around the campus, a classmate asked, Flame, have you heard the news? Flame smiled politely and replied, yeah, I heard. The friend looked disappointed and said, is that so? Then see you later. Saying that, the girl turned and left. Flame guessed, it seems she only came to tell me the rumor that Altarisha had solved the alchemy interference formula. But I know, all of this was done by Baek Yu Seol. But how did he solve the formula? As a price for regressing, he should have forgotten all knowledge except for decisive future events. Could it be that some memories are still left? Or is it because he's naturally smart? An open male voice called out, "Flame, hello." Flame stopped in her tracks upon hearing his voice. Jeremy smiled and asked, "For this Persona Gate exercise, do you want to team up with me?" Flame turned away and answered, "What are you doing? Must I agree just because you said you want to team up with me? Go find another girl. Stop stalking me." Seeing Flame decisively showing her dislike for him, Jeremy only felt it more. She's special, as expected. Going to the school notice board, they saw a note posted. Notice regarding Persona Gate. First-year students, please quickly decide on a Persona Gate for your exercise. Flame looked at it and thought to herself, now that I think about it, the Persona Gate exercise is finally about to start. Persona Gate, another dimension created by the power of dark mages. If it isn't cleared quickly, no life will be able to survive there. Furthermore, unlike dungeons that can be cleared by defeating the boss or destroying the core, you must fully understand the patterns and mechanics of a Persona Gate to conquer it. From analyzing concentration, spatial distortion ratios, phase geometry, to soul isolation magic, you need the ability to comprehend and memorize thousands of patterns and possible variables. And lastly, combat prowess. Actually, the purpose of training mages is to fight the Persona Gates. It wouldn't be a stretch to say this is the most important subject. If it goes according to the original story, there will be the real deal mixed in during this Persona Gate exercise. We can't keep relying on Baek Seol. This time it's my turn to step up, to avoid massive casualties. Meanwhile, at Star Tower 9 on the rooftop of Nebula Cafe, Hong Bi-yeon was having a tea party with her female classmates. The girls laid out a beautiful array of sweet pastries and tea. Then they chattered. Has everyone tried the new dessert release? Ah, you mean the pumpkin cream cheese tart. The flavor is very unique. Right? I was also deeply moved after eating it. While her friends were chirping about the sweet cakes, Hong Bi-yeon took a sip of tea and silently judged it as terrible. Oh right, speaking of which, there's quite a stir outside lately about Stella's assistant solving the continuous random spatial interference formula. A girl said, I heard about this from my father. I heard the co-author is also a student at Stella. The other two girls chimed in, oh really? Lady Rachel's father is the director of the Intelligence Bureau, so it must be true. To think an unsolved mystery could be cracked by a mere student. Who could it be? Hong Bi-yeon put down her teacup, thinking to herself, even the Intelligence Bureau director doesn't know. That Baek Seol is the co-author of the micro-alchemy engineering project. But why did Baek Seol have to hide this fact? Could it be to yield the credit to Assistant Altarisha? Or is it because Baek Seol has feelings for Assistant Altarisha? This thought caused a sudden pang in Hong Bi-yeon's heart. Hong Bi-yeon suddenly stood up, leaving the other three girls dumbfounded. Bi-yeon curtly said, I'll take my leave. Then she turned around and left. A friend reflexively said, huh, but it's not time yet. She stopped mid-sentence as they could all see Hong Bi-yeon was in a bad mood. The three looked at each other, wondering, what's wrong with the princess? On the way back from the tea party, a female student called out Bi-yeon's name. Bi-yeon looked straight ahead and called this girl Princess Hong Si-hwa. Hong Si-hwa immediately said, oh my, I told you call me sister. Hong Bi-yeon monologued. My older half-sister, Hong Si-hwa Adelivet, the one I am forced to oppose due to the fate of being the legitimate child and the illegitimate child. I absolutely detest this woman. Bi-yeon coldly asked, what are you doing here? Seeing Bi-yeon's unenthusiastic attitude towards her, Si-hwa just chuckled, speaking with a teasing tone, don't look at me so fiercely. I'm here for a legitimate reason too, you know. I heard an intriguing commoner appeared among the first years recently. A commoner bearing the long-lost spirit of chivalry. Looking at your reaction, it seems my little sister is also quite mindful of that knight, huh? Makes sense, a knight willing to dedicate everything to his liege. Isn't this the romance every princess dreams of? So why don't you introduce that kid to me a bit? Hong Bi-yeon haughtily turned her back and said, I don't want to. Figure it out yourself. Hong Si-hwa maintained that same tone, saying, you're being so cold, little sister. You weren't like this before. It must be because our eldest sister passed away, right? Hong Bi-yeon fell silent, her eyes displaying a complex emotion. Then, without turning her face, she politely said one sentence, if you'll excuse me, I'll be taking my leave. Hong Si-hwa also realized she spoke insensitively and mentally reflected, did I go overboard this time? It's probably still too early to talk to her about our eldest sister. At this moment, a girl approached Si-hwa, respectfully calling out, Your Highness. Si-hwa reacted, asking, what is it, Ceylon? Ceylon handed her a folder and said, here are the documents related to the student Baek Seol that you asked me to find last time. It's a copy of an assignment submitted in class. It contains a brief summary of his past. Si-hwa said, oh, is that so? His past didn't yield any results no matter how much we dug. I didn't expect it to be recorded in a place like this. True, after all, the content of some classes is precisely to record these things. Then let's take a look, shall we? Title: To my mother. Mom, I miss you so much. Sihua chuckled charmingly. He really is still just a child, isn't he? Looking for his mom from the very first line. What a cute kid. About a minute later. Sihua's hands gripping the folder were trembling. Ceylon stood up straight, noticing this. Just as she was about to ask what was wrong, Sihua dramatically covered her mouth, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, and said, Baekyu Sol's mother said she doesn't like black bean noodles. Ceylon felt perplexed and asked, Huh? Wait, are you crying? Sihua brushed it off, saying, Ha, it's nothing. Hong Sihua pondered internally. I've never thought deeply about the issue of poverty. But despite life being so difficult, he still firmly upholds his chivalrous spirit. Baekyu Sol's hometown was occupied by dark mages. Although I feel a bit sorry for Bai Yun, I'm growing more and more curious about this junior named Baekyu Sol. And then on the day of the practical exercise, like previous practicals, quite a large number of students gathered. A professor standing before the gate announced, Starting now, the Persona Gate practical exercise for first-year students officially begins. Please enter the Persona Gate. The students whispered to each other, Wow, it looks exactly like the Persona Gate in the textbooks. I don't know why I'm so nervous. The male lead muttered internally, It's finally starting. The male lead looked at his skill window and thought, as a reward for concluding the academic conference storyline, the Glasses Gate analysis function has been activated. Diligently commuting to Liffinal's garden to train my stats, this should be enough. The male lead truly hoped he was prepared enough to face what was coming next. The professor standing before the gate said, Now then, students entering gate C7, please go this way. Flame politely replied, Yes, drawing the male lead's gaze.
He pondered internally. Are these people going with me? This Persona Gate exercise will be divided into groups of 4 to 18 people. How to cooperate and clear it is the key point. Less than greater than. The average level of first-year Stella Academy students is about 2 stars. For the first real combat exercise to be conquering a 3-star Persona Gate, it's no easy task. Gate C7, where the incident occurs, has 16 people. Although it's a bit of a shame that Ma Du-sung and Haegwith aren't here. But with Flame and Hong Bi-yun and Azel too, that should be enough to clear it. I guess I won't have to participate in the final boss fight, huh? Anyway, all I need is the rare reward, the enchanting petal. Stepping through the gate, the outdoor scenery transformed into an indoor setting. The system announced, Welcome to the Elharen's ball. Some students looked around in bewilderment, while others raised their guard. Suddenly, a female voice spoke up politely. Welcome, esteemed guests. Please come in. Your formal wear and shoes have been prepared. Han Bi-yun muttered, Formal wear and shoes. She was secretly confused. What the hell is going on? Has there ever been a ball in the Persona Gate before? Now is not the time to be dwelling on this. I need to analyze the Persona Gate and confirm the guide information. Wait, they're giving us such a complex formula for a first-year practical exercise. The more she thought about it, the more Hong Bi-yun felt an unsettling sense of dread kindling within her. The girl dressed as a maid told Hong Bi-yun, My lady, it is almost time for the banquet. We must hurry. Seeing Hong Bi-yun's confused expression, the maid asked, Is there a problem? Hong Bi-yun wondered, Why is she speaking like that? Are these preset dialogues? If she's a real Persona Gate NPC, that would be acceptable. But as far as I know, characters in a gate created by mages can't act independently. Could it be? Just as suspicion arose in Hong Bi-yun, she quickly squashed it, reassuring herself. No, that's impossible. How could a real gate appear at Stella Academy? It must just be more advanced technology. The maid asked, My lady, what's wrong? Hong Bi-yun commanded decisively. You don't need to concern yourself. Go fetch the formal wear. The maid complied, saying, Yes, I understand. In the end, Hong Bi-yun couldn't truly shake off her unease, thinking, I don't know if it's just the atmosphere, but this practical exercise. I have a feeling it won't go smoothly. Hong Bi-yun then donned a dress in a color that matched her hair. The boys weren't as flashy as the girls. They simply wore the same standard male formal wear. But somehow, Hong Bi-yun still felt that Baekyu Sol stood out. Hong Bi-yun secretly approved, thinking, It actually suits him very well. Suddenly, she recalled an incident right before this practical exercise. Your Royal Highness, this is an assignment submitted by the student Baekyu Sol in one of his classes. Bi-yun's guard handed her a paper and said, Your Royal Highness, this is an assignment submitted by the student Baekyu Sol. I heard it contains records of his past. After reading it, Hong Bi-yun stiffened, utterly speechless. Bi-yun thought to herself, Is it because I learned about Baekyu Sol's personal life a few days ago? He suddenly looks so different to me now. To think he carried such a past with him while pursuing the spirit of chivalry here at Stella.
Seeing Bai-yun staring at him, the male lead acted dense and said, "What are you looking at? Is it your first time seeing a commoner yawn?" Han Bai-yun blushed, retorting, "That's not it at all." Another unfamiliar female voice rang out, "It seems everyone has arrived. Now you will all participate in the ball hosted by the Duchess of Elherin. Those 4 paths lead down to the mansion's underground area, but it is filled with mazes and traps. Once anyone loses their way, the knights in the mansion will immediately take action. You can only rely on your own observation skills and intuition. Can you handle it?" The male lead, taking the forefront, replied to the strange woman. The woman praised him. That confident demeanor looks quite good. I am very pleased." The male lead responded humbly, "Thank you, ma'am." Some of the boys were astonished by this, whispering to each other, What the? Didn't she just talk like a real person? Do NPCs actually have dialogue like this?" After finishing her briefing, the strange woman turned her back and said, "Well then, I wish you all good luck." The bewildered boys looked at each other and said, We should head over there, right?" Just as the male lead and the others were about to head towards the doors the woman had pointed out, a student called out, "Everyone, wait a moment." She pointed it out clearly, saying, "Don't you guys find this practical exercise a bit strange?" Not only is it hard to analyze, but the NPC's actions are incredibly realistic. Moreover, it's completely impossible to analyze this persona gate. Logically speaking, does it make sense to assign a practical exercise of this difficulty to first-year students? Less than greater than. With Flame pointing it out so bluntly, the others also voiced their thoughts. Actually, I felt it was a bit weird too. It's almost impossible to analyze anything. Yeah, that NPC from earlier seemed just like a real person. Flame rejoiced inwardly. Great, I'll just keep convincing everyone like this. But someone suddenly jumped in, cutting Flame off. Jackie crossed her arms, disagreeing. "You're not about to spout some nonsense like this place being real, are you? I think this is exactly the situation the professors wanted. Isn't it obvious? Even in real combat, you can't fully analyze a persona gate. In other words, this difficult situation where we can't analyze anything is exactly what the professors intended. Stella Academy, the place that trains the strongest magic warriors and boasts the most powerful magic knight order. How could they possibly not know if a real gate appeared inside the school?" Hearing Jackie's reasoning, everyone lowered their guard. Their reactions made things genuinely difficult for Flame. In the original novel, this persona gate is the real deal. Even if I say it out loud, no one will believe me, so I originally planned to let them realize the anomaly themselves. What should I do now? The male lead stood at a distance, observing Flame's attempt to warn their classmates being blocked by Jackie. He immediately deduced who the snake hiding among them was. With cold eyes, he thought, in the end, it still turned out like this. Less than greater than. Chapter 6. Jackie's Dark Transformation Plotline. Since the character Jackie never existed in the original novel, Flame was utterly confused. Jackie's situation was just one of the countless branching paths of the original story. In short, this is a situation where one of 3 students is forced to become a sacrifice for dark transformation. Even though I hope no one would fall into this situation, destined fate cannot be changed. Even if I help Flame here, the outcome won't change at all. Taking a step back is the correct answer. Jackie stubbornly declared, "No matter what you say, I have to go over there." Flame tried to stop her friend. But Jackie deliberately ignored her, refusing to listen to Flame. Instead, she dismissed her, saying, "Even this situation was arranged by the professors. We just need to handle it calmly." Flame watched helplessly as her friend disappeared behind one of the doors. With someone taking the lead, the remaining students looked at each other, not wanting to fall behind their classmates. "I have to go in too. I've always been prepared for this situation." The male lead inwardly criticized them. No one acts systematically. But dude, you know the script. These people are just students. Even if they notice an anomaly, the most they can do is be more cautious. What else can they do? Forget about students, even adults wouldn't necessarily fare any better in this situation. The male lead tapped his finger against his arm, calculating inwardly, regardless. Since it's come to this, the only way is to go over and see what happens. Halfway there, the male lead suddenly stopped and looked back. Seeing the boys standing in droves ready to follow him, the male lead couldn't help but ask, "By the way, why are you guys trailing behind me?" The boys couldn't give a proper reason, but it proved they weren't stupid. They hadn't taken the anomalies lightly, so they naturally decided to follow the person they guessed would keep them safe. The male lead looked at this and inwardly marveled. Good lord, are they all planning to follow me? These kids sure know how to act smart. Well, it doesn't matter because after all, in this place, it's of no use anyway. The male lead looked toward the long, dark corridor stretching out ahead. Under the dim glow of the lights, the male lead unhurriedly walked forward. One of the people trailing the male lead complained, "What's with this gloomy corridor?" The male lead glanced back and saw 3 girls, including Hong Bi-yun. He thought to himself, it seems everyone has arrived. After walking a few steps, the whole group had to stop. As they looked around and noticed an unusually low number of people, they wondered, where did all the others go? The male lead sighed inwardly. As expected, it's impossible to gather everyone together all at once. The 16 students here have been divided into 4 groups, going down 4 different paths. Azel and Flame will probably be grouped together, although I didn't expect to be in the same group as Hong Bi-yan. Sensing the male lead's gaze, Bi-yan looked over.
She snapped, "What? Are you dissatisfied with something?" The male lead replied, "No, not at all." Bi-yan scoffed and haughtily remarked, "How boring." The male lead pondered the positive side. Hong Bi-yan and Azel being separated might actually be a good thing. After just a few more steps, the group had to stop again. The male lead warned the group, "There's something up ahead." The ceiling lights suddenly flickered on, revealing mannequins arranged in various dancing poses. At first glance, it was impossible to understand what this meant. Someone shouted, "Oh hey, there's a door inside the room." Will the unlock spell work? Well, if we basically can't decode the mechanism to open it, it's probably useless, right? This is so scary. Hong Bi-yan bluntly asked the male lead, "Hey commoner, can you decode this gate?" The male lead instantly replied, "I cannot." Hong Bi-yan felt somewhat disappointed, thinking, "Are my expectations for a commoner still too high? But there has to be some way." Then the male lead suddenly said, "But I can guess how to get out of here." Hong Bi-yan immediately asked, "What? Really?" The male lead gestured, "Those mannequins. Although their poses are different, they are all dancing the same routine. I'm sure you recognize what dance that is." Bi-yan indeed had knowledge of this. She said, "Requiem of the departed Serena. Legend says it's the dance Serena performed right before her death, unable to bear her own tragedy." The male lead then asked, "So you remember the movements too, right?" Prompted by this, Hong Bi-yan realized the answer to the puzzle. Looking closely, the poses of all the stone statues are arranged in order. So, this empty spot here. The male lead signaled to the other 2 girls, "Are you ready?" The 2 girls assumed the dance position under the spotlight and replied, I'm ready too." The male lead nodded at Hong Bi-yan. Once they met the unlocking conditions, the door opened automatically. Everyone exclaimed, "The door is open." As they walked through the door toward the light at the end of the path, the group found a hall far brighter than before, where suits of armor stood in solemn postures, with noticeable minimalist stick figures drawn on the floor. With their previous experience, the group became more proactive, saying to one another, "Could the clue this time be on these mannequins? All right, let's inspect them carefully." Bi-yan, unlike her 2 classmates, didn't act immediately, but closely observed the male lead's every move. Bi-yan heard the other 2 girls discussing, "We can't make sense of this no matter how we look at it. Is it different this time? But there's nothing else suspicious here." So she asked the male lead, "Commoner, what are you looking at?" Somehow, everyone else's intelligence had dropped to the point of ignoring the strange drawings on the floor. Only the male lead noticed and said, "I'm afraid the dolls are just decoys this time. The real clue lies on the carpet." This time, the dances depicted on the carpet are likely the puzzle. Look closely, and you can see human figures performing all sorts of movements. Try to guess what dance this is. Pointed out by the male lead, the 2 girls finally looked down at the drawings and said, "Oh, it's true. I know this dance. It's Serena's silent tango." The 4 of them split up, and sequentially danced according to the instructed movements. Once the conditions were met, the figures lit up, and the 3rd door opened. The male lead told the group, "Great, let's head over there." Hong Bi-yan was secretly impressed. He really is different. Although I realized it when he taught me how to change my mindset, I didn't expect the gap to be this massive. He's clearing nearly undecipherable doors at an unbelievably fast pace. Strategy, mindset, observation, calculation, deduction. Is this really the level of a first-year student? This is no different from. It's as if he has cleared Persona gates dozens, even hundreds of times before. Come to think of it, before Baek Sol enrolled, his hometown was destroyed by dark mages. Are these stone statues part of that too? A small remote border city I've never even heard of. But it was a front line that never ceased fighting against dark mages. I think I understand why a commoner without any foundational knowledge like him is more adept at tactics and combat skills than anyone else. Less than greater than. Because he constantly had to fight dark mages on a battlefield hovering between life and death. I don't know if that's the exact reason, but he truly is completely different from the other students. While everyone else is trying their best to get high grades, he takes exams just to show up, doesn't do assignments, and has a terrible attitude towards studying. Huh? Wait a minute. Then why is he being so incredibly serious right now? Hong Bi-yan's suspicions deepened. What is the reason? Could it be? Seeing Hong Bi-yan lagging behind, the male lead said, "Hey, what are you just standing there for? Go over to the other side." Hong Bi-yan wanted confirmation. "Tell me, commoner. The Persona Gate we are challenging right now, is it the real deal?" Hong Bi-yan wanted to see how Baek Sol would answer. The male lead didn't respond immediately, but silently looked back at Hong Bi-yan. He thought to himself, "You're quick on the uptake, Hong Bi-yan."
According to the original plot, she wasn't supposed to realize this gate was real until the very end, and she should have constantly hindered Azel. This proves that Hong Bi-yeon is gradually steering away from the path of a villainess. Seeing the male lead smile made Hong Bi-yeon very confused. What is it? What are you smiling at? The male lead brushed it off. It's nothing. Just as you said, this place is real.
We could get hurt, or we could even die. If we fail to clear it, the outside world will fall into a state of assimilation into this world. Therefore, I plan to break through this place quickly. Although the male lead didn't provide evidence as to why he was so certain it was a real gate, whereas Hong Bi-yeon only noticed a few signs and remained skeptical, the details didn't matter. What mattered was his confirmation, giving Hong Bi-yeon the confidence to piece together her suspicions. In Hong Bi-yeon's eyes now, the male lead was an omniscient sage, and she resolved inwardly, there must be a reason why Baek Yu-seol is acting so seriously. I can't just keep relying on his help like this. I must rely on my own strength to survive and get out of here. This independent and self-reliant attitude of Hong Bi-yeon was truly commendable. Meanwhile, in another passageway, leading this group were Azel and Flame. Unlike the male lead's group, which only had to solve puzzles, these two girls' group had to fight, so everyone was now staggering slightly from exhaustion. Fortunately, Flame's group ran into another group of classmates. A girl from the other group saw Flame and called her over. Flame checked on her classmate. Is everyone okay? Where did the other person go? The girl from the other group awkwardly replied, well. Jackie suddenly disappeared. Hearing this left Flame astounded. The girl explained, it's thanks to Jackie that we made it this far. After passing through the final door, she suddenly vanished. We've been looking for her for a while now. Flame found this hard to believe. Doesn't that mean she finished the raid even faster than Azel and me, and without a single scratch at that? The girl continued, saying their group wasn't the first one they had encountered. She turned to the male lead, who was sitting with his back against a stone pillar, resting with his eyes closed. A voice asked, Yu-seol, when did you get here? The male lead opened his eyes, saw it was Flame, and replied, just got here. Flame asked, then did you see Jackie? The male lead curtly replied, no. Flame felt a bit discouraged hearing this. She turned away, not asking anything further from the male lead. The male lead was inwardly troubled. I thought I just needed to come out earlier than Jackie to prevent the event of her disappearing. There's no other way. Since it's come to this, I just have to help the heroines clear the stage. Meanwhile, outside the Persona Gate, the professors had discovered that the controlled Persona Gate had turned into a real one. Lee Han-gut rushed frantically to the scene upon hearing the bad news. He was startled to see the state of the gate. How could this happen? Stella's security system is supposed to be the strongest in the world. The professor who had briefed the students before they entered agreed with Lee Han-gut. Exactly. It's as if someone perfectly calculated Stella's spatial fluctuation detection system. We couldn't sense the signature wavelength of the Persona Gate's appearance at all. The security department is currently reinforcing the system. Lee Han-gut complained anxiously. Damn it, that's not the most important thing right now. A third person interjected, saying, you are right. The most important thing right now is who entered that Persona Gate. This third person was the commander of the Magic Knights, Aaron Blackswan. Aaron asked the practical instructor, what's the situation? Is it possible to send in a reserve squad? The professor replied, it's impossible, probably because the students inside have already started the challenge. Aaron then asked, what is the estimated level of this Persona Gate? The professor answered, it's estimated to be around level 4 to level 5. Aaron showed dissatisfaction, saying, estimated, give me an exact number. The professor said it was originally level 4, but it suddenly jumped a level after the students entered. This situation is truly very rare. Aaron looked intrigued, a Persona Gate that emits a false fluctuation. He asked, where is the list of students who went inside? The professor replied, right here, sir. Aaron flipped through the list to see if anyone important was on it. He saw the names from Class S who had entered the gate. Baek Yu-seol, Hong Bi-yeon, Flame, Azel, and Laika. Feeling that there was no individual important enough for him to care about, Aaron said, even highly experienced mages need thorough preparation before daring to raid a level 5 Persona Gate. It is not something that a bunch of first-year students who are barely level 2 or 3 can handle. Go prepare 16 coffins to collect their bodies. Lee Han-gut was horrified by this callous attitude to the point of shouting, Captain Aaron. Aaron turned his back and calmly, coldly said, that is simply a directive to take the most efficient course of action. You aren't suggesting that a bunch of first-year brats can clear a level 5 Persona Gate, are you, Lee Han-gut? Telling me that ants bit a tiger to death would sound more reasonable. Lee Han-gut stiffened, lamenting inwardly, I know it's nearly impossible, but I still hope the kids can make it out safe and sound. Meanwhile, inside the gate, where the students were divided into 4 groups, 3 of the groups had already gathered. The 4th group, though slow, fortunately reunited safely with the other 3. Everyone checked on each other. It's so good that you're okay. You suddenly disappeared and we were all scared to death.
The male lead calculated inwardly, so everyone has gathered. Now only the boss fight remains. A red screen appeared. It was unclear if only the male lead could see it or if everyone could. On it, text read, "You have arrived at the Dancing Clock Tower. Going down these stairs will lead you to the venue of the ball. The ball has already started, so please hurry." Everyone said to one another, "Looks like we have to go down these stairs here." Flame instinctively looked up and thought,
The top of this tower is the lair of a blade spider chief. It's a level 4 monster with 8 legs made entirely of sharp blades. It's an incredibly dangerous monster. We can't just keep relying on Baek Yu-seol. Furthermore, since he lost his memories, he surely doesn't remember any information about the blade spider chief. I've studied it beforehand, so no matter what, I have a way to hold it off on my own. During that time, letting Azel and Baek Yu-seol go deal with the final boss will allow us to clear the stage with minimal casualties. Once she had figured out the division of roles, Flame was about to tell everyone, but the male lead was one step faster. He interjected, cutting off Flame's plan and signaling to the whole group. "Wait a moment. There's something up above. You guys go down first. I'll go up and check it out."
And so, with the male lead preempting her, Flame had no choice but to follow the others to face the boss of this gate. Flame was baffled. Baek Yu-seol shouldn't be able to know about the existence of the blade spider chief. There's no way he could instantly sense its aura like that. Flame then turned to mentally filling in the blanks to justify it for the male lead. To think his intuition is this sharp. It makes sense, though. He's at a level where he can even deflect magic after all. The group walked peacefully for a while when they suddenly heard a screeching noise. The students jolted and looked around, wondering, what was that sound? That sound came from above. Seeing what was above them, almost everyone panicked. A spider. A blade spider? No, this is a tier 4 blade spider chieftain. Flame felt anxious upon seeing this. Damn it, where is Baek Yu-seol?
Hong Bi-young was also worried about his safety. Azel also thought something had happened to him. But immediately after, they saw his feet land right on top of the blade spider's head. He brought one foot down hard, striking the spider's head. He shouted, "Leave this guy to me, you all head down quickly." Azel couldn't put her mind at ease. How was he supposed to handle that alone? At least let me go help. But someone spoke up to stop Azel. "I know what you're thinking, but we must get to the ballroom as soon as possible. That's the only way we can actually help that commoner." Flame stared in surprise. Out of everyone, Hong Bi-young was the one to assess the situation and advise Azel with such goodwill. This made Flame question herself. Was Hong Bi-young always this kind of character? Everyone except Yu-seol made it to the ballroom, which was the main event of this Persona Gate. Someone exclaimed, "It's so magnificent." But right as those words were spoken, the lights in the ballroom suddenly went out, leaving the spotlight for the main character of the ball. Hong Bi-young warned the others, "There's someone on the stairs." Flame said, "It must be the final boss, Duchess Ellerin. Everyone, stay on guard." But when she saw the Duchess's face clearly, Flame was stunned. The final boss spoke, "Welcome, everyone. I am Jackie Ellerin." But the NPCs in the ballroom cheered in praise. "Lady Duchess, you look absolutely gorgeous today. Please smile this way. I'm willing to offer you my very heart." Flame stood there, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is going on? This development never appeared in any of the original novel's story branches. No, there was never a character named Jackie in the first place. Hong Bi-young deduced internally. A normal person can't turn into an NPC inside a Persona Gate. And not just an ordinary NPC, but the final boss. Azel also figured it out. The only entity that can become an NPC in a Persona Gate. Does that mean Jackie is a dark mage? Flame connected the dots. So this is why Baek Yu-seol told me to keep an eye on Jackie, but I can't just give up on her. No matter what, I have to turn her back to normal. Flame first tried to persuade her friend with words. "Jackie, if you lose yourself to this power, you could turn into something incredibly hideous, so please calm down." Jackie coldly snorted in response. "Nonsense." Jackie curled the corners of her mouth up into a smile and said, "Right now, I." The NPCs continuously chanted the name Ellerin. Jackie, relishing the feeling of being the center of attention for the first time, spoke with obsession. "I'm so thrilled I feel like I'm melting." Hong Bi-young saw that the hope of persuasion was pitch black like a burnt pot and said, "It's too late. Her consciousness has been corrupted by dark magic." Azel agreed with her. Since things have come to this, clearing the gate is the only way to turn her back. The one struggling the most with this was Flame, who was the closest to Jackie here. Flame thought to herself, "Wait for me, Jackie. I will definitely save you." Seeing Flame's stance, Jackie understood on her own and said, "Well then, that's enough chatting. Shall we begin the party, everyone?" The boss battle, the Ball of Temptation, had begun. Meanwhile, in another development, Yu-seol was managing the blade spider quite well. He said tiredly, "This thing is terrifyingly sturdy. Defeating the blade spider general basically means nothing for clearing the stage.
It's more like a side quest, but I still chose to suffer through this for two reasons. First, is to get the petal of the Tree of Fascination on the blade spider chieftain's forehead. When the spider attacked with its blade-like legs, he immediately used Blink to dodge out of its attack range. At the same time, he threw 3 magic potions at the spider: Spark Potion, Oil Potion, and Slip Potion. The spider roared in pain. Taking this chance, Yu Soul landed a sword strike on the spider and stated the second reason. This is the hidden method to clear Chapter 6, Jackie's Dark Transformation storyline. Absorbing the petal of the Tree of Fascination can significantly increase mental strength. To make better use of the accelerated perception skill from the mana leakage trait and the glasses, I must obtain this item. Furthermore, this storyline arrangement has a very interesting point. That is, the petal of the Tree of Fascination is actually closely related to the final boss, Duchess Ellerin. The setting for this Blade Spider chieftain is actually the Duchess's husband, Duke Ellerin. Although as someone who always skipped the storyline, I'm not really interested in all of this. Anyway, for that reason, every time I attack the barrier of the petal of the Tree of Fascination, the Duchess will also take damage, making it easier for the main characters to clear the stage. Though I don't know if my attacks will help at the right moment. Therefore, I have to try and land as many attacks as possible. Yu Soul continuously used Blink to attack the spider. He nodded to himself. Good, let's keep it going smoothly like this. Paying closer attention to the spider, Yu Soul then noticed. The spider was moving extremely clumsily. It couldn't even cling to the surface and was falling freely. He thought to himself, did I use too much Slip Potion? He continued using Blink to chase after the spider. He cursed internally, damn it, the dance floor is right below. Alright, think. Reconfirm its falling trajectory. Then make the adjustments. Yu Soul perfectly timed a landing spot and executed Blink. Back to a few minutes ago. In the ballroom where the boss battle, the Ball of Temptation, had begun. Music echoed through the ballroom and Jackie lifted her skirt, swaying to the rhythm. This dance wasn't just for fun. It was Jackie's way of casting attack spells on her classmates. Hong Bi-yan checked on them. Is everyone okay? Seeing that her classmates were fine, she seriously focused her attention on resolving the situation. There's no more time to hesitate. We have to fight now. Because the enemy is a dark mage. Hong Bi-yan used fire magic, circling around to attack Jackie from behind. As if she had prepared for a rear attack, Jackie spun around and activated a defensive spell. Right behind Hong Bi-yan was Azel, conjuring ice magic to attack. Although the other students weren't on par with the top students of Class S, they also contributed their attacks against Jackie. But Jackie's defenses were incredibly solid, blocking everyone's magic completely. While the group's attacks were ineffective, Jackie, on the other hand, was able to inflict injuries on them. Flame took action at this moment, creating a shield that blocked all of Jackie's offensive spells. Flame lifted her dress and started to dance to the music. Azel asked in confusion Flame, "Why are you suddenly dancing?" Flame answered with her actions. Somehow, Flame's magic bypassed the defenses and grazed right past Jackie's cheek. Seeing that her test had worked, Flame thought, "Great, it's exactly like in the novel." Then she immediately told her friends, "Everyone, start dancing quickly." The clue lies right in the stage we just cleared. This stage isn't just about magical combat, it's also a dance-off. We have to combine magic with dancing. Hong Bi-yan realized, so that's how it is. Ordinary magic can't break through Duchess Ellerin's dance. Azel understood as well. The dance that can counter the quiet Serena's tango is Serena's Requiem of the Departed. Right after, the girls began to dance in unison. They danced while casting attack spells at Jackie. Attacks this time were successful and were no longer blocked by any of Jackie's defenses. Azel wondered, did the attacks work this time? Just then, Azel noticed a change. The tempo of the music is getting faster. And of course, as a boss, Jackie wouldn't be defeated that easily. Everyone stared at Jackie in shock. Look at that. What on earth is that? She grew 4 legs. Jackie's 4 legs moved rhythmically. Through the dance, Jackie could effortlessly cast powerful magic. Jackie's eyes widened as she smiled maliciously and said, "Then, shall we officially begin?" Flame still hasn't given up on persuading her friend. "Stop it, Jackie. If you continue to let Duchess Erin's consciousness consume you, you'll be beyond saving." In response, Jackie says in a low voice, "What exactly are you telling me to stop?" Flame seriously says, "Look around you, Flame." The NPCs actively praise her non-stop. "Erin, this name is truly too beautiful. You are indeed the greatest dancer. Teach these fools a lesson." Jackie begins to express her true feelings. "Flame, you're awful. So selfish and wicked-hearted. To think you've always monopolized it. This sweet, wonderful feeling. I will never give up this euphoric sensation." Hong Bi-yan warns she's about to attack. "Everyone, put up your defenses." Jackie unleashes a highly destructive magic spell toward the group of students. Azel and Hong Bi-yan both swiftly create magic shields. Unfortunately, casualties are inevitable. A student near Azel, unable to cast a defensive spell in time, loses their life in an instant. This horrifies Azel, causing her to lose focus and falter in maintaining her spell. Fortunately, Hong Bi-yeon steps in front of Aizel, using her fire magic to neutralize the attack and saving Aizel's life. Hong Bi-yeon scolds Aizel. Hey, you idiot. Hurry up and take this seriously. Leave the flame barrier to me and you quickly set up your instant magic defense. Hong Bi-yeon then turns to Flame, and you too. Hide behind us and wait for the right moment to attack. Flame thinks to herself in bewilderment. What is going on here? In the original story, Hong Bi-yeon's jealousy of Aizel's abilities ruined their teamwork, ultimately causing everyone to suffer heavy casualties.
But now, not only is Hong Bi-yeon not sabotaging us, she's assessing the situation with absolute precision. No, it's both Hong Bi-yeon and Aizel. Aizel casts an ice shield to protect Bi-yeon and retorts to her scolding. You're the one who needs to stay sharp, don't let your guard down. Seeing the two talented girls of Class S supporting each other, Flame is also filled with motivation. She tells herself, I can't lose either. Since her two friends are handling defense, Flame takes on the role of the attacker. Jackie arrogantly shouts, it's useless. But little does Jackie know that the direct attacks are merely a distraction. Flame's true objective is to destroy the ceiling above Jackie, causing it to collapse onto her corrupted friend. Everyone looks at the thick cloud of dust, asking in anticipation, is it over? But from behind the smoke emerges a figure with a horn growing out of its head.
Everyone is left stunned by Jackie's now irreversible transformation. Jackie's appearance makes the students tremble with a mix of terror and disgust. Jackie says grimly, Flame, don't you want me to be happy? Why won't you just leave me alone? Why on earth? Flame immediately shouts, that's not true, please wake up. But Jackie has no patience to listen to Flame. She screams, shut up. Jackie continues her dance of death in this monstrous form. Everyone looks at the scale of her magic in horror. How? How is this possible? This is. It has to be at least level 5 or higher. Flame is completely stumped, unable to think of an immediate solution. Then she looks up at the ceiling where she hears a strange noise. Aizel immediately says that it's Baek Yu-seol.
Suddenly, Jackie lets out a bizarre shriek of pain. Observing this phenomenon, the intelligent girls deduce what's going on. Even though the cause is unclear, it seems the battle between Baek Yu-seol and the boss blade spider is affecting Jackie too. Jackie clutches her head. Clearly, even she doesn't understand why she's being affected. Flame doesn't believe in coincidences and secretly guesses. Could it be that Baek Yu-seol knew this secret all along and chose to face the level 4 boss blade spider alone to help us defeat the boss? Jackie screams loudly, no longer able to focus on casting offensive spells at her classmates. Hong Bi-yeon signals to everyone, now's our chance. As soon as Hong Bi-yeon gives the command, she and the two girls with the strongest magical capabilities act in unison. Frost sweeps across, forcing Jackie to uncomfortably raise her arms to shield herself. But right after the ice comes raging, scorching fire.
And finally, an explosive burst of light magic. Jackie waves away the smoke and dust, roaring, you bastards. Just as she is about to fiercely spit out some villainous monologue, the boss blade spider with pinpoint accuracy falls and lands directly on top of Jackie. Hong Bi-yeon is dumbfounded. What just happened? Flame calmly replies, I don't know. It looks like something just fell. When she sees what has fallen, Flame is completely shocked. The boss blade spider? Is it already dead? A male student mutters in disbelief. How is that possible? A level 4 monster was hunted down single-handedly by Baek Yu-seol, who is also a first year. The male protagonist lands on his back but doesn't seem to have broken anything or sustained any significant injuries.
The ballroom falls into a momentary silence. Flame takes the lead, stepping toward Jackie. Jackie, filled with jealousy and resentment, spits, You're always getting in my way. I will absolutely never forgive you, Flame. That's right, you chose this method because you couldn't beat me at dancing, right? Because you can't dance better than me, right? It's so ugly, so incredibly ugly. Just wait until someone prettier than you comes along, you'll be jealous too. Perfect, I'm not the only one like this. In the end, you're just like me. Flame says nothing, looking down at Jackie with sympathetic eyes as if looking at a pitiful fallen girl. Jackie asks in confusion, why are you looking at me with those eyes? Flame then asks Aizel, can you summon an ice mirror? Understanding Flame's intention, Aizel replies, sure. Jackie clings to the illusion she built to comfort her weak, insecure self, saying, no matter what tricks you pull, the fact that I'm more beautiful than you is the truth. The ice mirror conjured by Aizel reflects right in front of Jackie. Jackie finally sees her own deformed figure. Jackie immediately chooses to deny this reality. Is this me? Are you kidding? This isn't even a mirror. You guys are tricking me, right? But the NPCs who had previously praised Aaron now turn to say that Jackie looks disgusting. Those words are like a knife cutting away her desire to deny the reality she doesn't want to face. Jackie screams, take that mirror away right now. The NPCs remark, the Duchess is no longer beautiful. Jackie desperately denies it. No, this is not me. Driven into a corner, Jackie reaches out to rely on the omnipotent person in her eyes.
Flame, begging. Flame, I'm begging you. You can do anything, right? Please help me. Save me. But right after, Jackie flips her attitude, showing a mindset of blaming others to the bitter end without ever reflecting on herself, saying darkly, "Did you really think it'd say that? I turned into this monster all because of you. Go to hell, Flame." Flame remains silent from beginning to end, and silently allows someone to cast a spell to send her roommate Jackie out of this world. As she lies dying, the last image that flashes in Jackie's mind is the night she eagerly went to meet Hygwith in Flame's place, the one and only time she was that close to the person she liked. The flames flare up, incinerating the deformed corpse of the girl who was once a classmate to all the students here. Only then does Flame speak up, saying very softly, "I'm sorry, Jackie. I'm truly sorry." The story of Duchess Erin, who yearned for the world's ultimate beauty and fame, ends here. That has been successfully conquered. Congratulations. Outside the Persona Gate, due to an incident with one of the gates, the professors have been closely and carefully inspecting all of their other custom Persona gates. Group A6 practical exercise concluded. All students have exited safely. Group B3's exercise is also complete. Lee Han-gut orders quickly arrange for them to evacuate. Lee Han-gut, anxious like a cat on hot bricks, thinks to himself, is Group C7 the only one left? Suddenly, he notices a fluctuation in the gate where Group C7 is doing their practical exercise. Keeping calm, Lee Han-gut tells the person next to him, "The wavelength is starting to change. Get ready." Lee Han-gut stands before the Persona Gate, which is now emitting a soft glow. Lee Han-gut cannot hide his surprise. Then he cannot help but smile with immense pride, and he praises all the students who have made it back out together. To think that ants could actually defeat a tiger. The professors are endlessly amazed, saying a bunch of students actually cleared a level 5 Persona Gate. Even a veteran party would find that tough. Is that person leading them the party leader? Seeing that almost all the students have survived, Aren merely watches in silence, showing no clear reaction. He then turns his back and tells his squad, "Let's pull out." The male lead speaks on behalf of his classmates. "I report that we have completed the Persona Gate mission. Out of 16 people in total, there is one casualty. The 15 individuals mentioned have returned safely. Lee Han-gut secretly feels a pang of sorrow. There was a casualty in the end. Lee Han-gut says, "Great job. I will send a healing mage right away. Go get some rest." Suddenly, a stern voice demands, "What the hell is going on here?" causing everyone to turn toward the source of the voice. The principal of Stella, poised and showing neither joy nor anger, says, "It seems something interesting happened while I was away, didn't it? Could you care to tell me all about it?" At Stella Academy, inside Main Tower 1, the male lead is invited by the principal to his private office. The male lead thinks to himself, alone with Edmund, "This is too nerve-wracking. I didn't even plan on being the team leader in the first place." Before exiting the Persona Gate, Hong Bi-yeon suggested, "To make it easier to report the situation, we should elect a team leader." The male lead took the initiative to nominate Azel as the team leader. Hong Bi-yeon crossed her arms and said, "You commoner, am watching you closely. Are you planning to give up all the credit?" Flame agreed, adding, "You can't do that." Azel also refused to stand out on his behalf, saying, "Even though I think I did pretty well, it won't work this time." Back to the present, the male lead reluctantly thinks, "In the end, I had to be the team leader anyway. What the hell happened while I was passed out?" While he is lost in thought, the principal speaks up, "This is the third time we've met, isn't it?" He even turns around and comments like an old acquaintance, "You've grown quite a bit. You looked so tiny back then." The male lead is baffled, secretly wondering, what does that mean? In the past, when Baek-Yu's soul was young, he practiced blink diligently in the cold snow. A passerby acknowledged the effort and talent of the young Baek-Yu's soul. This person thoughtfully remarked that Baek-Yu's soul possessed a very interesting talent. "I will write a letter of recommendation for you. Take our school's entrance exam in the future. You'll get extra points." Back to the present, Edmund says, "So the reason I called you here is to express my gratitude on behalf of everyone for preventing a disaster. I don't plan to make this public." The male lead secretly complains, "He scared me half to death." Edmund continues, "But it would be a different story if the students had been severely injured. So thank you. And I also want to confirm something. Were there any bugs inside the gate?" The male lead swallows nervously, thinking, "Whoa, what's with that look? That terrifying gaze as if he's afraid people wouldn't recognize him as the Black Magic Butcher. It's not like I'm a dark mage." The male lead carefully replies, "Dark magic corruption was found on the body of the student Jackie." Edmund calmly says, "I see. What a pity." The male lead secretly complains, "You don't look like you feel sorry at all." Edmund changes the subject, saying, "Look at my memory. I haven't even offered you a drink yet. Coffee? Or tea? Or do kids these days prefer carbonated drinks?" Seeing that the other party shifted to a more relaxed topic, the male lead eases up and replies, "I'd like some tea. Do you have Ryutd tea?" Edmund is slightly taken aback upon hearing the name of the tea the male lead requested.
Then he smiles faintly and says, of course I do. Wait a moment, the male lead secretly breathes a sigh of relief. After brewing the tea, Edmund pours a cup for the male lead and says, here, Ryotidi tea. Very few people know about this tea and even fewer actually like it. The male lead thanks him and takes a sip of the tea. The flavor of the tea is clearly not easy to drink. The male lead describes it. If compared to food on Earth, it probably feels like durian or fermented stingray. Those who like it will love it, and those who don't will absolutely despise it. Because it has a weird addictive quality, haters won't even touch it due to its distinct smell. But those who immerse themselves in this flavor become insanely addicted. Of course, the male lead doesn't actually have a taste for this tea. He chose it with an ulterior motive. He reasons. Being alone with Edmund is actually considered a turning point and an opportunity. In the original story, Flame, who chose coffee, received a promise of magic tutoring. Azel, who chose carbonated drinks, gained magical enlightenment. And Ryotidi tea is Edmund's absolute favorite. But the most special thing about Ryotidi tea is its history. Edmund explains, this is the only tea cherished by the Ryut tribe who lived in the western continent decades ago. Obviously, they could have just enjoyed it themselves, but they insisted on gifting this tea to humans, which led to an unprovoked disaster. Along with the disappearance of the Ryut tribe, the recipe for Ryotidi tea also vanished. This is probably one of the few remaining cups of Ryotidi tea in the world. If not for the foolish greed of humans, we could have enjoyed it forever. It's truly a shame. The male lead suddenly says, is that so? That's strange, I've always been drinking it. Edmund urgently asks, what? Is there still some tea left elsewhere? The male lead replies, no, that's not it. Just as Edmund feels disappointed, the male lead drops a bomb, saying that he knows the recipe for Ryotidi tea very well. Edmund instantly gets agitated and asks, what? Really? How do you know the recipe? The male lead once again puts himself in a position where he has no concrete evidence for his information. He secretly complains, this is a bit hard to explain. I can't exactly tell him I learned it from the game. So the male lead uses a pity play ultimate move that only an orphan like Baek Yu-seol could pull off. Ultimate move, using his mother as an excuse. The male lead acts like a son missing his late mother, saying, my late mother told me about it. I'm not too sure myself. And Edmund buys this completely. Without probing further, he says, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. The good student male lead replies, it's fine, it's no big deal, while secretly gloating, thank goodness the bluff worked. Perfect. Edmund carefully asks, so, would you be willing to sell that recipe to me? I can buy it for a high price. The male lead is secretly satisfied. It's finally here, the moment I've been waiting for. He takes this chance to say, actually, rather than money, there's something else I'd rather receive from you, principal. Your enchantment magical engineering. I hope to receive your guidance in this field just once. Edmund asks for clarification. What? Do you want to reconsider? Because the Ryotidi tea recipe is now lost, it can be sold for an extremely high price. Compared to that, my magical engineering is completely impractical. You understand what this means, right? As the guy holding the script, the male lead absolutely wants Edmund's enchantment magical engineering more than money. Edmund's enchantment magical engineering and Alterish's alchemy magical engineering. Finally, utilizing the pro vessel obtained from the necromancer earlier, I can create an inventory, also known as a subspace. Less than greater than. A subspace can only be used by mages who have learned level 8 spatial magical engineering. In this world's setting, very few people can control it, but with the help of Edmund, a level 9 mage, I will obtain the highest grade inventory. The male lead flatters him a bit, saying, compared to that amount of money, I think receiving the principal's magical essence is the most valuable gift. So I'll be in your care, sir. Seeing that the student had already said so, Edmund simply complies. He agrees, saying, all right, if you're that determined, let's go with that. Hearing this, the male lead secretly rejoices. Meanwhile, in another development, also at Main Tower 1, inside the vice principal's office, Aki says to the person in front of him, I heard about it. It took so much effort to open the Persona Gate, yet it ended in failure, didn't it, Raiden? Raiden, in a professor's outfit, replies, yes. I'm worried that the cult leader will be furious once he finds out. Aki reassures him, being too honest like that isn't good. Although the failure is regrettable, there is still another way. Raiden goes silent for a moment, then probes Aki. Are you planning to let Professor Mason lose control? Aki dodges the question by dismissing him. If you have nothing else to report, you may leave. While walking down the hallway, Raiden reflects there was only one reason for opening the Persona Gate this time. It was to dispose of the students who might participate in the Atlan Conference later. Clearly opened a level 5 gate that was far stronger than them, yet unexpectedly, Flame, Azel Mort, the Princess of Adalivit, and Baek Yu-seol were all able to escape unscathed. This was something no one foresaw. While he is standing there deep in thought, someone greets Raiden. Professor, long time no see. Ma Du-sung, full of sarcasm, crosses his arms and says, when I was young, you always seemed like a wild beast. Pretending to look like a human now, I almost didn't recognize you. Seriously, my friend almost got hurt recently. Was this also a scheme by that old geezer who just sits around all day? Raiden exerts his authority and warns, even if you are the young master, I expect you not to speak so disrespectfully about the cult leader. Besides, friends, have you gotten too immersed in this school play? Ma Du-sung's voice drops several pitches. Showing unbridled annoyance, he says, "It seems your appearance isn't the only thing that's changed. To think you dare speak so insolently in front of me. Humph. I advise you to be careful. You guys are becoming quite a nuisance. Well then, see you next time." Once Ma Du-sung leaves, Raiden immediately collapses to his knees. His body and mind unable to withstand the tension from the oppressive aura Ma Du-sung had just radiated. He grits his teeth and pants heavily. If it's for the Shadow Moon cult, then this trivial matter. Meanwhile, in a student corridor, Hong Bai-yan is surrounded by female students. They ask her with concern, "Your Highness the Princess, we're so glad you're okay. We heard there was a problem with the Persona Gate due to the Academy's mistake. Less than greater than. I really don't understand how they manage things." Hearing her classmates' concerns, Hong Bai-yan thinks to herself, as expected, the other students don't know about this. From the Academy's standpoint, that's only natural. At this moment, a male student calls Bai-yan's name quite intimately. He is a third-year student named Edmont Atlich. When he hears Bi-yan formally call him senior, he tells her, "There's no need to be so stiff with your address, though I suppose talking casually would be a bit strange too." Bi-yan sternly replies, "There must be a proper hierarchy in the Academy." Edmont laughs, feigning concern as he says, "More importantly, I'm glad you're safe and sound. I was worried something might have happened to you." Hong Bi-yan's reaction is quite bland, only politely responding, "I'm perfectly fine. There's no need to worry." She secretly despises and is wary of this senior. This guy is just like a venomous snake. The one he's actually worried about isn't me, but his own vested interests. The two major factions of the Atalivic Kingdom. The Duke Oken family supports Princess Hong Si-hwa, and the Duke Atlich family has the power to counterbalance the Oken family. Edmund is the sole heir to the Duke Atlich family. His goal is roughly to support me in becoming queen and then marry me. Edmund extends an invitation, right? "Do you want to play a game of soul chess? The Academy tournament is coming up soon." Hong Bai-yan, indifferent but maintaining basic politeness, replies, "Sure, let's do that." Edmund pats her shoulder and says, "Good, let me teach you a trick today. Watch closely and learn." Hong Bai-yan frustratedly bites her lip to suppress her emotions. She secretly loathes herself. The fact that I can't become queen without the help of this kind of man is truly disappointing. If only I had enough power. If someone who possesses enough power to rival the Duke Atlich family came to my side. Just as she is thinking this, what a coincidence, Hong Bai-yan spots Baek Sol's figure outside the window. Edmund called out, "Bai-yan, what are you doing? Hurry up and get over here." Hong Bai-yan glanced back at the figure outside the window one last time, before answering Edmund, "Yes, senior," and following behind him. As for Baek Sol, whom Hong Bai-yan was yearning for, he had the enchanting petal he collected from the Blade Spider Chieftain in his hand. Standing in a secluded area, he muttered to himself, "Let's see, this should be enough, right?" The system announced, "Absorbed." Mind power increased by 65%. Permanently increased a small amount of resistance to enchantment magic. Baek Sol, strength 2 stars, 73%. Agility 2 star, 42%. Endurance 0 star, 99%. Senses 2 star, 57%. Stamina 2 star, 19%. Mind power 2 star, 24%. He was secretly satisfied. This level isn't bad. Furthermore, the system continued, "The Constellatio production team has provided you with a special reward." He muttered, "I receive a special reward for completing the storyline. That being said, what should I choose this time? I wonder if it will help with my growth." Can I choose Mechan's pendant?" The system replied, "You can." He said, "Then I'll take this." The system announced, "Has been issued to you. Grade, high. A pendant crafted by Mechan, an alchemist from the future. To protect his own life, he reinforced its defensive barrier to the limit. Special function, Mechan's defense. Can unconditionally block any attack below tier 6. One-time consumable item. Less than greater than." Putting on the pendant, he thought to himself, although it's a bit of a pity that it's a one-time use item, having a lifesaver isn't bad. In the upcoming Chapter 9, I'll have to fight the Awakened Mason. Plus. The system stated, "The grudge on the item, Dead Branch of Grudge, has accumulated to 78%. Seeing this, he said, "Excellent. The preparations for the fight with Mason are going incredibly smoothly. I'll just have to leave the rest to Altarisha." He then headed to the International Alchemy City, Alchemy Institution. The receptionist warmly greeted him. "Welcome. This is the 13th facility of the Golden Steatite School, the annex next to the Great Elm Tree, Alchemy City." He told the receptionist, "I'm here to see an alchemist named Altarisha." The receptionist replied professionally, "I'm sorry, you cannot meet her at the moment." He felt quietly helpless. I knew this would happen. He had to hand a sealed letter to the receptionist. "This is an invitation given to me personally by teaching assistant Altarisha." The receptionist immediately became flustered and said,
I am so sorry. Let me show you the way immediately. Please step this way. He calmly replied, thank you.
He was led to a room with a sign that read Altarisha Faction. The receptionist announced to the person inside, Lady Altarisha, you have a guest. After speaking, the receptionist noticed the room was completely quiet with no response. Seeing no answer, the receptionist spoke up, then we shall come in. His hyper-intuition warned him. He flinched. This feeling is. An explosion suddenly burst out from Altarisha's room. He got the scare of his life and complained. That scared me to death. That was almost a disaster. He had managed to pull the receptionist away with him, dodging the explosion just in time. He entered the room and asked, Assistant, are you okay? Hearing a familiar voice, Altarisha replied, Ah, is that Becky's soul? Hurry over here, I have something I want to show you. Looking at Altarisha's excited, innocent attitude, he felt a bit speechless. She completely ignored the explosion. Alchemist Huang Sok-ko said, You soul, have you seen this? This is the shield bracelet. By just pressing the button twice, even in this state, it can unleash power equivalent to Tier 3. But if you press the button one more time, bracelet generated a protective barrier. Sok-ko boasted, How is it? Amazing, right? Even in a state of lacking mana, or for normal people who don't know magic, they can use defensive magic once. Although its defense is only 500, it will be very helpful in times of danger. Once this is announced to the public, it will definitely shake the world. It's all thanks to this little lady Altarisha.
Come to think of it, you're the co-author, right? Taking this opportunity, why don't you join the Alchemy City as an alchemist? He immediately replied, I have no mana, so I can't live as an alchemist. Sok-ko was a bit surprised by his firm answer. He explained, I was born with a constitution that cannot retain mana, a mana leakage constitution. What he said made the other two imagine the most tragic scenario. They understood it as his life is already nearing its end. He was somewhat indifferent to this and thought to himself, why did the topic turn out like this? Although it's not exactly wrong. He naturally spoke as if talking about someone else. Indeed, there isn't much time left, but I don't want to die. I'll take care of it myself, so please don't worry. Altarisha breathed a sigh of relief seeing that he wasn't pessimistic.
He switched to a more interesting topic and asked, instead of that, could I take a look at that shield bracelet for a moment? He put on his system-provided knowledge cheek glasses, holding Altarisha's initial prototype bracelet in his hand. Through the glasses, he could see the magic arrays and realized, since it's still in the early stages, there are a lot of redundant parts. Sometimes it's truly hard to understand whether he wants to stand out or not, because he often acts on a whim and displays incompatible knowledge like now, for instance. He said to Altarisha, wait a moment, can I borrow your mana soldering pen? It's over here. While Sok-ko was completely baffled because he hadn't participated in the research, and the old man had no idea if this student had any specialized crafting knowledge, so how could he know how to adjust it? But Altarisha trusted him entirely. From what he had shown, she seemed to believe he was omniscient. She even signaled for an older and renowned alchemist like Sok-ko to stay quiet and witness a miracle. Through the clear knowledge provided by the glasses, he inscribed additional magic lines, turning this initial prototype into the final product right then and there. After finishing this simple task like handing in homework, he declared, it's done. Sok-ko couldn't hide his shock and exclaimed, How? How is this possible? He marveled. The defense just jumped to 800. The efficiency almost increased by 1.5 times. Truly, a co-author, your reputation is well deserved. Showing intense enthusiasm, Sok-ko proposed, Do you want to come work under me?
No, not under me. I can offer you working conditions equal to mine. Don't worry about not being able to use mana. I can assign an alchemist to act as your mana transmitter. He smiled calmly and rejected the top alchemist's offer. I'm sorry, I have compelling reasons to pursue the path of a mage. Feeling regretful, Sok-ko didn't force him. Taking this opportunity, he brought up a request. Instead, I have a favor to ask of you all. Can you use this to craft equipment? Altarisha thought he wanted her to create normal enhanced equipment, but no, he said he was going to create a subspatial item with the support of Stella's principle. Altarisha was incredibly shocked hearing this, and Sok-ko also said in surprise, that old man from Stella agreed to help. You truly are a miracle worker.
Altarisha said, although I really want to accept your commission, I'm afraid I'm not capable enough. I have never tried embedding elemental magic before.
He thought to himself that a few months would be enough while saying out loud, I know. I'm not forcing you to do it immediately. I just hope that once you have that technology later, you can test it slowly. Seeing there was no time pressure, Altarisha gladly accepted the job and said, leave it to me. Come to think of it, it's also time to make nameplates. One day, at Stella, in a certain classroom, Aza was having trouble understanding the lesson. Stuck, she immediately glanced over at him. Seeing him carelessly yawning, she felt he must have already understood the lesson, so she hesitated and asked herself, should I try asking Baek Sil? But before Azo could go and ask for his help, someone else came to take up his time first.
Hong Bi-yun stood in front of his desk and asked, I have something important to discuss with you. Are you free?
Aesol was curious about what this important thing Hong Bi-yun was talking about was, while he wasn't busy either and replied, "Of course, why wouldn't I be?" Aesol sat there watching him follow Hong Bi-yun out of the classroom. Her heart was tangled with an unclear feeling, and she quietly told herself, "What they talk about has nothing to do with me. Why am I feeling this way?" As for him, he followed Hong Bi-yun to a deserted corridor. Then he took the initiative to ask, "What do you want to talk about?" Hong Bi-yun brought up the topic. "A product of alchemy magic engineering has just been crafted in the alchemy city. I heard you were the co-author for that alchemy magic engineering."
He thought calmly. With the intelligence capabilities of the Adalivit royal family, it's only natural for them to know about this. Trusting his hyper-intuition, he immediately guessed it was a matter of interest and said, "So, you want to use me to establish a direct connection with the equipment industry?" Hong Bi-yun crossed her arms and said, "I won't deny it, but don't misunderstand. Although equipment is important, I think establishing a relationship with someone like you is even more crucial." Hearing this, he was a bit stunned, as if he was completely oblivious to how his player actions had shaken the ether world. He was secretly surprised. "I didn't expect her to value me so highly." His mind immediately processed the plot lines he knew, thinking, it truly is different from what happened in the original story. Then perhaps, this time, can Hong Bi-yun's death be prevented? Hong Bi-yun offered an invitation. "So, would you like to grab a meal with me?" But at this moment, a tone like someone catching their lover cheating with another guy came from a young man. "Oh my, isn't that Bi-yun? Rejecting even having lunch with me, I thought you had something very important to do. Turns out you were just hanging out with a commoner like this. Truly breaks my heart." Looking at this setup, how is it any different from a love triangle drama? He looked coldly at this young man, harboring ill intentions, and recalled to himself, "I've seen him in the game before." One of the reasons that led Hong Bi-yun to her grave, Edmund Atlick. Looking at his attitude, he probably doesn't know in the co-author of the Alchemy Magic Engineering Interference Algorithm thesis. Before he could speak, Hong Bi-yun stepped forward and said to Edmund, "He's not a normal commoner. I plan to use this commoner to get in touch with alchemist Altarisha. Therefore, please don't get in my way." Hearing this reason, Edmund found it laughable. Edmund clearly felt that Hong Bi-yun was beating around the bush to make an excuse to reject him, as evident from his words, "Bi-yun, do you really think so? How can a commoner like him be of any help to you? Compared to him, Im's still much better, right?" These words of Edmund both demeaned him and simultaneously elevated his own worth. Annoyed, he inwardly evaluated, he's truly too arrogant and full of himself. Even though Im used to being ignored for being a commoner, Hong Bi-yun reacted sternly to Edmund's words. "What is the meaning of this, senior?" He looked at Hong Bi-yun as if deep in thought. Then he let out a sigh and said, "Forget it. Let's just pretend this equipment trade never happened." While Hong Bi-yun didn't know how to react to this, Edmund stood with his arms crossed and said condescendingly, "Good. It seems you finally understand your place." He stepped in front of Hong Bi-yun, looked Edmund in the eye, and said, "Just to be clear, regarding the equipment trade, I will report that due to the fierce opposition of Duke Atlick's family, goods will not be supplied to the Adalivit kingdom." Edmund warned implicitly, "Junior, you sure love to bluff. Do you know what happens to a first-year student who disrespects a third year?" The male lead replied nonchalantly, "That? I don't care." Hong Bi-yun thought to herself, "Commoner, you must know perfectly well that Stella Academy's hierarchy is extremely strict. Furthermore, Edmont is a highly influential figure among the third years. Why would you say such things?" The male lead gave a perfunctory remark, "I'll be going then," and left immediately after speaking, showing zero regard for the senior student. Edmont felt incredibly annoyed at being slighted by someone of such low status. He muttered darkly, "Just a first year who completely fails to understand the terror of his seniors. Looks like I'll need to add a little fun to his academy life, huh?" After walking a distance, the male lead thought to himself, "Sorry, Hong Bi-yun. If I don't eliminate that man, you won't be able to have a good ending. Whether you claim the throne or bring about the downfall of the Duke Atlich family, it will all ultimately end in your death. But I absolutely cannot let Hong Bi-yun bow her head to that guy." Meanwhile, in a secluded spot somewhere on the Stella campus, Hong Bi-yun leaned against the wall, covering her face as she sighed, muttering, "Should I just abandon this title of princess? The reason Edmont Atlich always obstructs everything I do is perfectly clear. He doesn't want me to be independent. Only then will I be forced to rely on him." Hong Bi-yun muttered in frustration, "I've lost a good opportunity. Can I really not do anything well on my own?" Suddenly, Hong Bi-yun recalled the words the male lead had said to Edmont. Because the Duke Atlich family strongly opposes it, they will not supply goods to the kingdom of Adalivit. Considering everything up to now, Baek Yu-seol had made many incomprehensible moves, yet the ultimate results were always extremely satisfying and favorable. So she couldn't help but suspect that this Baek Yu-seol had already set the stage. Normally, he absolutely wouldn't draw attention to himself like that. On the contrary, he deliberately provoked Edmund.
That same night in the Class S dormitories, the male lead gleefully opened a newly delivered box, saying, "Great, it arrived safely." Inside the box were a ring, a bracelet, and a necklace. Prototype equipment crafted by Altarisha arrived earlier than I expected. Let me see what these are used for. Grade, mid-low. Description, activates a full-body protective shield when worn. Effects, agility plus 11%, resistance plus 14%, mana plus 1%. Special feature, level body shield, damage absorption rate plus 3%. The male lead nodded and commented, better than I thought. Grade, mid. Description, upon use, the ring turns into a hilt and mana condenses into a short sword. Effects, agility plus 14%, sense plus 9%. Special feature, mana amplification level 3. Duration, 5 minutes. Grade, mid-low. Description, transforms into an arm guard when activated. Effects, strength plus 7%, resistance plus 9%, mana plus 2%. Special feature, shield level 1. The male lead marveled, as expected of Altarisha, to craft mid-grade equipment so quickly. I need to hurry up and test these in actual combat and give feedback to Altarisha. I've already sent a private message to the doctor too, so everything is fully prepared now. Well then, let's start slowly dealing with the Duke Atlich family.
A few days later, it was time for the second exam. The second exam is divided into practical and theoretical sections. In the practical exam, the flexible application of magic has different scoring criteria depending on the magic attribute. For lightning magic, it measures the maximum voltage and the number of linked targets. The key point for wind magic is the intensity of its explosive power, while ice magic uses the lowest temperature as the standard to calculate its range. In addition, for special attributes like healing, light, and physical, the more magic is deployed, the more there is to observe. Among them, the most prominent is. As expected, it's still the fire attribute. Sure enough, the level of main characters is always different. The examining professor called out, "Baekyu Seul, it's your turn." The professor signaled, "Get ready."
Begin. As soon as the command ended, the male lead precisely executed Blink to the location of the red button. The professors were always impressed by the male lead's ability to use Blink. They said to each other, "Every time I see it, it's truly astonishing." From Blink having zero delay to him accurately finding his direction, everything is incredibly miraculous. Very quickly, the professor announced, "Baekyu Seul, the practical exam is over." The male lead thought to himself, so that's the practical part done. Since I can't use magic, I probably completely bombed the remaining sections. Oh well, I'll just use the glasses to salvage some points in the theory section. At this moment, someone came looking for trouble saying, "You're Baekyu Seul, right?" A mere first year dares to be disrespectful to a third-year senior. In my day, that would be unimaginable. The male lead wasn't surprised at all, thinking, what must come will eventually come. It's Edmot's lackeys. The guy glared threateningly at the male lead and said, "Oh, this brat dares to look me straight in the eye. Why haven't you lowered your gaze yet?" The male lead wasn't about to act weak or bow his head to choose a soft approach. Feeling annoyed, he thought, even though I anticipated this. Getting provoked by these little brats still feels quite irritating. Showing a clear intent to bully the male lead, the guy said, "Hey, you punk, I told you to lower your head. You brat, you're even more arrogant than the rumors say, huh? I heard you're not just a commoner, but you don't even have parents. If you don't want to die, get on your knees, you bastard." Just then, Ji-don happened to be passing by and heard the loud commotion. Ji-don looked over with some curiosity. What's going on? Is there a fight? She recognized the group of guys. They are Senior Edmot's people. Then she looked at the person being yelled at by the group and was surprised. Isn't that the first-year student I met at the Maktivist cemetery? His name is Baekyu Seul, I believe. Ji-don intervened by speaking up. What are you all doing? The guy casually turned to her and replied, "Can't you tell just by looking? We're teaching a junior a lesson. Don't meddle in this, Ban Ji-don." This guy insulted a third-year senior. As seniors, we have an obligation to educate our juniors, don't we? Ji-don glanced at the male lead. She pondered doubtfully. Just now, did he force Baekyu Seul to kneel? He clearly has the strength to defeat a level 5 necromancer, so he should be perfectly capable of dealing with this. Ji-don found it hard to believe that this junior was truly helpless. So she continued to speak up, saying, "No, I'm afraid that won't do. If it's exactly as you say, and a first year insulted a third year, then this is no small matter. We are currently enlisted in the Magic Knights. This could lead to serious consequences for insubordination against superiors. Therefore, how about organizing a special training duel to educate this junior? A training duel requires the student council president's approval. I'll go get that authorization. So, do you guys want to have a proper duel?" Hearing this, the guy smirked. He looked down at the male lead and said, "Fine, sounds interesting." After that, he and Edmund's other lackeys left. Ji-don then said to the male lead, "I'm very sorry for interfering, but if I just let it be, you definitely wouldn't have let them off, right?" The male lead listened, secretly full of question marks. Isn't it that they wouldn't have let me off? Ji-don made her own assumptions, saying, You were definitely planning to endure temporary humiliation to exact a greater revenge, weren't you? Someone as smart as you, who can defeat a necromancer, surely wouldn't act insultingly without a reason. There's only one reason: to eradicate the unreasonable practices that have existed at Stella for so long, and to end the problem of seniors bullying juniors. You chose to sacrifice yourself. Not only the readers, but even the male lead couldn't understand how she managed to direct this whole narrative in her head and come to such a conclusion. Ji-dan continued, but among them, there are also those who were forced to follow Edmund, those who were coerced into becoming his lackeys because of family matters. Even if your decision is correct, it would be a pity for those kinds of kids to be punished. Ji-dan patted the male lead's shoulder with good intentions. Full of encouraging spirit, she said, "That's why I will prepare the arena for you. You just focus on fighting. Leave the persuasion of the student council president to me." The male lead could only smile awkwardly, not knowing what to say. He was secretly bewildered. What the hell has this lady been talking about this whole time? The magic contract analysis exam. Many students looked at it with headaches, saying to each other, "I completely don't understand what the question is even asking. Is this really something that can be solved today?" The male lead, wearing his glasses, stood up calmly and said, "Here, I'm turning in my paper." The professor said, "The exam just started 20 minutes ago and you're already giving up." The male lead replied, "No, I finished it." The professor glanced down at the male lead's paper in confusion, muttering, What? What are you saying?" But when he read the male lead's paper, the professor's eyes widened in utter shock. The male lead enjoyed passing exams effortlessly without studying. "Even though I didn't study at all, it feels so refreshing to finish an exam." After taking just a few steps, the male lead heard people gossiping about him. Is he Baek Yu's soul? Just a first year, yet he's being targeted because he offended Edmund Atlich. I'm afraid it won't be long before they beat him to a pulp, huh? The male lead thought to himself, news travels fast. The whole school knows already. The male lead was secretly puzzled. Why did Ji-dan even interfere? Special training duel, educating juniors. In short, it was a one-on-one duel between a senior who wanted to teach a junior a lesson and a junior who needed to be taught. Even though Stella forbade seniors from publicly insulting or abusing juniors, if it was during a special training duel, a senior could legally punish a junior. It was called a duel in name, but in reality, it was no different from a senior using magic to beat up a junior. Therefore, to prevent the special training duel from being abused, it required the consent of the student council president. But Class S students had every right to submit requests to the student council. I originally just planned to kneel quickly and go back to sleep to get it over with, so how did it turn out like this? Forget it. What's done is done. There's nothing I can do about it. He returned to his room and opened a box containing a toy monkey inside. The male lead thought openly, if I can't avoid it, I might as well enjoy it. Meanwhile, Ji-dan had arrived at the Stella Student Council room. The Stella Student Council president, second-year Class S student, Miraran. Seeing that the person entering was Ji-dan, the young man asked questioningly, "Are you here for something?" Ji-dan placed a piece of paper on the president's desk. "I hope you will approve this request for a special educational duel for junior cultivation. The target is Baek Yu, a first-year Class S student." Miraran asked in confusion, "Don't you hate injustice the most? Why are you doing this?" Ji-dan replied, "Because I despise injustice." Miraran said, "Even though I don't know what you're thinking, no matter how outstanding a first-year student is, they cannot defeat a second-year student. The gap in experience is very hard to make up for with just ability. Even so, you still want to request a duel." Ji-dan said, "If you're curious, you can come watch it yourself. It will definitely be very interesting." After Ji-dan left, Miraran sighed and said, "Then let's see what exactly you're scheming." At this moment, a professor runs over and says to Miro, "Want to take a look at this? A student's thesis submission." Miro, initially skeptical, says, "Professor Riryu, please come in. Is there actually a thesis from this exam qualified to be submitted to the academic society? The previous one you showed me wasn't that great." The professor smiles and says, "Just read it first." As soon as Miro reads it, she instantly notices the difference. "Isn't this Brokit's overlapping circuit design?" The professor excitedly says, "It's amazing, right? It shortened the reverse loop chain equation by exactly half. Moreover, it uses an incredibly simple formula. Less than greater than." The more Miro reads, the more she feels her knowledge being elevated. The overlapping formula had already been perfected by countless scholars using the most optimal methods, yet it was somehow upgraded once more. There's simply no other word to describe this but genius. Miro immediately asks, "Who wrote this paper?" The professor smiles and says, "It's student Baek Yu. With this level of skill, he might even be qualified to participate in the Atlan conference. Now isn't the time to think about this. I need to report this news to the principal right away." After saying that, the professor leaves, leaving Miro sitting in a daze with Baek Yu's thesis. Miro mutters, "To think it was Baek Yu. He's a much more interesting guy than I thought, isn't he?" In the vice principal's office, Aki asks for clarification. You want to nominate student Baek Yu Seal to participate in the Atlan conference. Professor Riryu says enthusiastically, yes. Vice principal, if you just take a look at it yourself, you'll understand. This is truly astonishing. Aki interrupts saying, I'm afraid that won't be possible, Professor Riryu. Right now at Stella, besides him, there are still plenty of other candidates. Especially this year's freshmen. They wouldn't fall behind no matter where you put them. The maximum number of participants a school can send to Atlan, excluding prestigious families with guaranteed spots, is only 2. Yet you want to give this spot to Baek Yu Seal. Letting a mage who can't even use magic participate is an insult to all mages. If you understand, then leave. I will not approve of student Baek Yu Sol participating in Atlan. Professor Riryu dejectedly replies, I understand. When left alone in the room, Aki finally starts grumbling. He crumples the thesis, saying, where did this bug crawl out from, thinking it can mingle at Atlan? In your dreams. Perhaps holding too heavy a prejudice, Aki adamantly refuses to support an individual displaying as much value as the male lead. Afterwards, the rankings for the second exam are announced. The male lead clearly didn't study at all, but he still cares about his results. The male lead checks the board and sees his name at rank 419. The male lead thinks to himself, rank 419. I clearly got a perfect score on the theory exam, but only ended up with this rank. And pretty amazing. Come to think of it, the person in first place this time is, as expected, Ma Du-sung. The top-ranked students all belong to Class S. Rank 1, Ma Du-sung. Rank 2, Flame. Rank 3, Aesol. Rank 4, Hegwith. Rank 5, Hong Bi-yeon. Looking at this, the male lead questions inwardly. Last semester, Hegwith was supposed to be second, so why did he drop to fourth? Is it because Aesol and Flame were able to focus on studying this time? If Jackie was dragged into the dark corruption plotline, then the dark corruption plots for Hegwith and Athwang must have disappeared too. Hong Bi-yeon overthinks it and says, did you intentionally control your rank? But you've already attracted attention. The male lead inwardly questions it. She startled me. What is she randomly talking about? Hong Bi-yeon doesn't need his confirmation. Similar to Ji-dan, she directs her own assumptions, saying, but making it into the top 600, it seems you plan to participate in the Academy Rivalry Tournament, right? Reminded of this, the male lead inwardly recalls, there was this event too. The plot where a few students are chosen to go to other prestigious schools for a competitive exchange. The male lead glances at Hong Bi-yeon. Seeing her acting somewhat restless, he inwardly wonders, what's wrong? What's up with her? The male lead bluntly asks, what's wrong? Do you have something else to say? Hong Bi-yeon, acting tsundere, slightly turns away to avoid his gaze. Her fists clench tightly as she suppresses her questions. But eventually, unable to hold back, she asks the male lead, why did you do that? Why did you provoke Senior Edmund? That guy is incredibly petty. He'll probably harass you until graduation. Are you confident you can endure it? The male lead stares at Hong Bi-yeon for a moment. Then he replies, no, I don't think I can. The male lead thinks to himself, instead of getting beaten to a pulp by a bunch of brats, I'd rather beat them up and drop out of school myself. Hong Bi-yeon assumes the worst, clenching her fists and asks, then why did you do it? What do you want to get from me? The male lead looks at Hong Bi-yeon for another moment, then shifts his gaze elsewhere and says, about that. I felt that forming a connection with you was more important, so I'm not helping you for free either. After this is over, you just need to sign an equipment contract with me. Hong Bi-yeon wonders, but you could sign an equipment contract with other factions besides Adelivet. Why? The male lead says in his heart, of course I can't tell you the truth that I want to save you to achieve the happy ending. The male lead rubs the back of his neck, searching for the right words. That's because. I'll tell you later. Hong Bi-yeon accepts this abrupt answer and asks, I understand. But how do you plan to handle the disciplinary duel against a senior? The male lead replies, that. Well, I have to deal with it and get it over with anyway. Ji-dan and Bi-yeon truly share the same wavelength. She says to the male lead, there's no need to hold back. It's fine to use your true strength to teach the senior a little lesson. I'll do my best to help clean up the aftermath for you. The male lead replies reflexively, yeah, thanks. He inwardly finds it perplexing. It seems she intends to help with something, but why does she assume I can win? Someone who always pays attention to Hong Bi-yeon had been hiding behind her nearby and witnessed this from start to finish. Once this girl felt she had heard enough, she turned and walked away. Later, at the magic practical class, Hong Bi-yeon's mother praises Athwang. Your control is excellent, Athwang. Although your firepower is lacking, your refined control completely makes up for it. It will be highly effective against sensitive enemies and in missions requiring stealth. On the contrary, your magic is still far behind. Hong Bi-yeon's mother praises someone else's child while putting down her own. How many times do I have to tell you for you to understand? Destruction isn't all that fire magic can do. Yet you still managed to rank first in the fire department. How irritating. Do it again. Despite being the one praised, Afwan isn't happy at all. Later, Afwan spends the entire evening practicing casting magic. Afwan mutters unwillingly, I lost again. I clearly worked just as hard as anyone else, so why? Why can't I be her? While Azel is present on the Stella campus, she hears her classmates chatting. Come to think of it, it's today, right? Exchange match between the first and second years. Should we go watch too? Even though her classmates don't specify the participants, Azel correctly guesses that they are talking about Baek Yu-sol's situation. Suddenly, Azel recalls when Hong Bi-yeon called the male lead out for a private meeting and feels bothered, thinking to herself, but it probably has nothing to do with me. Besides, I haven't finished my assignments yet. Although she originally told herself not to care, Azel still follows her emotions and goes to watch the commotion. A classmate comes up beside Azel and says, as expected, you came too, huh? This girl is Harolyn from Class 1B, who smiles and strikes up a conversation with Azel. Lately, there have been a lot of rumors saying that Baek Yu-sol likes you. Harolyn sits down next to Azel and gossips. Actually, the two of you are secretly dating behind everyone's backs, aren't you? That's why you're here. Azel embarrassingly replies, that's not it at all. From the beginning, Baek Yu-sol, because of me. Azel, being timid, couldn't finish her sentence. Harolyn observes this and evaluates her inwardly. This is truly unexpected. I was originally curious about what the child of a traitor would be like, but I never thought she'd be cuter than I imagined, huh? Harolyn expands the conversation by introducing herself. Oh my, I haven't even greeted you properly. I'm Harolyn from Class B. I look forward to working with you from now on. Azel awkwardly replies by reflex. I look forward to working with you too. The cheers of the classmates who came to watch draw the two girls' attention back to the arena. The main character has appeared, signaling that the training duel is about to begin. Hearing the cheers of many classmates, the male lead inwardly wonders, why are there so many people? Dak Chio-guang is one of the people enthusiastically cheering for the male lead. Hey, brave junior. I don't know what'll happen, but remember to go easy on him. The male lead hears this but doesn't understand a thing, thinking to himself, my situation right now is supposed to be me getting taught a lesson by a senior, right? Why are they telling me to go easy? Jai-don looks at the male lead with the eyes of someone who already knows the only possible outcome, a victory for Baek Yu-sol. Less than clear then. A few male students who clearly dislike the male lead say, finally, that guy Baek Yu-sol is about to be taught a lesson. Just a commoner who dares to show off serves him right. Now that he's been targeted by a senior, he's definitely a goner. The male student catches Hong Bi-yeon's glare and immediately shuts his mouth. The two male students both awkwardly lower their heads in silence as Hong Bi-yeon walks past them. Hong Bi-yeon finds a good spot for herself to observe the training duel. She is highly anticipating the male lead's performance. The second-year male student asks the male lead, Hey junior, are you ready? This young man is named Caliban Catalum, second-year Class C. The male lead thinks to himself, being in Class C, his rank should be around 300. Although I am in Class S, if we strictly consider combat power, the opponent is definitely stronger. I have to try my best to avoid a direct confrontation. Having formulated a plan in his head, the male lead replies to his opponent, Yes, I think I'm ready. The male lead's seemingly nonchalant expression annoys Caliban, so he says, still so arrogant right up to the very end. The professor acting as referee says to the two students, Since both sides are present, I will now explain the rules. The duel must last a minimum of 15 minutes. The match will continue until one of the parties completely loses consciousness. If the system detects a life-threatening situation, the spatial control magic of the Stella Dome will forcibly end the match. And after 15 minutes, you may choose to surrender to end the match immediately. With that, let the duel begin. The stopwatch starts ticking. Caliban takes out his magic wand. The male lead unsheathes his magic sword. The friend sitting next to Azel asks, Who do you think will win? Azel ponders for a moment and replies, Probably the senior. Her friend also sees that as the most likely outcome. True, after all, Senior Caliban is an Earth attribute mage. The defense of the Earth attribute is incredibly superior. I don't think Baek Yu-sol's firepower is that strong. Earth attribute has very strong terrain control capabilities. The higher your control over your own domain, the more diverse attacks you can unleash within that area. Can Baek Yu-sol's magic sword even break through the defense of a Tier 3 Earth magic? Azel muses inwardly. Harolyn isn't wrong. Baek Yu-sol basically can't win this match. That is, judging by common sense. Either unaware of or completely disbelieving the rumors of Baek Yu-sol's exploits that surely spread everywhere, Caliban shouted loudly, Today I'll help you wake up, crushing stone array. The male lead immediately blinked out of the area affected by Caliban's magic. The male lead stared back at Caliban with wide eyes. While Caliban was still full of question marks, unable to understand what was going on, the male lead shot him a wicked smirk and ran off. This action left Caliban completely caught off guard. Harolyn commented, Wow, just running away like that without any sense of pride. Azel reflexively agreed with Harolyn, but inwardly thought, however, In this situation, that's exactly the right thing to do. Caliban yelled, "Hey, you bastard! Get back here right now." The male lead secretly pouted. Who would even want to go back? Infuriated, Caliban rashly cast a long-range earth magic attack. Sharp earth and stone spikes he materialized attacked the target all at once. Those who cared about the male lead watched tensely, waiting to see how he would handle this battle.
Caliban thought triumphantly, "Great, that's a guaranteed hit." But he would soon realize he had celebrated a little too early. When the dust settled, he saw a toy monkey hanging upside down from a tree. He blankly approached it and muttered, "Why is this thing showing up here?" As he got closer, the toy monkey started banging the cymbals in its hands. Next, like a time bomb, the monkey exploded, producing a blinding flash of light that caused Caliban to lose his vision for a moment. After the explosion, which lacked destructive power, Caliban still stood firm. He let out a sigh of relief. That was close. Good thing I used to increase my mass. Caliban suddenly sensed something and immediately erected a defense behind his back, preventing the male lead from successfully landing a sneak attack. Having found his target, Caliban readied his counterattack. He executed an Earth Attribute Demolition Strike, but the male lead utilized his speed advantage perfectly. By the time Caliban cast his spell, he had safely blinked to another location. Caliban provoked him. "Hey, Junior, you're not planning to run away, are you? That so-called chivalrous spirit really is all talk." Caliban didn't notice that he had stepped on a leaf inscribed with a magical rune. This suddenly sent his entire body floating up into the air. Looking straight ahead, he saw Baek Sol hiding behind a bush, smirking in a way that made him feel like he was being mocked. Caliban gritted his teeth. "What? You still dare to laugh?" Caliban cast a gravity spell to bring his feet back down to the ground. Just as he was about to attack, he realized his opponent was no longer there. Caliban furiously cursed. "This little brat is really roll out here right now." Sensing something being thrown at him from behind, he turned around, used magic to slice the object, and yelled, "Stop using these petty tricks." But this very action caused him to fall straight into the male lead's trap. Caliban's eyes, nose, and mouth stung and burned uncomfortably. He realized, was the thing I just sliced open a tear gas grenade? And the trap wasn't over yet. When he heard the sound of a ringing bell on the ground, a blinding light flashed from it. A deafening explosion followed, forcing the students in the stands to reflexively cover their ears. Aesel remarked, "Looks like a flashbang device meant to disorient vision and hearing." Tear gas combined with a flashbang attack, the second-year senior seems to be struggling just to keep himself together. Hong Bi-yun felt secretly satisfied. It's over. Now he just needs to slowly approach and land a hit, and the commoner wins. But the battle didn't unfold as Hong Bi-yun expected. Out of nowhere, the male lead strapped on a backpack. Holding a bunch of what looked like the earlier tear gas grenades in one arm, he started chucking them with his other hand. A tear gas grenade was thrown right into Caliban's face. The male lead used Blink to throw tear gas at Caliban from every possible angle. Doc Chio Guang and Jai Don commented, "Tear gas again? It seems to have smoke mixed inside too. How should I put this? Baek Sol's attacks aren't exactly lethal, but they're definitely making Caliban suffer a lot. Indeed, rather than a proper fight, this felt more like he was being toyed with." Bitter beyond words, Caliban hissed, "Baek Sol, you damn brat." Caliban cast a spell, using the earth to propel himself high into the air, a way to escape Baek Sol's devilish tricks. Showing that he had reached his absolute limit, Caliban roared, "I don't care if this is a training match anymore. Now I'm getting serious." Looking at the magic circle appearing, it was obvious that Caliban wanted to go all out. The male lead couldn't help but point out, "Isn't it a bit too much to use a meteor shower against a first-year student?" Caliban shot back resentfully, "Too much. I don't know what others think, but you're the absolute last person who has the right to say that." Doc Chio Guang and Ji Don had to agree with Caliban on this point. The summoned sharp shards of earth and stone were about to rain down on the male lead's head. Caliban had finished setting up his battle array, commanded the stone shards to come crashing down. Faced with this situation, the male lead stood perfectly still, taking no action to resist. His face even wore an indifferent expression, as if he were just a bystander watching, rather than someone directly confronting this. He counted in his head, timing exactly 15 minutes since the start of the match. Having achieved his goal, the male lead casually declared, "I surrender." This left the entire audience as well as Caliban utterly dumbfounded. Caliban clearly hadn't anticipated that the male lead would pull such an incredibly simple move out of his bag. Professor announced, "The match is over. First-year Class S, Baek Sol forfeits." Caliban, completely bewildered, muttered, "It's over?" The professor continued, "And the winner is Caliban from second-year Class C. This special training match officially concludes here." Despite being declared the winner, Caliban was shaking with anger and felt absolutely no joy at all. Afterward, Caliban's loud, infuriated scream echoed across the training arena.
As the students left the arena, they chattered excitedly. Did you guys see that second year's expression? He must be absolutely furious, right? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't care if the match was over. I'd punch him at least once first. But what exactly were those things Baek Yu-seal used? Could they be some newly developed gadgets? Though Baek Yu-seal is formidable, I find those magic tools even more eye-catching. Hearing this, Ji-don thought to herself, is it really because the magic tools are that formidable? Compared to the alchemists who typically exploit the terrain to fight, Baek Yu-sol was calculating the placement of his magic tools from start to finish. Less than greater than. Through his superior mobility, he deployed magic tools within his range to create advantageous terrain. As expected, he's a truly formidable kid. Doc Chio-guang asked his friend, Miradon said you requested this match, so are you satisfied with this outcome? Pondering over it, Ji-don replied, am I satisfied with the outcome? From now on, the second years probably won't dare to casually mess with the first years anymore. Even second years have the possibility of losing to first years after all. To this extent, it can definitely be considered a satisfying result. The situation is getting extremely interesting. Doc Chio-guang smiled and said, that's good then. In the Red Hawk Club room, the mastermind behind this entire incident, upon learning the outcome wasn't what he wanted, slammed the table in annoyance. Taking his anger out on others, Edmund spat, Caliban, that absolute idiot. Sitting not too far away, Han Bai-yan read a newspaper while observing Edmund's reaction. The paper she was reading featured the headline, Alchemist Altarisha is certain to develop new magical engineering technology in the future. Han Bai-yan thought to herself, so he ended up forfeiting anyway. For the 15 minutes of the match, Baek Yu-sol merely toyed with the senior instead of fighting seriously. In other words, he could have completely won if he wanted to. His reason for insisting on surrendering is because if first year defeating a second year is inherently something that should never happen. Wow, Han Bai-yan's level of glazing the male lead is truly off the charts now. She inwardly couldn't understand. Can't he just overwhelm them with power? He really is an unpredictable commoner. Edmont, meanwhile, was talking to his underling. So what are the second years doing right now? Didn't I order them to teach Baek Yu-sol a lesson? The student replied, actually, the second year students have all chosen not to touch Baek Yu-sol. Contrary to the rumors, Baek Yu-sol greets his seniors very politely and amiably. I was planning to go teach him a lesson before, but he was so smooth with his words that I ended up buying him snacks instead. At this moment, a voice suddenly called out in panic for the young master. Edmund asked, what is it? The middle-aged woman explained, the thing is, the Duke just contacted you. He ordered you to go over there immediately. Picking up the receiver, Edmund thought, this is a rare occurrence. Father actually taking the initiative to contact me. He spoke respectfully. Father, it's Edmund. Duke Atlich got straight to the point. Son, the Alchemy City just contacted us a moment ago. Because the Duke Atlich family refused, the alchemists belonging to the Altarisha school have stopped supplying magic tools to the country. Did you know about this? Edmund said in bewilderment. How could that be? Why would I ever say such things to Scholar Altarisha? Duke Atlich said sternly, but it is the truth. The co-author of the Magic Alchemy Engineering Interference Formula stated it directly themselves. Edmund panicked. Wait a minute, Father. I truly know nothing about this. I've never even met that person. Suddenly, he recalled the male lead's words and finally realized where this all stemmed from. Edmund stubbornly told his father, but to dare refuse the Adalivic kingdom is simply outrageous. You know how much influence we have over the Alchemy City, Father. Duke Atlich slightly crumpled the newspaper in his hand, speaking grimly to Edmund. A technological revolution like this, an unprecedented technology that can create items on par with ancient relics. Even the Golden Alchemist is researching alongside Altarisha. Hearing this, Edmund sweated nervously. The Golden Alchemist. Isn't the scale much larger than I thought? Emphasizing the gravity of the situation, Duke Atlich continued. In the near future, the kingdom and the Alchemy City will resume trade, but the name of the Atlich family will not be on that list. I will ask you one more time. Are you involved in this matter in any way? After his conversation with Duke Atlich, Edmund went to see Bai-yun to ask for a favor. Could you arrange a meeting with Baek Yu-sol for me? Hong Bai-yun shot him a discreetly disdainful look before replying, yes, I will arrange it. Meanwhile, in the southern continent on the lower moon plains, a red-haired elf stood on her balcony, admiring the view. She muttered to herself, land prices have gone up again. A few steps away, a male elf lay prostrate on the ground, begging, Gale, my lady, please. Please have mercy. Gale activated her special vision. She stared intently at the number 3 floating above the male elf's head. Trait, value of all things. Under the effect of this trait, all existences, whether human, animal, or object, are displayed as numbers. The lowest value is 0. The highest is 100. Gale thought with contempt, only a 3 again. His value is no more than a pebble on the side of the road. Gale said coldly, then why did you let yourself go bankrupt? I already warned you not to expand those useless projects. The male elf silently protested in grievance. Lies. That project was clearly a success. It's all because you ruined everything. Gale heartlessly ordered her servant, bury him. Hearing this, the male elf felt a chill run down his spine. He struggled and pleaded with Gale. But Gale didn't even bother to spare a glance at something her vision deemed of such low value. At best, Gale only found amusement in discarding worthless things. Gale sighed. How boring. People these days truly lack willpower. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Gale, are you in there? Hearing the familiar voice, Gale's face lit up with undisguised joy. Her father, an individual whose value she couldn't measure, entered and asked, My lovely daughter, have you been well lately? Gale rushed to hug her closest family member and said, Father, have you returned safely? How did the trade go this time? Was it successful? Melian replied, We're still negotiating. This time, the Altarisha faction of the Alchemy City and Magical Engineering have combined to develop something called an item. I obtained a recording of the co-creator of Alchemical Magical Engineering using an item in battle. Do you want to watch it with me? Gale thought to herself, although I'd much rather chat with father than watch this. I can't just tell him that. So she smiled and said, It definitely sounds interesting. The father and daughter then went to Melian's study, where he placed the recording sphere on the desk and projected the video. Melian introduced him to his daughter. This boy is a first-year student at Stella who used an item in a duel against the second year. Gale looked surprised. The co-creator of Alchemical Magical Engineering is not just a student, but only a first year. A sliver of curiosity was sparked within Gale. What kind of kid is he exactly? But upon seeing the male lead through the video, Gale's curiosity truly piqued. That was because, just like her father, he was another individual whose value she could not measure. This became Gale's main concern. She felt a surge of internal panic. What is going on? Why can't I see his value? This has never happened before. Even if it's the Crown Prince of Caven or the King of Adalivit, I could see right through them. The inability to measure the value of all things only occurs in two cases. The first case is with someone you love. The other case is when the target's value is so astronomically high that it can no longer be quantified. Gale then asked, Father, what is this person's name? Melian revealed, that boy is Beck Yu Seal. Who knows, you might have the chance to meet that boy in the future, so remember him well. Gale, acting like a sweet and obedient daughter, replied, If you say so, Father, then of course I will remember him. Leaving that aside, Father, shall we play a few matches of soul chess before you rest? Hearing Gale's suggestion, Melian naturally obliged his daughter. Acting ladylike, Gale placed her hands together, hiding her restless curiosity. Someone possessing a value that I can't even fathom. Beck Yu Soul. I will definitely remember that name. Meanwhile, at Stella Academy, the male lead was casually drinking coffee. Sitting opposite him was a tense Edmund, maintaining a heavy silence, unsure of what to say. The male lead spoke up, We finished our coffee. If you don't have anything else to say, I'll take my leave now. Edmund snapped out of his daze and quickly said, Wait, hold on. Arrogant as Edmund was, he had to swallow his pride now and say, It was my fault back then. I deeply realized that I shouldn't have looked down on you just for being a commoner. I have also reflected on my actions. So could you please let bygones be bygones? Actually, it doesn't matter whether he apologizes or not. To minimize the death flags for Hong Bai Yun, I have to strip Edmund of his political power. Therefore, I'll just keep dragging this out with him for now. The male lead didn't choose the path of peace, opting instead to play hardball. He told Edmund, That's nowhere near enough to quell my anger, is it? Edmund awkwardly asked, Then what should I do? The male lead threw the question back, What do you think? The male lead seemed to ponder for a moment before reaching into his inner pocket. How about this? This is a magic oath recorded on magic parchment. Make a bet with me. Edmund was stunned by the proposal. The male lead spoke boldly. Through soul chess, if I lose, I will take back my words and exclusively sell items to the Adalivit kingdom through the Atlek family. Then, the male lead laid out his own condition. But if I win, transfer your guaranteed spot at the Atlan conference to me. Edmund, wearing an indescribable expression, said, Do you really think that's possible? The male lead thought to himself, Of course it isn't. The Atlan Conference. It is a highly publicized symposium with a long-standing tradition where descendants of prestigious magic families gather to discuss academia. Even among noble magic families, only a small fraction gets to participate, and they must satisfy one of three conditions. Having published an outstanding paper during the previous year's participation and receiving recognition to attend the following year. Possessing an excellent paper eligible for publication at Atlan while simultaneously being granted a transferred participation right from someone else. Or becoming one of the 12 supernovas of the year. Ultimately, it's a place where genius mages from all over the world gather to measure their worth against one another. Whether it's actually attending Atlan or simply holding the qualification to do so is proof of one's power. The Duke Atlich family has had deep roots in the Atlan Conference for decades. It is one of the crucial keystones supporting their influence. So I plan to meddle with it a bit. The male lead played it like a haggling housewife, pretending to put away the contract, and nonchalantly told the other party, "If you don't want to, then forget it."
Sure enough, Edmund took the bait and called out to the male lead. "Soul chess, you said? Fine, they'll sign it. Same time, same place tomorrow." The next day, word of the chess match between the male lead and Edmund had spread, drawing a massive crowd to the venue. Someone asked in confusion, "Why is the cafe so crowded today?" Another replied, "I heard Senior Edmund is planning to play a betting game of soul chess with a first-year junior." Many students hearing this chimed in, "Is there anyone at Stella who plays soul chess better than Senior Edmund? Who is this junior that doesn't know their place?" The male lead answered inwardly, "That would be me. I didn't exactly volunteer for this. I never really had any interest in soul chess to begin with." Finally, the other protagonist of this chess match arrived. The students buzzed with excitement. It's Senior Edmont and Princess Hong Bi-yeon. Just as I predicted, he brought Hong Bi-yeon along with him. Wow, Her Highness the Princess is absolutely gorgeous today as well. Do those two always hang out together? The male lead looked bewildered when he felt a sharp glare directed at him. The male lead was secretly confused. What the hell? Why is she suddenly glaring at me? Did I see that wrong? Hong Bi-yeon found a seat to watch, looking at the person setting up the chessboard. Hong Bi-yeon simply couldn't understand what on earth is Baek Yu-seul thinking. Edmont has been playing soul chess since he was 5 years old, and he's hailed as a genius in this field. Not just at Stella, but even across the entire Adalivit Kingdom, there are very few people who can play soul chess better than Edmont. Why did he have to choose the exact subject Edmont excels at the most? That stupid, idiotic commoner. Edmont was completely confident in this match, evident by the permanent smug smirk on his face. He noticed Hong Bi-yeon sitting with her arms crossed, pretending she had nothing to do with it. Edmont thought to himself, although I never expected Baek Yu-seul to use the Atlan Conference participation rights as a condition, but this actually works out perfectly. It'll just let you humiliate yourself in front of Bi-yeon. Edmont proactively signaled, "Shall we begin then?" Playing around, Edmont asked, just to confirm one last time, "One sign on the magic parchment. Whoever violates the contract will lose all their mana. You know that, right?" The male lead replied, "Of course." The male lead thought cunningly, "I don't have any mana anyway, so it doesn't matter even if I violate it." Starting the game with the white pieces, Edmont placed his pieces in their starting positions. Then he invited, "If we have agreed, then you can go first." The male lead was secretly surprised by Edmont's generosity. I didn't expect him to give up the first move in such an important bet. He's clearly looking down on me. Oh well, this is actually a good thing. The male lead put on his cheat-like glasses of knowledge and got to work. Then I'll take this chance to briefly explain the rules of soul chess. Soul chess is played on an octagonal board. Players select 20 pieces from over 200 types to deploy their formation. You can move one piece per turn. The difference compared to normal chess is that every square on the board and every chess piece has different attributes and skills. Coordinating and utilizing them to destroy the opponent's king piece will secure victory. Even for a veteran gamer who played Etherworld for 10 years like me, soul chess is not easy at all. Compared to this game, PvP is definitely much more fun. But Edmont, not only in Stella, his soul chess skills are also among the top in the entire Etherworld. You could say this is the one area where Edmont has every right to be arrogant. Edmont thought, I was already surprised when he bet his Atlan Conference participation rights, yet this arrogant commoner actually dares to play soul chess. Oh, make sure you can never raise your head again. But little did Edmont know, the male lead had a tool to cheat and win against him, and it was a perfectly legal cheat since no one would ever find out. This chess match requires intense focus on the board ahead, forcing the mind to ignore everything unrelated around them. Edmont looked at Baek Yu-seul's formation in utter confusion. What is this? What's with this deployment? The knight is meticulously placed right where it can disrupt my strategy. It's just a coincidence, right? How many times could a commoner have even played soul chess? The male lead said, since you graciously gave me the first move, I'll go ahead and start. The opponent's very first move left Edmont absolutely shocked. Not only did he move his queen right from the start, but he also drove it deep into my territory like this. I can say this for sure. This brat is a total idiot. Edmont moved his knight, and immediately took out the queen the male lead had just moved. Edmont gloated inwardly. Stupid brat, sending his queen to die right at the start. Mai has superior mobility and can move across the entire map. The two of them then took turns making their moves. It looked as if Edmont had the absolute advantage, as the white pieces captured the black pieces with every single move. Edmont was so smug he couldn't hold back a laugh. He thought, this is crazy, to think he'd play so recklessly. Looks like I can end this without even executing my next strategy. To explain to the readers, in this match, Edmont Atlech was using one of his signature strategies, the fire assault formation, the core of which relies on how he maneuvers his 5-speed knights. Relying on the mobility of to throw the enemy into a panic was just the first step. While attacking, the player must safely occupy the scorched earth area within 5 turns. This is the second step of the strategy.
Scorched Earth is a powerful terrain that weakens the defense of enemies weak to fire while boosting the user's own attack power. Reaching this stage, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Baek Yu's soul had zero chance of winning. At least, that's how it should have been. Trap creates a prison within a designated space. If trapped inside, escape is impossible for 5 turns. Edmont panicked internally. Damn it, my speed might is chained up. The invisibility tile should have disappeared 3 turns after the game started, so why? Suddenly, he remembered that there actually was a way to pull this off. Jade Lock, a piece with a transparent form, dispels its invisibility effect 3 turns after the game starts. But if a queen dies before the invisibility is dispelled, the invisibility effect extends to 7 turns. This brat, sending his queen to die at the very beginning was all for this. It's fine, it's only for 5 turns. Besides, during this turn I have completed the Scorched Earth board. Aside from the fire attribute, the defense of all pieces decreases by 30%. The attack power of fire attribute pieces increases by 200%. How about that, Baek Yu seal? The board's effect has been activated. Just wait until the next turn, you're dead meat. Edmund observed the male lead's movement and flinched. Another invisible piece? You cunning bastard. Whatever, it doesn't matter where you place it. Once this turn is over. But things didn't go the way Edmund wanted. Global Field, Reverse Formation. When the opponent activates a battle zone, executing a counter domain will trigger a reversal effect. Activating Frozen Tundra. The side effect of the reverse formation increases elemental counter damage by an additional 200%, fulfilling the hidden condition of the reverse formation, granting an extra attack turn. Edmund was dumbfounded, wondering to himself, what is this? My strategy has been completely seen through. No, that's impossible. This is just a coincidence. But then Edmund himself had to deny it. A coincidence? Absolutely not. Edmund hastily told himself, I need to pull myself together. I've faced plenty of opponents at this level before. I just need to survive this turn and the next turn will be mine. If I just regain my composure, I can still win.
He tried to think positively, but the more he stared at the chessboard, the more Edmund's confidence drained away. Less than greater than. An exceptional chess master, a game that made Edmund's name, but now it was exactly what made him secretly doubt his own abilities. Can I really win? Will I even get a next turn? Meanwhile, the male lead thought to himself, Edmund's skills are the real deal. But his problem lies in the fact that he's too strong. In the Ether world, the difficulty of playing soul chess against Edmund is extremely high, but this game has been out for 10 years, so top-tier players were bound to emerge. Some pro player out there, after playing thousands of soul chess matches against Edmund, finally created a strategic guide on how to beat him. And that very strategy guide was resting snugly within the glasses the male lead was wearing.
Basically, with a cheat in hand, he didn't need to think during this match. But the male lead knew that if he had played against a character not in the storyline who was nearly as good as Edmund, he wouldn't have been able to dominate them without any prior information. The male lead made his move with the lightning bishop, discharging lightning. When the enemy is in a state of frostbite, damage is increased by 200%. If frostbitten targets stand adjacent to each other, the lightning will turn into chain lightning. And this bishop did exactly what it was meant to do. Seeing his entire army wiped out in a single turn, Edmund let out a dry laugh. Admitted in sheer defeat, I lost, Baek Yu seal. The male lead accepted Edmund's surrender and politely said, yes, you fought well. The chess match ended, and the victory was so clear that even someone who didn't know how to play could look at the board and tell the male lead had won. The students watching the match erupted in a clamor. Unbelievable, did you see that? Senior Edmund actually lost. How is that possible? I've never heard of Baek Yu Sewell being a chess genius. Edmund sat there in a daze, completely speechless. The defeat was so humiliating that even he couldn't find a single excuse for himself. Bewildered, he asked himself, did I really lose? And I lost a soul chess bet of all things. Not only did I fail to get the item contract, but even the Atlan participation rights I already had were taken from me. What do I do? If my father finds out about this, I'm dead for sure. It wasn't until everyone had dispersed that Edmund finally snapped back to reality, slamming the table and roaring, damn it, damn it. His lackeys quickly sneaked away upon seeing this, wanting to avoid becoming Edmonts punching bags to vent his anger. Edmont sat there, burying his face in his hands in despair. What am I supposed to do now? Just then, a female voice called out to him, Senior. Bai Yeon hadn't left yet, staying behind to say a word to Edmont. I will try to help you convince that commoner to negotiate the item trading rights and ask him to take back what he said to the Atlech family. Edmont looked like he had just grabbed a lifeline and joyfully exclaimed, Really? Thank you, Bai Yeon. Thank you so much. I don't even know how I'll repay this debt. Hong Bai Yeon replied, Why would you call it a debt? I am destined to become the ruler. So naturally, I must look after my subjects. Having established her dominance, Yeon walked past Edmont, leaving behind one last remark. Well then, I'll go find Baek Yu's soul now. Edmund dazedly muttered the word, subjects. Hong Bi-yeon felt exhilarated, as thanks to this incident, she finally had the upper hand in her relationship with Edmund. After the chess match, the male lead headed to a phone booth to call Altarisha. Please delay all transactions with the merchant guilds and businesses of Adelivet for another month. I want to temporarily distribute solely through the royal family. Is that all right? Altarisha replied, of course it is. After all, it's your request. After finishing the call, the male lead stretched and thought to himself, finally got that sorted out. Settling this smoothly is definitely a good thing. But it seems like the Atlan participation rights are pretty useless, huh? Anyway, the main characters always find a way to become one of the 12 rising novas. At that moment, a voice called out, hey, you commoner. Unsurprisingly, the person calling him was Hong Bi-yeon. The male lead rummaged in his inner pocket and said, ah, you're just in time. He held out a piece of paper in front of Hong Bi-yeon and said, take it, this is the contract. For this month, Altarisha's faction will exclusively distribute items through the royal family of Adelivet. You can figure out for yourself how to make the best use of this. It'll be going now. Hearing the male lead wrap things up so bluntly,
Hong Bi-yeon couldn't help but say a bit more. I owe you this time. Thank you. The male lead was secretly amazed. The thing could actually live to see the day Hong Bi-yeon says thank you. Hong Bi-yeon wanted to keep things strictly transactional, so she said, didn't you say before that you were only helping me because you had some ulterior motive? Just tell me what you want and I'll definitely repay you right now. The male lead rubbed his neck, struggling slightly to find the right words. He glanced off into the distance and told himself, what I want is very simple. It's for Hong Bi-yeon not to be tainted by evil, to stand on the side of justice, and to walk with me toward the best possible ending. But I can't just outright say that I want her to become a good person. So the male lead had to pivot to a childish excuse. He made a request to Hong Bi-yeon, treat me to a meal. Treat me to a meal. I want Her Highness the Princess to treat me to a huge, fulfilling feast. This simple, childish request further won Hong Bi-yeon's favor as she said, all right, follow me. The male lead rode in a fancy car to the restaurant Hong Bi-yeon designated. The male lead grumbled internally, this game has been out for 10 years, and it's a total mess of every possible aesthetic. We were riding a horse-drawn carriage before, and now we're taking a car. The male lead was visibly excited. Since we've come all the way out here, are you really planning on treating me to a proper feast? With a princess' financial power, it should be enough to treat me to the 5 best delicacies in the ether world, right? However, contrary to the male lead's expectations of a high-end restaurant with exquisite delicacies, Hong Bi-yeon led him to a humble black bean noodle joint. This was so unexpected that it caught the male lead completely off guard. He muttered blankly to himself, where's my salmon sashimi? Where's my caviar appetizer? Where's the black truffle cream risotto? While Hong Bi-yeon excitedly picked a dish, the male lead felt quite disappointed. The male lead didn't know that Hong Bi-yeon chose this restaurant out of pure thoughtfulness, based on the information she had gathered about Baek Yu-sol's background. She thought to herself, when I heard Baek Yu-sol ask me to treat him to a meal, I thought about what we should eat to make him the happiest. To Baek Yu-sol, rare and expensive foods mean nothing. Only the dish I happened to learn about through an article regarding his family. Hong Bi-yeon pointed at the menu and told the waiter, I'll have this. The line she pointed at read, Jajangmyeon. The male lead thought Bi-yeon was ordering for herself, so he ordered for himself as well, telling the waiter, I'll have 3 bowls of seafood noodles and a plate of sweet and sour pork. Seeing Hong Bi-yeon look somewhat taken aback, the male lead quickly asked, what's wrong? Can I order 3 bowls? Hong Bi-yeon replied, slightly flustered, no, that's not it. Hong Bi-yeon wondered to herself as this development completely derailed her logic. Why didn't he order jjajangmyeon? Isn't that the dish holding precious memories of his mother? And so, just like in any cliché story, she started to wildly overthink things about the male lead. Already holding a favorable impression of him, Hong Bi-yeon projected the most noble reasoning onto the male lead. That's right, why did this commoner have to write about his mother and jjajangmyeon in his assignment? He hasn't overcome that memory yet and is still filled with regret. He didn't understand his mother's kindness when he was young, and now he has absolutely no chance to repay it. To a commoner, jjajangmyeon isn't something that holds fond memories, it's a symbol of deep regret. And yet, I failed to realize it at all. Hong Bi-yeon suddenly felt that her cleverness had backfired, and she said dejectedly, I'm sorry for bringing you to a place like this to treat you. The male lead, completely oblivious to her misunderstanding, replied naturally, it's fine, really. The male lead, with the sympathetic mindset of his ordinary modern past life, thought, everyone goes through a time when they are short on cash. But she's a princess anyway, so ordering another dish should be fine, right? He raised his hand and called the waiter. Excuse me, 1 order of steamed dumplings, please. The waiter informed him, the steamed dumplings are on the house, sir. Hearing this, the male lead felt secretly satisfied.
The soul chess match between Edmut Atlech and Baekyu Seal was spread everywhere by the students who were present. What? Senior Edmut actually apologized to Baekyu Seal. Why? This is something I heard from a confidant of the Atlech family. It's because Baekyu Seal is the co-developer of magical alchemy engineering, which is why Senior Edmut played that chess match.
Along with the rumor of Edmut Atlech apologizing to a first-year student, the fact that Baekyu Sol was the co-author of magical alchemy engineering also spread wildly throughout Stella Academy. His name not only resonated in Alcanium, but even reached the ears of the Dark Mages. Main Tower 1, Academic Affairs Office. Vice Principal Aki Hiden was highly displeased, stating, "How irritating. He's clearly just a commoner, and besides, he's the one who hindered Mason's plan, isn't he?" A fully cloaked figure asked for Aki's opinion. Should we quietly eliminate him? Aki scoffed and said, "Nonsense. Any student going missing at Stella would cause an earth-shattering uproar. Although I'm quite dissatisfied that he won the right to attend the Atlan conference, it's still easier to deal with than snatching it directly from the Atlech family. Let's just observe Baekyu Sol a bit longer."
Compared to that, how is Mason's condition? The cloaked figure informed him. Although we use the professor's suppression art to suppress the dark magic, there's no telling when it will erupt. Aki instructed, the time hasn't come yet. The familiar contract ceremony is about to happen anyway. If she goes berserk and clashes with the Spirit King, it will be a massive headache. Xing Hanhua's official account. Not man Han Hua Kong feels cynicized. One theory is that the public account has been humanized. Chinese public accounts. Raiden received his orders and returned to his office. The desk in the office was splattered with ominous stains. Raiden looked down at the figure groaning on the floor. He sighed inwardly. This is really serious. Mason spoke gloomily. Are you also here to tell me to keep waiting? If I just grit my teeth and wait, will I be able to return to my rightful place?
Raiden sneered inwardly. How ridiculous. She clearly had to steal to get it, yet she actually considers it hers. Raiden stated bluntly, "You've outlived your usefulness. Once the tribunal begins, all your titles will be stripped, and you will be expelled from the academic world." Hearing this, Mason's expression twisted in sheer disbelief, and she frantically asked, "Then why did Lord Aki bring me here?" Raiden spoke coldly, separating personal feelings from business. "Your dark transformation has completely begun, but you still have a little bit of utility left, which is why I kept you." Sensing her superior's true intentions, Mason spat out resentfully. "Are you saying, you want me to go berserk? You bastard." Raiden continued to coldly order, "Now get out of here. Head to the far west. Go to paradise." After saying that, he tossed a purple sphere onto the floor for Mason. Raiden turned his back and added, "Your comrades are there. If you can survive long enough to meet them, shatter this crystal. It can dispel the spell suppressing the dark magic eroding you." Mason couldn't help but ask, "Why are you sparing me?" Raiden fell silent for a moment before saying, "I just don't want to see my comrades turn into monsters like you." Mason bent down again and picked up the purple sphere. Then she looked at the annual schedule board next to her. Mason stood in silence, staring at it for a moment. Then, in a fit of rage, she swiped her hand viciously toward the board. Filled with absolute hatred, Mason spat out, "You dare! Turn me into this and then expect me to obediently listen to you." She shrieked, "I will tear you all to shreds." The torn paper on the board that Mason clawed read, "Divine Beast Contract Ceremony." The day had come for the first-year students of Stella to visit the cradle of the Heavenly Spirit Tree for an extracurricular activity, to hold the Divine Beast Contract Ceremony. At a dining table on the airship, Azel was sitting with 3 other female classmates. The 2 classmates sitting across from Azel chatted with each other. Come to think of it, Baekyu Seal used to get cursed at terribly by the seniors, but now no one dares to touch him. I heard about that. I heard he's actually the co-developer of magical alchemy engineering. After that rumor spread, a lot of seniors personally went looking for him to apologize. A classmate turned to Azel and asked, "You've heard about this too, right?" Azel reacted blankly, replying, "I didn't know." She didn't join in on her friend's gossip, but quietly pondered, "Is it just me overthinking things? I keep feeling like I'm drifting further and further away from Baekyu Seal. It feels a bit empty." A friend teased, "I used to think Baekyu Seal and Azel were dating." This joke made Azel choke on her drink. The friend with the ponytail saw this and asked worriedly, "Azel, are you okay? Here's some water." The other 2 girls continued gossiping about Baekyu Seal. Lately, he and Princess Hong Bai Yan have been really close, right? She's a princess. How could she be seduced by a commoner? But lately, the way Her Highness looks at Baekyu Seal is definitely not normal, you know. Hearing this, Azel suddenly froze. Azel choked once again. This minor commotion caught Flame's attention, seeing Azel surrounded by friends. It could be said that Azel's life had turned a new page, deviating entirely from the original story that Flame knew. Flame took note of this and walked away. As she walked, she thought to herself, Azel, it seems she's getting along really well with her friends. According to the original plot, she should be here all alone and get into a conflict with Hong Bi Yan. Has something else changed in a place I don't know about?
Is all of this due to Baek Yu-sol's influence? Speak of the devil, the male lead sought out Flame and said, I've been looking everywhere for you. Hey, I want to ask you for a favor. Flame grumbled internally. You startled me. How does this guy always show up so suddenly? Flame tried to stay calm and asked, what is it? The male lead held out a potted plant and said, please help me sprout this hambaram flower. Flame looked puzzled and said, a hambaram flower? The flower that only faces a single direction. Flame didn't ask a single question about what the male lead needed it for. She simply placed her hands near the potted plant and began to channel magic into it. The flower instantly bloomed, vibrant and full of life within the pot. Getting the desired result, the male lead said, thank you. It was only then that Flame asked, but what do you need this for? Suddenly thinking of a possibility, Flame voiced her speculation, Mister, you're not planning to go down to the 4th floor, are you? The male lead answered casually, of course I am. Otherwise, what would I need this for? Flame strongly disagreed. There should be a limit to tormenting yourself. What if this? But halfway through her sentence, perhaps feeling that she was being too meddlesome, Flame turned her head away and said, no, it's nothing. The male lead then said, I should be the one asking here. Are you okay? Flame turned her back, as if wanting to avoid the male lead's gaze, and clumsily said, what do you mean by that? The male lead naturally replied, it's just that, after the practical training at the Persona Gate, you look like you've been pretty down. Flame replied haughtily, imperfectly fine, all right? Talk about being meddlesome. Even if you worry about me, I won't thank you. From a corner in the back, Haigwith was watching the person he liked seemingly talking intimately with the male lead. This scene made Haigwith's heart ache, and he couldn't help but softly murmur Flame's name. In another development, the captain and vice-captain of the 13th Squad of the Mist Moon Tower received information from above. Mazin Tyron, who had been hiding at Stella, is now missing. Starting today, the first-year students of Stella's Combat Magic Department will be participating in an extracurricular activity. Fear that the Dark Mage will start making an appearance there. That Dark Mage is very likely Mazin Tyron. You two go over there and check it out. Hedy Macaron sighed wearily. Seriously, why does the Tower Master always pay so much attention to Stella? Kane said seriously, the Tower Master possesses the power of prophecy. Stop spouting nonsense and just listen to him. Hadim complained unyieldingly, but more than half of his prophecies are completely wrong. Kane explained objectively, that's mostly because we resolved the disasters before they even happened, or before we could make a move. Things were already settled due to the emergence of other variables. Hadine took out her magical weapon. It could be seen that she still had a strong work ethic. She just complained a bit too much. Honestly, our captain trusts the Tower Master's words way too much. I know. Let's hurry up and get there. Meanwhile, at the cradle of the Heavenly Spirit Tree. Capital, Cloudflower Cradle. Li Han Gut told the first-year students, after participating in the World Tree's birthday event here, we will begin forming familiar contracts tomorrow. You are all free to roam until the assembly time. Flame seemingly chose to operate alone once again. Flame strolled around thinking to herself, is it because I am surrounded by nature? It feels truly peaceful. She noticed that the male lead, just like her, seemed to have chosen to act alone. This made her secretly curious about the fact that he was planning to go off on his own again. Suddenly, a blonde-haired guy blocked Flame's line of sight, greeting her as if they were very close. Seeing this face, Flame never bothered to show him any respect or give him a good look. She also had no intention of being unnecessarily rude, so she simply replied coldly with a single syllable and brushed past Jeremy. Jeremy chose to ask Flame directly, why aren't you looking at me with the same expression you had just now? Flame stopped, glanced back, and showing a hint of impatience, said, what are you talking about? Jeremy invited her, if you have some time, would you like to take a walk with me? Flame replied dismissively, am busy. Jeremy leaned in slightly, asking with a subtly oppressive aura, aren't you going to reconsider? This only further reinforced Flame's prejudice that Jeremy was a dangerous person she needed to stay far away from. Right at that moment, a certain male lead stepped up to alleviate the pressure on Flame. Haigwith firmly but politely intervened, saying, Crown Prince, that's enough. Do you know that your actions are incredibly disrespectful and coercive? Jeremy narrowed his eyes, smiling as he replied, I had no idea. Watching the two boys face off right in front of her, Flame couldn't help but feel secretly bewildered. What exactly is this situation? Jeremy narrowed his eyes in thought for a few seconds. Then he laughed, turned his back, and told Flame, it seems your friend has misunderstood, so I'll be taking my leave. Let's meet again next time, all right? Flame and Haigwith waited until Jeremy was far away. Only then did Flame scold the friend who had stood up to block the pressure for her, Haigwith. What were you thinking, running out to stop Jeremy? What good does it do to turn against Caven? Haigwith wasn't annoyed by the scolding, simply advising her patiently, Flame, you need to be careful. The Crown Prince is very dangerous. Once he wants something, he'll resort to any means to take it. and you have now become the thing the Crown Prince desires the most. Or, are you trusting that guy? Obviously, Hygwith didn't speak clearly, making it easy for the listener to think that guy referred to Jeremy. Flame immediately realized Hygwith was jumping from one topic to another, and she questioned, "Who is that guy?" Hygwith flinched and quickly looked away, awkwardly saying, "Sorry, a slip of the tongue."
When Flame persistently asked who that guy meant in Hygwith's mind, her questioning seemed to trigger something within him. He suddenly covered his face and collapsed, making Flame look on in worry. When she asked Hygwith if he was all right, Hygwith rejected the concern of the person he liked, brushing it off. "I'm fine." Flame obviously wasn't convinced, saying, "You look like this, and you call it fine?" But after that, Hygwith just walked straight ahead without answering, despite Flame calling out to him several times. Flame stood in a daze, watching her friend disappear into the distance, feeling restless and uneasy inside, sensing that something was wrong. Hygwith found a hidden spot to try and gather his senses. His head was drenched in sweat, even without intense physical exertion. Clutching his head, he pondered inwardly. Since when did this unknown symptom become increasingly severe? Damn it! With this, how can I properly proceed with the contract ceremony? Right at this moment, a suspicious individual approached Hygwith from the shadows. Hygwith immediately recognized her as Professor Mazin, even though she was fully cloaked. Mazin, with little goodwill, said, "I was wondering where all my seeds had gone. Who would have thought there was one right here?" Perfect timing. I didn't expect the level of corruption to be this deep. Hygwith asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Mazin reached out her hand toward Hygwith and spoke ominously, "Come here, stop resisting. From now on, you will become my minion." In the split second before his mind went completely blank and was swallowed by darkness, Hygwith flashed back to the few interactions he had with the person he loved. They were all merely polite exchanges between classmates. He still hadn't taken a single step closer to that girl's heart. And among them, there was only one time Flame smiled at him. Hygwith carried that rare smiling face meant for him and sank into the darkness. The scene shifted to the castle where the Spirit King resided. A male spirit arrived at the door of his monarch's room and knocked. Spirit King's advisor, Orenha, calmly spoke inside, "Your Majesty. If you fail to appear at this birthday celebration again, I fear the Council of Elders will come to cause trouble for you. They are surely planning to strip you of your management rights over the entrance to the Divine Spirit Tree Garden." The Spirit King, Hwaseo Rin, timidly hugged her neatly folded headscarf. After a while, she responded to her advisor, "I know. It'll be right out, step down for now." Hearing this, Orenha had no further comments and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Hwaseo Rin listened to her advisor's footsteps fading away. Only then did she drape the headscarf over herself, feeling slightly relieved as she thought, "When will I finally get to enjoy freedom? Even hiding my body like this, it can only be maintained for 1 hour. I pray that everything goes peacefully this time as well." The spirits serving Hwaseo Rin all bowed respectfully as they followed behind the king. Hwaseo Rin stopped in front of a waterfall. Hwaseo Rin thought to herself dejectedly, "Time is almost up. The prayer has gone smoothly. I just need to keep doing it the old." Suddenly, Hwaseo Rin sensed an ominous signal. This aura is, even though it's extremely well hidden, this is definitely dark magic. There's an anomalous dark mage hiding in this sacred land. Hwaseo Rin looked back, absolutely seeing no reaction from the other spirits. She silently understood. Judging by the knight's reactions, it seems I'm the only one who can sense this dark magic. At the World Tree's birthday ceremony, the Spirit King is forbidden from issuing any orders, but I can't just let a dark mage trespass into the Sky Flower Cradle. Hwaseo Rin clenched her fists, silently telling herself, "There's no other way. I'll have to handle this myself." Meanwhile, Flame finally couldn't hold back anymore and ran off to find Hygwith. She thought to herself, seeing Hygwith in such a strange state, I had to chase after him. Where did he run off to? While she was looking around for him, the person Flame was searching for came to her himself. But it wasn't hard to notice that Hygwith was exuding a grim and ominous aura. The very thing Flame dreaded had happened to Hygwith. She confirmed it instantly. This abnormal aura that Hygwith is emitting, is it dark magic? Flame silently forced herself to stay calm. Damn it, although I don't know what happened, thankfully the dark magic hasn't completely swallowed Hygwith yet. I can still help him return to normal right now. She raised her voice to awaken her classmate. Calm down, Hygwith. Calm down. That's right, all the emotions you're feeling right now aren't yours. You hate losing, don't you? Don't surrender to that dark magic. Hygwith's head drooped slightly as he sluggishly walked toward Flame. Flame felt a chill when she saw the whites of Hygwith's eyes turn into black smoke. Hygwith asked Flame, "Why are you avoiding me?" The incomprehensible question, coupled with Hygwith's alarming aura, terrified Flame. She cautiously stepped back bit by bit. Hygwith mumbled to himself anxiously, "Are you hating me? Don't trust me." Flame said, "That's not it, you must never think like that." At the same time, a burst of magic suddenly grazed past Flame. The magic detonated with a loud boom. When Flame looked back, Ma Du-sung was already standing in front, shielding her.
Ma Du-sung checked on Flame. Are you all right? Flame blankly wanted to ask about the black lightning that had just brushed past her, but Ma Du-sung smiled awkwardly and said, "Sorry, please forget about it. I beg you." Then Ma Du-sung asked doubtfully, "But why didn't you fight? You clearly almost lost your life just now." Flame quickly replied, "I was planning to try and solve this by talking." Hearing that, Ma Du-sung was very surprised. Though she spoke somewhat hesitantly, Ma Du-sung could sense that Flame genuinely believed talking could awaken someone corrupted by dark magic. In reality, Flame had this thought because she relied on the original novel, where Azel purified countless dark mages just through conversation. Azel in the story was hailed as the saintess of repentance, so I thought perhaps I could also save Haigwith. Flame silently doubted her own abilities. As expected, my power can't save anyone? Ma Du-sung then spoke up, pulling Flame out of her wandering thoughts. "I don't know what you're planning, but we have no choice but to fight now."
Can you do it? Hearing that, Flame pursed her lips for a brief moment. Then she took out her magic staff. Getting into a ready stance, she replied to Ma Du-sung, "I can do it." Flame firmly told herself, "This time, I absolutely won't let you die like Jackie did. I will definitely save you, Haigwith." Flame and Ma Du-sung came to a tacit understanding without discussion that they had to cooperate. To beat him awake, or to somehow bring the mind-muddled Haigwith back to his senses. Ma Du-sung took out his magic wand. In the blink of an eye, he leaped from his current position. He swiftly moved high above Haigwith's head. Ma Du-sung used a spell called Earth Rock Whip, intending to lash down on his classmate's head. The stone whip struck down with a loud crash. But the target didn't just stand still to take the hit, instead quickly shifting behind Ma Du-sung. Haigwith used dark magic to attack Ma Du-sung, but Ma Du-sung quickly kicked off first, returning to Flame's side to dodge the strike. Haigwith demonstrated reflexes faster than Ma Du-sung's, as he immediately dashed toward Ma Du-sung right after his attack. To give Ma Du-sung an opening to counterattack, Flame provided support by casting. Thanks to that, Ma Du-sung was able to move behind Haigwith, enveloping his fist in fire magic, increasing explosive power to punch Haigwith away. Ma Du-sung and Flame didn't dare to let their guard down despite gaining the current advantage. They watched as Haigwith, trembling slightly, groaned in pain from the punch. Unable to bear it, Flame said, "Now's the time, talk to him again." But Ma Du-sung calmly reminded her, "It's not over yet." Hearing this, Flame immediately looked back at Haigwith, only to see that their classmate's dark transformation had grown even stronger and more apparent than before. Flame panicked inwardly. This is bad, the corruption is still spreading. She yelled to her teammate, Ma Du-sung, "It's too dangerous, we should retreat for now." But before Flame could even finish, the corrupted Haigwith completely ignored her, grabbing Ma Du-sung by the head in the blink of an eye. He then threw him crashing into the opposite structure, as if retaliating for Ma Du-sung's punch. Flame wanted to rush over to check on Ma Du-sung, but she froze when Haigwith shifted his intense gaze directly onto her. Perhaps out of fear and confusion, Flame was momentarily paralyzed, unsure of how to react. Meanwhile, Ma Du-sung took advantage of Haigwith being distracted by Flame and swiftly re-entered the fray with his flaming fist. Ma Du-sung punched Haigwith squarely in the face. Normally, if a first-year student took a direct hit like that, they'd either be severely injured or knocked out cold. But for Haigwith in his corrupted state, it barely even scratched him. Haigwith violently grabbed Ma Du-sung by the throat. Seeing Ma Du-sung being lifted by the neck made Flame both frantic and worried sick. Flame couldn't immediately think of a way to turn things around, making it harder for her to stay calm. She fearfully thought, at this rate, Haigwith will kill Ma Du-sung. But with my current strength, I can't stop him. While Flame was scrambling for a solution, Haigwith was entirely focused on Ma Du-sung. Thanks to the power of dark magic, it was the first time Haigwith ever gained the upper hand over Ma Du-sung. But dark thoughts began to surface within him. I can defeat Ma Du-sung. I'm finally about to beat Ma Du-sung. Ma Du-sung seemed to read his friend's mind, saying, "I'm afraid that won't work." Haigwith froze, reacting to Ma Du-sung's words. Flame noticed that Haigwith had left an opening, so she planned to seize the opportunity to free Ma Du-sung. But Ma Du-sung raised a hand, signaling her to stop and let him handle it. Ma Du-sung began to dig into Haigwith's inferiority complex. I always thought that at least you and I lived in the same world. Turns out this is all you amount to. What a disappointment, Haigwith. These words completely shattered the fleeting sense of satisfaction Haigwith just had. It showed that even though Ma Du-sung was pinned down, he was still a step above him. This wasn't what Haigwith truly wanted. He wanted Ma Du-sung's total surrender. Let's take a glimpse into the past that formed Haigwith's current inferiority complex. Spring, his first year of middle school. Haigwith was only 14 at the time. He was in the same class as Ma Du-sung. Seeing how outstanding his classmate was, Haigwith approached him and boldly said, "Duel me." Ma Du-sung naively looked around. Then he confusedly pointed at himself, asking,
Are you talking to me? Why the sudden duel? I can't accept that you're ranked higher than me, so let's settle our rankings once and for all. The phrase settle our rankings left Ma Du-sung bewildered for a moment. Then he smiled at the straightforward challenge from the boy in front of him. So Ma Du-sung cheerfully agreed. All right, let's have a match. Ma Du-sung looked at the basic wand in his hand, a bit surprised since it was a magic duel. Did he think Haegwith wanted a fistfight? Ma Du-sung offered Haegwith the first move. Haegwith silently acknowledged Ma Du-sung's confidence. He wondered to himself, a guy like this is a genius. Born as the heir to the Full Moon Tower, he began studying magic as soon as he could read, never slacking off for a single day to become the strongest mage. However, when he entered the academy and looked at the rookie rankings, Haegwith saw his name in second place, forced to stand below the first place Ma Du-sung. At that moment, Haegwith couldn't believe it. In rank second.
The existence of the genius Ma Du-sung was like a bolt from the blue for Haegwith. Haegwith heard a nearby student call out the top ranker's name, and turning around, he saw the Ma Du-sung who was ranked above him. But the more he observed, the more disappointing Ma Du-sung's actions seemed. No effort whatsoever, always idling around every day, just reading weird books completely unrelated to his studies. Haegwith couldn't accept it. Someone like Ma Du-sung was stronger than him. Haegwith wanted to prove to him that hard work doesn't go to waste. But the outcome was utterly disastrous. Only by facing him did he realize the true strength of the top ranker, and it deeply shocked the 14-year-old Haegwith. Despite clearly being the one who put in more effort, the reality was that he lost a one-on-one duel to the seemingly lazy Ma Du-sung. Ma Du-sung, in high spirits, friendlily said to Haegwith, "Did I win? But then again, magical combat is really fun. I had a great time thanks to you. Let's duel again next time." Less than greater than. They could have become a dynamic duo right then, perhaps even great friends. But Haegwith, driven by his competitive and resentful mindset, steered their relationship down an unhealthy path. He doubted himself. Why did I lose? Losing to someone who doesn't work hard and doesn't even bother studying. Just why? Is this what a genius is? But back then, having only lost one match, Haegwith quickly recovered his spirit, telling himself, "This time it's just because my training wasn't enough. As long as I try hard, I will definitely win." Since that day, I've always trained desperately. Train, and keep training. However, when he lost a second time, Haegwith started showing signs of an obsession with surpassing Ma Du-sung. He thought in turmoil, I clearly analyzed and figured out how to counter all of Ma Du-sung's spells before challenging him. I can't believe it. There's still such a massive gap between us. This time, Ma Du-sung showed even clearer goodwill by extending his hand toward Haegwith and said, "This time was even more fun than the last, wasn't it? I'm counting on you again next time." By nature, Haegwith wasn't a petty person, so it didn't take him long to accept Ma Du-sung's handshake. He even firmly declared to Ma Du-sung, "Next time, I will definitely win." Ma Du-sung smiled as if deeply respecting this spirit and replied, "I'll be waiting." What saved Haegwith was that the more they interacted, the less he could deny Ma Du-sung's talent. Deep down, he acknowledged that Ma Du-sung was a genius, but Haegwith always promised himself never to give up, to prove the worth of his own efforts. One day, he would surely defeat Ma Du-sung. And now, that very Ma Du-sung was in his grasp. This time, he'll definitely win, or so he had thought. But Ma Du-sung showed that it was hard for him to respect or submit to this, reminding Haegwith, "Is this what you chose? Letting yourself succumb to the power of dark magic. I'm very disappointed, Haegwith. I've always trained hard just so we could settle the score. Train, ing?" Hearing those words come out of Ma Du-sung's mouth left Haegwith genuinely surprised. Ma Du-sung took the chance to remind his friend, "Do you remember? During our dungeon practical, we were evenly matched. I actually took quite a hit to my pride back then, you know? That was when I realized how competitive I really am. Ever since then, for the first time in my life, I started training seriously. I was always looking forward to the day I could duel you again." Haegwith voiced his obsession, "But I've never defeated you. Now is my chance." Ma Du-sung firmly retorted, "Then kill me. Use that power to pierce through my heart and relish your victory. And then live with the regret that this is the last time you and I will ever face off." From this, Haegwith regained his sanity. Flame watched cautiously, hoping for a positive change in Haegwith. Haegwith then loosened his grip around Ma Du-sung's neck. Casting his eyes down, Haegwith said, "I won't kill you. Winning against you looking like this would be denying all the effort I've put in until now." Flame rejoiced internally. Thank goodness, Haegwath's emotions are returning to their human state. We can definitely save Haegwath now. But at that very moment, an intense pressure descended upon the three students, interrupting the promising reversal of Haegwath's dark corruption. Hedin appeared, casually crossing her arms and remarking, "Oh my, this isn't Mazen Tyron." Forced to her knees by the magical pressure, Flame thought to herself, "This person. I've seen her in the original novel." The vice captain of the 13th Anti-Darkness Squad,
Hedin Makarin. And if the vice captain is here, the captain is usually with her. Hedin glanced back and said to Kane, looks like the prophecy was wrong again. Right, Captain? Kane, serious and disliking idle chatter, reprimanded her. Stop spouting nonsense, Hedin.
Flame wasn't particularly surprised. As expected, this man came too. The captain of the 13th Anti-Darkness Squad, Kane. The two newcomers approached Hygwith, who was still visibly corrupted. Kane observed him and gave his assessment. The wavelength is very weak. It's hard to believe he can wield such power. Hayden agreed and asked her captain, right, so what should we do? Kane didn't give it much thought. Summoning his wand, he decreed, since the target has been confirmed, we will carry out the execution immediately. Realizing that Kane genuinely intended to strike right then and there, all three students were horrified. Hayden carefully questioned him. Are you going to kill him right now? It's still in the early stages. We could observe him a bit more. Kane replied coldly. If he can wield such power at this level, he'll definitely bring about a massive catastrophe if he loses control later. Killing him immediately is the right decision. A male voice spoke up demanding, spare him. Turning back and seeing Ma Du-sung able to stand up under the magical pressure, Hedin was impressed and said, to think you can withstand this strike. You're that Stella student named Ma Du-sung, right? Truly worthy of being the first year's top student. Well done. After her praise, Hedin immediately increased the targeted pressure solely on Ma Du-sung, forcing him to drop to his knees once again. Hedin showed a hint of arrogance and said, just lie down a little longer. You're going to interfere with my work if you do this. Hedin continued to increase the pressure, making Ma Du-sung nearly flatten against the ground. Flame, witnessing this from the side, couldn't help but panic. This is bad. Ma Du-sung's condition. The recent events have become far too different from the novel's original plot that I know. The magic Ma Du-sung just used was clearly dark magic. If this continues, once his blue mana is depleted, he will definitely expose his dark magic in front of them. In that case, Ma Du-sung would easily be implicated and face the same judgment they were currently handing out to Hygwith. Flame urged herself, we can't lose both of them here at the same time. Please, I beg this body to move. Kane was preparing to cast a spell to send Hygwith to the afterlife. Flame pleaded desperately, please, someone, help me. Kane's magic began to activate, and he coldly said, die, dark mage. But he was immediately interrupted by a sixth individual who had just arrived at the scene, speaking up, please wait. Glancing back, Kane saw the young figure who had been making waves in the academic world lately, Baekyu Sol. Going back 10 minutes prior, the male lead had just been patting the head of a spirit child in the shopping district. Holding a bag full of items, he politely waved goodbye to the spirit grandmother and child. Suddenly, the system's ping rang out. The system notified the plot has changed. The scenario Hygwith's dark transformation is in progress. The male lead thought in shock. What is this? Shouldn't the dark transformation plot have ended after Jackie's incident? In the original work, a total of 3 students were affected by Professor Mason's dark magic corruption. Among them, Hygwith's dark transformation scenario has a 99% chance of leading to a bad ending. The situation is extremely dire, and the difficulty of reversing the subsequent events is incredibly high. Losing all mood for shopping, the male lead gave away his bag of goods to a passing spirit, then hurriedly ran off toward the incident's location, locating it by some miraculous means, as he resolutely thought, I can't just stand by and watch this terrible ending unfold. Less than greater than. Upon arriving at the scene, the male lead found things even more alarming than he thought, as not only Hygwith but also Ma Du-sung were showing critical signs of danger. However, he could still breathe a sigh of relief, for Hygwith was still alive. Kane gave Hedin a brief but meaningful signal. Hedin grasped the intent and replied, understood. Just leave this kid to me.
Hedin said arrogantly, let me show you this beautiful illusion. She then cast an illusory magical pressure upon the male lead. However, things didn't go smoothly for Hedin. It had absolutely no effect on him. Hedin couldn't help but freeze in bewilderment for a moment. She then continued to try her move on Baekyu Sol several more times, but the result remained the same. Hedin's magic was useless against the male lead. Hedin spoke to Kane in confusion. See, Captain, the illusion magic doesn't seem to work on this kid. Kane said sternly, stop playing around. Be serious, Hedin. Feeling immensely wronged, Hedin shot back, am not. I am being serious. Hedin couldn't help but take a closer look at this boy, Baekyu Sol. The foundation of illusion magic is disrupting the opponent's mana. That's why these kids had their mana energy disturbed, creating the hallucination of being crushed by gravity. But for some reason, I can't sense a single drop of mana from this boy's body. How should I put it? It feels like using a piercing skill on a slime. My magic is at least rank 5. Just what kind of ability does this kid have? From Hedin's doubts, it seemed no one had investigated Baekyu Sol's mana leakage constitution yet. It must have been classified as top secret information or something similar. Kane stepped forward, instructing, step aside, Vice Captain. Then, speaking carefully and probing without acting superior toward the male lead, he asked, "Reveal your identity." The male lead answered, "Stella Academy, first year, Class S, Combat Magic Department." Kane interrupted, "No. Tell me your true organization."
The male lead replied in confusion, "True organization? I really am from Stella Academy, you know."
Kane, assuming he understood, said, "All right, fine. You mean you can't say." The male lead grumbled inwardly, "Then what have I been saying this whole time?" Basically, this guy had already deluded himself into thinking the male lead was some big shot from a massive underground syndicate. Kane spoke as if negotiating, "I won't interfere with where you truly come from or why you infiltrated Stella, but don't meddle in our affairs either." The male lead immediately pressed the issue. "I'm afraid I can't do that. Are you planning to kill my classmate?" Kane firmly confirmed, "That's right. We are going to kill him." The male lead calculated internally, "If I fight these people now, I probably wouldn't last 5 seconds before losing my life. But I can't let Hygwith be lost here." The male lead drew his magic sword, stating his stance. "Since you intend to kill my classmate, how can I just stand by and watch?" Kane warned him to make him back down in the face of difficulty. "If you fight us, you will certainly die." The male lead retorted, "One look and anyone can tell you're not the type who likes to operate out in the open. So should I go call a few more people over? Even if I die, I'll blow this matter up." Kane's intimidation failed, so he was the one who had to step down a notch, asking the male lead what he wanted. The male lead seized upon this shift in attitude and humbly said, "Just this once. Please purify him." Kane gave a faint backward glance. Before replying to the male lead, "It's a meaningless act. Even if the dark magic is purified, his emotions cannot be restored." The male lead still stated firmly, "Just this once is enough. That girl's magic can restore emotions." Flame currently had no mind to wonder where the male lead got this data about her that even she didn't know. She just listened to this and simply asked herself, "Can I turn Hygwith back to normal?" Kane asked the male lead, "What if it fails?" The male lead replied, "Then I will completely give up." Seeing that backing down wouldn't cost him much more, Kane accepted the compromise. "Fine. If you violate this agreement, even if it causes a commotion, I will make you die in the most agonizing way. Hedon, dispel the illusion." Hedon carefully questioned her captain. "Do you really believe him?" Kane answered, "If he's lying, it won't be too late to kill him then." Hedin tapped her magic staff on the ground, saying simultaneously, "Honestly, if the captain says so, I have no choice." The illusory pressure crushing the 3 students was simultaneously dispelled. The male lead approached Flame, knelt on one knee, looked straight into her eyes, and said, "You know Hydwa's current condition, right? If it's you, you can definitely help him recover." How could Flame guarantee an ability she didn't even know she possessed? She lowered her head slightly and said, "I'm very sorry, but I don't have that power." The male lead immediately struck a psychological blow at Flame's regrets, asking her, "Are you going to let Jackie's tragedy repeat itself?" Flame shook her head slightly. Anyone with a heart would never want that to happen. The male lead firmly asserted, "Save Hygwith. If it's you, you can definitely do it." If someone else made such a baseless claim, Flame would probably think they were speaking nonsense. But because it was Baek-Yu's soul telling her she could do it, she put her faith in her own self-deluded information. If a regressor like Baek-Yu's soul says so, it means I definitely possess this ability. Flame looked to the side and said, "Please step back a bit, Ma Du-sung." Ma Du-sung gave a slight nod in response. Flame silently empowered herself with conviction. "I won't just stand by helplessly like that time again. This time I absolutely must use my power to save Hygwith." Hedon asked, "Captain, is this light magic?" Kame replied, "Yes." Hedon's doubts deepened. "But this girl isn't from the Holy Church, right? Power of this magnitude is practically on par with a saintess." Kane said, "I've heard that among Stella's new students this year, there is one who can wield angelic power. It must be this girl." Purified by the light of Flame's magic, Hygwith let out a long howl. Kane inwardly found this unpromising, thinking, but using angelic power and purifying a dark magic seed are 2 completely different things. At best, it can only soothe him for a moment. Yet, beyond his imagination, Hygwith had reverted to his human form. It was no illusion or disguise. Flame's purification process had indisputably succeeded. Seeing this result, Flame spoke softly, as if breathing a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. He's back to normal." She smiled gently, knowing her friend wouldn't suffer the same fate as her late roommate. Feeling relieved, she allowed her exhausted self to faint, turning Hygwith into the one anxiously worrying in return. A magic wand was pointed at Hygwith's neck, preventing him from approaching the unconscious girl. Kane stated, "Then let's examine him again." While the 13th squad inspected Hygwith, the male lead and Ma Du-sung urged to check on their female classmate's condition. Kane asked, "What's the result?" Hedin reported, "Completely normal." It's hard to believe he was someone who had undergone dark transformation. He's exactly like an ordinary person. No, I should say he inherently lacked those kinds of emotions. It feels like those emotions were forcibly injected into him. It seems the host is incredibly powerful, huh? Hedin asked, Captain, what should we do now? Kane turned his back and said tersely, let's head back. Having worked with Kane for so many years, Hedin silently realized, our captain seems quite surprised as well. Hedin pondered, that makes sense.
Up until now, he was always certain that once consumed by dark magic, one could never revert to normal, so he would personally kill them all. To think his prejudice would be shattered by a bunch of kids. Before leaving, Hedin winked at the group of students and said, anyway, little boys and girls, see you next time. The male lead silently grumbled, I don't want to see you guys ever again. One evening, in a city within the spirit race's territory, a spirit cloaked almost entirely peered cautiously around the deserted street. The spirit thought, it's a bit strange. I clearly followed the dark magic I sensed earlier all the way here. Why isn't there a single trace? The spirit then extended both hands and softly murmured, O wind, let me listen to your memories. Accommodating Hua Xiao Rin's wish, the wind gathered fragments of information and carried them to her. But the information Hua Xiao Rin received were mere empty fragments. She secretly suspected, did someone intentionally erase the memories here? So Hua Xiao Rin tried even harder, pleading, O wind, in the name of the Spirit King, I beseech you, show me more of your memories. Within those vaguely revealed memory bubbles, Hua Xiao Rin only gathered some clear information, like the Stella Academy uniforms of the individuals involved. But suddenly, amidst the memory bubbles, Hua Xiao Rin sensed a startling scent. There's no mistaking it, it's the scent of Liphanel. But Liphanel has clearly fallen into eternal slumber, so why? Could it be related to the person who entered the secret garden not long ago? Hua Xiao Rin clutched her forehead, swaying slightly and groaned inwardly. No, I can't read any more memories. The only possible explanation is the intruder who sneaked into the garden that day and the culprit who stole Liphanel's heart, if they are the same person. Then I understand why he erased the memories here. Hua Xiao Rin angrily clenched her fists and muttered, absolutely unforgivable. I will definitely make him pay. The scene shifts to a beautiful morning. Haigwith is resting in bed to recover after the dark transformation incident. The sound of a gentle breeze blowing the curtains disturbed Haigwith's light sleep. When he opened his eyes, the face of the one he loved was the first thing Haigwith noticed. Haigwith sat up and asked, where am I? Flame replied, it's the hospital. Do you remember what happened? Haigwith answered, I remember a little. Flame finished cutting the apple bunnies, placed the fruit plate on the table, and told Haigwith Professor Lee Hangut helped us cover it up. He also told Baek Yu Sol and Ma Du Sung to keep it a secret, so don't worry. And there's also the Spirit Beast contract ceremony. If you want to participate, that's fine, but it's best to rest. You probably still have after effects. Hearing this, Haigwith said, all right, if you say so, I'll rest. Flame playfully teased, what's wrong? You're so obedient today. But that's the right decision, better than hurting your body. Just get some rest. It's almost time to gather, so I'll be going now. Seeing Flame about to leave the room, Haigwith couldn't help but call out to her. Flame reflexively turned back. Haigwith opened his mouth to say something, but then thought better of it. He finally said casually, no, it's nothing. Flame was a bit confused. What are you doing, acting all mysterious? Oh, right. After you're discharged, remember to treat me to a proper meal, okay? I'll definitely drain your wallet, so prepare yourself. Got it? Haigwith smiled in satisfaction and said, all right, just wait. Flame responded with a bright smile and said, see you later then, Haigwith. Haigwith watched Flame disappear behind the door. Then he glanced at the neatly cut apples beside his bed. Naturally, not wanting to waste his beloved's effort, he started nibbling on the apple pieces and softly exclaimed, so sweet. Haigwith reluctantly had to miss the Spirit Beast contract ceremony with his classmates. Lee Han-gu told the students, from now on you will enter the roots of the world tree to form a contract with a Spirit Beast. Inside is a subspace completely different from reality. You have 1 week. He also didn't forget to remind the students. The place you are about to enter is the 3rd floor of the subspace. A barrier has been set up on the 4th floor, so don't try to approach it. Well then, good luck, Lee Han-gut said before disappearing. The protagonist followed his classmates into the subspace of the world tree's roots. The system appeared the moment he entered. Chapter 7. Spirit Beast Contract Ceremony. The protagonist immediately opened his mouth and eyes wide in awe, impressed by the magical natural scenery he was witnessing. He muttered in awe, it's truly magnificent. Sensing movement under his feet, the protagonist looked down. He saw a small slime moving slowly. The protagonist curiously poked the slime, thinking to himself, since it's only a 7-star rank, there's really no pressure at all. Spirit beasts are ranked from the lowest at 7 stars up to near divine at 1 star. The higher the rank, the greater their power, and the difficulty of forming a contract increases accordingly. The success rate for contracting a 1-star spirit beast is a mere 5%.
Forget it. It has nothing to do with me anyway. The road is still long. I need to get moving quickly. Meanwhile, outside the entrance to the subspace, one of the two gatekeeper mages told his colleague, "Everyone has gone inside. Should we close the barrier?" The other mage said, "Wait, it seems like someone else is coming over there." Mazen had just appeared and without a word used dark magic on the two gatekeeper mages. These two, their life or death unknown, were attacked by Mazen and discarded right outside the gate. As for Mazen, she continued through the gate with a malicious smile on her lips. It was unclear how the entrance mechanism worked, but unlike the protagonist who entered alone with no one around, Hong Bai-yun was accompanied by a group of female students. Hong Bai-yun looked around and thought to herself, exactly as the book described, the first floor really isn't anything special. As the leader of the female student group, Hong Bai-yun told her companions, "Let's head straight to the second floor." Afwang was also in this group, but she felt a bit out of place, walking slowly at the back. Showing signs of poor health, Afwang clutched her forehead and wondered to herself, "Why has my body been like this all this time? My chest keeps aching. My vision is also getting blurrier." Afwai let out a groan and collapsed, making the girls walking ahead turn to look at her. Han Bi-yan, leading the group, also turned back upon hearing her friends' panicked voices. Her friends gathered around with concern, and even Hong Bi-yan, usually cold towards Afwang, asked a question. The other girls checked on Afwang and said Afwang's condition doesn't look good. She was perfectly fine just before. One girl in the group speculated, "I heard that if your affinity with spirit beasts is low, even a faint aura can weaken the body. Could Afwang be experiencing that?" Hong Bi-yan decided, "Let's rest here for a bit. Remember to conserve rations and recover your stamina." Afwang, afraid of dragging the group down, immediately said, "I'm fine. Let's hurry up and move." Hong Bi-yan replied, "Come on, just do as I say. This is better than rushing forward only to be exhausted at a crucial moment." The other friends agreed with Hong Bi-yan's suggestion and said, "That's right, Afwang. Her Highness the Princess has already spoken." Afwang was then given some personal space by her friends to calm down and regain her strength. Afwang tried to regulate her breathing, but it wasn't very effective. She groaned inwardly, "It's so hard to breathe. My mind is a complete mess. How long have I waited for this day? Why did it turn out like this?" Suddenly, she saw a scene where a close person was standing with two strangers in fully hooded cloaks. She felt lightheaded, unsure if this was a memory or a dream. The woman Afwang knew praised her. "You are a once-in-a-century fire magic genius. With your talent, you can control flames as easily as your own limbs. If it's you at Stella, you will definitely become a top-tier mage." As a naive child back then, Afwang completely believed the woman's words. But at the end, the woman added a hidden meaning. "Of course, that's if you don't count me." Remembering that, Afwang jolted. She was bewildered, feeling as if she had just blacked out for a moment to dream about that conversation. Meanwhile, her groupmates were rallying each other to continue the journey. A friend approached Afwang to ask, "Are you feeling better now? Can you walk?" Afwang stood up and replied, "I think I'm fine." Afwang quickly forced herself to follow her friends. On the second floor, the girls seemed to split up to hunt beasts. Afwang defeated a magic beast and mentally regained some spirit. "My physical condition is much better, and my focus when casting spells has also improved. This level should be enough to form a contract with a 5-star magic beast." At this moment, a girl in the group shouted, "Everyone, look over there. It's a red deer. The book says if you form a contract with that deer, your comprehension of the fire attribute will increase. The rank seems to be 6 stars. Huh, is it walking this way?" Afwang secretly favored this beast. That's right, even if it's not a 5-star, a 6-star red deer is still a great choice. But right then, she witnessed something that made the seed of dark magic within her sprout. Watching the gentle deer muzzle its antlers against Hong Bai-yan to show goodwill, the other girls gasped in amazement. "Oh my god, a spirit beast actually initiated contact." One girl excitedly asked, "Your Highness, do you want to form a contract?" Hong Bi-yun replied, "No, this isn't the spirit beast I want. Let's go deeper and take a look." The girls looked at her with even more admiration. A spirit beast that we wouldn't even get a chance to see is actively approaching her. Her Highness is truly on another level. Tell me about it. That's what you call the blessing of the fire element. That classmate's words made Afwang unconsciously grip her wand tightly. The next day, Hong Bi-yun's group had reached the 3rd floor. The girls in the group said, "The atmosphere is so tense. If the 3rd floor is like this, who knows how dangerous the 4th floor will be?" A girl came over and told Hong Bi-yun, "Your Highness, it seems we can't head north." Hong Bi-yun asked, "Is something over there?" The girl informed her, "The barrier leading to the 4th floor is blocking the entrance." Knowing this, Hong Bi-yun made a decision. "Then we'll camp around here today and look for spirit beasts." No one in the group objected, obeying Hong Bi-yun's decision. Afwang stealthily separated from the group a short distance away, looking around to find the spirit beast she wanted to contract with. "I heard the 3rd floor is inhabited by spirit beasts of 5 stars and below. I must form a contract with a truly powerful spirit beast. Afwang secretly cheered herself on. 1 hour passed. Afwang encountered a rabbit and the rabbit ran away. 2 hours passed. Afwang met a bird and it immediately flew away. She was bewildered. Is it an illusion? I keep feeling like spirit beasts avoid me the moment they see me.
At the same time, she heard some friends bragging. Your Highness, I've successfully contracted with this 6-star spirit beast.
Me too. Being inferior to Hong Bi-yan was one thing, but now it pained Athwang's heart to see herself falling behind the other female classmates in the group. She secretly comforted herself. Don't rush. There's still plenty of time. I will definitely be able to form a contract too. After a while of patience, Athwang finally found a spirit beast that she was quite satisfied with. A small wolf, about the size of a domestic dog, was approaching the water source. Athwang realized, isn't that the 5-star divine beast, the silver-maned wolf? Until now, almost no first-year student at Stella has managed to contract a 5-star divine beast. If I succeed here, I'll be acknowledged by everyone.
With the desire to stand out, Athwang recklessly approached the divine beast alone. She reached out her hand, trying to express the utmost sincerity and harmlessness, and politely asked the silver-maned wolf, hello. Would you like to form a contract with me? The silver-maned wolf sniffed the human hand extended towards it, then immediately reacted with sheer hostility. Faced with the worst-case scenario, Athwang fell back in shock, asking herself, but why? What reason could there be for a divine beast to reject me so completely? Suddenly, a fireball cast by someone streaked past Athwang's face, separating the girl from the openly hostile divine beast. Seeing the spell, Athwang immediately turned to see where it came from. Hong Bi-yan stood with her magic wand at the ready, prepared to cast fire magic immediately if the silver-maned wolf made any move to harm Athwang. Hong Bi-yan's overwhelming presence drew the entirety of the silver-maned wolf's attention. Thinking the silver-maned wolf would also show hostility toward Hong Bi-yan, Athwang shouted a warning, Your Highness, please be careful. However, contrary to Athwang's expectations, the silver-maned wolf obediently lowered its entire body before Hong Bi-yan, as if expressing absolute submission to her. Athwang, her eyes wide with disbelief, thought, how can this be? Even a 5-star divine beast is begging for Her Highness's favor. Athwang bit her lip, desperately trying to suppress her turbulent emotions, and then asked Hong Bi-yan, Your Highness, do you wish to form a contract with it? Hong Bi-yan, gently stroking the silver-maned wolf's head, replied to Athwang, No, I refuse. I must find a divine beast that I truly like. Hong Bi-yan told the wolf, I'm sorry, you may leave. The silver-maned wolf wasn't angered by the rejection. It calmly turned its tail and walked away. Right after that, Hong Bi-yan heard Athwang's self-deprecating laughter. Emitting a gloomy, ominous aura, Athwang said, I couldn't even manage to approach a divine beast, yet you have the luxury to pick and choose whichever one you like to form a contract with. Are you just showing off that you have absolutely everything? Hong Bi-yan immediately sensed something alarming. Athwang bitterly muttered to herself, It's not fair. It's not fair. This is so unfair. Driven to resentment, she screamed aloud, What did I even pour all my blood, sweat, and tears into this for? Don't you dare mock me. A surge of dark magic shot out from Athwang, but it was blocked by Hong Bi-yan's defensive spell. But merely blocking it wasn't enough, as the blast of dark energy subsequently exploded. However, Hong Bi-yan's defensive spell seemed strong enough. She only suffered a small scorch mark on the shoulder of her uniform, which she calmly brushed away. She then refocused on Athwang. Having previously faced Jackie's situation, Hong Bi-yan immediately concluded Athwang was being corrupted by dark magic. Hong Bi-yan began to silently calculate a countermeasure. Although I could incapacitate her to stop the corruption, we are too close to the 4th-floor barrier. An all-out fight might compromise the barrier behind us. If that commoner were here right now, what would he do?
Thinking of the incredible feats Baek Yu-sol had accomplished, Hong Bi-yan subconsciously curled the corners of her lips into a faint smile. Hong Bi-yan chose to speak first, advising Athwang, Don't do something you'll regret. If you continue letting it corrupt you, you'll never be able to turn back into a human again. Athwang laughed, but her words dripped with thick sarcasm. Even in this situation, you still see yourself as my superior, don't you? Well, I suppose it makes sense. You're the princess of Adalivit, blessed by fire. Even if you died, you'd never understand the feelings of someone with mediocre talent like me. Hearing Athwang speak this way, Hong Bi-yan seemed compelled to share a piece of her own past, asking softly, Do you want to hear my story? Feeling she already knew everything there was to know about Hong Bi-yan, Athwang spat out, Are you trying to show off again? Hong Bi-yan took the initiative to speak. You know that the princess of Adalivit will face death if she fails to become the ruler, right? In other words, if I want to survive, I am forced to kill all of my siblings. I've known this since I was 7 years old. I heard that you grew up surrounded by everyone's doting affection, didn't you? For that alone, I already feel incredibly jealous of you. Not only have I never received any love, but no one has ever placed any expectations on me. Not even the woman who gave birth to me. To get my hands on the throne, to what lengths do you think I'm willing to go? Afwang, stubbornly refusing to admit her own superficiality, let out a fake cold snort and said, "Being born into royalty is inherently a blessing for you."
Hong Bion interjected, speaking so calmly it was as if she were telling someone else's story.
I had to drink fire instead of water, swallow fire instead of food. Even bathing was done in roaring flames. Festered everywhere, itching maddeningly. Even if I was allowed to drink water afterward, I only felt agonizing pain because my insides were severely burned. I lost my sense of taste a long time ago, because my tongue has been completely paralyzed. Fire is my most powerful weapon, but at the same time, it is my absolute greatest terror. Athwang violently denied the truth of these words, screaming, "Liar! Who would believe something like that? How could anyone possibly endure such things? Spouting lies to win my sympathy is useless." Yet, as she witnessed Hong Biyon's next action, Athwang couldn't help but be deeply shocked.
A small flicker of flame materialized at the tip of Hong Biyon's finger.
As if wanting to show Athwang undeniable visual proof, Hong Biyon brought the small flame close to her mouth. Athwang panicked and shouted, "What are you doing?" But the result left Athwang absolutely astounded. Hong Biyon was completely unharmed after consuming the flame. Wanting to prove to Athwang that her current strength was not a God-given gift as rumors suggested, Hong Biyon said calmly, "Do you still think it is a blessing? To increase my elemental affinity, I had to undergo this kind of training since I was a child. Back then, I truly thought it'd be better off dead. So, I hope you never utter words like blessing or talent again. The one who should be blinded by jealousy is clearly me. You had a childhood full of love and innocence, everything I yearned for."
Just thinking about it makes me want to burst into tears right now.
Athwang felt the raw sincerity in Hong Biyon's words, and because of that, she couldn't help but reflect on herself. I truly never expected this. I always assumed that everything she possessed came naturally to her. I was completely ignorant that this was the harsh reality. Ultimately, Athwang was a girl with a good heart. The dark magic seed that had just shown signs of blooming was overcome by Athwang herself through a sincere conversation. She shed tears of profound sympathy for Hong Biyon's tragic past, while feeling deeply ashamed of her own petty jealousy. Bowing her head, she murmured, "I'm sorry, Your Highness." Seeing her classmate conquer the dark corruption through her shared words, Hong Biyon felt genuinely glad for the girl.
A moment later, the other girls in their group rushed over to where Hong Biyong and Athwang were, anxiously asking, "We clearly heard an explosion near here. Your Highness, where are you? Your Highness, what happened?" Hong Biyon discreetly observed Athwang closely. The dark magic aura emanating from Athwang has completely vanished. If it were the old me, I would have definitely sought to subdue Athwang immediately. This is probably because I've been influenced by that commoner. Hong Biyon spoke up, instructing the girls, "You lot, Athwang is feeling a bit unwell right now. Please take good care of her." Athwang stood bewildered, wondering about her punishment. Hong Biyon said seriously, "Regardless of what others say, you are still an outstanding talent. I don't wish to punish you over this small matter. But don't think I'll casually forgive you either. Therefore, dedicate your absolute loyalty to me to make up for your mistake." Athwang was deeply moved and grateful for Hong Biyun's profound generosity.
Athwang blamed herself even more. How could I act so terribly towards someone so noble? Suddenly, a massive rift tore through the sky of the spatial domain. Since it was directly in Athwang's line of sight, she was the first to notice it. Unsure of what it was but sensing an ominous threat, Athwang immediately shouted a warning, "Your Highness." Meanwhile, also on the third floor but in an entirely different area, Flame was acting alone, and she had single-handedly found exactly what she was looking for. Divine beast, light floral spirit.
Humming happily, Flame thought to herself, "I heard this divine beast is very close to a 4-star tier. I didn't expect to form a contract with it so peacefully without any issues. This is wonderful. Although making a contract doesn't mean I can summon the divine beast at will, it basically accelerates my elemental magic casting speed and enhances its power. Anyway, I've done everything I needed to do, so I can just relax and enjoy the rest of the time here." After strolling for about 10 minutes, Flame unexpectedly came across Azel and Ma Du-sung together in the same place. From her expression, it was clear Flame hadn't anticipated running into these two. Ma Du-sung spoke up in greeting. "What a coincidence. I never thought we'd meet each other here." Flame expressed her curiosity, "Right, but why are you in a place like this?"
"Could it be?" Azel quickly chimed in. "I just happened to pass by and ran into him." Ma Du-sung stated, "I was just killing time here." Flame thought to herself, that makes sense. Ma Du-sung's intrinsic traits make it impossible for him to get close to divine beasts. Flame said amiably, "Anyway, it's really nice to see you guys. If you don't mind, let me join you for a meal." But at that exact moment, a thunderous explosion erupted, impossible for the three of them to ignore. The source of the explosion was only a short distance away from them. Azel exclaimed, "This aura is." Flame silently finished Azel's trailing sentence in her mind. There's no mistake. It's dark magic. Why are things that never happened in the original novel constantly occurring like this?
While Flame was stressing over the deviations from the original plot, she saw that Ma Du-sung had already darted off to take action.
Because of this, Flame silently composed herself, thinking, that's true, it's not like this is the first or second time. She told Azel they should head over together to see if they could help. Because the explosion happened so abruptly, the group of female students didn't have time to cast any defensive spells, and unable to withstand the blast's shockwave, they lost consciousness. Hong Bi-yan was shielded by Athwang, so she didn't suffer any significant harm. However, in exchange, Athwang had lost consciousness, leaving a panicked Hong Bi-yan calling her name to no avail. Hong Bi-yan shifted her focus back to the massive tear, feeling a deep sense of unease. Dark magic is pouring out from within the barrier.
From the rift, a dolphin formed entirely of condensed flames swam out. Propping herself up, Hong Bi-yan fought, even though I don't know why the divine beast I've been searching for has been corrupted by dark magic. But if we just ignore it, it's bound to lose control. When that happens, everyone will be in danger. But before Hong Bi-yan could act, chains of light flew in to bind the dolphin, followed by sharp ice spikes shooting right after. Next was a massive explosion of fire magic. But that fire magic didn't come from Hong Bi-yan. It was from Ma Du-sung. Hong Bi-yan quietly wondered, why is Ma Du-sung here? But Hong Bi-yan didn't have to wonder about that for long, because next she witnessed an unbelievable phenomenon. A gentle ray of light shone upon the dolphin, causing the dark aura to gradually recede and reveal its original form. Hong Bi-yan was incredibly shocked. The divine spirit corrupted by dark magic returned to its original form. Seeing that the dolphin was fine, Flame went over to pet it and said, all done, the treatment is complete. After the dolphin friend returned to normal, it went back to its regular rhythm of life. Flame then turned toward Hong Bi-yan. She asked, hey princess, what's going on? Hong Bi-yan helplessly replied, if you ask me, who am I supposed to ask? Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred, causing the barrier on the 4th floor to collapse. The divine spirit corrupted by dark magic took the opportunity to escape through the collapse gap. The sound of high heels, along with the oppressive weight of a dense, dark magic aura, immediately paralyzed the 4 students. The very person who caused this entire alarming incident leisurely spoke up, so many familiar faces. Not only are there Class A students, but even 4 from Class S. What a stroke of luck today. Unsurprisingly, it was none other than Professor Mazin. Azel anxiously questioned, why is Professor Mazin in a place like this? Ma Du-sung readied his wand, thinking carefully. To think a professor at Stella is a dark mage. Furthermore, her mana capacity is dangerously high. Mazin said to herself, although I really want to save the best for last, I shouldn't miss out on such delicious prey delivered right to my mouth. Well then, shall we begin enjoying dinner? Meanwhile, over at Baekyu Seol's side a few hours earlier, he stood before the barrier separating the 3rd and 4th floors and muttered, passing this barrier means I'll reach the 4th floor. Probably because I cultivated in Lefanel's garden, the divine spirits have been extremely friendly to me so far. I wonder how it'll be from the 4th floor onwards. It would be great if I could smoothly obtain a divine spirit's heart. Yusul touched the dividing barrier. He closed his eyes and upon opening them, found himself in a landscape where all the flora was dyed in a peach-pink hue. In the bushes, a ferocious beast lurked. Seeing a tiny prey that seemed to lack any ability to resist, it immediately lunged to attack. Yusul commented, Tier 3. The level of monsters appearing here really is higher. He utilized Blink, swiftly slashing his sword to take down the beast. The beast collapsed after just one strike. Looking back at the animal's corpse, Yusul thought to himself, if I just used the sword, I definitely couldn't have cut through its pelt. Good thing I brought the gadget Altarisha made. It's a mana charger that can only be used for 5 minutes. I need to get out of here quickly before more monsters like this keep jumping out. On the 4th floor, it's easy to lose your sense of direction due to the spatial characteristics here. So just a slight moment of carelessness, and you'll immediately get lost. Exactly to prevent this situation, I specially asked Flame to help sprout this Frostwind seed, because this flower possesses an absolute orienting trait. As long as I have this flower that always points east, I won't have to worry about getting lost anymore. Time to quickly break through the 4th floor.
Yusul strolled through the 4th floor's space for a while, estimating the time he spent playing the game and calculated mentally, it's about time for her to appear, until he heard a humming song. He could immediately be certain that the target he was looking for had appeared. One of the 12 most powerful existences in the ether world and one of the 12 divine moons, the 3rd spring moon, Yeonhong. Sensing Yusul's presence, the 3rd spring moon, Yeonhong, stepped out and revealed her interest. She asked him, how did a human manage to come all the way here? Yusul's heart pounded with tension as he silently urged himself, no, I have to pull myself together. The mana of the third spring moon, Yunhong, contains that's just an appearance she transformed into to deceive me. I absolutely must not fall for her trap.
I need to push all the mana flooding into my body out. If it were someone else, they might not be able to do it, but I can. Because I have the mana leakage constitution. Thanks to emptying his mana, the pink forest illusion shattered in the blink of an eye for Yu's soul. Yu's soul silently evaluated his strength. With my mental power, I probably can't force her to show her true form, but this is enough to reduce the charm to the absolute minimum. Yu's soul received a good evaluation from the third spring moon, Yunhong. For a mere little human to hold out to this extent is quite impressive. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already lunged at me. It seems you know who I am. What business brings you here? Yu's soul said straightforwardly, I want the heart of a divine spirit. Yunhong was doubtful. Do you plan to kill a divine spirit? Yu's soul denied it. No, I don't want to kill a divine spirit, and I don't even have the strength to do so. I just want to take an ownerless heart from the divine spirit graveyard. Naturally, the third spring moon, Yunhong, curiously asked what the reason was. Yu's soul searched his inner pocket while thinking. Right now, there's probably no need to detail Lifanel's conditions and confessed that it's to learn the breathing technique. He took out the flower bracelet, a proof of friendship acknowledged by Lifanel. Yu's soul played his part and answered, to save my friend. He cunningly thought, I have to use this reason to evoke her empathy. The third spring moon, Yunhong, instantly recognized the bracelet's origin and gasped in astonishment. How does a tiny human possess such a precious thing? According to Yu's soul's knowledge from the game information, the third spring moon, Yunhong, was someone who especially cherished the divine spirits among the 12 divine moons. The fact that she used her power to create the fourth floor space to protect the divine spirits was the clearest proof of this. So if I say is to save a celestial spirit, she'll probably give me a heart. While Yu's soul was confident this mission would go smoothly, the third spring moon, Yunhong, spoke thoughtfully. I see. I was wondering why there was a faint scent of a divine spirit in your breath. To think a human has such an intimate relationship with a celestial spirit. The sly smile of the third spring moon, Yunhong, made Yu's soul a bit uncomfortable as he thought, just what is this woman imagining? I just tried to breathe when I was next to Lifanel. On the outside, Yu's soul cleared his throat and asked, then may I take a heart away? The third spring moon, Yunhong, replied nonchalantly, I will not trust humans anymore. Throughout history, we have established deep bonds with many humans, but we are always betrayed. Are you going to say you won't do the same? I've heard those words hundreds of times. I'm sick of it. Yu's soul silently lamented. Even though I anticipated it, this iron wall is truly no joke. Every time you conquer one of the divine moons, among the 12 divine moons, you can inherit their power, and the requirements differ. Among them, the power of the third spring moon, Yunhong, demands reaching a required stat level. In other words, I have to raise my divine spirit affinity and divine power to a level that satisfies her. In short, with my current abilities, there's absolutely no chance. Even though she wasn't my conquest target, I didn't expect her to refuse giving even a single heart. Yusil tried to use his sincerity to persuade her, my friend is dying. I beg you to save her. The third spring moon, Yunhong, pondered, as if weighing the authenticity of the human's words before her. Yunhong said, about that, if you can prove that you truly have the qualifications to be a divine spirit's friend. Yusil asked, how must I prove it? Yunhong smirked and said, very simple. You just need to prove that you can sacrifice your life for a divine spirit. Yusil silently sweated. No, I can't do that no matter what. My original purpose was for her to save a life. Of course I value my own life the most. Yunhong shared her perspective. I don't like divine spirits entrusting their hearts to humans at all. The lifespan of humans is finite, but their greed is infinite. Divine spirits who become companions with humans will all eventually get hurt. Yusil felt discouraged. Since it's come to this, I'm out of options. I'll just have to think of another way to get the heart. Right at this moment, the system suddenly rang out. Warning, your interference with the storyline has caused a massive butterfly effect. The dark magic corruption has occurred earlier than expected and merged with the current storyline. Storyline difficulty increased drastically. Divine spirit contract and dark magic corruption. Yusul was horrified by the information he was just warned about by the system. The fourth floor space even quaked, proving just how severe the system's warning truly was. The third spring moon, Yunhong's pupils shrank as she silently stayed on guard. This aura. Could a dark mage have invaded? Furthermore, this isn't an ordinary dark mage, at least tier 6 or higher. The place where the dark mage appeared is the third floor. Though I'm very unwilling, with my current strength, I cannot stop her. To protect the divine spirits, I exhausted a lot of power creating the fourth floor space. The price is that I cannot leave this place. I hear it, the sorrowful screams of the divine spirits infected by dark magic. If this continues, my children will.
Yu Seol urgently asked the third spring moon, Yunhong, for the dark mage's location. While Yunhong was still dazed, Yu Seol hurriedly took action to prepare to resolve the situation, demanding, "Tell me quickly. It's hard for me to sense the exact location like you."
Yunhong said, "No, with your level, you cannot stop her." Yu Seol cut her off, urging loudly, "There's no more time. Point the way for me." Yunhong was slightly stunned by Yu Seol's fearless attitude, so she pointed softly but clearly, over there in that direction. Yu Seol didn't let himself waste a single second. He sprinted at top speed in the indicated direction. He thought in his heart, "Damn it, I absolutely cannot be late." After a burst of violent magic, some students who had just regained consciousness were injured again and fainted for a second time. Among all the students here, only Flame was still clearly able to move. Mason had to admit aloud, "You kids are truly outstanding. To have this level of strength in your early teens, it really makes me unable to control myself. I just want to quickly seize this power." Mason raised her hand. Gathering a surge of dark magic, she spoke like a teacher giving a challenge to her students. "Well then, O talents of Stella. Now start becoming a part of me." The surge of dark magic was sweeping over, but with the currently injured students they couldn't resist, nor were they agile enough to escape the danger on their own. Flame felt disheartened. This really is the end. Now I don't even have the strength to twitch a finger. I can't continue fighting, and I have no strength left to run away. Will I die here? Just as Flame was about to give up, her reluctant savior arrived. The system displayed. The special effect of the item, American's Pendant, has been activated. It can unconditionally block one magic attack of level 6 or below, less than greater than. In the blinding light blocking Mason's dark magic, Flame saw the face of her rescuer before falling unconscious. Less than. She muttered in relief, "Jeez, what took you so long?" After blocking Mason's magic attack, the necklace shattered, less than greater than. The male lead assessed the situation and blamed himself. Thank goodness no one lost their life, but this is also my fault. Everyone got hurt because I enraged Mason. Regardless, we can no longer expect any outside rescue. To make it out of here alive, Mason must die. At this moment, Ma Du-sung regained some strength and stood up. Seeing this, the male lead asked, "Are you okay?" Ma Du-sung sluggishly replied, "As you can see. But right now, only the two of us can still fight, so we have to risk it all." The difficult problem was how to actually pull it off. With our current strength, facing her head-on will definitely put us at a disadvantage. The male lead threw down his bag and said with some uncertainty, "I have a plan." Even though it can only be used once, the male lead pinned all his hopes of escaping this crisis on the branch of resentment. It hadn't been effective during the alchemy conference, so he was certain now was the time for it to shine. Ma Du-sung didn't ask too many questions and took the initiative, saying, "I understand. Let me create an opening." He looked a bit battered, but in this situation who had the time to overthink every little detail. Hearing Ma Du-sung's tone, the male lead vaguely guessed what he was about to reveal. Mason spoke up, making her presence known. "I was wondering who blocked my magic. So it's you, student Baek Yu Seol. Even at this point, you still want to stand in my way." The male lead answered firmly, "That's right, exactly." Mason laughed and said, "Perfect timing. After all, the person I want to kill the most using this power is you." Saying that, Mason fired magic from her mouth. Ma Du-sung stepped in front to shield the male lead. By revealing his ability to use dark magic, Ma Du-sung could hold his own against Mason for a while. Ma Du-sung completely focused on the enemy. He swiftly launched himself toward Mason. The male lead was inwardly shocked to think Ma Du-sung would undergo dark transformation right here. One of Ma Du-sung's unique traits was his which allowed him to freely switch between his human and dark mage forms. Even though he deeply loathed this power himself, this wasn't an opponent they could defeat while hiding their true strength. Seeing Ma Du-sung leap high into the air, Mason gathered magic in one hand. Then she launched it straight at Ma Du-sung. However, Ma Du-sung's speed was incredibly fast. In a flash, he dodged Mason's magic and closed in on her. He gathered dark magic into his hand and slashed it diagonally across Mason's face. The male lead couldn't help but be impressed. He's amazing, as expected, to be able to knock back a level 6 dark mage. Ma Du-sung's stats after undergoing dark transformation are probably on par with a normal level 4 mage. If you add his Dark Dominion, which has immense control over dark mages, he can definitely unleash even more terrifying power. As the boss of this trial, Mason obviously couldn't be taken down that easily in an instant. Mason fired her magic, extending it to attack both the male lead and Ma Du-sung. The male lead reacted by blinking out of danger instantly. He cursed inwardly. "Crazy, this is too ruthless. There's no way I can use the branch in this situation." The 4 sharp spikes, the main attack pattern in Phase 2 of the boss fight, were condensed from Mason's dark magic, and touching them would be extremely dangerous. The problem was how to dodge them and get close to Mason. Currently, the dead branch of resentment had been accumulating resentment for 3 months. Moreover, the target of Mason's resentment was him. Ma Du-sung simply couldn't use this item. So I just have to wait for Ma Du-sung to restrict Mason's movements and use this branch on her myself.
The male lead and his ally were struggling, as this was currently Maizen's most aggressive attack phase. Seeing this, the male lead mentally calculated his next move. Right now, even Ma Du-sung is having a hard time getting close to Maizen. If that's the case, I should. The male lead realized that leaving Ma Du-sung to distract Maizen alone wasn't enough, so he decided to fight alongside his friend. Ma Du-sung was quite curious to see what the male lead was planning to do. To compensate for his inability to use magic, the male lead always carried magic potions with him. He threw 3 potions at Maizen simultaneously. From there, the male lead provoked her to draw her attention to himself. "You can't kill me with just this, Professor Maizen. After acquiring dark magic, is this really all you've got?" The male lead calculated inwardly. "I have to draw her attention over here to create an opening for Ma Du-sung to use his dark dominion." Maizen scoffed coldly. "Baek Yu-sil, are you trying to use this chance to mess with my mind and pull a trick? It's useless." Although Maizen acted as if she was level-headed, right after that, the male lead taunted her. "No wonder you were trampled under the heels of teaching assistant Altarisha." The male lead's words hit Maizen right where it hurt. It drove her insane. Recklessly focusing all her attacks on him, she screamed, "Very well, if you want to die that badly, it'll kill you first." The male lead used Blink, seemingly dodging Maizen's spider leg-like stabbing attacks with relative ease. Ma Du-sung observed and saw through his intentions. Is Baek Yu-sil intentionally provoking Maizen to divert her attention to him? He clearly holds the trump card to defeat Maizen, so why? Ah, I see. He's buying time for me. Just now, because Maizen abruptly activated her barrier, the casting of Dark Dominion failed. But this time, it will definitely succeed. The male lead's stamina was limited, and he groaned inwardly. "Damn it, I don't even have a second to breathe." The more mental energy he exhausted, the harder it became to dodge. As he became exhausted, using Blink grew increasingly difficult. The male lead was forced to draw his magic sword. He used the sword to block Maizen's attacks, but the blade, formed from his own magic, was too fragile and easily shattered against the sheer power of Maizen's onslaught. The male lead was inwardly shocked. "Damn it, don't tell me with my strength. I can't even block a basic attack from Maizen." Maizen triumphantly shouted, "This is the end, Baek Yu-sil." Just as the male lead was about to endure an attack he couldn't deflect, Ma Du-sung's voice rang out, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Baek Yu-sil." At Ma Du-sung's location, a surge of dark magic erupted. The male lead, buying time, had given Ma Du-sung the moment he needed to burst forth and save him in return. The male lead rejoiced inwardly. It worked. Maizen has entered the effective radius of Ma Du-sung's dark dominion. Ma Du-sung grabbed Maizen by the neck. And activated, Maizen immediately felt the pressure. Her limbs stiffened, and she fell to her knees. Maizen panicked. "My body won't move." Great, now's the chance to use the branch. Just as he was about to lunge forward, the male lead had to stop due to Maizen's grim, muttered words. "Whether it's this brat or that one, you're all just a bunch of annoying pests. Ma Du-sung, even though I don't know how you're able to use power like this. But I, Maizen, how could I be brought down by just this and submit to you?" Maizen fiercely activated her extra appendages. She used one appendage like a whip and set Ma Du-sung flying away. When the male lead glanced back, he saw that Ma Du-sung had already been knocked unconscious. Now he was forced to figure out a way to get close to Maizen, all by himself. The male lead cursed inwardly. "I didn't expect Maizen to break free from the Dark Dominion so quickly. But the speed of the black spikes is slower than before." All in all, Ma Du-sung's efforts weren't in vain, and the male lead now had more room to breathe. He told himself, the only chance is now. While the effects of Dark Dominion haven't completely worn off, the male lead knew he had to finish this quickly, and dashed to close the distance with Maizen. Maizen showed a smirk. Since the male lead dodged her frontal attacks, Maizen had to resort to a surprise tactical move from under his feet. Magic shot up from the ground. Delivering the classic villain line like in countless familiar scripts, Maizen shouted, "You fell for it, Baek Yu-sil. Now die obediently." At this critical moment, the male lead's brain went into overdrive. "I didn't want to use this move, but I have no other choice." The system analyzed, enhanced by 147%. Divine Beast's corruption level increased. Affected by the environment, the effect is greatly amplified. Divine Beast's corruption level significantly increased. Duration, 15 seconds. The male lead used this skill to simultaneously dodge the attacks and get close to Maizen in the blink of an eye, just as Ma Du-sung had done earlier. Maizen's physical reaction couldn't keep up with her thoughts. She could only feel shock and confusion. His speed suddenly skyrocketed. How did he do that? The male lead declared, "It's over, Maizen." But fueled by intense grudges, Maizen pushed past her limits, and faster than a blink of an eye, she created sharp, spike-like magic to repel the male lead. Maizen laughed maniacally. "I finally caught you." Yu-sil focused on the falling branch of resentment that had slipped from his grasp. He cast Blink, snatching the branch of resentment mid-air. Before Maizen could even react, he thrust the branch directly against her. The system announced, "Contact made with target." has erupted to its maximum. Mason realized she was doomed, screaming in utter unwillingness and bitter resentment. "I will kill you, Baek-Yu-seol." But sadly for Mason, her words were empty threats, as the branch consumed her entirely with her own resentment. Having fulfilled its purpose, the branch slowly crumbled to dust. System displayed, contract with the divine spirit and dark magic encroachment. Project Constellation promises a special bonus reward for leading the story toward the most ideal outcome. Hearing the system's message, Yu-seol finally let his guard down, relieved that it was all over.
Right after he fainted, Pink Spring March appeared by his side. She gently propped him up and whispered softly, "I'm sorry. It was all because I was too stubborn. Your panic earlier wasn't because you couldn't prove yourself, but simply because you had no way to prove it at the time. To think there is actually someone in this world willing to sacrifice their life to prove their beliefs and protect the divine spirit. Is it safe to say this is yet another wild misunderstanding of our male lead's actions? Well, it hardly matters since his goal was achieved perfectly." Pink Spring March murmured to herself, "As a token of my gratitude, I shall give you the heart of a divine spirit. That way the divine fairy you hold so dear will be able to beat again. Though my current power is insignificant, thank you for protecting my children. Oh, human boy." After leaving a gentle kiss on his forehead, Pink Spring March vanished. Later, guided by Hwa Seo-rin, who had sensed the dark magic, the fallen gatekeeper spirits were found and the spirit knights were dispatched. The first-year students of Stella Academy were all safely rescued. Though some students were injured while fighting the divine spirits corrupted by dark magic, their lives were not in danger. The students who clashed with Mason were also completely safe and sound. After confirming the safety of their classmates, Hong Bai-yun and Azel also managed to form contracts with level 5 divine spirits before the rescue operation concluded. Ma Du-sung and Baek-Yu-seol were urgently rushed back to Stella for hospital treatment. Here, the attending doctor, Raven, was absolutely astounded upon hearing the nurse's examination report. The nurse hesitated slightly before saying, "Student Baek-Yu-seol seems to possess the mana leakage condition." Raven sighed in awe. "I never expected to see the legendary mana leakage condition with my own eyes. With a constitution like that, how did he even get into Stella? The entire academic world knows that a body with mana leakage cannot store mana, making it nearly impossible to learn magic. It's not entirely impossible, but despite their efforts, individuals with this condition often end up deeply discouraged on their path to mastering magic. It seems this student has turned those meaningless efforts into something truly meaningful." The oldest recorded person with the mana leakage condition only lived to 20. Student Baek-Yu-seol has merely 2 years left, and yet he chose to spend his precious remaining time here at the academy. It seems student Baek-Yu-seol truly has an earnest passion for learning. The list of people with wild misunderstandings has officially gained a new member. Raven thought to himself, as a doctor, even if I can't cure him, as an adult, I must at least support this child's wishes. He said, "Nurse Luna, keep this a strict secret between us." Later that very night, on Nurse Luna's way home, she was stopped by someone waiting in the street who called out, "You're Nurse Luna, aren't you? Could we have a little chat?" The scene shifts back to Stella Academy, inside the hospital room where Ma Du-sung and Yu-seol were recovering. Inside the room, both boys were still unconscious. Azel sat by Yu-seol's bed, quietly peeling an apple. Unable to hold back, she let out a deeply melancholic sigh and muttered, "It's been 3 days. Didn't they say peeling an apple in a hospital room makes the patient wake up? Flame is such a liar." Today is our culinary club's activity day. We only have 3 members, yet 2 of them are bedridden and can't even participate. Suddenly, a stranger walked into the room. Well, not a stranger to Azel by any means. Hong Si-hwa of Adelivet appeared out of nowhere. As for her motives, readers can surely guess. Hong Si-hwa didn't ignore Azel for her main target. Instead, she feigned friendly senior demeanor, leaning in and saying, "Oh my, I was wondering who it was, but it's an old acquaintance. You're getting prettier by the day. Want to marry me in the future?" Azel suppressed her tension and asked, "What are you doing here?" Hong Si-hwa stood up straight and answered glibly, "Do I need a reason to visit the sick? I just came to find the benefactor who saved my little sister. Or do I need to ask permission from the daughter of a traitor?" Hearing this, Azel couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. She swallowed her fury, clenching her fists tightly as she glared at the older girl. "The one who turned my entire family into traitors in the eyes of the world was none other than you." Despite Azel's suppressed feelings, an icy aura leaked out, clearly showing how deeply agitated she was. Hong Si-hwa nonchalantly brushed off the icy dust and sneered, "If you don't want to start a fight in here, rein in that temper, won't you? But it seems you and them have gotten quite close, huh? Makes sense. Tailing behind them is the only way you'd get some leftover scraps. Since you're Baek-Yu-seol's friend, you must know his secret, right?" Seeing Azel's bewildered expression, Hong Si-hwa gloated, "Aren't you two super close? Don't tell me you have no idea that Baek-Yu-seol is going to die soon. You've heard of it, haven't you?
the condition where the body can't store mana, causing death before the age of 20. That boy has the mana leakage condition. Azel was horrified and refused to believe it, stammering, "How could that be?" Hong Sihua tossed a file at Azel's feet and said, "That is the absolute truth." Acting as if she were trampling on a rival, Hong Sihua taunted, "You thought you really knew what kind of person Baek Yu-sol was. That was just your delusion. He hid the most important thing from you. His constitution and plenty of other secrets too." Hearing this, Azel suddenly felt a pang of despair. She was right. I've received so much help from Baek Yu-sol, yet I know absolutely nothing about him. I never even tried to understand him. Hong Sihua pressed her advantage and applied more pressure, so stop pretending to be close. A loser should act like a loser and just stay put quietly, shouldn't you? Suddenly, someone intervened, criticizing Hong Sihua. Know your limits. Hong Baiyun stated, a princess of Adalivit threatening a mere student. How utterly classless. Besides, how long has it been since you graduated? Why are you still wearing Stella's uniform? Spoiler for the readers. Hong Sihua might look youthful, but she's actually 27. Hong Sihua shamelessly shot back. Oh, are you talking to me? So boldly? No, wait, more like brazenly. You're obviously just a thief who stole someone else's place. Hong Baiyun boldly stood her ground, declaring, I am also a princess, with a legitimate right to inherit the throne. Hong Sihua was slightly taken aback by Hong Baiyun's unexpected courage and confidence before her. Azel, usually introverted, could no longer hold back and fired back at Hong Sihua. You're the one who's shameless and thick-skinned. Even though I might not know much about Baek Yu-sol, I would never be like you, blatantly parading the things I dug up behind someone's back. If we are true friends, I should wait for Baek Yu-sol to share these private matters himself. Azel couldn't have known that her criticism of Hong Sihua actually struck a guilty nerve in Hong Baiyun. Despite being criticized by both younger girls, Hong Sihua seemed satisfied with their attitudes and calmly said, Whatever, I expected this reaction anyway. Kids these days just have too much energy, huh? I hope you can show this kind of spirit next time as well. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. She came and went as she pleased, leaving Azel utterly baffled and complaining. What the heck was that all about? Hong Baiyun quietly cast a glance at the still unconscious Yu-sol. She left behind a fruit basket, then told Azel, I'll be taking my leave now too. The two princesses of Adalivit both arrived and left in a flash, leaving Azel totally bewildered as she muttered, They are so hard to understand. Coincidentally, right after Hong Baiyun left, Yu-sol finally regained consciousness. Yu-sol rubbed his head and asked, Why is it so noisy? Probably hungry right after waking up, Yu-sol grabbed some fruit to snack on. Yu-sol was in a fairly positive mood. Munching on the apple, he thought, I can't believe I slept for 3 days straight. This apple is really good. Ma Du-sung also pretended to gloss over things. Upon waking, he clasped his hands and said, I'm sorry, Yu-sol, but please don't ask about the exact details. Yu-sol looked at his palms and thought, well, defeating Mason was a success anyway. But forcing myself to use a skill I rarely use was too much of a strain, huh? It's going to be annoying if this keeps happening. Come to think of it, didn't the system say it would give me a reward? Yu-sol opened the system to check his status panel and saw, Stats, Strength, 2-star 89%, Perception, 2-star 77%, Agility, 2-star 63%, Stamina, 2-star 21%, Defense, 0-star 99%, Mental Power, 3-star 1%, Mana, none. Skill List, Blink Level 2, Divine Breath Level 1, Traits, Mana Leakage Level 3, Blessing of the Pink Spring March Level 1. Yu-sol couldn't hide his surprise. Why did my stats increase so much? Then he noticed an added line. Blessing of the Pink Spring March Level 1. Looking into the details of this new ability, Perception increased by 12%. Mental Power increased by 90%. Psychometry. Consume mental power to read a fragment of a specific object's memory. Telepathy. Consume mental power to transmit your will to others or receive theirs. Psychologist. Consume mental power to understand a target's psychology through their behavior and gestures. Mental defense. Consume mental power to resist mental attacks. Even if the world turns its back on you, a heart pink like spring will never waver. Reading through the details of this ability left Yu-sol even more bewildered. Why is the blessing of the Pink Spring March on my list of traits? Yu-sol deduced inwardly. Ah, that's right. This must be why I had to stay in the hospital for 3 days. While I was unconscious, Pink Spring March came and bestowed her blessing upon me. The human body is inherently fragile, so taking in the blessing of the 12 divine moons requires time. Wait a minute. Could it be? Yu-sol suddenly realized something. As expected, Pink Spring March had given him the heart of a divine spirit. Yu-sol rejoiced. My efforts weren't in vain. Is this a dream or reality? With this, I can solve Lifinal's problem. I might as well claim the bonus reward while I'm at it. The system announced, For you who have guided the story toward the most ideal outcome, Project Constellation promises to bestow a special bonus reward. Soul rubbed his chin. A special reward. What should I choose this time? Up until now, I've always relied on equipment to make up for my lack of power. But through the battle with Mason, I've realized that this method isn't exactly sustainable. What I need the most right now is attack power. I no longer need the equipment I'm currently using. So, add the derivative skill Mana Concentration to the Mana Leakage trait. Less than greater than. The system responded, confirming results. Feasible. Activated the derivative skill Mana Concentration on the Mana Leakage trait. The Mana Concentration skill. My body naturally has the Mana Leakage constitution, so even if I absorb mana, I can't store it. With this skill, I can focus the leaking mana into a specific point to somewhat limit the loss. The mana that used to leak from my entire body will now only escape through my fists. All mana will be concentrated there, boosting its power and strength. Now I just need to give the heart to Liphanel and learn how to overcome my Mana Leakage constitution. Then, I can become stronger too. I'm starting to get impatient. Hurry up, weekend.
Meanwhile, in another place with green grass and white clouds, a small cabin stood alone in an open clearing. Kane was currently standing in front of this wooden cabin. Inside the cabin was the tower master of the organization Kane worked for. The interior furnishings starkly contrasted with its humble exterior. Ludwig turned around and greeted, "You've arrived, Kane." Kane replied, "Are you still keeping this appearance today?" Ludwig said, "There is no need to change it. I have long forgotten my original appearance anyway." Kane got down to business. Just as the Tower Master said, a dark mage indeed appeared in the Heavenly Sword Flower Forest, but it was only a student of Stella, and that student was purified by other students.
Ludwig turned away and said, "Purified? That doesn't sound like your style at all." Seeing the Tower Master's indifference, Kane questioned, "Are you not going to look into this? We must kill all dark mages." "Tower Master, isn't that what you taught me before?" Ludwig calmly replied, "What's the use of looking into it? The times are changing, and the ways of the world are different now. My words are not always right. By the way, after you left the Swordflower Forest, the corrupted Mason tyrant appeared there. Knowing his subordinate's strong sense of responsibility, Ludwig added, "Don't worry, it's already been taken care of. There's no need to blame yourself. It was my fault from the beginning for not passing on information about other dark mages. I don't know since when, but I can no longer see through the future. To be precise, it has become extremely murky, as if covered by a layer of fog." Kane expressed concern. "Isn't that very serious?" Ludwig spoke with mature experience. "If you only believe in what you see, you won't be able to see other things. The recent novel experiences of not being able to foresee the future also make me feel quite amused." Kane was about to say more, but Ludwig changed the subject. He brought up the name Baek Yu-seol. He turned back and said, "The boy you met. I heard he was the one who defeated Mason Tyran." Hearing this, Kane grew suspicious. That name again. There really is something about that boy. Reading Kane's thoughts, Ludwig said, "That's not it at all. That child is truly just an ordinary 17-year-old student. It's just that the boy is hiding a lot of things." Kane disagreed and tried to argue. "How is that possible? That boy is clearly—" Ludwig calmly interrupted Kane, saying slowly, "There are many unbelievable things in this world, so there is no need to force yourself to understand. You just need to accept it." Kane still wanted to voice his thoughts, but a gust of wind swept by, making him reflexively blink his eyes. By the time he looked again, not only the Tower Master, but the entire wooden cabin had disappeared without a trace. Left all alone, Kane pondered and muttered, "Accept everything, huh?" Back at Stella Academy, the news made headlines everywhere. The true identity of the Dark Mage was actually a Stella professor. The dark transformation of alchemy professor Mason Tyran. In response to this event that brought a huge shock to the academic world, Stella has made arrangements to handle it. Hwaseo Rin, still wearing her hooded cape and now adding a dark veil, sat in the principal's office. Seeing the article, she remarked, "You didn't even try to keep this a secret." Edmund lifted his teacup and said, "Although I really wanted to do that, there are limits to covering things up. Things like this will inevitably continue to happen in the future. We can't hide it forever." The Spirit King vaguely sensed Edmund's hidden meaning, and he confirmed it. Exactly what it means, literally. Dark mages have taken deep root in magical society, and Stella is no exception. Therefore, it would be best for all of you to be more careful as well. Hwaseo Rin fell briefly silent and muttered, "I see." Until now, I have always been half believing and half doubting that there is a god killer who destroyed the souls of the gods and fell into something far beyond a dark mage. And that person wearing Stella Academy's uniform at the dark mage sacrifice site emitted the distinct scent of Liphanel. If those two are really one and the same and Liphanel's killer is hiding in Stella, there is no way Edmund wouldn't be able to sense that filthy soul. But if the Dark Mage's magic concealment ability has developed to the point where it can not only bypass Stella's magical technology, but also evade Edmund's senses, then he still cannot rule out the possibility that Liffinal's killer is hiding in Stella. Who knows, there might still be other traces left in Liffinal's garden. I have to go there and check it out. Coincidentally, that weekend, the male lead went to Liffinal's garden. Greeting her like an old friend, the male lead said to Liffinal, "Hey, long time no see. Have you been doing well?" Starved for conversation for years, seeing someone speak up, Liffinal unleashed a barrage of words. "You're finally here. Why did it take you so long to come back? Have you forgotten about me all this time? How have you been living? Huh? Answer me. I'm waiting. Answer me already. Hurry up." The male lead chuckled, sympathizing with Liffinal's chattiness. So without playing riddles or making Liffinal wait, he took out what she had requested. "You've waited a long time, right? I finally got the spirit heart." Controlled by Liffinal, the heart flew out of the male lead's hand, and it went straight into Liffinal's petrified chest. The stone statue of Liffinal radiated a gentle glow. In just a moment, the light dissipated, revealing soft flesh and a lively, fluttering figure. Liffinal was finally freed from her fate as a stone statue. Liffinal, as elated as a child, exclaimed energetically, "How long has it been? I can finally move. I can move. I'm so happy." To express her feelings to the person who created this miracle for her, Liffinal hugged the male lead tightly. Liffinal smiled brightly, her eyes curving like crescents, and said sincerely, "Thank you for saving me." The male lead gently replied, "Yeah, that's great, Liffinal." But then the male lead noticed that Liffinal's body was a bit transparent. Liffinal said helplessly, "This heart still cannot maintain this body. I'm about to fall asleep. We have to hurry." Out of nowhere, Liffinal took out a box of items she had prepared to exchange for the heart the male lead got for her. She said, "Come here, put this on and wear the necklace I gave you." The male lead put on an outfit that looked very much like ancient Eastern clothing, quite simple and unpretentious. Liffinal continued, "Now I will take you to the secret base where my friend is sleeping." The male lead responded, "All right, I understand." The male lead sensed a third person and immediately turned around. At first, the male lead only saw a backlit silhouette with unclear features. He thought in confusion, "Other than me, no one else should be able to find their way here, so why?" The system announced, "The Curse of Charm trait is taking effect." But coincidentally, the male lead had eaten the corn of one of the 12 divine moons earlier, so the system followed up. The protection of the third spring moon trait has been activated, completely nullifying the curse. The male lead sighed in relief inwardly. If it weren't for the protection of the third spring moon, I would be in big trouble. The Curse of Charm, what a terrifying ability. Now the male lead could clearly see the face of the third person entering Liffinal's garden. It was the Spirit King, Hwaseo Rin. Rewind to a few minutes ago. After Hwaseo Rin left the Stella Principal's office, she immediately made her way to Liffinal's secret forest. Filled with nostalgia, Hwaseo Rin said to herself, "It's been so long since I've been here. Back when Liffinal was alive, I used to drop by often." Unlike when the male lead intruded and was attacked, when Hwaseo Rin arrived, the flowers and plants here all showed their goodwill. Hwaseo Rin gently rubbed a flower's root and praised encouragingly, "That's right, you are still guarding this place very well." Suddenly, Hwaseo Rin thought, since there is no one here anyway, I probably don't need to cover my face anymore, right? Given the choice, Hwaseo Rin didn't like bundling up like a suspicious person or trying to act mysterious. Taking off her hood and veil, she felt much more comfortable and told herself, "I wonder how long it's been since I last showed my face outside. I'll just leave these here for now." Stepping into Liffinal's flower garden, Hwaseo Rin became even more nostalgic, murmuring, "This place hasn't changed a bit." Hwaseo Rin was suddenly drawn to a familiar silhouette. She couldn't believe her own eyes. This aura is Liffinal still alive? Although she didn't know the whole story yet, Hwaseo Rin was overjoyed by this fact. Just as she was about to call out her old friend's name, Hwaseo Rin noticed that there was someone else besides Liffinal. Hwaseo Rin silently questioned, "Could that boy have helped Liffinal?" The male lead shifted his feet slightly. Suddenly, a beam of light shone up. Before Liffinal could even investigate who the stranger was, he had disappeared. Liffinal spoke up, awakening the dazed Hwaseo Rin. Hwaseo Rin hugged her old friend again. "Liffinal, how on earth did you wake up?" Liffinal replied intermittently, "I got my heart back." Hwaseo Rin thought to herself, as expected, that boy saved Liffinal. Hwaseo Rin expressed, "I'm so happy to see you again." Liffinal also replied emotionally, "I miss you a lot too." After saying that, Liffinal's eyelids drooped. Her previous burst of energy visibly waned. Liffinal slid into Hwaseo Rin's arms and spoke slowly, "But so sleepy. Let me take a nap for a bit, Hwaseo Rin." Watching her old friend quickly fall into a peaceful slumber with even breaths, Hwaseo Rin thought, "Liffinal, it seems the heart's function hasn't fully recovered yet. I still have so many things I want to ask you." Hwaseo Rin was truly curious. Who exactly is that boy? When she touched her face, Hua So-rin was startled. Come to think of it, in not covering my face, am I? But when our eyes met, that boy clearly took a step back. How strange. How was he able to resist my charm? Could it be? He's immune to this curse. I must find him at all costs. He might be the only person in this world who can talk to me face to face.
I definitely have to find that boy. The male lead, completely unaware that he had just received the most incredibly fortunate side benefit, had now been teleported to a place by Lifanel. He grumbled a bit. If you're going to send someone off, you should do it properly. Looking ahead, he finds himself at the entrance of a cave. He steps into the cave, talking to himself as he walks. I came in first because I saw a cave. Is it here? I should have asked Lifanel for more details. To think Hua So-rin would show up here. He is secretly mesmerized. She's truly too beautiful. It's a feast for the eyes. But that was almost a disaster. If I had run into Hua So-rin without divine protection, I definitely wouldn't have been able to stay sane. It seems like having the protection of the 3 spring moons of the Red Lotus is enough to completely dispel Hua So-rin's curse, even though my current strength is still lacking. Anyway, I should take care of the most important matter first. As he steps into the room at the end of the cave, the system announces, Lifanel's aura has been confirmed. He looks around and assesses. It's very old, but much more ordinary than I thought. Then he notices a sword that isn't on the weapon rack, but leaning against the wall all by itself. Curious, he reaches out. I have a feeling it possesses a very wondrous aura. But unable to touch the sword, he mutters to himself, a barrier? Looks like I'll just have to ask Lifanel about it later. Right now, the mana leakage constitution is the most important thing. Searching the bookshelf might turn up something. Let's see. Just as he hoped, he finds it. The book on the mana leakage constitution. Author, Haterion. He opens the book and begins reading the author's narrative, the mana leakage constitution. Those possessing this constitution are incredibly rare. At most, only one appears in a generation. But frustratingly, I am the very person burdened with it. Historically, everyone with a mana leakage constitution lived very short lives, and I once thought I would be no different. But I overcame it and lived into my 40s. Though death is now imminent, had I realized it sooner, I might have lived even longer. The mana leakage constitution cannot be cured by any medical, scientific, or magical means. Those of us with a mana leakage constitution must become strong if we want to survive. With that in mind, I discovered a method of breathing mana through the entire body to absorb it. Mind arts. Controlling the inner self to assimilate with nature, naturally embracing all things in the world. This is the foundation of this breathing technique. Having grasped the secret, he closes the book. He mutters, in the end it relies on increasing the blood mana circulation rate to extend one's lifespan. No wonder no amount of cardio worked. There's no time to waste, let's start right now. The scene shifts to the royal mausoleum of the Adalivit kingdom. A person visits a grave, gently placing a bouquet of fresh flowers upon it. The one placing the flowers is Hong Bai-yun. She reminisces softly, Sister, I've come to visit you. Here we get a glimpse into Hong Bai-yun's past 11 years ago. In the Adalivit kingdom, inside a lavish mansion, the urgent voices of servants call out for Princess Hong Bai-yun. The servants ask one another, where did Princess Bai-yun run off to this time? She must still be in the palace. Hurry and find the princess. Little Hong Bai-yun hides behind a pillar, tightly gripping her hood. Then she sneaks out to a pond not far from her home. She throws a stone, shattering her own pathetic reflection on the water's surface. While enjoying her brief moment of peace, a rustling sound from the nearby bushes startles Hong Bai-yun. A girl with an appearance almost identical to Bai-yun emerges. This girl is Hong Aaron Adalivit. Hong Aaron says gently, I wondered where you went, so you were hiding here. Everyone is looking for you. Hong Bai-yun refuses to listen to Hong Aaron and runs away yelling, don't come closer. Hong Aaron calls out, Bai-yun, wait for me. But it can't stop little Hong Bai-yun from running. At first, she thought it was just passing concern. But the next day, Aaron still doesn't hesitate to approach and check on little Hong Bai-yun. Another day goes by, and Hong Aaron remains very persistent in trying to get along with Hong Bai-yun. Hong Aaron smiles brightly, holding a flower crown, and says to Bai-yun, this is a gift for you. Even though things are tough right now, let's try our best together. Only her eldest sister is willing to be close to Hong Bai-yun after the little girl messed everything up trying to increase her affinity with fire. But little Hong Bai-yun, carrying extreme suspicion, rudely slaps away Hong Aaron's flower crown and explodes in anger. What do you mean together? Stop messing around. How could you possibly understand my pain? I don't want to see you. Get lost. In short, little Hong Bai-yun dismisses Hong Aaron's concern as a form of fake pity. Until one day, little Bai-yun overhears that Hong Aaron's health has grown too weak and she doesn't have much time left to live. And the doctor advises the family to prepare for the worst. Little Hong Bai-yun realizes her eldest sister is suffering from a terminal illness, spontaneous human combustion, the horrific curse of the Adalivit family. From then on, she understands that Aaron's concern wasn't pity, but empathy.
the little girl finally understands that Hong Erin is the only person in this world who can truly understand her struggles. So one day, after finishing her fire affinity training, Hong Bi-yeon shyly holds a purple flower. For the first time, she actively seeks out Hong Erin. She offers the blooming pale purple flower and says, "I want to give this to you." Hong Erin gently accepts the flower. Then, she smiles brightly and softly says, "Thank you, Bi-yeon." Because she loved seeing her eldest sister smile, little Hong Bi-yeon worked hard to make her smile. She tried to see, hear, and experience as much as possible so she would have things to tell her sister. Spending every moment beside Erin, little Hong Bi-yeon finally felt like she was living a childhood like any other kid. But happiness didn't last long. In the end, Erin couldn't defeat the curse and turned into a pile of ashes. It was then that Hong Bi-yeon realized swallowing fire was nothing compared to the pain of losing a loved one. Hong Erin Adolevit faded away like a withered petal carried off by the wind. Hong Bi-yeon tells herself, "I never want to go through such pain ever again." The Adolevit royal family has an heirloom passed down through generations, a legendary artifact. Just smelling its scent can cause the incarnation of flame to descend upon the body. The fire spirit flower. The price is losing all magic. If one cannot control the fire god's flames, the resulting rampage could reduce the entire country to ashes, which is why its use has been forbidden. But as long as the fire god descends, the body will instantly possess a massive amount of mana. Even though using the fire spirit flower doesn't guarantee the mana leakage constitution will be completely cured, this is the only way left. Currently, the fire spirit flower is sealed in the royal palace. Only the ruler of Adolevit can access it, so I must become the ruler before Baek Yu-seol's lifespan runs out. From this moment, Hong Bi-yeon has carved out an urgent goal for herself. Returning to the male lead situation, he is still in the cave. After learning the secret to stabilizing his leaking mana, he immediately sits cross-legged to test it out. He intensely follows the breathing method in the manual until dawn the next day. The system notifies him of the result. Skill Tai Ling Divine Art has been created. Tai Ling Divine Art breathes according to the principles of yin, yang, and the 5 elements embracing nature. When used, the blood mana circulation rate increases. This stat depends on the user's proficiency. Depending on the environment, it can bestow the 5 elements attribute to mana. The Tai Ling Divine Art can also rely on the profound principles of yin, yang, and the 5 elements to assimilate other auras. Divine Aura Level 1. The skill is auto-registered. You may study it at any time to strengthen or weaken its capabilities. Judging the skill Divine Aura as a subordinate skill belonging to Tai Ling Divine Art, the skill Tai Ling Divine Art has been enhanced. He ponders inwardly. Divine Aura was registered as a subordinate skill of the Tai Ling Divine Art, less than greater than. Although I can't use it frequently due to the Divine Beast's corruption, the blood mana circulation rate will definitely increase. The effects will also be much better than before. I won't let others slaughter me like they did last time. I happen to have a new skill I want to test out, so let's get to it right now. He activates it, Tai Ling Divine Art. He opens his status window to check. Mana Leakage Constitution Level 3. Strength Enhancement 8% plus 17%. Mana Enhancement 12% plus 29%. Sensory Enhancement 20% plus 25%. Sixth Sense. Consumes the user's mental energy to activate. Can detect magical phenomena occurring within a 24-meter radius and activates sensory acceleration. Automatically triggers when the user is judged to be in danger. Mana Concentration. Accumulates mana into a single point through breathing, then releases it. Blood mana circulation rate, 3 plus 6%. He can't help but exclaim in awe. A newly learned skill can boost my stats by this much. Then, this time. The Tavern Sword is a magic sword materialized from a portion of the mana lost due to my mana leakage constitution. Because its power is too weak, I've always used it in combination with the tools crafted by Altarisha. But ultimately, my inability to maximize the potential of the Taven Sword is due to my own lack of strength. But what if I can channel the power enhanced by the Tai Ling Divine Art into the Taven Sword? He focuses his mana to manifest the blade. Suddenly, he finds it hard to breathe. He drops the hilt and collapses to the ground, coughing violently. He groans internally. As expected, using the Tai Ling Divine Art and mana concentration at the same time is still too much for me. Right now, it takes 10 minutes to activate the Tai Ling Divine Art. Adding mana concentration on top of that, it'll be very difficult to use in actual combat anytime soon. But it's not impossible. Even if only for a fleeting moment, the shape of the sword did manifest. With more practice, I'll be able to use it proficiently. After all, there are no shortcuts on the path I must walk, so I can only take my time and move forward step by step. The scene shifts to the castle where the Spirit King resides. In a certain room, a crystal-clear voice rings out. Regarding the recent Dark Mage invasion, to commend the Stella Academy students who resolved the incident, I have decided to grant a reward. However, with this body, I cannot show myself in front of everyone. Therefore, Orenha, please attend the medal ceremony in my stead. Ada Renha, with a serious expression, replies, "Yes, your majesty." Hua Xiaorin expresses her gratitude. "Having you by my side, I can't express how fortunate I am." Orenha responds professionally, "As your majesty's servant, this is my duty." Hua Xiaorin affirms the male spirit's efforts. "No, that's not true. Thanks to you, Orenha, I've been able to handle so many affairs." Orenha doesn't show it openly, but one can feel his heart warming in his king's words of appreciation. Hua Xiaorin then stands up and says, "Then, I shall take my leave." Orenha asks, "Do you have something to attend to?" Hua Xiaorin simply replies, "You need not concern yourself. It's just a personal matter." The Spirit King leaves the room, leaving Orenha all alone. He tilts his head back to relax and mutters, "A private audience after so many days, yet it ended so quickly." Orenha feels his heart fluttering. The main reason Hua Xiaorin chose Orenha as her chief aide is that he possesses a very strong resistance to her curse. However, in truth, Orenha had fallen under Hua Xiaorin's curse a long time ago. Ironically, Orenha became the Spirit King's aide precisely because he was in love with Hua Xiaorin. Orenha stands up, thinking to himself, "By the way, regarding that personal matter, is Her Majesty still searching for the God Hunter?" Orenha secretly cheers himself on, "Even if I cannot gaze upon Her Majesty's face, as long as I can bring a smile to Her Majesty, I am willing to do anything." A few days later, at Stella Academy, a person speaks up, considering the merit of eradicating the Dark Mages during the recent Spirit Familiar Contract ceremony. The Heavenly Spirit Root has decided to award medals to the students involved. This ceremony will be attended by Aide Orenha, representing the Spirit King. Now the medal ceremony will begin. Class S, First Year, Ma Du Sung. For setting a true example for the other students, you are specially awarded this honor. The reporters present use their crystal balls to record, snapping pictures rapidly like flashing cameras. As Orenha handed the reward to Ma Du Sung, he thought to himself, "Ultimately, this is the main point. We must show the Dark Mages that the bond between humans and spirits remains unbreakable." Orenha simply offered a perfunctory greeting, "Congratulations." Ma Du Sung replied politely, "Thank you, sir." Orenha quietly evaluated Ma Du Sung. What an unpleasantly strange student. He exudes such a bizarre, oppressive aura. Next, Class S, First Year, Baekyu Seoul, same as above. Following Ma Du Sung, the male lead stepped up to receive his reward. But immediately, Orenha flinched in shock. He felt a remarkable aura from him, and it definitely left a far deeper impression than Ma Du Sung's. A nearby spirit, seeing Orenha suddenly slow down, asked, "Aide, is something wrong?" Orenha replied dismissively, "No, it's nothing." Casting a highly suspicious glance at the male lead walking away, Orenha wondered, "Why can I feel Liffinal's aura coming from that student? Could it be that he is the God Hunter?" It had to be said that Orenha shared the Spirit King's line of thinking. Unaware of the friendship between Liffinal and the male lead, his misunderstanding spiraled into the worst direction as he deduced. That's right, two students defeating a level 6 Dark Mage threat was highly suspicious to begin with. But if he truly is someone capable of concealing his real appearance and even hiding a fallen soul, then dealing with a level 6 threat and infiltrating Stella disguise would be as easy as flipping his hand. Yes, if I can capture him and present him to Her Majesty, she will undoubtedly be thrilled. No, I might even be able to monopolize Her Majesty's favor. I can't be impatient. I must gather evidence. This guy's name is Baekyu Seoul. I will definitely expose your true colors. Time flew by, and it had already been 2 months since enrolling at Stella. Around this time, first-year students would get a new subject. Professor Pedro, in charge of the Spirit Beast class, was a woman with a kind face and a gentle, positive personality. She told the students, "All right, let's try getting close to the adorable divine beasts today, shall we?" A moment later, some impatient boys were struggling, and one said in frustration, "I told you. What on earth do you want me to do?" Another boy was also whining. "One minute it's this, the next it's that. What do you want from me? Just say something and be done with it." Pedro covered her mouth, giggling gracefully, and said, "You're all doing great," to explain why some students looked like fools arguing with the air. A contractor can only see their spirit beast once their affinity level is high enough. Among the students still struggling to bond with their spirit beasts, Pedro also noticed a few who had already managed to materialize theirs, such as the novel's heroine Azel, for instance. Azel asked her little bird, Purim, "Must you keep acting like this?" The stubborn bird named Purim simply chirped twice in response. Pedro approached Azel and said, "It seems even you are finding it troublesome this time, Azel. Your spirit beast is the ice lightning bird, isn't it? The ice lightning bird is famously known for its sensitive nature, making it incredibly difficult to form a contract with." The fact that the ice lightning bird agreed to contract with you, Azel, definitely points to a special reason. So if you just open your heart and try to understand it, I'm sure you two will become close. Azel asked the professor, "Will it really turn out like that?" Pedro smiled kindly and replied, "Of course." Furthermore, the moment your affinity with your divine beast reaches its peak, You will be able to summon it directly to fight by your side like this. When that time comes, your divine beast will be a more reliable companion than anyone else. So why not hold on to that expectation and try your best once more? Azel, excited about that future, replied passionately, "Yes, Professor." Despite answering like that, Azel still couldn't manage to get any closer to Purim afterward.
Azel began to doubt herself again. Will there ever come a day when I can summon my divine beast to fight alongside me? While walking down the hallway, Azel overheard some classmates gossiping. Look at this. It's making huge headlines in the papers again. You're talking about Ma Du-sung and Baek Yu-seol, right? I thought I was a goner back then. Tell me about it. Hearing this, Azel finally realized just how sensational the incident during the Stella students' Spirit Beast contract ceremony really was. After the Spirit Beast contract ceremony concluded, the news of 2 Stella Academy students defeating a dark mage became breaking news. Azel thought to herself, Baek Yu-seol is still acting the same as always. At a time like this, if it were Baek Yu-seol, he would definitely listen to me calmly and then say he believes in me, just like back then. Azel shook her head, telling herself, no, I can't rely on him. I can't keep blindly accepting Baek Yu-seol's help forever. I must be independent and accomplish this on my own. In Lee Han-gut's class, he told the students, starting today, practical combat magic will be added to your mandatory curriculum. This isn't just because of what happened during the familiar contract ceremony. Furthermore, if you want to survive as a mage, fighting other mages is absolutely unavoidable. In duels with mages, the most crucial part isn't just thinking up powerful spells. It's about relying on the timing and the situation to choose and use your magic most effectively. Suppose a caster's magic range is very far and highly destructive, but they become an easy target while chanting. Meanwhile, sniper magic cast at a designated coordinate may have a short range and weak power, but it's incredibly hard for someone with an ordinary physique to react in time. Especially since different attributes have different areas of effect and ranges. Therefore, you must choose the most advantageous approach for yourselves based on the premise that you can manage the distance from your opponent. In other words, you have to account for the varying ranges of different attributes, and once the opponent escapes your effective firing range, you must consider how to keep the enemy trapped within your attack range. This is the absolute foundation of a magic battle. The wooden dummy you are seeing right now can use Tier 2 sniper magic, and it will always stare straight ahead. Each person has 2 chances. You must either find this dummy's blind spot to stay safe for 30 seconds or withstand its attacks within firing range for 10 seconds. Azel thought to herself, but trying to hold out in its firing range for 10 seconds with only 2 chances is impossible. Flame quietly calculated, therefore during the first attempt we need to completely figure out the wooden dummy's attribute and form. Hong Bai-yeon thought inwardly, on the second attempt we must pinpoint the sniper magic's range and find the blind spot. Easier said than done. Most of the students shared this very same inward complaint. And so, under Professor Lee Han-gut's direction, the practical combat session began. Unsurprisingly, a large number of students failed the trial. When it was Haigua's turn, living up to his position as a top student, he managed to hold out far longer than the previous classmates. But in the end, he still suffered a defeat. As such, while the majority of the students participating in the practical combat ended in failure, there were still some students capable of reacting well to the situation and successfully passing the trial, though they could be counted on one hand. Lee Han-gut observed and took notes. So far, the only successful ones are Peng Ha-rang and Ma Du-sung. But instead of facing the attacks head-on within the firing range, both of them chose to find the blind spot. Makes sense, a normal reaction speed fundamentally wouldn't cut it. The casting speed of Tier 2 sniper magic is 0.1 seconds. To evade it, one wouldn't just need to read the mana's flow, but also surpass human physical limits. In short, this trial was practically set up for the male lead to flex. After all, while all of his classmates focused on practicing spells, he poured everything into training his reflexes for close-quarters combat. The male lead thought to himself, until now my combat method has always been using my sixth sense to dodge out of the firing range. But after learning the Tai Ling divine art, my sixth sense has also been upgraded. I should take this opportunity to test it out. Can I really use my sixth sense to perceive magic and dodge right inside the firing range? Lee Han-gut signaled, practical combat, begin. Before the spell even flew toward him, the male lead slightly shifted his body. Only after he finished moving did the spell graze past. The male lead grumbled inwardly, this is crazy. It's not a common attribute, but spatial magic? Isn't this even rarer than the light attribute? How could a mere wooden dummy use this? Taking a deep breath, he told himself, focus. I have to read the flow of mana in this space. Step by step, one step at a time. Stay calm, make accurate judgments. And just like that, he naturally moved closer and closer to the dummy's position. In this state, the male lead could perceive his surroundings without even opening his eyes. Once close enough, he opened his eyes and mana concentration. But before he could test his attack, Lee Han-gut interrupted. Baek Yu-seol, success. The male lead turned around in bewilderment, wondering, when did it end?
Lee Han-good couldn't help but say, at my age, this is the very first time I've seen someone like you.
The male lead asked to try again. I want to use this for training. Can I get a little more time? Lee Han-gut strictly replied, no, get back in line. The male lead complained, ugh, you're so stingy, Professor. Flame had a vision where she felt herself spreading her wings, flying alongside an entity that looked like the angels most people imagine. The angel, whose face Flame couldn't clearly see in this vision, reminded her, remember this well, Flame. No matter what happens, we will protect you. Therefore, you must also. The latter half of the sentence was incredibly hazy, and it wasn't clear if Flame fully grasped its meaning. Her eyelids fluttered and she groggily woke up. Deeply bewildered, Flame thought, that dream again? I don't know why. Ever since I used the angelic power to purify the corrupted Hidewith, I've occasionally had these dreams featuring angels. What did they say in the dream? Do they want me to go with them? Seeing Flame sitting all alone in the lecture hall without moving, a classmate called out, Flame, what are you doing? It's time for the next class. Flame chose to temporarily brush aside the strange dream's meaning, thinking to herself, forget it, it's just a dream anyway. It should be fine, right? It was another of Lee Han-gut's classes. He addressed the students standing neatly in line. Today is the practical combat session between Class S and Class A. Lee Han-gut pointed out, Baekyu Seol and Du Seolech, get in the ring. Having just arrived, Flame heard this and felt secretly thrilled. It's already this exciting right from the start. Lee Han-gut's commanding voice rang out, both sides ready your wands. Match, begin! As soon as Lee Han-gut finished speaking, Du Seolech instantly cast a spell, shouting, Blue Wave, rise! The students present whispered among themselves, whoa, isn't that a Tier 3 magic? This Class A guy is already showing he's no joke right off the bat. Compared to him, Baekyu Seol, why is he just standing there like a statue? Du Seolech secretly found the male lead an eyesore, shallowly thinking, a guy who refuses to use magic just for some knightly spirit managed to defeat a level 6 dark mage? Humph, that's way overblown. I've disliked him ever since the wand succession ceremony. What a perfect coincidence, Baekyu Seol. Du Seolech commanded the water spell to crash down upon the male lead. After focusing with his eyes closed for a moment, the male lead opened his eyes and cast Blink to dodge the attack. Du Seolech sneered, all you can do is scurry around with Blink like a rat. He cast a much fiercer attack spell. The male lead kept using to dash deep into the opponent's territory. Seeing this, Du Seolech smiled triumphantly. He then shouted, you've entered my range, Baekyu Seol. The trap Du Seolech set up wasn't bad, but unfortunately, it wasn't very effective against someone like the male lead, who trained his reflexes instead of casting spells. Du Seolech was truly shocked. To think he could dodge all my magic shots. How is he doing that? Du Seolech still wouldn't concede. He used his mana to conjure a massive amount of water and shouted, then what about this? Try blocking this. Before Du Seolech could finish his words, the male lead executed his skill, mana concentration. He then slashed his sword at the water spell Du Seolech was casting. Much to Du Seolech's disbelief and sheer stupor, his suspended water spell shattered, raining down on him like a downpour. Lee Han-gut announced, practical combat is over. Both sides, please retract your wands. The students were in an uproar once again. Did you see that? Baekyu Seol is seriously amazing. Looks like the rumors of him defeating a level 6 dark mage were true. Less than greater than. Lee Han-gut continued, next group, Jeremy Cavan and Mai Du-gut to the arena. Watching the male leads match, Flame thought to herself, just like the last practical combat, is he really just using it openly now? Makes sense. After all, even Mazen was defeated, so there's no need for him to hide his true strength anymore. Regardless, more than his strength, what Baekyu Seol truly needs to hide is his knowledge of the future. While she was lost and fought about the male lead, Jeremy finished his duel even faster than the male lead just did. Lee Han-gut's voice called out again, practical combat is over. Both sides, please retract your wands. The students expressed their admiration. Wow, it hasn't even been a minute and the match is already over. Huh, truly worthy of His Highness the Crown Prince. Flame reflexively looked back only to see Jeremy giving her a radiant smile and waving. She secretly sighed in annoyance. Here he goes again. Flame flat out ignored Jeremy, thinking to herself, getting involved with him will only bring trouble. I'll just pretend not to know him. Flame ran over to the male lead and said, Mister, you fought pretty well this time, didn't you? The male lead complained, who are you calling Mister? Flame teased, who else could it be but you, Mister? Seeing himself being deliberately ignored by Flame again, Jeremy turned somewhat grim. Without taking his eyes off Flame, he muttered to himself, her again. I really didn't want to resort to this, but I have no choice. That night in the girls' dormitory. After finishing her personal hygiene routine, Flame was getting ready for bed. She complained, I can't believe I have to go to school again at this age. Seeing her roommate sitting on her bed, Flame asked,
Ramika, why are you still awake? What are you doing? The girl named Ramika startled slightly in response. Flame noticed a letter on Ramika's lap and asked curiously, "What's that? A love letter to a boyfriend?" Ramika awkwardly replied, "No, it's nothing like that." Flame said, "Since when did you start keeping things from me? Your roommate feels quite hurt, you know." Ramika swallowed hard to suppress her anxiety, then hesitantly said, "Flame, I want to ask you a favor." Later on, Flame knocked on the door of room S109.
As she knocked, she called out with just enough volume, "Hey, is anyone in there? I have something to give you. Come out for a second." Flame felt somewhat annoyed and thought, why do I have to play the messenger? High schoolers these days are truly unbelievable. At least tell me what your name is. She continued, "Hey, just come out for a moment." Right after she said that, the door opened. The person who stepped out to greet her was none other than the one she had been trying to avoid as much as possible. Flame secretly panicked. Why is he coming out of here? Jeremy stood there staring intently at Flame and said ambiguously, "Did you call me?"